Due to the influence of mysterious cosmic rays, the blue planet has entered the Cambrian era, and Lin Yi, who was betrayed and met his demise at the hands of his beloved and neighbors in his previous life, has returned in a rebirth. He has awakened the eye of space, constructed a fortress for the apocalypse, stockpiled supplies, and is poised to exact vengeance. Chapter 1. Betrayal. On August 1st, 2060. The Cambrian storm had already ravaged Blue Planet for a month, a consequence of some enigmatic cosmic rays. Lin Yi, cocooned in his home, trembled as he retrieved his phone to send a message to his goddess, Wang Xue. Xue, I still have 2 bags of instant noodles at home. If you're hungry, feel free to come over. Wang Xue was Lin Yi's university classmate, and from the moment he spotted her amidst the crowd during their freshman orientation, she appeared to him like a celestial being. Henceforth, Lin Yi became her unwavering guardian, often referred to as a loyal admirer. Throughout their 4 years of university, Wang Xue cycled through countless boyfriends, yet Lin Yi remained steadfastly by her side. Each time she faced heartbreak, he was the first to whom she turned. Lin Yi reveled in his role as her protector, believing that his sincere devotion would eventually touch her heart, leading them to a happy conclusion. As time flew by, after their graduation, upon learning that Wang Xue had nowhere to stay, Lin Yi immediately offered up the 3-bedroom apartment his parents had prepared for him as a marital home. Opting to move upstairs to live with his parents instead, Wang Xue, unreserved in accepting his generosity, moved in without hesitation, along with her 2 close friends, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, who also took advantage of her good fortune. Lin Yi assumed responsibility for all their utility and maintenance costs. As long as Wang Xue resided there, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. In the second year following his graduation, tragedy struck as Lin Yi's parents perished in a tragic car accident. The loss left him with 2 apartments and over 2 million in savings. In his grief, Lin Yi cherished Wang Xue even more, becoming almost entirely compliant with her wishes. No matter how unreasonable her demands were, he endeavored to fulfill them. However, at 1 a.m. on July 1st, 2060, Lin Yi was jolted awake from his slumber by an unbearable chill. The biting wind gusting through the window sent shivers down his spine. Groggy, he donned his shoes and approached the window, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before him. The vast floor-to-ceiling window was encrusted with frost, and a heavy snowfall blanketed the ground outside, accompanied by the howling winds that echoed through the glass. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not dreaming, he hastily secured the window and returned to his bedroom to check his phone. Confirming that it was not winter, a tempest of confusion surged within him. Just a month prior, the heat of June lingered, yet the scene of snowflakes tumbling from the sky left him utterly bewildered. The thermometer on the television cabinet indicated that the indoor temperature had plummeted to a mere 5 degrees above zero. Lin Yi distinctly recalled that just a few hours earlier, the temperature had been a comfortable 26 degrees. The drastic drop of over 20 degrees in such a short span was alarming. He opened the property management group chat and discovered that many residents had been abruptly awakened by the cold. Discussions were rife about the sudden onset of heavy snowfall outside. Feeling a sense of relief upon learning that Wang Xue was safe at home after he called her, Lin Yi's worry subsided. However, the snow showed no signs of abating even after a night had passed. Following the lead of numerous neighbors, he descended to the lobby, where he found the first floor nearly submerged under almost a meter of snow. Many residents ventured out to procure supplies, fearing that if the harsh weather persisted, they might find themselves trapped in their homes. Dressing in thick clothing, Lin Yi prepared 2 burlap sacks and ventured outside. Despite the deep snow and exceedingly low visibility, he was determined to ensure that Wang Xue would not go hungry. Fortunately, a supermarket was not far from his building. After much struggle alongside several neighbors, they reached the store, and Lin Yi filled his sacks to satisfaction before returning home. Once he had taken 1 bag of food to his room, he promptly delivered the other bag to Wang Xue's residence on the 13th floor. Upon knocking, he was greeted by Zhang Qian, Wang Xue's close friend. Upon learning that Lin Yi had brought food for Wang Xue, she accepted the provisions and swiftly closed the door. Lin Yi was not surprised. While both of Wang Xue's friends were quite beautiful, they had always treated him with indifference. He recalled overhearing them once disparagingly refer to him as a toad yearning for swan meat, only to be immediately silenced by Wang Xue, which touched Lin Yi deeply. As time progressed, the temperature continued to plummet, reaching a staggering -80 degrees by the 7th day, with snow falling heavier than ever. Visibility reduced to less than 3 meters, and snow accumulation reaching the height of 3 stories. Residents in the community found themselves trapped within their homes. In the span of less than half a month, the food reserves of every household were depleted, leading to tragic outcomes as many succumbed to starvation and freezing temperatures. In such dire circumstances, the latent darkness within humanity began to emerge, and incidents of cannibalism became increasingly frequent. It was as if, within the short span of a month, Society had regressed to a primitive state. Wang Xue and her companions managed to survive for a month thanks to Lin Yi's assistance. However, his own food supplies had finally been exhausted, with only 2 packets of instant noodles remaining, which he had painstakingly saved for Wang Xue. After a prolonged wait, Lin Yi received a message from Wang Xue. "I'll come down to get it soon." Seeing her reply brought him comfort. In recent days, several residents of the building had perished, many having fallen victim to the desperate circumstances. With the knowledge that Wang Xue was safe, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Moments later, a knock echoed through the air. Lin Yi peered through the peephole and spotted Wang Xue standing outside. Relieved, he moved the refrigerator and washing machine that were propped against the door. The instant he opened the security door, a metal rod descended upon him from the side. Lin Yi had no time to react and was struck on the forehead, collapsing into a pool of blood. 7 or 8 individuals immediately surged inside, rummaging through his home. As Lin Yi's consciousness gradually returned, he beheld Wang Xue and Zhang Qian standing at the doorway, and a wave of concern washed over him. They must have been coerced by these intruders. He could not afford to fall. What would become of them if he did? Just as Lin Yi struggled to rise, Wang Xue seized a wooden stick from the wall and brought it crashing down onto his head. Her subsequent words sent a chill through Lin Yi's very core. "I was the one who tricked you into opening the door. I demand half of everything found here, including this corpse." A nearby man smirked and replied, "No problem, you can have both legs and both arms. The next door will depend on you as well." He then withdrew a sharp knife from his pocket and approached Lin Yi with a cruel smile. "Kid, don't blame me. Blame that damned fate. We shall gladly accept the flesh from your body." Chapter 2. 2 months before the apocalypse, as the man's knife plunged into Lin Yi's body, blood began to pour from him. Gradually, he felt the pain dissipate, replaced by the sound of a shattered heart and an overwhelming hatred for Wang Xue. Why? Why treat me this way? Wang Xue, Zhang Qian, Yang Shuang, you all deserve to die. I despise this. Why did I not discern their true natures sooner? If heaven grants me another chance, I will ensure they suffer beyond imagination, paying 1,000-fold for their treachery. With Lin Yi's anguished cries resonating in his heart, the darkness before him began to fade, revealing a tidy office. His body slowly regained sensation. Observing the familiar surroundings, Lin Yi felt momentarily disoriented. After carefully examining himself, he discovered that the wounds he had just sustained had vanished entirely. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Instinctively, Lin Yi grabbed an ashtray from the desk for protection. In the next moment, a woman clad in professional attire entered, and upon seeing Lin Yi's vigilant expression, she felt a hint of curiosity. Nevertheless, she placed the documents in her hand onto the desk and addressed him. "Manager Lin, here are last month's reports. Please sign them." Lin Yi, guided by instinct, picked up the pen and signed his name. The woman took the documents and said, "Manager Lin, please remember to rest. I'll be stepping out now." When the office door closed behind her, Lin Yi finally grasped the situation. He glanced at his phone on the desk, which displayed the date as May 1st, 2060. What is this? 2 months before the apocalypse? I have been reborn. Lin Yi opened his computer and began searching for the latest news trends. To his dismay, there were no reports regarding the apocalypse or the Cambrian period. It was then that Lin Yi finally realized he had indeed been reborn. Ha! He set down the mouse and burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face. After a while, as his laughter subsided, a fierce expression replaced it. Wang Xue, Zhang Qian, Yang Shuang, and my beloved neighbors, Lin Yi has returned. This time, I shall demand a reckoning for the blood debts you owe. Rising from his seat, Lin Yi approached the door and opened it, revealing a grand hall where dozens of employees were busily engaged at their workstations. As he took in the once familiar scene, he felt a sense of disorientation. He was employed at a fund management company and, through years of diligence, had ascended from a mere clerk to the position of investment department manager. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, a woman approached from a distance, Li Rou, the trading department manager of the company. She wore a crisp white shirt that seemed to strain against her curves, paired with black stockings and a daringly short skirt, complemented by high heels that accentuated her alluring figure as she sashayed toward Lin Yi. The busy employees could not help but pause their tasks, casting furtive glances her way. It was inevitable. This enchanting woman was simply irresistible. Though her appearance might merit an 80, her devilish physique and S-shaped silhouette certainly elevated her allure to a 90. In the company, wherever she went, countless male eyes gravitated toward her, Lin Yi included. Although his heart was firmly attached to Wang Xue, one cannot deny the innate appreciation for beauty. Even a pure-hearted warrior such as he could not escape the allure of temptation. Upon reaching Lin Yi's side, Li Rou handed him a document, her expression turning to one of fury as she exclaimed, "Lin Yi, this is the report you signed. Have your team redo it immediately. If they fail, you shall do it yourself." Lin Yi accepted the report, ushering Li Rou into his office. Once she was seated, he drew the curtains and locked the door. He then tossed the report onto the floor, a mocking grin on his face as he remarked, "Manager Li, you wield quite the authority, don't you? Has Manager Liu promised you the status of his official partner?" Liu Wei, the general manager of Lin Yi's company, was already married with 2 children. His rise to the position at such a young age was solely attributed to the influence of his father-in-law, the company's chairman. Li Rou, on the other hand, was Liu Wei's secret lover, and together they had embezzled over 30 million in company funds, an indiscretion that had only come to light in the days leading up to the apocalypse. Upon hearing Lin Yi mention Liu Wei, Li Rou's composure faltered, and she feigned calmness, replying, "What nonsense are you spouting here?" In his previous life, Lin Yi was a man of integrity who never engaged in conflicts with others. His position as the manager of the investment department was personally promoted by the chairman, who recognized his capabilities and character. Meanwhile, Li Rou, buoyed by the support of Liu Wei, frequently flaunted her authority within the company, often looking down on Lin Yi, who was her equal. Thus, when she unexpectedly heard the typically honest Lin Yi utter such words, an ominous premonition took hold of her. Lin Yi approached his desk and took a seat, crossing his legs as he slowly spoke, "Enough with the facade in my presence. I am already aware of the situation between you and General Manager Liu Wei. You two have embezzled over 30 million in company funds. Should I present the evidence for you to see?" Li Rou's heart began to race. The specificity of the amount mentioned indicated that Lin Yi must possess incriminating evidence against her and Liu Wei. Noticing her silence, Lin Yi decided to stoke the fire further. He picked up his phone and declared, "Since you refuse to acknowledge it, I shall call the chairman and urge him to investigate his son-in-law thoroughly." At this moment, Li Rou could no longer remain composed and hurriedly implored Lin Yi, "Wait. What do you want?" "I will agree to anything you ask." Lin Yi smiled subtly, his gaze assessing and predatory. In truth, he had no evidence. Calling the chairman was merely a tactic to intimidate her. Feeling the intensity of Lin Yi's gaze, Li Rou instinctively covered her chest and said, "I will give you 1 million. Just hand over all the evidence." Lin Yi shook his head. Although 1 million was not an insignificant amount, the impending crisis loomed large, and he would need considerable funds for shelter and supplies. However, he was wary of accepting the money, knowing that once the embezzlement was uncovered, Li Rou would certainly expose him. Seeing Lin Yi's refusal, Li Rou assumed he deemed the sum inadequate and gritted her teeth. "I can manage 2 million at most. That is all I have." Lin Yi again shook his head and replied, "I do not seek money. I want you." Li Rou's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated that Lin Yi's objective was her body. Although she often dressed provocatively, she considered herself a rather conservative individual, having only been intimate with 2 previous boyfriends and Liu Wei. Thus, Lin Yi's proposition placed her in a precarious position. Faced with his threat, did she truly possess the right to refuse? Once their affair was exposed, not only would her and Liu Wei's status be jeopardized, but they would also face the specter of imprisonment. The chairman, seeking to avenge his daughter, would undoubtedly not spare Liu Wei's mistress. The outcome for her was painfully evident. Liu Wei naturally could not be relied upon. He might even go so far as to shift all blame onto himself, claiming that it was he who had seduced her, in hopes of seeking forgiveness from his wife. Based on what Lin Yi knew of Liu Wei, such an act was highly plausible. Lin Yi did not afford her much time to ponder. "After work, I will book a room at the hotel downstairs. I will send the room number to your phone. The decision to come or not rests with you." Having delivered his message, Lin Yi disregarded Li Rou's complex expression and directly exited the office. Upon Lin Yi's return to the office, he discovered that Li Rou had already departed. He was entirely unconcerned that she might resort to desperate measures, for he understood that her only course of action would be to comply with his wishes, possibly even concealing matters from Liu Wei. Lin Yi settled down to work, having contemplated the course he intended to pursue. First and foremost was the acquisition of funds. A relatively straightforward endeavor, given his position as the manager of the investment department, where he possessed an astute understanding of the forthcoming trends in stocks and funds. With judicious application, amassing a substantial amount of capital within a short span of time would be effortless. Secondly, he aimed to establish an utterly secure refuge, choosing his own home as its location. Although he could opt for a standalone villa, he recalled that during his previous life, the city's infrastructure had been buried within mere days. By the time of his demise, snow had reached the 6th floor. A villa situated at a lower elevation would be at risk of being buried by heavy snowfall. Conversely, the Chuanxing community, where Lin Yi resided, was the tallest in the entire Haijing city, boasting 28 floors. His home was on the 26th floor. If snow were to cover his residence, it was likely that no place in the Blue Star would remain unscathed. Finally, he needed to prepare provisions and weaponry. Having sustenance was essential. but one also required sufficient force to safeguard oneself and the supplies. Acquiring provisions was relatively simple. Money could procure nearly anything. However, obtaining weapons posed a significant challenge due to the nation's gun control laws. Firearms were virtually non-existent in Longhua, let alone available for purchase. Should he venture abroad to acquire them? Yet, the complexities of foreign environments, coupled with his unfamiliarity, rendered such a course of action perilous. Lin Yi had no desire to perish abroad after having painstakingly returned to life. Furthermore, even if he could procure weapons, bringing them back would be an insurmountable obstacle. Just as Lin Yi found himself at a loss, he suddenly sensed something in his eyes and instinctively rubbed them. In an instant, a pristine white space manifested in his mind, an expanse that seemed boundless. He blinked again, and the space vanished. A flash of insight struck him. An alternate dimension had emerged within his left eye. The method of utilizing this dimension was imprinted in his consciousness. Lin Yi directed his gaze towards the ashtray on his desk. With a mere thought, it vanished in the next moment, appearing in the alternate space before him, quietly floating in the void. As Lin Yi's thoughts stirred once more, the ashtray reappeared upon his desk. He forcefully quelled the excitement bubbling within him. Conducting multiple experiments with fervor, Lin Yi discovered that the current spatial anomaly could only envelop objects within a 10-meter radius, but it required those objects to be distinct entities. When he attempted to draw the office door into the anomaly, he found it steadfastly immovable. A sudden thought crossed his mind. What if he were to pull himself into the anomaly? Surely, he wouldn't perish inside, would he? After a tumultuous internal debate, he ultimately refrained from making such a reckless decision. Having just acquired this newfound power, it would be a grave misfortune to unwittingly endanger his life. Instead, he resolved to experiment with a couple of living beings first. Gazing at the clock on his desk, he noted the time and subsequently drew it into the anomaly, plunging his consciousness into the spatial realm to observe the clock's behavior. A full 10 minutes elapsed, yet the clock remained utterly still within the anomaly. Upon retrieving it, the clock resumed its ticking. It appeared that time within the anomaly was suspended. Fortunately, he had not used himself as a test subject. Had he entered and found time frozen, he would have been left in a precarious predicament. Nevertheless, this revelation held promise. He could stockpile resources in the anomaly without the concern of spoilage. If he ever had the opportunity to acquire firearms, they could seamlessly bypass security checks. Lin Yi blinked his left eye, causing the anomaly before him to vanish instantaneously. Yet, he felt a peculiar sensation in his right eye, as if energy were coalescing within it. He initially believed he might possess two distinct spaces, but after extensive experimentation, he found no reaction. Reluctantly, he decided to set that idea aside. The existence of one anomalous space was already exhilarating enough. In a post-apocalyptic world, possessing an independent space far outweighed the advantages of fire-breathing, invisibility, or electrical abilities. Regardless of one's offensive capabilities, starvation would inevitably claim even the mightiest. After diligently testing his powers, Lin Yi opened his computer and selected several stocks based on his recollections. These stocks were projected to surge tenfold within a fortnight, having previously caused quite a stir. In the year 2060, the dramatic fluctuations in stock prices had eliminated the regulations on trading halts, allowing many to amass wealth during that period. Lin Yi intended to cash out at the peak. Through this maneuver, his $2 million in savings could potentially escalate to $20 million. With this newfound capital, he could leverage his prophetic abilities to reinvest in the stock market, aiming to elevate his savings to $100 million within a month. With such a sum, he would have ample resources to construct a safe haven and procure essential supplies. After committing all his savings to the stock market, all that remained was to wait. Lin Yi glanced at the clock. The end of the workday was fast approaching. Uncertain of Li Rou's thoughts, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia, reflecting on his rapid transformation over the course of a single day. Just moments ago, he had been a lovesick fool, deceived and ultimately harmed by Yuguang. Now, he had morphed into someone capable of imposing threats upon others. Chapter 4. The Beautiful Colleague. Li Rou. Yet, one must admit, there is a certain liberating pleasure in spontaneity. Although Lin Yi had harbored feelings for Li Rou in the past, moral constraints had always held him back from indulging in improper thoughts. But now, he cast aside all notions of morality and humanity. In this apocalyptic world, ethics and compassion were mere trifles. Those who clung to a saintly heart were invariably the first to perish. Lin Yi now sought to live by his own desires, determined to pursue what he wanted without compromising his own well-being. After shutting down his computer, he locked the office door and clocked out, departing the company without haste. Instead of rushing to a hotel, he opted for a meal, relishing the abundance of time he had that day. At a familiar restaurant located beneath his office building, Lin Yi ordered a bowl of noodles. The entrance of the restaurant faced the exit of their office. While enjoying his meal, He observed the stream of people emerging from the office building. Suddenly, he spotted a graceful figure. It was Li Rou. In that moment, Li Rou appeared almost guilty. Her head bowed as she exited, utterly devoid of her usual arrogance. As she passed the restaurant, Lin Yi called out to her, startled by his voice. Li Rou hesitated upon seeing him dining alone, but eventually stepped inside. Lin Yi instructed the owner to prepare a bowl of noodles for Li Rou and resumed his own meal. Li Rou watched Lin Yi savor his food. Yet her anxiety over the potential fallout left her with little appetite. Sipping his soup, Lin Yi kindly remarked, "You should eat more. After all, it's demanding work. And you'll tire easily later." As she listened to his teasing, Li Rou felt an overwhelming urge to throttle him. However, with her secrets dangling in his grasp, she had no choice but to acquiesce for the time being. Ultimately, Lin Yi finished his entire bowl, while Li Rou barely consumed half of hers. After settling the bill, Lin Yi exited the restaurant and headed to a nearby parking lot, opening the door to his car and taking a seat inside. Reluctantly, Li Rou followed suit and occupied the passenger seat. Lin Yi drove directly to a nearby hotel, parking the car and turning off the engine before taking Li Rou's hand and leading her into the establishment. The receptionist, noticing their intertwined hands, subtly recommended a couple's room, replete with various playful amenities that past guests had praised. Lin Yi smiled slightly and decisively opted for the suggested room. After registering and paying, he took the key card and, with Li Rou in tow, entered the elevator, ascending to the 6th floor. Upon opening the door, the room was immediately bathed in soft pink light, filling the space with an inviting glow. Upon a vast waterbed lay an assortment of peculiar objects. In an instant, Li Rou transformed. Her earlier shyness and hesitance vanished as she confidently stepped into the room, placing her bag upon the table opposite the waterbed. Lin Yi followed suit, deftly locking the door behind them. The following morning, Lin Yi and Li Rou checked out of the hotel, both bearing the marks of a sleepless night. Once settled in Lin Yi's car, the warmth and compliance Li Rou had exhibited the previous evening dissipated, replaced by a frigid demeanor as she retrieved a camera from her bag and addressed Lin Yi. "I will only accompany you this once. Thereafter, we shall part ways. I have recorded everything that transpired last night. Should you dare to threaten me again, I will release the video, ensuring you face imprisonment as well." Lin Yi, observing Li Rou, burst into laughter. "Feel free to make it public, but do you truly think I would be incarcerated? What did we do last night? Merely engage in a casual encounter. Does that constitute a crime? Casual encounter?" Li Rou stood frozen by Lin Yi's words. Indeed. Could merely their bedchamber video serve as leverage against him? He had not assaulted her. If Lin Yi insisted that their encounter was consensual, who could challenge him? Moreover, from the footage, she appeared more proactive than he. If one were to claim assault, it would be her who had coerced him. Lin Yi, noticing Li Rou's stunned silence, took the camera from her grasp, examined the footage, and remarked, "I never anticipated you were one to document your life. This is quite well done. Consider it a gift to me." With that, he placed the camera in the compartment of the driver's seat. Li Rou made no objection. After all, her leverage was now in Lin Yi's possession, and an additional video mattered little. As it was the weekend and there was no work to attend to, Lin Yi drove Li Rou home, fighting off fatigue as he returned to the Sichuan community. After parking the car, he wearily made his way inside. Upon opening the door and gazing at the sight of his previous life's demise, painful memories surged forth. Lin Yi silently vowed that since fate had granted him a second chance, he would live for himself, while others would pay for their transgressions. Just wait, in 2 months, Lin Yi would exact his revenge. He removed his shoes and clothing, collapsing onto the bed in exhaustion after a night devoid of sleep, compounded by the intensity of the previous evening's activities. Time slipped by, and as dusk enveloped the world outside, Lin Yi remained peacefully asleep. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone pierced the tranquility, rousing him from slumber. With eyes still closed, he grasped the phone from the bedside table, not bothering to check the caller ID before answering. A familiar female voice resonated on the other end. "Lin Yi, my friends and I are dining downstairs in the community. Could you come and settle the bill?" The once familiar voice jolted Lin Yi to full awareness. Glancing at the name displayed on his phone, he realized, Xue. A sudden aura of menace erupted from Lin Yi. After a prolonged silence, the voice on the other end of the phone assumed a commanding tone, reiterating, "Hello, Lin Yi. Do you hear me? I am downstairs. You must come down immediately to settle the bill." Lin Yi forcefully suppressed the murderous intent brewing within him. Recognizing that patience was essential, now was not the time to settle scores. He then made a concerted effort to respond in a calm manner. "All right. I will be there shortly." Seated in the restaurant, Wang Xue hung up the phone with a sense of satisfaction. Zhang Qian, sitting nearby, remarked, "Xue, you truly possess a talent for keeping Lin Yi at your beck and call. He is even more obedient than a dog." The table erupted in laughter. With a touch of arrogance, Wang Xue replied. Of course, men are inherently fickle. A little kindness and they become insufferably bold. Sometimes, one must discipline them. Yang Shuang chimed in. Exactly. Lin Yi should take a good look at himself. If it weren't for our shared schooling, even if he begged us to pay, our Xue wouldn't care to oblige. Wang Xue retrieved a pack of women's cigarettes from her bag, lit one, and inhaled deeply. Enough about that annoying fellow. Aside from spending a bit of money, he is utterly useless. On days when I am in a foul mood, I will simply kick him to the curb. Letting him trail behind me is exasperating. Chapter 5. Wang Xue. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi proceeded to wash his face in the restroom. The cold water helped to considerably temper his wrath. Realizing that revenge was not an option at present, he resolved to toy with her instead, as a means of reclaiming some interest. Conveniently, they were dining downstairs, and he was also feeling quite hungry, making it an opportune moment for a meal. After freshening up, Lin Yi donned his attire, grabbed his keys, and stepped out. Upon arriving at the restaurant on the ground floor of his complex, he pushed open the door to find Wang Xue and her friends engaged in conversation. He recognized all of them, aside from Wang Xue's two close friends, Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian. The rest were acquaintances of hers. Lin Yi had seen them numerous times when Wang Xue summoned him to settle their bills. Upon noticing Lin Yi's entrance, Zhang Qian waved at him and promptly summoned a waiter to fetch Lin Yi for the payment. Lin Yi chose a vacant table and picked up the menu to peruse. When the waiter presented the bill for Wang Xue and her companions, Lin Yi glanced at it briefly. They had indeed ordered a considerable amount, with 6 girls selecting 14 dishes, accompanied by 3 bottles of red wine and 2 cases of beer, totaling 3,200 yuan. Lin Yi tossed the bill onto the table and addressed the waiter. Why are you bringing me the bill? I haven't even ordered yet. You should seek out those who dined. The bewildered waiter made his way toward Wang Xue's table. As anticipated, within half a minute, Wang Xue and her companions approached Lin Yi, visibly furious. Lin Yi, what are you doing? It's just a matter of treating us to a meal. Why are you hesitating? Zhang Qian chimed in beside her. Indeed, Xue is offering you an opportunity. If you are unwilling to spend a little for her, how can we trust you with her in the future? Although Yang Shuang remained silent, her face mirrored the anger directed at Lin Yi, as if he had committed some egregious offense. Lin Yi looked at the 3 women who were questioning him with indignation and smiled faintly, saying, I haven't eaten your food, so why should I treat you? Moreover, what opportunity do I need from you? Don't forget, you 3 are still living in my house. Just to inform you, starting this month, I will be collecting rent. Out of consideration for our old friendship, I'll charge you a reduced rate of 3,000 a month. If you can't afford it, you should move out immediately. The 3 women were taken aback, astonished that the usually meek Lin Yi was suddenly so assertive. Wang Xue gritted her teeth. Lin Yi was acting strangely today. Perhaps he had taken the wrong medicine? For so many years, he had always yielded to her wishes. When had he ever dared to defy her? Whenever she hinted at displeasure, he would promptly apologize and admit fault. Yet today, such words had escaped his lips. Lin Yi, you will regret this. I shall never forgive you, Wang Xue declared, stamping her foot in frustration before returning to her seat. Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian then began to lecture Lin Yi. The trio worked seamlessly together. Wang Xue would storm off in anger, and her 2 friends would launch an attack, articulating what she found difficult to express herself, maintaining her pristine image while avoiding direct confrontation. With this tactic, Wang Xue had captured numerous admirers, reaping benefits that she would split with her friends. They had no choice. Their looks paled in comparison to Wang Xue's, so they were relegated to the role of supporting players. Lin Yi, we have known each other since college. You should understand Wang Xue's temperament. Go apologize to her immediately, pay for the meal, and perhaps offer her a gift to seek her forgiveness. Yang Shuang, and I can even speak well of you in her presence. Otherwise, if she completely ignores you, don't come to us for help, Zhang Qian advised earnestly, as if she were entirely concerned for him. Exactly. How can a guy be so stingy and expect to find a girlfriend? Just the other day, Xue mentioned she was considering giving you a chance, and now you've upset her. Don't you want her to be your girlfriend? Yang Shuang added, echoing Zhang Qian's sentiments. In the past, upon hearing that Wang Xue was willing to offer him an opportunity, Lin Yi would have leapt for joy, immediately presenting her with luxury handbags to express his feelings. However, at this moment, even if Wang Xue were to strip bare and offer herself freely, he would merely feel repulsed at the thought. Lin Yi paid no heed to the 2 individuals who were incessantly chattering away. He simply gestured for the waiter to come over, subsequently ordering several of his favorite dishes along with a bowl of rice. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang exchanged glances, perplexed by Lin Yi's indifference. Based on their understanding of him, they believed that even a mere hint regarding Wang Xue's interest in Lin Yi would prompt him to eagerly approach her. However, the reality was that Lin Yi remained unfazed. It was only when he picked up his chopsticks, preparing to enjoy his meal, that they reluctantly returned to Wang Xue's side. Wang Xue shot them a fierce glare, silently scolding them for their ineptitude. How could they not manage Lin Yi? How could she expect them to assist her in winning over Su Shuai? Su Shuai was Wang Xue's latest target, a well-known second-generation rich heir in Haijing City, with family assets amounting to hundreds of billions, and whose parents were shareholders of the largest supermarket chain in the nation. Wang Xue had met Su Shuai at a nightclub, and upon learning of his wealth, she devoted herself entirely to him. If she could bear Su Shuai's child, marrying into a wealthy family would be within her grasp. As for Lin Yi, the impoverished fellow could go wherever he pleased. When the waiter presented the bill to her, Wang Xue's friends began to feign interest in their phones. Eventually, she retrieved her salary card from her bag. Both Wang Xue and Zhang Qian were employees at a small company, earning less than 5,000 yuan a month. This meal consumed a significant portion of Wang Xue's salary, causing her considerable distress. Yet, with her friends present, she could not afford to tarnish the image she had painstakingly crafted as a member of Haijing City's elite, so she reluctantly covered the bill. Moreover, she had previously declared that she would treat them, assuming Lin Yi would be paying. Thus, they had ordered extravagantly. Had she known Lin Yi would refuse to foot the bill, she would have ordered less. After settling the payment, Wang Xue clenched her teeth as she put her salary card back into her bag, attributing her predicament entirely to Lin Yi. In the past, he had always been readily available to pay, and now he was suddenly unwilling to do so, making a fool of her in front of everyone. They were still staying at Lin Yi's home, and she decided to keep a mental note of this debt. Planning to settle it with him once she became Su Shuai's girlfriend. Chapter 6. Policewoman Jiang Shuyan. After finishing all the dishes on the table, Lin Yi noticed that Wang Xue and the others had departed. He placed the last piece of meat into his mouth and let out a satisfied burp. Rubbing his round belly, Lin Yi, having endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic existence, understood the importance of not wasting food. In the 20 days following the onset of the apocalypse, even half a bun could incite two former friends to fight or compel a man to willingly sacrifice his wife. In their eyes, food was not merely sustenance. It represented their very lives, their hope for survival. After Lin Yi settled the bill, he stepped out of the restaurant. It was already 9 in the evening, but the nightlife of Haijing City was just beginning. Young men and women strolled in groups along the streets, their hair dyed in vibrant hues and their bodies adorned with tattoos. With nothing pressing to do, Lin Yi meandered through the streets. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead, accompanied by the shattering of beer bottles. Driven by a natural curiosity, a crowd began to gather. Lin Yi quickened his pace to join them. Before him stood two intoxicated men embroiled in a confrontation with several young individuals. Under the influence of alcohol, the altercation swiftly escalated from verbal insults to a physical brawl. 3 young men sustained injuries, while the 2 drunken men also bore wounds, and the ground was stained with blood and scattered shards of glass. The restaurant owner promptly dialed the police, and shortly thereafter, 3 patrol cars arrived at the scene. 6 uniformed officers disembarked, escorting the injured to an ambulance. Lin Yi squinted, recognizing a familiar face among the officers. It was Jiang Shuyan, his neighbor who lived just below him. Jiang Shuyan had become a notable figure in their community. Her parents held high positions within the police force. After graduating from the police academy, she quickly ascended to the rank of officer, gaining renown for her exceptional investigative skills and striking beauty, ultimately earning the title of Haijing City's leading female officer. The municipal police department even promoted her as a spokesperson, presenting her to the press. In terms of appearance, Jiang Shuyan far surpassed Wang Xue. If Wang Xue scored an 80, Jiang Shuyan would undoubtedly achieve a 98. The 2 women were in entirely different leagues, with Jiang Shuyan's beauty eclipsing that of many celebrities. Lin Yi refrained from pursuing Jiang Shuyan, largely due to his preconceived notions stemming from Wang Xue, coupled with the ethereal aura Jiang Shuyan exuded, which made him feel unworthy and hesitant to entertain any notions of romance. However, during the cataclysm of his previous life, Jiang Shuyan had not been in the community. She had reportedly been reassigned elsewhere, leaving Lin Yi unaware of her fate. After exchanging a few words with the restaurant owner, Jiang Shuyan intended to return to her vehicle when she noticed Lin Yi, who was observing the scene nearby. Due to their shared residence, they often crossed paths during their comings and goings, albeit only exchanging casual greetings. Approaching Lin Yi, Jiang Shuyan said, "Lin Yi, what a coincidence. Are you out for a stroll?" In the past, Lin Yi might have shyly nodded in response, but he was a changed man now. Having been granted a second chance at life, he resolved to follow his heart, no longer concerned with the opinions of others. A confident smile graced his lips as he replied, "Indeed, just a solitary wanderer seeking to alleviate the evening's boredom." He even playfully tousled his fine fringe. Jiang Shuyan responded with an awkward yet polite smile, then waved her hand and said, "Please continue on your way. I have matters to attend to, so I must be off." Lin Yi, noticing that his subtle hints had no effect, remained undeterred. He thought to himself that when the apocalypse arrived, with a wealth of resources at his disposal, he could effortlessly summon any woman he desired. As a few individuals were escorted away, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Having seen enough of the commotion, Lin Yi made his way home. Upon reaching the ground floor, he encountered Wang Xue and her companions, hand in hand, returning from outside. Observing their closeness, Lin Yi, aware of Wang Xue's numerous past relationships, might have assumed the three women were romantically involved had he not known better. However, he now had reason to suspect that Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang might share a similar bond. The three women spotted Lin Yi simultaneously, after a huff from Wang Xue. She walked past him without a glance, followed closely by Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian. Once inside the elevator, Lin Yi pressed the button for the 26th floor. As the elevator ascended slowly, it paused at the 20th floor, where Wang Xue and her companions exited. Before the doors closed, Lin Yi called out to them, reminding them not to forget the rent due tomorrow. He then shut the elevator doors, ignoring the furious glares directed at him. In Haijing City, a rent of 3,000 yuan was not exorbitant. Properties of similar size in the Sichuan community typically commanded at least 5,000 per month. Lin Yi's insistence on collecting rent was purely to provoke them. He set the amount at 3,000 to prevent them from deeming it too expensive and moving out. After all, how could he administer his retribution if they were to leave? It would be unthinkable to brave the heavy snow to confront them at their home. The ultimate punishment, he mused, would be to let them endure hunger and cold outside, while he luxuriated in the warmth of his abode, indulging in fine cuisine. Merely eliminating them would not satiate his resentment. Upon returning home, Lin Yi opened his computer and checked the stock market. The shares he had purchased were steadily on the rise. After making a few adjustments, he closed the page and began searching for renovation companies that could fortify his residence. Recognizing that ordinary contractors would not suffice, he scoured the internet for relevant case studies. Eventually, Lin Yi discovered several companies specializing in apocalyptic bunkers. After thorough evaluation, he settled on a firm named Tianli Protection. This company is a leading entity in the construction of Doomsday shelters within the Dragon Kingdom. Renowned for its exceptional reputation within the industry, he noted that there was a safe house they had constructed located in the suburbs of Haijing City. Perched upon a small hill, allegedly, it was built as a lavish birthday gift for a wealthy man's son, costing several billion yuan. The structure featured 5 levels, 3 above ground and 2 below, with walls composed of alloy plates over 10 centimeters thick, impervious even to standard artillery. Inside, it boasted amenities such as a temperature-controlled swimming pool, a gym, a generator, and smart locks, among other facilities. As Lin Yi gazed longingly, his mouth nearly watering, he noted that the safe house was perched atop a mountain. Although the snow was thick, it would not necessarily engulf him entirely. He committed the location to memory, planning to explore it if the opportunity arose in the future. Chapter 7. Collecting rent. Lin Yi dialed the number listed on the website, but it went unanswered. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 10. Typically, companies would have closed for the day by this hour. He promptly abandoned the idea of continuing to call. There was no urgency at present, especially since his funds were tied up in the stock market, leaving him unable to access even the deposit. After a brief session of scrolling on his phone, Lin Yi dozed off. The following morning, at 5 o'clock, he rose, had a light meal, and tested his spatial abilities, relieved to find they remained intact. This power was his foundation, and he could not afford any mishaps. He took out his phone and called the Tianli Protection Company, scheduling a meeting before washing up hastily. He then took the elevator to the 20th floor. Arriving at Wang Xue's home, Lin Yi knocked firmly on the door, waiting for a minute without receiving any response. Retrieving a key from his pocket, he unlocked the door. As this residence had been prepared by his parents as a marital home for him, granting him rightful access. Previously, he had refrained from entering to avoid misunderstandings with Wang Xue, but now it was of little consequence. The door was not locked. Upon opening it, he stepped inside. Ever since he had allowed Wang Xue to reside there, he had not set foot in the apartment. He had personally designed the decor, and with the inclusion of appliances like the television and refrigerator, it had cost nearly 500,000, representing an exquisite renovation. However, the current state of the place was disheartening. The living room was cluttered with dozens of empty bottles, while the ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts. At the entrance, a chaotic assortment of high-heeled shoes lay strewn about, and a strong odor permeated the air. Lin Yi was taken aback. He had anticipated that the 3 women, who appeared glamorous, would maintain such a disorderly home. Navigating through the sea of bottles, he entered the kitchen, where greasy stains marred the countertops. A pot contained remnants of what seemed to be a recently enjoyed hot pot, and the sink overflowed with trash and unwashed dishes. Witnessing his beloved marital home reduced to such squalor by Wang Xue and her companions filled Lin Yi with indignation. He even contemplated evicting them on the spot. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he was soon overwhelmed by the unpleasant aromas wafting through the air, prompting him to cough. Fixating on the 3 closed bedroom doors, he seized a beer bottle from the floor and hurled it to the ground. The resounding crash echoed through the space, and moments later, the bedroom doors swung open as Wang Xue and her companions emerged, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Strangely enough, Wang Xue did indeed emerge from her room, while Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang stepped out from the same chamber. Lin Yi's suspicions were immediately confirmed. These two were undeniably in a same-sex relationship. It was no wonder that they had been inseparable since their university days and had never had boyfriends throughout the years. Upon seeing Lin Yi in the living room, Wang Xue was taken aback. Lin Yi produced a printed rental agreement from his pocket and placed it on the sofa. He then addressed Wang Xue, stating, "As I mentioned yesterday, I will be collecting rent from now on. Here is the contract. If there are no objections, please sign it and submit the rent. It amounts to a total of 12,000, with 1 month's deposit and 3 months' rent in advance." Wang Xue stared blankly at the contract. Momentarily stunned from just waking up, Zhang Qian, however, was quick to respond. "Lin Yi, have you no shame? Are you seriously asking us for money? Are you even a man?" Yang Shuang did not echo Zhang Qian's sentiments but instead turned to Wang Xue, saying, "Xue, look at him. Can you accept a man like this? If he dares to demand money from us today, even if he kneels and begs you in the future, do not give him the time of day." Wang Xue remained silent, merely glaring coldly at Lin Yi. In the face of her icy gaze, Lin Yi did not flinch. His eyes even bore a hint of menace. Witnessing how they had transformed their home into such chaos, Lin Yi contemplated drastic measures. Yet he chose to exercise restraint for the sake of his future plans. With only 2 months remaining, he intended to ensure they experienced the agony of a post-apocalyptic existence before their gradual demise. Wang Xue was startled by the murderous glint in Lin Yi's eyes. Perplexed as to why he, who had previously been so compliant, now exhibited such disdain for her. Did he somehow learn of her past abortions? That seemed impossible. Aside from Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, no one else was privy to that secret, and they would never divulge it to Lin Yi. With a sigh, Wang Xue retreated to her room, preparing to transfer money to Lin Yi. Having just spent over 3,000 on dinner the previous day, she now faced a rent of 4,000. As a person living paycheck to paycheck, she was about to deplete her meager savings. Fortunately, the big catch she had been pursuing was nearly within reach. As long as she could secure Su Shui, her financial troubles would soon be alleviated. Seeing that Wang Xue was already in the process of paying, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang had no choice but to return to their phones to transfer money to Lin Yi as well, each contributing 4,000. They would be sacrificing their entire month's salary. Yet, given Lin Yi's unwavering stance, it was clear that failing to pay could result in them being evicted. Renting elsewhere would only incur higher costs. After collecting the payments, Lin Yi signed the rental agreement and walked straight out. Wang Xue, filled with rage, shouted at Lin Yi's retreating figure, "Lin Yi, from now on, we shall sever all ties. When you think of me in the future, do not come looking for me." Lin Yi appeared to ignore her, the only response being the resounding slam of the door behind him. After Lin Yi departed from the residential community, he steered his car towards the city center. As he passed by a lottery ticket sales outlet, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. He recalled a moment from his previous life when he had purchased a lottery ticket, winning a third prize that netted him 3,000 yuan. Upon reflecting on the timing, he realized that the drawing was scheduled for tomorrow evening. Without hesitation, Lin Yi parked his car at the roadside, indifferent to the possibility of a parking violation. What did it matter if he were to lose points? Would he even need a driver's license in the future? Upon entering the lottery outlet, he wrote down the first prize numbers on a piece of paper and handed it to the proprietor. The owner, who was smoking behind the counter, inquired how many tickets he wished to purchase. With an excited expression, Lin Yi declared, "I would like to buy 200 tickets. 200 tickets? Although the owner had been in the business for many years, this was the first time he encountered a customer willing to buy such a large quantity. Typically, purchasing 10 tickets was already quite ambitious. Such confidence in one's own numbers. Nevertheless, as a customer, he had no choice but to oblige. And he proceeded to print a ticket with 200 entries, handing it over to Lin Yi. After settling the payment, Lin Yi clutched the ticket tightly in his hand and, upon leaving the outlet, stored it away in his spatial pocket. This ticket had become of utmost importance. Once the drawing occurred, considering the current prize pool, Lin Yi could potentially walk away with at least 8 or 900 million yuan. With such wealth at his disposal, who would bother with stocks? He could simply return home, renovate his living space, and indulge in leisure. Having alleviated one of his burdens, Lin Yi drove directly to the headquarters of Tianli Security Company. Situated in the heart of Haijing City, the company occupied a substantial area. housed within an independent 3-story office building. The fact that this company possessed such a significant office space in the precious real estate of Haijing City indicated its considerable strength. Prior to his arrival, Lin Yi had made the necessary arrangements, and as soon as he parked his car, 2 individuals emerged from the building, a man and a woman, both clad in professional attire. The man, despite his modest height of 1.70 meters, boasted a physique sculpted by diligent training, while the woman exuded an air of competence. Her long hair meticulously styled in an updo, moving with a commanding presence that belied traditional femininity. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Yi, the trio proceeded into the office building. Through their discussions, Lin Yi learned that the man's name was Liu Wei, the business manager of Tianli Security Company, and a retired Special Forces soldier. The woman, named Li Jing, was also a former Special Forces operative and had served alongside Liu Wei. During their time in the military, they had developed mutual feelings for one another. However, due to the regulations of military life, neither had dared to confess their affections. It was only after their retirement that they finally came together. And they had been married for several years now. Lin Yi held a deep respect for these defenders of the nation, particularly those who served on the front lines. Without their bravery in repelling external threats, the comfortable life enjoyed today would not be possible. Under the guidance of Liu Wei, the trio ascended to a reception room on the 2nd floor. With the advancement of Blue Star technology, the ecosystem has suffered varying degrees of degradation, and the greenhouse effect has intensified, leading many affluent individuals to worry about the sudden onset of an apocalyptic crisis. Where there is demand, there is supply. Thus, companies specializing in constructing safe havens have emerged in response. Lin Yi settled onto the sofa and articulated his requirements. Upon learning that Lin Yi intended to establish a safe house on the 26th floor, both men expressed surprise. Their company typically builds Doomsday fortresses for clients. Yet constructing one within a residential building was a novel concept. Such a safe house could only defend against ordinary assaults. In the event of an earthquake or tsunami, it would be rendered utterly ineffective. If the entire structure were to collapse, what good would a fortified room do? However, Lin Yi maintained that it was of little concern, as his intention was not to guard against seismic or tidal disasters. He merely wished to deter those who would attempt to seize his resources. Should he construct an underground bunker, he risked being entombed by snow, as nearly 20 meters of accumulated snow could transform his refuge into a coffin. Although Liu Wei and his team had never undertaken a similar project, they were compelled to rise to the occasion. Driven by the client's demands and the prospect of financial gain, Lin Yi left his address and contact information, and Liu Wei planned to conduct a site survey that afternoon, after which a construction design plan would be drafted. Provided Lin Yi approved, work could commence upon payment. After departing from Tianli Protection Company, Lin Yi made his way directly back to Sichuan Community. While passing through the square, he encountered the elderly Mr. Liu from next door, who was engrossed in a game of chess. Lin Yi had grown up under Mr. Liu's watchful eye, and they shared a bond that transcended generations. In his youth, Mr. Liu had worked as a locksmith for several decades. Following retirement, he purchased a home in Sichuan Community to care for his young grandson. The two often engaged in chess matches after Lin Yi finished work. In a previous life, however, Mr. Liu had met a tragic fate when intruders invaded his home half a month after the arrival of the apocalypse, resulting in his and his grandson's gruesome demise. Noticing Lin Yi passing by, Mr. Liu called out to him. Lin Yi smiled faintly, seated himself across from Mr. Liu, arranged the chess pieces, and commenced their match. As seasoned opponents, they were intimately acquainted with each other's strategies. The game remained in a stalemate for half an hour before culminating in Lin Yi's victory. Despite his advanced age, Mr. Liu was fiercely competitive and, having lost the first match, insisted on challenging Lin Yi to another round. Lin Yi, unable to dissuade him, acquiesced and played again. Ultimately, Mr. Liu emerged triumphant in the second game, thoroughly satisfied. At that moment, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was Liu Wei, who had arrived at Sichuan Community with his company's engineers. Acknowledging Lin Yi's pressing engagement, Mr. Liu graciously allowed him to leave. Before departing, Lin Yi pondered for a moment and could not resist informing old Liu. I have recently come across some rumors suggesting that within the next couple of months, we may experience natural disasters. It would be prudent to stockpile some food during this period, as it is better to be prepared for the unexpected. Lin Yi refrained from divulging too much. Having offered his warning was already a significant gesture of goodwill. Whether old Liu chose to heed this advice was entirely up to him. Old Liu, while fiddling with the chess pieces, nodded and replied, "All right, I understand." Observing his demeanor, Lin Yi recognized that the warning had not fully registered in his mind, yet he decided against further reminders. One must always be cautious, after all. Should others accuse him of spreading rumors, he could potentially face detention. Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of the community to welcome Liu Wei and his team. The Chuangshua community is an upscale residential area in Haijing City, where entry requires a card swipe, and security personnel are stationed around the clock. Luo Jun brought along 4 engineers, all equipped with tools, but his wife, Li Jing, did not accompany him. After escorting them upstairs, Lin Yi opened the door. The engineers retrieved shoe covers from their pockets, then entered the room to begin measuring the dimensions and layout. Lin Yi patiently waited at the doorway. After a full half hour, Luo Jun emerged with the gathered data. He addressed Lin Yi, saying, "Mr. Lin, we can undertake the renovation of this property. We will provide you with the design plans by tomorrow evening at the latest. However, I must reiterate that the costs associated with modifying a safe house are considerably high, particularly for high-rise buildings. The weight of the construction materials is a critical factor. If the materials are too heavy, it could lead to structural collapse. Therefore, we must utilize the latest technological alloy materials, which, correspondingly, are quite expensive. When all is calculated, the renovation costs may well exceed the value of this property itself." Lin Yi nodded in understanding and replied, "I comprehend. Money is not an issue. Please expedite the design plans." Upon receiving Lin Yi's affirmation, Luo Jun and his team departed. He was not concerned that Lin Yi might be toying with him. After all, they were merely providing a design plan, and they bore no risk. Should they proceed with the project, a deposit would naturally be required. Following Lin Yi's specifications, the renovation costs for this safe house would likely amount to at least 8 figures. The alloy materials are exceedingly expensive. A 10-centimeter thick alloy sheet costs over 10,000 per square meter. Given that the floor area alone exceeds 100 square meters alongside the ceiling and surrounding walls, the material expenses would easily reach into the millions. However, the corresponding defensive capabilities are remarkably formidable. Not only would it withstand bullets, but even a targeted detonation from C4 explosives would require a significant yield to pose any threat. Yet, this is long country, where even standard handguns are scarce, let alone C4. The most significant advantage of this alloy plate lies in its lightweight nature. A 10-centimeter thick alloy plate weighs approximately the same as an ordinary brick. Moreover, it possesses excellent insulation properties, effectively resisting both electrical conduction and temperature fluctuations, making it a cutting-edge technological marvel of 2060. Luo Jun calculated that should this order materialize, his commission alone would amount to no less than 200,000. In order to secure this opportunity, Luo Jun summoned all the designers in the company, determined to produce a design that would thoroughly satisfy Lin Yi. Once he had bid farewell to Luo Jun and the others, Lin Yi closed the door and proceeded to check the stock market on his computer. Within a mere 2 days, the stocks he had purchased had more than doubled in value, soaring from 2 million to 5 million. Lin Yi meticulously adjusted his stock portfolio, intent on maximizing his returns. He immersed himself in work at the computer all afternoon, neglecting even lunch. Preferring not to be disturbed during his deep focus, he opted to order takeout via his phone, selecting a bowl of char siu rice and a cup of milk tea, leaving a note for the delivery to be placed at the door. After an indeterminate period, Lin Yi's stomach grumbled once more. A glance at the clock revealed that 2 hours had elapsed, and his phone indicated that the delivery had long since arrived. Rising to stretch his aching neck, he approached the door to retrieve his meal. However, upon opening the door, he was met with a scene of utter disarray. Remnants of food littered the ground, and the cup of milk tea lay shattered. Closing the door once more, Lin Yi took out his phone and accessed an app linked to a camera installed at his door, enabling him to view the events outside. Adjusting the time to an hour and a half prior, he observed a young woman exiting the elevator with a gray wolf dog in tow. This woman, Lu Mei, a solitary dweller residing directly across from Lin Yi, had acquired the large dog 2 years prior for companionship, as she feared living alone. The residential community had strict regulations against keeping large dogs due to the presence of many children, as such breeds could pose risks. Despite several discussions with the property management, Lu Mei remained obstinate, refusing to adhere to their requests. Over time, the management had grown weary of her defiance, and since no incidents had occurred, they ceased their attempts to intervene. In a previous life, Lu Mei had resorted to a desperate act, slaughtering her pet dog for sustenance during a time of scarcity. She survived on the meat for over a month, living well until Lin Yi met his demise at the hands of Wang Xue. Observing the wolf dog emerge from the elevator, it sniffed the air, likely drawn by the enticing aroma of char siu rice, and made a beeline for Lin Yi's takeout. Lu Mei, witnessing her dog tearing into Lin Yi's meal, made no effort to intervene, instead standing quietly behind, awaiting the completion of the feast. Afterward, he returned home with his dog in tow. Lin Yi, having watched the video, was instantly consumed by fury. He slipped on his shoes and dashed across the street to knock on the door. Shortly, a voice from within announced, "What is it?" Lin Yi, straining to suppress his anger, replied, Your dog devoured my takeaway. Did you not see? There was a moment of silence. Then Liu Mei's voice responded. What evidence do you have? My precious son never consumes that junk food. He only eats imported dog food. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh at Liu Mei's audacity. He brandished the video from his phone in front of the peephole and declared, My door has a camera that captured everything clearly. Are you still denying it? Upon seeing the evidence in Lin Yi's hand, Liu Mei dropped her pretense and resorted to being unreasonable. So what if my son ate it? It's just a measly takeaway. Worth hardly anything. How dare you come to confront me? It's your fault for leaving the food at the door. It got eaten, so you deserve it. If you leave your takeaway at the door again, my son will eat it again. Lin Yi, infuriated, was on the verge of smashing the door. But he suddenly collected himself and shifted his tone. Fine, it's just a takeaway. Consider it my treat to your son. But if you can't keep an eye on your dog next time, don't blame me for being rude. With that, he returned to his own room without waiting for Liu Mei's response. Seated on the sofa, Lin Yi retrieved his phone and began searching a website. At last, he found a link on a dark website for an aphrodisiac. He placed an order for the most potent one, which boasted a brief description, unyielding vigor, unrivaled. Afterwards, Lin Yi ordered another takeaway. When the delivery arrived, he opened the door to bring it inside. Having finished his meal, the clock struck 8 in the evening. Lin Yi had risen early that day and, after a long and tiring day, was now too exhausted to keep his eyes open. Tomorrow was Monday, and he had to go to work. After a quick wash-up, he lay down to sleep. The next morning, Lin Yi rose with vigor, freshened up, and headed downstairs to a breakfast shop for a bite to eat before driving to the office. As he entered the elevator, he unexpectedly encountered Li Rou and the company's general manager, Liu Wei. Li Rou was Liu Wei's clandestine lover, and Liu Wei feared that his secret affair would be discovered by his father-in-law. Thus, he dared not display any intimacy with Li Rou in the office. Lin Yi observed the two in their serious demeanor with a chuckle. However, Li Rou, upon seeing Lin Yi, exhibited a fleeting look of panic. She dared not disclose Lin Yi's threats to Liu Wei, for she feared that Liu Wei, in a fit of rage, would cast her aside as unworthy. As Lin Yi stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for his floor, he stood beside Li Rou, a malicious amusement bubbling up within him. Chapter 10. Administering the drug, Lin Yi transferred the leather bag from his right hand to his left. Subsequently, his right hand slowly caressed Li Rou's backside. Startled by Lin Yi's audacity, Li Rou was momentarily taken aback. However, with Liu Wei standing beside her, she feared detection and remained rigidly still. Observing Li Rou's remarkable composure, Lin Yi grew bolder, pinching her rear with a firm grip. Li Rou, caught off guard by this sudden assault, nearly gasped aloud, stifling her reaction with a feigned cough. Liu Wei turned with a look of confusion, inquiring, Are you all right? Li Rou waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine, just a cold. My throat is a bit scratchy. As she spoke, the elevator doors opened, prompting her to hastily flee from the confines of the elevator. Although Liu Wei found her behavior somewhat peculiar, he dismissed it and followed her out. Seated in his office, Lin Yi gazed at the data on his computer, anticipating that his 2 million would transform into 10 million by the following morning. Throughout the entire day, he had not seen Li Rou and wondered if she was deliberately avoiding him. As noon approached, Lin Yi received a link from Luo Jun. Upon opening it, a 3D model of a room materialized on his screen. The layout unmistakably resembled Lin Yi's own home. Accompanying the model were explanatory notes. Lin Yi scrutinized the details. All walls were constructed from 10-centimeter thick high-tech alloy panels, including the floor and ceiling, with no visible seams. A layer of cement on the exterior made them appear as ordinary walls. The living room windows had been fitted with state-of-the-art bulletproof glass, approximately 10 centimeters thick, costing 3 to 4 times more than the alloy panels, boasting superior hardness and thermal insulation. The security door was also custom-made from this alloy, measuring a formidable 20 centimeters in thickness. The door operated using a serrated interlocking mechanism, requiring high-intensity explosives to breach. If a bomb capable of demolishing the alloy door were to explode at Lin Yi's entrance, the resultant blast could level the entire building. Additionally, the door was equipped with a shooting port and a set of flamethrowers, the latter being a contentious request that Lin Yi had insisted upon. While the shooting port was a simple matter of creating a small opening, installing flamethrowers was illegal, and Luo Jun would bear responsibility should any issues arise. Beyond these external defenses, the interior was replete with amenities. A fireplace was constructed in the living room, and underfloor heating was installed, allowing warmth to be distributed through water pipes to every room when the fireplace was lit. The electrical and plumbing systems within the house have been entirely dismantled. In one of the bedrooms, 3 generators and 2 5-cubic-meter water tanks have been installed to ensure a steady supply of water and electricity for the safe house. The ventilation system has also been enhanced with a filtration feature, effectively isolating any toxic or unusually odorous gases. Even the toilet in the bathroom has undergone special treatment to prevent blockage due to cold temperatures. Lin Yi is thoroughly satisfied with the overall construction, and the intricate design details evoke his admiration. Truly, the expertise of a professional Doomsday bunker designer far surpasses that of an amateur like himself, who relies solely on imagination. After receiving Lin Yi's approval, Luo Jun is equally pleased, as it seems that the promised bonus is assured. He subsequently informs Lin Yi of the renovation costs, totaling 61 million. Lin Yi is required to pay a 30% deposit, amounting to 18 million, before work can commence. The remaining 70% must be settled within 3 months of the house's completion. Although Lin Yi appreciates the excellent design, he currently finds himself without a penny, as his savings are tied up in the stock market, awaiting a substantial return. He estimates that it will take at least another half-month to accumulate 100 million. His hopes now rest on tonight's lottery. Reluctantly, Lin Yi decides to delay and makes additional requests, suggesting the installation of concealed explosion-proof cameras within the community, specifically those capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -60 or 70 degrees. However, Luo Jun outright refuses this request, citing the legal implications of installing cameras in the community, which could infringe upon others' privacy. While he agrees to install a flamethrower at the entrance, he knows that Lin Yi, being sensible, would not easily use it, and should an incident occur, he would not escape culpability. Moreover, Lin Yi has assured him that he could forego the flamethrower option when signing for the house, claiming it was a personal addition. The cameras, however, are a different matter. Such a large installation would inevitably lead back to him. Ultimately, Lin Yi concedes, stating that cameras covering only Building 16 would suffice, leaving the other buildings to their own devices. After some contemplation, Luo Jun reluctantly agrees. They arrange to sign the contract a week later before ending the call. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after clocking out, Lin Yi heads directly to the Sichuan community. After retrieving a package he had ordered online from the express delivery station, he makes his way home. In the community square, he coincidentally encounters Lu Mei walking her dog. Lin Yi, not wanting to linger, hurries home and promptly orders takeout on his phone, specifically selecting a generous portion of braised pork. Once the order is placed, he settles onto the living room sofa to await its arrival. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rings. Lin Yi opens the door, expresses his gratitude, and brings the takeout inside. Lin Yi opened the package and sprinkled the aphrodisiac he had purchased online into it. After sealing the lid, he placed the takeout at his doorstep. Concerned that Lu Mei's dog might not eat it, he deliberately left a slight gap, allowing the enticing aroma of the meat to waft through the entire corridor. Lin Yi peered out the window, and, upon seeing Lu Mei returning with her dog, immediately crouched by the door to observe. Moments later, the elevator door slid open, revealing Lu Mei and her beloved wolf dog. As they stepped out, the dog was instantly captivated by the tantalizing scent of the meat. Heading straight for the takeout left at Lin Yi's door, Lu Mei hesitated briefly, but recalling Lin Yi's earlier attitude, a surge of anger ignited within her. How dare he threaten me? Today, I shall teach him a lesson. What harm is there in indulging in his food? From his hidden vantage point, Lin Yi watched as the large dog devoured the meat strips from the takeout, secretly amused at the unfolding spectacle. He sighed, lamenting that the impending clash between man and beast would not pass scrutiny. Such a pity. Chapter 11. Unyielding and proud. Once Lu Mei's dog had consumed every morsel of the takeout, she contentedly led her pet back home. With some time still remaining for the effects of the drug to take hold, Lin Yi remained crouched behind his door, ears perked up. Soon, he began to hear Lu Mei's furious shouts and a cacophony of barking from the other side. However, after more than 10 minutes of uproar, an eerie silence descended. Perplexed, Lin Yi wondered if the drug had lost its potency or if Lu Mei had harmed her dog. Undeterred, he pushed open his door and pressed his ear against Lu Mei's front door to listen. Although the noise had ceased, he could faintly hear Lu Mei's soft moans. Alarmed, Lin Yi thought, could Lu Mei have been bitten to death by her own dog? If a life was lost, it would be disastrous. His safe haven was not yet prepared. Would he have to spend his days in prison? Resolving a plan, Lin Yi contemplated that if such a tragedy had indeed occurred, he would eliminate all evidence, whisking both dog and human into another dimension. Should suspicion fall upon him, he could simply deny any involvement over the past 2 months. As he listened intently to the sounds within, Lin Yi suddenly found the moans peculiar. They did not resemble those of an injured person, but rather seemed to express pleasure. An epiphany struck him, and he stealthily retreated from the door and returned home. Perhaps this was an act of adult benevolence, wishing them well in their romantic endeavors. He resolved to remain anonymous in his good deed. After locking his door, Lin Yi opened his computer, noting that his stocks were still surging. He found the recent volatility in the stock market somewhat puzzling. In his previous life, he had not pondered it much. But now he couldn't shake the feeling that someone might have foreseen the impending apocalypse. The current anomalies in the stock market can be attributed to the manipulations of influential figures who are consolidating their funds. Lin Yi chose not to dwell on the identities of these puppeteers. Regardless of who was orchestrating events behind the scenes, the outcomes invariably favored him. Seizing this favorable tide would enable him to amass considerable wealth in a short span, funds that would serve as his lifeline in the impending apocalypse. After making some adjustments to his stock portfolio, Lin Yi turned on the television, for it was now time for the lottery results to be announced. As the small balls rolled across the screen, a series of numbers materialized. Lin Yi gazed in disbelief at the digits flashing before him, matching them against the lottery ticket he had secured from another dimension. In a fit of frustration, he tore the ticket into shreds. In his previous life, he had at least won a few thousand. It was unfathomable that, having returned with an advantage, he had failed to match a single number. Was this some sort of cruel joke? Was there no justice left in the world? After venting his frustrations, Lin Yi collapsed onto the sofa in despair. Fortunately, the stock market trends mirrored those of his past life. Otherwise, he might have questioned whether he had truly been reborn or had merely traversed into a parallel universe. Watching billions slip through his fingers ignited a fierce anger within him. He promptly seized his phone from the table and called Li Rou. At that moment, Li Rou had just emerged from the bathroom after a refreshing shower, admiring her reflection in the mirror while drying her body. She had always been confident in her physique, perfectly proportioned with curves in all the right places, particularly her long, slender, alabaster legs that drew attention. Her penchant for ultra-short skirts and cheongsams made her a standout in the office, rendering her an undeniable allure, even causing freshly graduated interns to blush at the mere sight of her, a true siren. It was no wonder that the company's general manager, Liu Wei, risked everything to be in her company. Just as Li Rou was reveling in her captivating appearance, the phone resting on the sofa suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, and her hand trembled slightly. Why was this scoundrel calling her again? Just as she contemplated hanging up, hesitation crept in, prompting her to answer. She was uncertain of how many secrets Lin Yi held over her. What if she ignored his call and he, in a fit of rage, revealed everything? With her striking beauty, she aspired to become a wealthy woman, and she could not allow Lin Yi to jeopardize her bright future. Despite his relentless threats, she believed he was merely coveting her body. As long as she kept him satisfied, he wouldn't dare imprison her. With thoughts of seizing an opportunity to turn the tables on him in the future, Li Rou felt a sense of reassurance wash over her, her tone turning soft and alluring. Brothery, did you miss me so soon? Are you hoping for my company again? On the other end of the line, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by Li Rou's alluring voice, rendering him almost weak in the knees. What was the matter with her today? Such assertiveness was quite uncharacteristic. Had she perhaps taken something unusual? Lin Yi steeled himself, reminding himself that as a man, he should not be trifled with by a woman. Without further ado, he simply remarked that they would meet at their usual spot before abruptly ending the call. Listening to the beeping sounds emanating from the phone, Li Rou began to gather her belongings. After meticulously applying her makeup, she donned stockings and high heels, making her way outside. Lin Yi, having completed his morning routine at home, acknowledged that although he merely regarded Li Rou as a means of indulgence, a modicum of respect was still warranted. Arriving at the hotel where they had previously met, Lin Yi booked a couple's room and sent the room number to Li Rou. After a tedious wait of several minutes, just as boredom began to take hold, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Peering through the peephole, he promptly opened the door. Li Rou stood before him, instantly capturing his attention. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, and she wore a fitted jacket that tantalizingly exposed her midriff. The ultra-short skirt paired with black fishnet stockings exuded an irresistible allure. Lin Yi reached out and drew her inside without hesitation. The following morning, Lin Yi rose early, mindful of his work commitments, and refrained from excessive indulgence the night before. After shifting the thigh resting upon him aside, he slipped on his shoes and headed to the bathroom. The floor was in disarray, strewn with torn stockings and tissue paper. He playfully patted Li Rou on the backside, rousing her from slumber. Upon waking, she effortlessly navigated her morning routine, seemingly well acquainted with her role. After checking out, they enjoyed breakfast downstairs before Lin Yi drove Li Rou directly to the office. He parked in the lot outside, and as they exited the vehicle, they encountered Liu Wei, who had just parked his own car. A moment of awkward silence enveloped the trio as their eyes met. Chapter 12, Addiction. Liu Wei, observing Li Rou stepping out of Lin Yi's car, wore a forced smile as he remarked, "What a coincidence. What brings you two here?" Before Li Rou could respond, Lin Yi interjected, "Good morning, Director Liu. This is my girlfriend. We just established our relationship last night." With that, he casually wrapped his arm around Li Rou's slender waist. Liu Wei's gaze fell upon Lin Yi's unwelcome display of affection, his eyes nearly ablaze with irritation, yet he maintained a facade of congeniality. Congratulations. While the company does not explicitly forbid relationships, I advise you both to be mindful of your public image. Disregarding Li Rou, who was nearly burying her face in her blouse, Lin Yi assured Liu Wei, "Rest assured, General Manager, we will not let our personal lives interfere with our work. We will certainly take cues from you and the General Manager's wife." With a clenched jaw, Liu Wei suppressed his smile and strode toward the office building. Lin Yi's audacity to acknowledge his relationship with Li Rou in front of Liu Wei stemmed from the imminent arrival of the apocalypse, merely 2 months away. He planned to resign once his stocks amassed a fortune of 100 million, rendering him unconcerned about Liu Wei's potential machinations against him. As for Li Rou, he viewed her as nothing more than a means of physical gratification. Despite her beauty, she fell short of his personal standards. While he might indulge in casual encounters with her, he would never permit her to reside in his sanctuary. His safe haven was reserved exclusively for women who scored above 90 on his subjective scale. Although Li Rou, with her physique, barely scraped through the threshold, she was, after all, a mistress and lacked genuine alignment with his aspirations. It was conceivable that she harbored ill wishes for his demise. Such a person was unacceptable to Lin Yi. He could not risk her plotting against him for his shelter and resources. Having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Yi prioritized safety above all else, relegating all else to secondary importance. He believed that women, if desired, could be easily acquired. A mere packet of instant noodles could attract a multitude. Seated in his office, Lin Yi found the day's tasks to be minimal, allowing him the opportunity to monitor the performance of his stocks. He anticipated that by the weekend, his stock's market value would reach 50 million, at which point he would withdraw 20 million as a deposit for Luo Jun to commence the renovation of his residence. Otherwise, he would remain perpetually uneasy. After concluding a day of labor, Lin Yi had barely settled at home when a knock at the door interrupted him. Puzzled, he considered that he had few friends, the most frequent visitor in his previous life being Wang Xue. Who could possibly be seeking him? Peering through the peephole, he soon understood. Upon opening the door, Liu Mei stood there, visibly flustered, a 100 yuan note clutched in her hand. Without waiting for Lin Yi to inquire, she thrust the money into his palm, apologizing, "I'm sorry, my dog accidentally devoured your takeout yesterday. Consider this compensation." Liu Mei had a notorious reputation in the neighborhood for her unreasonable demeanor, so Lin Yi was taken aback by her sudden display of gentleness. Had she perhaps found a second spring in her life? Coming to his senses only when he glanced at the money, he replied, "No worries, let your son enjoy it. Consider it my treat." A faint smile graced Liu Mei's lips as she responded, "I'm glad you're not upset. We are neighbors, after all, as the saying goes. Distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. We must look out for one another." Though uncertain of Liu Mei's true intentions, Lin Yi played along. It was only when the conversation stalled that Liu Mei finally revealed her purpose. "Lin Yi, where did you purchase your takeout yesterday? My dog particularly relishes it, and I'd like to use it as dog food in the future." With this revelation, Lin Yi comprehended Liu Mei's motives. It seemed she had enjoyed herself yesterday and was eager for a repeat performance, leaving him to wonder if her beloved pet would be exhausted in the process. Upon discerning her intentions, Lin Yi retorted with irritation, "Feel free to purchase it yourself. Search online if you wish," and promptly shut the door. Incensed by the abrupt dismissal, Liu Mei shot a furious glare at Lin Yi's door before returning home. Her pet dog lay in its bed, soundly asleep. Ever since the previous day, her beloved canine had refused to eat for an entire day, appearing listless as if drained of vitality. Concern etched on her face. Liu Mei cast a worried glance at her pet before sinking into the sofa, reminiscing about the wild events of the previous night, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Just as Lin Yi had sent Liu Mei on her way, he received a phone call from Liu Wei. Cursing under his breath at the barrage of Liu family members seeking him out, he answered the call. Liu Wei wasted no time launching into a tirade. "Lin Yi, you scoundrel, how dare you sleep with my woman?" Realizing that Li Rou must have confessed to Liu Wei, Lin Yi understood that despite Liu Wei's earlier restraint, he would undoubtedly confront Li Rou after work. Naturally, Liu Wei could not tolerate being betrayed by a subordinate, prompting him to call Lin Yi in a fit of rage. As Liu Wei's vehement shouts echoed through the phone, Lin Yi endured the onslaught for 10 minutes until Liu Wei's voice began to wane. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi forwarded a video of Li Rou that he had previously recorded. Indeed, upon receiving the video, Liu Wei's already diminished voice surged back to a fever pitch. Lin Yi surmised that had he been standing before Liu Wei at that moment, he would likely have faced a knife. After enduring another half hour of Liu Wei's vitriol, the latter finally exhausted his fury. Lin Yi then switched off his computer, picked up his phone, and calmly informed Liu Wei, "I recorded everything you just said. I will send it to the chairman." Instantly, Liu Wei's demeanor shifted to one of composure. In his fit of rage, He had forgotten that Li Rou was his clandestine lover, and their relationship was not to be publicly acknowledged. If his affair and financial misdeeds were disclosed to his father-in-law, he would be doomed. His father-in-law was no ordinary man. Having built a vast company in Haijing City, he was known for his ruthless nature in his youth. If these matters came to light, it was likely that he would not simply report Liu Wei to the authorities, but rather dispose of both him and Li Rou in the sea. Suppressing his anger, Liu Wei endeavored to adopt a placating tone with Lin Yi, stating, "I will no longer pursue the matter concerning you and Li Rou. Henceforth, we shall consider it settled." Settled? Lin Yi erupted in laughter. Who said anything about settling? My connection with Li Rou is profound. We are merely entwined in a romantic liaison. What concern is that of yours? After your lengthy tirade, do you think it can simply be brushed aside? Liu Wei clenched his teeth in frustration, yet found himself compelled to capitulate. Speak. How much do you desire to keep our secret? Chapter 13. Procuring snacks. I have no desire for your money. You frequently issue commands to me at the company. And after berating me for such a long time, my heart feels utterly despondent. Why not call me father just to hear it? If you acknowledge me as your father, we can let this matter rest, for who would truly quibble with their own son? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Liu Wei's fingers dug into the flesh of his palms. Yet, contemplating his own fate, he ultimately acquiesced. Father, please keep my secret. Lin Yi burst into hearty laughter. Good son, your father shall assist you. By the way, inform Li Rou that we shall meet at our usual place tomorrow evening. After delivering his message with a chuckle, Lin Yi abruptly ended the call. Deep down, he held Liu Wei, such a shameless wretch, in contempt. After all, he would soon be apprehended in just over a month. Thus, toying with him served as a form of retribution for the chairman's daughter. Following the disconnection, Liu Wei slammed his hand against the steering wheel in frustration. After a moment's thought, he decided to send Li Rou a message. Lin Yi instructed me to tell you, we shall meet at our usual place tomorrow evening. After hitting send, Liu Wei parked his car in the villa's garage. He took a moment in the car to compose himself before stepping out and returning home. As he entered, his two sons rushed to him, and with a gentle smile, he scooped them up in his arms. The dining table was already set with a feast, while the housekeeper busied herself in the kitchen. Upon entering the living room, Liu Wei noticed a man seated on the sofa. Realizing the situation, he quickly set the children down and approached with haste. Father, why didn't you inform me of your visit in advance? The man was none other than Zhang Zilin, the chairman of Lin Yi's company and Liu Wei's father-in-law. Zhang Zilin, with a stern demeanor, replied, I need to discuss something with you. Let's talk in the study. He stood up and strode towards the study, with Liu Wei dutifully trailing behind, though anxiety began to gnaw at him. Had his father-in-law discovered what he had been up to? Seated in the study's office chair, Zhang Zilin looked at Liu Wei, who stood before him like a chastised schoolboy. Recently, someone informed me of discrepancies in the company's accounts. Are you aware of this? Upon hearing Zhang Zilin mention the account issues, cold sweat trickled down Liu Wei's back. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of composure, stating, Father, rest assured, the company is under my management. There will be no issues. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and report back to you once everything is clarified. Although Liu Wei had squandered a significant sum for a magnate like Zhang Zilin, it was inconsequential. It was not that he couldn't afford it. If Liu Wei had merely mismanaged the company and incurred losses, there would be no need for such trepidation. However, Liu Wei's illicit diversion of company funds for stock trading, in hopes of augmenting his personal coffers to indulge in an extramarital affair, along with his entanglement with Li Rou, posed a grave threat. Should Zhang Zilin uncover these transgressions, Liu Wei would undoubtedly find himself ousted and incarcerated. He certainly did not expect his wife and father-in-law to spare him. Should he explain that he merely committed the blunders that every man is prone to? Fortunately, Zhang Zilin had only received some information without any concrete evidence. After informing Liu Wei, he did not dwell on it further. When Li Rou received Liu Wei's message, she was taken aback. Liu Wei had just aggressively inquired about her relationship with Lin Yi. Realizing that the matter could no longer be concealed, she reluctantly revealed to him the threats Lin Yi had made against her, hoping Liu Wei would take her side. Little did she know, just a short while later, Liu Wei had become nothing more than a messenger. Men could indeed be unreliable. After Lin Yi hung up the phone with Liu Wei, he found himself at leisure. His finances were entirely tied up in the stock market, making it impossible to access them temporarily, and consequently, work on the safe house had come to a standstill. Donning his clothes, Lin Yi stepped outside and drove his little car straight to a nearby night market. Upon arriving at the street lined with food stalls, he sought out a vendor selling fried chicken skewers. He pulled out 3,000 yuan in cash and placed it on the stall. Observing the vendor's bewildered expression, Lin Yi declared, I will take all the chicken skewers you have today, 300 portions. Please deliver them to the car across the street once they are ready. The stall owner, overjoyed at the sight of the money, eagerly nodded and began to assure Lin Yi that he would complete the order promptly while ensuring quality and flavor. After securing his chicken skewers, Lin Yi proceeded to the next stall, which sold duck delicacies, including duck heads and wings, all marinated and topped with spicy oil, his personal favorite. With a sweeping gesture, he ordered everything available and instructed the owner to tally the bill. Having witnessed Lin Yi's previous purchase at the chicken skewer stall, the duck vendor showed no hesitation, swiftly packing the duck delicacies into boxes and calculating the total. Since the duck had been pre-marinated, no further preparation was needed. After completing the transaction, Lin Yi scanned 6,000 yuan to the vendor via his phone. With these two purchases, other stall owners began eagerly approaching Lin Yi to promote their offerings. "Sir, my grilled cold noodles are exquisite. Would you care to try? Sir, how about some stinky tofu? I can offer you a discount if you take it all." Lin Yi did not turn down these solicitations. Instead, he decided to buy out their stalls as well. Once he had sufficient funds, he intended to book a banquet at a hotel, although he also had a fondness for these snacks. If he did not stock up now, he might miss the chance to enjoy them in the future. The entire food street, upon Lin Yi's arrival, experienced a curious phenomenon. Despite it not being mealtime yet, the area was bustling with activity. However, all the stalls were bustling with activity, as if everyone wished to grow four hands. Lin Yi, on the other hand, sat leisurely in his vehicle. Whenever someone approached with food, he would discreetly stash the delicacies into his alternate space while their attention waned. Time stood still in this alternate space, alleviating any concerns about the perishability of the food. Moreover, when retrieved after a long while, the food remained just as it was when stored, allowing Lin Yi to indulge in these treats whenever he desired. He had invested all his funds in the stock market, but fortunately retained 300,000 for emergencies. Otherwise, the small change in his possession would hardly suffice to purchase any of these items. Just as Lin Yi busied himself with his acquisitions, a Maybach suddenly halted at the entrance of the snack street. The door swung open, and a man accompanied by 3 women alighted from the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi realized it was indeed a case of fateful encounters. When had Wang Xue and her companions ensnared such an exceptional catch? He observed Wang Xue and Zhang Qian flanking a rotund young man, who donned gold-rimmed glasses. The most striking aspect was his physique. From a distance, he resembled a sphere, standing at a height of 1.70 meters and weighing at least 300 pounds. After taking just a couple of steps, he was already panting heavily. Wang Xue and Zhang Qian each grasped one of his arms, while Yang Shuang obediently trailed behind, carrying the man's leather bag. The young man, Su Shuai, was a well-known rich second-generation heir in Haijing City, boasting a fortune of several billion thanks to his parents' significant stake in the nation's largest chain supermarket. He indulged in a life of excess, having dallied with countless women. Yet, since meeting Wang Xue and her friends at a nightclub, he found himself utterly captivated by Wang Xue. She was the sole individual who made him believe in love. All his previous conquests had merely sought his wealth. Wang Xue, however, cared not for his riches, desiring only a genuine connection, which ensnared Su Shuai's heart. Today, she intended to treat him to a meal, allowing him to savor the flavors of everyday life. Lin Yi could discern from their demeanor that these were wealthy young masters seeking to experience life. The quartet approached a small stall, where Wang Xue requested 2 servings of fried chicken, only to be informed by the proprietor that they had sold out. With a slight pout, she reluctantly moved on to another vendor, yet met with the same disappointing outcome. They traversed 5 or 6 stalls in succession, all of which echoed the same lament of sold-out provisions. Su Shuai, growing increasingly impatient, was already fatigued from the exertion. He preferred a life of leisure, often opting to sit rather than stand. After inquiring, Wang Xue discovered that all the food at the night market had been purchased by a single man. The shopkeeper then pointed across the street to Lin Yi, who was busy collecting his bounty. Wang Xuejian was rather astonished to discover that the person who had taken over the snack street was Lin Yi. Ever since she had asked him to settle the bill a few days ago, Lin Yi had been acting rather peculiarly. Not only had his demeanor towards her drastically changed, but he also engaged in these strange behaviors. Would he be able to finish all that food? Within just 2 days, it would spoil, which seemed like a sheer waste. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang also noticed Lin Yi, who was busily occupied, and began to embellish stories before Su Shuai, claiming that Lin Yi had bullied them. In their narrative, Lin Yi transformed into a shameless landlord, lusting after Wang Xue's beauty. After being rejected by her, he seemed to harbor a grudge and was persistently trying to entangle himself with her. His premature purchase of all the food might very well be a deliberate provocation. Su Shuai, incited by Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, was consumed with rage. In his mind, Wang Xue had long become his private possession, one that no other man could touch. Upon learning that this man dared to covet his woman, Su Shuai swaggered towards Lin Yi, his corpulent form swaying. Lin Yi had just stored 100 servings of freshly made fried noodles in his spatial dimension when he looked up to find a mountain of flesh before him. Casting a glance at Wang Xue, Zhang Qian, and the others nearby, he surmised that these 3 women had schemed to stir trouble for him. Kid, are you the one who has been pestering my Wang Xue? Su Shuai initiated the confrontation. Lin Yi scratched his head, feigning confusion as he replied. Who has been pestering her? And who might you be? Su Shuai, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses and puffing out his chest, arrogantly declared, I am Su Shuai, the son of Su Guangliang, the largest shareholder of Fuyuan Supermarket. Fuyuan Supermarket? In Longhua, scarcely anyone was unaware of this name. As the premier supermarket chain in the nation, Fuyuan had established numerous stores throughout the country. In Haijing City alone, it boasted 4 stores. On the outskirts of Haijing City stood a colossal warehouse, housing the entire inventory for the South China region, valued at over 500 billion. It had once been recognized by the Guinness World Records as the largest warehouse in the world. This immense structure, akin to an airport in length, was divided into numerous levels for receiving and storing goods, covering an area of 3.5 million square meters, larger than 467 football fields. Upon learning that Su Shuai was the heir of Fuyuan Supermarket, Lin Yi's mind sparked with a bold idea. If he could devise a way to secure that warehouse, even 1,000 people indulging in excess could live comfortably for a lifetime. Although he possessed the ability to store items in his spatial dimension, stealing everything from such a significant warehouse would not be an easy feat. The security must be exceptionally tight, with surveillance cameras pervading the entire area. It would be impossible for Lin Yi to accomplish this alone. However, with the assistance of the young Master Su, perhaps the situation would be different, and he might be able to exploit this opportunity to his advantage. Upon realizing this, Lin Yi hastily rose to his feet and, with a bow and a nod, addressed Su Xiao. Ah, it is indeed young Master Su. I am truly blind to your grandeur. Please do not hold it against me. Su Xiao, pleased with Lin Yi's demeanor, placed his substantial hand on Lin Yi's shoulder and remarked, You are wise to recognize your place. Should you dare to entangle yourself with Wang Xue again, beware, for I shall settle the score with you. Lin Yi nodded earnestly, assuring him, Rest assured. I shall not dare to do so again. If they wish to reside in my abode, they may stay. Should they choose to leave, I shall promptly return their rent. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, There is no need to return the rent. Such trifles are of no consequence. Tomorrow, the 3 of them will move into my villa to reside with me, and you are to cease all harassment of them henceforth. Lin Yi continued to nod and assured Su Xiao, You may rest easy. I will not pursue them any further. Satisfied with Lin Yi's attitude, Su Xiao felt his vanity gratified and gained face before his goddess. He then wrapped his arms around the waists of the 3 women and strolled away. As Lin Yi watched the imposing figure gradually retreat, he began to silently pray for Wang Xue and her companions. Given their petite frames, he mused that they might succumb to such a weight before the apocalypse even arrived. With the immediate trouble resolved, Lin Yi resumed gathering his snacks. Yet his mind was occupied with schemes to acquire the supplies stored in the warehouse. Ideally, he would like to pin the blame on that rotund fool. Lin Yi had not forgotten the grudge he bore today. He was not one to repay kindness with enmity. Anyone who had crossed him would surely face retribution tenfold. Moreover, from Su Xiao's remarks, it seemed that Wang Xue and her companions would be moving out today, which would undoubtedly disrupt his plans. If they departed, whom could he take revenge upon? However, should Su Xiao encounter misfortune, they would be left without a protector and would have no choice but to return. Once they returned to the Shouchuan community, he would have a way to firmly keep them under his control when the apocalypse descended. Chapter 15. Recruitment. Lin Yi stored the last batch of snacks into his dimensional space, which now held an assortment of delectable treats worth 200,000, all freshly prepared. It was enough to sustain him for a lifetime. Lin Yi spent a tranquil week. During his idle moments, he would invite Li Rou to accompany him. Li Rou seemed to have grown accustomed to this arrangement and no longer resisted Lin Yi's subtle threats, yet he remained vigilant. In his eyes, Li Rou was not entirely compliant. She could very well have her own schemes brewing. Over the past few days, through his maneuvers, the stock had risen to 50 million. He withdrew 25 million to hand over to Luo Jun, and the additional 5 million was due to Luo Jun's refusal to take on the project after learning that Lin Yi's timeline was only a month and a half. For a venture as formidable as constructing an apocalyptic fortress, the minimum time frame typically commenced at 6 months. Previously, Lin Yi had seen the suburban Doomsday fortress on a website, which took Luo Jun over a year to complete, although it paled in comparison to Lin Yi's own residence. Being situated on the 26th floor posed significant challenges regarding material transportation and construction. Accelerating the pace would still require at least 6 months for completion. However, Lin Yi could not afford to wait that long. With just over a month remaining before the apocalypse, if the house was not finished before the Cambrian era arrived, all his efforts would be rendered meaningless. Ultimately, after Lin Yi raised the stakes, Luo Jun reluctantly agreed, demanding an additional 5 million yuan deposit, along with an extra 10 million yuan for expedited service upon delivery of the house. Lin Yi expressed indifference to this arrangement. Whether it was 10 million or 100 million, he could easily promise it, as it was merely an empty check to be written at his leisure. Since their last encounter at the night market, Lin Yi had not seen Wang Xue and the others, likely having moved to Su Shuai's villa. It appeared that the three of them had relocated together, and one could only wonder if they had lost their virtue in the process. Given their materialistic nature, it seemed challenging for them to maintain composure in the presence of someone like Su Shuai, a wealthy heir. Even if Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian were in a same-sex relationship, they might have been swayed. Lin Yi began to store the items he needed in a spatial dimension. As Luo Jun was set to arrive for renovations that day, he planned to discard the remaining belongings and purchase brand new appliances after the renovations were completed. At 9 in the morning, Luo Jun arrived at Shouchuan Community with over 20 workers and the necessary tools for the renovation. After handing the house keys to Luo Jun, Lin Yi departed alone, heading to a nearby 5-star hotel. His stock investments had yielded considerable profits, rendering him unconcerned about this expense. With the impending apocalypse, he felt it was essential to indulge in the present, for such opportunities would soon vanish. The 5-star hotel boasted exquisite decor, and Lin Yi booked a luxurious room spanning 70 to 80 square meters, comprising 1 bedroom and a living area, complete with an independent kitchen and wine cabinet. From the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could gaze upon the sea. As his house underwent renovations, Lin Yi intended to reside there for the next month. With just over a month remaining until Doomsday, he planned to commence stockpiling supplies. His first thought was to acquire meat, as a bowl of stewed meat would provide far more sustenance than instant noodles in extreme cold. Lin Yi searched online for a slaughterhouse, aiming to purchase freshly slaughtered meat, deliberately excluding any thoughts of zombie flesh. After expressing his purchasing intentions over the phone, the slaughterhouse owner arranged to meet Lin Yi at noon. Lin Yi drove directly to the destination. This particular slaughterhouse, the largest in Haijing City, was located in the development zone, covering a vast area with designated slaughtering sections for pork, beef, lamb, and chicken. After parking his car in front of the factory, he made a phone call. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing glasses emerged, accompanied by another individual. Lin Yi courteously shook his hand. The three of them then proceeded into the factory premises. Along the way, Lin Yi observed trucks laden with cattle and sheep being driven into the slaughterhouse. This sight reassured him regarding the quality of the meat produced here. Upon entering the factory office, Lin Yi settled comfortably onto the sofa. Given the substantial quantity of meat he required, the owner of the slaughterhouse accorded him particular attention. After a round of haggling, Lin Yi successfully acquired a vast assortment of fresh meat, totaling over 1,000 tons, for the sum of 30 million. He had previously rented a warehouse on the outskirts specifically to store these supplies. After jotting down the address, he paid a deposit of 30%. The meat was scheduled to be delivered to Lin Yi's warehouse within a week, with the remaining balance due within 3 months. Upon leaving the slaughterhouse, Lin Yi made his way directly to the Human Resources Center in Haijing City. This place was familiar territory for him. After graduating from university, he had frequented it daily until he finally secured a stable job. Upon pushing open the doors to the Human Resources Center, he was met with a bustling hall filled with job seekers, each clutching a thick stack of resumes. Watching the busy crowd, Lin Yi was reminded of his former self. Just as he was scanning the room for potential candidates, a commotion erupted nearby. A manager from a company's HR department disdainfully discarded a young man's resume onto the floor, mocking him with the words, "You, a mere vocational graduate, dare to apply to our company? Take a good look at yourself." The young man, his face flushed with embarrassment, silently bent to retrieve his resume before making his way through the crowd and leaving. Lin Yi, observing the youth's retreating figure, decided to follow him. His interest in the young man was straightforward. The youth's experience resonated with the adage, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the poor youth. Lin Yi placed a hand gently on the young man's shoulder, calling him back. The youth, looking perplexed, inquired, "Hello. Is there something you need?" Lin Yi took the resume from the young man's hands and glanced at it. The youth's name was Su Mo. He had just graduated from university with a degree in marketing management. His character was described as honest and diligent. Lin Yi smiled subtly. It was his first encounter with someone who penned such a description in their resume. He then addressed Su Mo, saying, "I have a job opening that requires someone to record the incoming and outgoing goods in a warehouse, offering a monthly salary of 10,000. Are you interested?" Su Mo's eyes brightened at the mention of the salary, having spent a week searching for work without finding anything offering over 4,000, let alone 10,000. However, upon observing Lin Yi's demeanor, he felt a twinge of skepticism regarding whether he truly represented a legitimate employer. However, his mother was still unwell, requiring considerable medical expenses each day. If he could earn such an amount monthly, his father's burden would be significantly alleviated. Chapter 16. Procuring supplies ultimately. Suemo decided to give it a try, as he had little to lose and wondered what if it were genuine. Suemo nodded and said, "Thank you, boss. I am interested." Lin Yi simply instructed him to follow, then departed from the Human Resources Office of CITIC. Suemo silently trailed behind Lin Yi, who approached his car and opened the door to enter. After a moment's hesitation, Suemo took a seat in the passenger side. The two exchanged no words during the journey. The atmosphere within the vehicle was notably serene as Lin Yi drove directly towards the warehouse he had rented on the outskirts. Suemo clutched his backpack tightly, growing increasingly anxious as the surroundings became more desolate. Would he be in danger? Did this individual desire to take advantage of him? Lin Yi, focused on driving, remained oblivious to Suemo's apprehensions. Had he been aware, he would have promptly ejected him from the vehicle. Soon, they arrived at a warehouse, where Lin Yi exited the car and retrieved a key to unlock the large door. Suemo followed closely behind as Lin Yi opened the entrance, revealing a warehouse exceeding 500 square meters. Lin Yi had rented this space a few days prior, signing a 6-month lease. In the coming period, he planned to procure a myriad of supplies, yet he could not directly store the items in his alternate space, necessitating the rental of this warehouse for discretion. Once the goods were delivered, he would return discreetly at night to collect them, unseen and unheard. Lin Yi handed the keys and a notebook to Suemo, instructing him, "From today onward, you are responsible for this warehouse. A significant volume of goods will arrive daily, and you must ensure they are logged accurately." Suemo accepted the keys and notebook, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had managed to safeguard himself. Lin Yi saved Suemo's contact information on his phone, gave him a brief tour, and taught him how to register the items before departing. Although the warehouse was somewhat remote, a bus would arrive every half hour to the city, alleviating concerns about Suemo's ability to return home. The warehouse also contained a small room equipped with a bed and restroom for Suemo to rest and attend to his needs. Concerned that he might struggle to find meals, Lin Yi had placed several self-heating hot pots and instant noodles within the room. Though these were his only options, Suemo felt content, especially considering the generous remuneration Lin Yi provided. It was indeed a substantial amount for a recent college graduate. After leaving the warehouse, Lin Yi headed directly to a lumber yard, as the primary heating source for his shelter came from the fireplace within the room. Therefore, he needed to ensure an ample supply of wood, for no one could predict the duration of the impending cold wave. The lumber factory is situated in a forested area to the north of Haijing City. Upon entering the factory, Lin Yi was immediately enveloped by a potent aroma of timber. Surrounding him were piles of firewood, towering to several dozen meters in height. Prior to his arrival, Lin Yi had already communicated with the factory's owner over the phone, so the owner and his wife greeted him directly upon his entrance. There were also more than 10 workers busily engaged in their tasks, with the sound of wood-cutting machines resonating incessantly. Observing the vast quantities of timber around him, Lin Yi waved his hand and declared, "I will take all the firewood you have. All of it." It is essential to note that the amount of firewood stored at the factory was astronomical. Aside from what had already been ordered, there was still at least 10,000 tons of various types of firewood available. Although the wholesale price of firewood was relatively low, acquiring 10,000 tons would still require a minimum of 600,000, and with transportation costs, it would amount to approximately 650,000. Lin Yi was quite pleased to learn that wholesale firewood was so affordable. He had previously inquired about prices and discovered that the average cost was about 1,500 per ton. He was surprised to find that the wholesale price was only a few hundred per ton. With this 10,000 tons of firewood, he would have more than enough to keep his shelter warm for ages. Without further ado, Lin Yi signed a purchase contract, stipulating that the firewood would be delivered in batches to his warehouse within a month. However, the factory was responsible only for sales and not for transportation. Lin Yi, lacking the time to oversee the logistics, was fortunate that the owner was acquainted with numerous truck drivers who regularly assisted with deliveries. He promptly transferred an additional 500,000, totaling 700,000, to the owner's account, entrusting him with the entire responsibility of transportation. Given Lin Yi's status as a significant client, especially one who paid in advance, the owner treated him as a benefactor. He assured Lin Yi that his requests would be met without delay, especially considering the generous bonus of 500,000. The couple's factory typically earned far less in a month, and they were willing to halt production for a month if it meant working exclusively for Lin Yi. Finally, Lin Yi made a request for all the firewood to be cut into long strips for easier burning. However, this posed a challenge for the owner, as cutting more than 10,000 tons of firewood into strips would entail an enormous workload, with only a limited number of workers at his disposal. Even working around the clock, it would take at least a month to complete. Understanding the owner's predicament, Lin Yi promptly transferred an additional 200,000, preferring to resolve matters with financial incentives rather than through prolonged discussions. Upon receiving the payment, the owner's demeanor shifted once again. He began to assure Lin Yi that the work would be accomplished. Although the task was considerable, he could simply hire more workers, and he was willing to fulfill any request as long as the payment was forthcoming. Lin Yi provided his phone number and delivery address to the owner before departing from the lumber factory. While in the car, he compiled a list of additional necessities, including meat, vegetables, grains, cooking oil, drinking water, and fuel. The first three items are essentials for personal sustenance. It is unreasonable for one to solely consume meat. Vegetables, fruits, and rice are undoubtedly necessary, while potable water is of paramount importance. Although the apocalypse may bring heavy snowfall, leading many to melt snow for drinking, who can ascertain its purity? Lin Yi is not willing to take such risks. Ultimately, there is the matter of fuel. His residence has completely detached from the community's power supply and relies on a generator. This ensures that, even amidst external power outages, his sanctuary can maintain a continuous 24-hour electricity supply. Although the daily consumption of diesel is minimal, it accumulates over time. If he does not prepare fuel soon, he may find the gas stations buried beneath the snow, necessitating arduous efforts to excavate snow to access the fuel within. Chapter 17. Ordering a banquet. The initial items are manageable, as Lin Yi can procure them with some monetary expenditure. However, fuel presents a significant challenge. Should he drive around in his car to fill up on gas, only to transfer the fuel into another space? That seems excessively laborious. With no viable solution for the fuel dilemma at present, Lin Yi shifts his focus to other supplies. He drove to a nearby market close to the Sichuan community and, after spending a bit of money, learned about the wholesaler supplying vegetables to their market. Lin Yi promptly made a call to the wholesaler. The owner, Song Jun, is a leading figure in the fruit and vegetable wholesale business in Haijing City. Upon receiving Lin Yi's request for a substantial bulk order, Song Jun initially dismissed it, as many who claim to need a large quantity merely seek a trivial amount. As the largest wholesaler in Haijing City, Song Jun controls approximately 70% of the market supply. If not for concerns regarding monopolistic practices, he would have confidence in monopolizing the entire fruit and vegetable wholesale business in the city. However, once Lin Yi specified the quantity he required, Song Jun became more attentive. Lin Yi intended to purchase 1,000 tons of various vegetables and 1,000 tons of fruits in a single order. Given that Haijing City has nearly 10 million residents, the monthly consumption of vegetables and fruits totals approximately 3,000 tons. Song Jun's monthly supply to Haijing City hovers around 2,000 tons, meaning Lin Yi's order essentially requests an entire month's worth of stock, with a total cost likely reaching at least 50 million. Upon understanding Lin Yi's demands, Song Jun arranged to meet him at his company. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi drove directly to Song Jun's office. Upon arrival, a secretary escorted Lin Yi to a conference room. Shortly after he took a seat, a middle-aged man, roughly in his 50s, entered the room. It was none other than Song Jun, the owner of the vegetable supply company. Song Jun expressed curiosity upon learning that Lin Yi required the goods within a month. Vegetables, unlike other commodities, have a notably brief shelf life. If left for merely a few days, they risk rotting and spoiling. Should they fail to sell promptly, their prices will plummet incessantly. Lin Yi's decision to purchase such a substantial quantity of produce could potentially result in considerable financial loss. After expressing these concerns to Lin Yi, Song Jun was met with a dismissive wave of Lin Yi's hand, indicating that there was no cause for alarm. In his unique space, time stood completely still. As long as the goods were delivered and promptly stored within this realm, he had no apprehension regarding spoilage. Seeing Lin Yi's determination, Song Jun ceased his persuasion, reasoning that as long as payment was rendered, the goods were his concern, leaving Lin Yi's potential losses outside his considerations. The two promptly signed a purchase contract, stipulating that Lin Yi was to remit 30% of the payment within a fortnight, after which Song Jun would arrange for delivery. Within 1 month of the complete transfer of goods, Lin Yi would settle the remaining 70%. Although anxious, Lin Yi opted to delay the deposit for a week due to his limited cash flow, aside from the funds allocated to Luo Jun for renovations. He had expended the remainder on firewood. However, he calculated that in just a few days, his investments in the stock market would double, allowing him to fulfill his financial obligations to Song Jun, while also providing him with 2 days to gather the necessary goods. After all, Accumulating such a large quantity of produce was no simple task. Song Jun not only had to supply Lin Yi but also ensure that the citizens of Haijing City had access to fresh vegetables. Otherwise, if all the goods were delivered to Lin Yi, what would become of the residents of Haijing City? A calamity would surely ensue. As Lin Yi departed from Song Jun's company, darkness had already enveloped the sky. After a day of relentless activity, he had yet to eat, and his stomach growled in protest. He drove directly back to the hotel, parked his car, and made a beeline for the hotel restaurant. Selecting a random table, Lin Yi glanced at the menu and ordered several signature dishes: braised sea cucumber, abalone, lobster, and a steak. Once the dishes arrived, he dove into his meal with gusto. The cuisine of a five-star hotel was indeed delectable. Although Lin Yi had previously enjoyed a relatively comfortable upbringing, it was his first experience with lobster and sea cucumber. Perhaps it was the chef's exceptional skill, but he found each dish perfectly tantalizing to his palate. After thoroughly savoring all the offerings on his table, Lin Yi summoned a waiter to settle the bill. The total for the 4 dishes amounted to 1,700 yuan, with the lobster alone costing 520. Lin Yi couldn't help but remark on the steep price. After settling the payment, he requested that the waiter summon the manager. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, approached him with a respectful demeanor. "Good evening, sir. My surname is Liu. How may I assist you?" he inquired, clearly the restaurant manager. Lin Yi picked up the menu from the table and addressed the restaurant manager, saying, "Hello, Manager Liu. I would like to arrange several banquet tables with you. I wonder if you provide delivery services?" Manager Liu responded with a professional smile, nodding as he said, "Our hotel does indeed offer such services. May I inquire how many tables you wish to reserve? What is your budget per table?" Glancing at the menu, Lin Yi replied, "I would like to book 1,000 tables, with a standard budget of 5,000 yuan per table. The dishes I just enjoyed should be included, and I will order a few more to reach the 5,000 yuan total." Upon hearing this, Manager Liu felt invigorated. This was a significant client. Although their restaurant frequently hosted banquets, the usual standard rarely exceeded 3,000 yuan, and delicacies such as lobster and abalone were seldom available. Typically, they would cater only a few dozen tables, rarely exceeding 100. However, Lin Yi's request for 1,000 tables was unprecedented. Securing such a substantial order would undoubtedly double the month's performance, significantly increasing bonuses for himself and the entire restaurant staff, including servers and chefs. As Lin Yi prepared to place his order, Manager Liu personally took notes with renewed enthusiasm, his demeanor markedly more cordial than before. Lin Yi selected several of the restaurant's signature dishes, along with a soup and 2 stir-fried vegetable dishes. After calculating the prices, he determined they were close to the 5,000 yuan mark and placed the menu back on the table. The total cost for 1,000 banquet tables amounted to 5 million yuan, and Manager Liu generously offered Lin Yi 2 additional side dishes per table. Lin Yi then provided the address of the warehouse, specifically noting that they should deliver at 8 o'clock in the evening 3 days hence. Since the dishes would be freshly prepared, Lin Yi needed to retrieve them promptly into his alternate space. If they were delivered during the day while Su Mo was present, it would be inconvenient for him to transfer the items into his alternate space. Therefore, he planned to collect them himself after Su Mo finished work. Chapter 18. Does the right eye also possess abilities? Manager Liu did not question this arrangement, assuming it was simply the timing for the banquet. Although the delivery address being a warehouse surprised him slightly, it was of no concern to them where the client requested the delivery. Even if Lin Yi instructed them to deliver to a roadside restroom, they would comply without hesitation. Lin Yi paid a deposit of 1 million yuan, with the remaining 4 million to be settled upon delivery of the dishes. Before leaving, Lin Yi specifically instructed that all ingredients must be fresh, with each dish requiring careful attention to quality. If the taste deviated from what he had experienced that day, he would not make payment. Manager Liu assured him, patting his chest, that he would certainly remind each chef to ensure that everything was flawless. Satisfied with Manager Liu's assurances, Lin Yi departed the restaurant and returned to his room, ready to sleep. After a long day, his legs felt as if they might give out, and he was exceedingly weary following the meal. The following morning, Lin Yi rose early, having washed and prepared himself. It was Sunday, and with work awaiting him the next day, there were still some essential items he needed to procure. He drove to a remote village in Haijing City, where he parked his vehicle in an abandoned repair shop. After turning off the engine, he settled in to wait. Half an hour later, a van entered through the gates of the repair shop. 3 men disembarked, the leader of whom was bald with a scorpion tattoo adorning his neck. Lin Yi stepped out of his car. Noticing Lin Yi, the trio began to survey their surroundings. Once assured that no one else was present, the bald man inquired, "Mr. Wang?" Lin Yi nodded. These individuals were contacts he had made on the dark web, specializing in arms trafficking. Naturally, he refrained from divulging his real name to them. The bald man then instructed his associates to unload the items from the van, revealing 4 large wooden crates. Upon opening a crate, the bald man retrieved a handgun and an AK-47, tossing them directly to Lin Yi. He caught them effortlessly, the weight of the weapons surprising him. It was his first encounter with real firearms, having only seen them portrayed in films and television. He had not anticipated their substantial heft. Despite it being his inaugural handling of a genuine firearm, Lin Yi was well versed in the operational mechanics, having absorbed knowledge from countless movies. He pulled back the gun's bolt, discovering it was unloaded, and glanced curiously at the bald man, who retrieved 2 bullets from another crate and handed them to Lin Yi. To avoid any unnecessary complications, we keep our ammunition and firearms separate. Please understand, the handgun bullets are $5 each, but these 2 are on me, he explained. Lin Yi chose to disregard the bald man's words. After all, they were arms dealers, and a degree of caution was warranted. He loaded the bullets into the magazine and, with his right eye, aimed at a beer bottle 30 meters away. The 3 men tensed, instinctively reaching for their waists as they observed Lin Yi's actions. As he focused, Lin Yi suddenly felt an energy wave coalescing within his right eye, which then enveloped the firearm. With a gunshot, the beer bottle shattered into a myriad of glass fragments, and he sensed a slight diminishment of energy in his eye. Lin Yi examined the gun in his hand and the debris of the shattered bottle in the distance. Without any formal training, he had successfully hit the target on his first attempt. There were 2 possible explanations for this. Either Lin Yi was a prodigy of marksmanship, capable of perfect accuracy without any training, or the energy he sensed in his eye had played a crucial role. The former seemed highly improbable, leaving only the latter as the viable explanation. Lin Yi once again aimed at a basketball-sized stone 50 meters away and fired a shot. This time, he did not deliberately aim, yet at the moment of firing, the energy from his right eye still infused itself into his weapon. Instantly, a bullet hole appeared on the distant stone, the force of this shot surpassing that of an ordinary bullet by a considerable margin. Not only did the resilient stone bear a bullet hole, but it had also cracked entirely. Lin Yi sensed carefully and noted that the energy in his right eye had diminished slightly. Each shot expended approximately 1/1000th of his total energy. This indicated that with just his handgun, Lin Yi could fire 1,000 shots, each one hitting its mark with unerring accuracy. The elation this ability brought him was indescribable, liberating him from the need for deliberate practice. The trio of bald men were taken aback by Lin Yi's marksmanship. Could this unassuming young man truly be a master of urban warfare? Their apprehension towards Lin Yi intensified, leading to a notable change in their demeanor. The bald man produced a box of grenades and placed it before Lin Yi. It contained a total of 80 grenades, which Lin Yi had encountered during his university days while gaming, thus familiar with their usage. However, the noise they produced was quite loud, and despite the remote location, he could not risk testing them freely, setting them aside for the moment. The bald man then retrieved a final box, from which he extracted a black bulletproof vest and helmet. Compared to the firearms and grenades, these were what Lin Yi coveted most. He firmly believed that the preservation of life was paramount. Without safety, any possessions were merely for the benefit of others. Lin Yi donned the bulletproof vest. Although it appeared somewhat heavy, it fit adequately, enhancing his imposing physique. Satisfied with his acquisitions, he approached his car and retrieved 2 bags of money from the trunk, handing them to the bald man. After counting and confirming the amount, the bald man passed the money to his subordinate and said to Lin Yi, "Mr. Wang, it has been a pleasure doing business with you. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me for a friendly price." Just as they were about to depart, Lin Yi called out to them, "Can you procure a substantial amount of fuel?" The bald man paused, realizing he indeed had a channel for such supplies. Although he couldn't guarantee a massive quantity, it would certainly exceed the inventory of ordinary gas stations. Lin Yi's heart leapt with joy. He had merely posed a tentative inquiry, yet the bald man had a solution, making this encounter remarkably effortless. After some negotiation, they agreed to meet at the same time next week for a transaction involving 50 tons of fuel, the bald man unable to provide any more than that. With the arrangement set, the trio boarded their van and departed. Chapter 19. 5 billion in supplies acquired. As Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings and found them devoid of any onlookers, he seized the opportunity to extract an AK from the box, loading it with ammunition for further experimentation. He aimed at a small black dot on the wall and pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the air, and 5 bullets lined up in succession, striking the target. The relentless assault penetrated the wall, allowing sunlight to stream through the newly created aperture. Simultaneously, the energy in Lin Yi's right eye diminished by 5/1000ths. Yet the overall amount appeared to have increased slightly, as if the energy could replenish itself. After conducting further tests, Lin Yi had confirmed his possession of a second extraordinary ability. Not only could he guide his shots with precision, but he could also augment the bullet's power and range. In this acquisition, Lin Yi had procured a submachine gun, 2 handguns, 80 grenades, 3,000 rounds for the submachine gun, 2,000 rounds for the handguns, and 20 empty magazines. Armed with these resources, coupled with his unique abilities, Lin Yi felt confident in his capacity to eliminate every individual in the vicinity. However, he was determined not to unleash a massacre lightly. Allowing them to perish so easily would be too merciful. Instead, Lin Yi envisioned a more torturous fate for them, one where they would succumb to the harshness of the apocalypse through freezing or starvation. After securing the weapons in his alternate space, Lin Yi drove away from the repair shop, brazenly returning to the city. The advantage of possessing an alternate space was evident, no matter the item. As long as he stored it within, even the keenest police dogs or X-ray scans would fail to reveal its hidden location. His alternate space was entirely independent of this world. As long as Lin Yi wished to remain undiscovered, no one could ascertain what he concealed within. In recent days, he had expended a considerable sum of money. Although the stock market continued to fluctuate wildly, his spending habits outpaced any potential earnings. Presently, he found himself with less than $1 million in liquid cash. The prospect of accumulating more supplies felt daunting, as he would have to wait until next week to earn a few tens of millions before he could indulge again. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Lin Yi turned his attention to Su Shui. He engaged the services of a detective agency, spending $100,000 to hire a private investigator to shadow Su Shui and Wang Xue, requiring them to report on their movements at all times. After a few days of surveillance, the investigator unearthed quite a bit of information regarding Su Shui. He had been exploiting his parents' status as major shareholders of Fuyuan Supermarket, clandestinely removing valuable goods from the warehouse to sell. The warehouse staff had long been bribed, colluding with him to dispose of the merchandise while falsely reporting it as damaged or substituting inferior products for high-end items to pocket the difference. Upon receiving this intelligence from the private investigator, Lin Yi instantly recognized that an opportunity had presented itself. That evening, after finishing work, he did not return home. Instead, he drove directly to the outskirts, heading toward the Fuyuan Supermarket warehouse. He parked his vehicle on a dirt slope 2 kilometers away from the warehouse. After changing into a different outfit and donning a mask and gloves, he descended from the vehicle and stealthily approached the Fuyuan warehouse. In his alternate space, both the AK and the pistol were loaded and ready for immediate use. Lin Yi lay in ambush at the entrance of the warehouse, and within half an hour, a delivery truck appeared approximately 200 meters away. Enhanced by his extraordinary abilities, Lin Yi's vision had not only sharpened, but also granted him the power to see in the dark. He discerned that the rotund Su Shui was seated in the passenger seat of the truck, engrossed in a phone call. 2 minutes later, the lights in the warehouse abruptly extinguished, accompanied by the cessation of surveillance. Lin Yi understood the motive behind this. Su Shui, fearing detection, had intentionally instructed those inside to sabotage the electrical circuit, fabricating the appearance of a short circuit. Thus, even if the loss of items within the warehouse or their substitution were discovered, the absence of surveillance would render it impossible to trace back to him. Even if the warehouse administrator identified him, he possessed ample means to extricate himself from the situation, given that his parents were the largest shareholders in the company, rendering the claims of a few minor employees inconsequential. As the lights went out, Su Shui's truck roared to life once more, heading towards the warehouse. As it passed the entrance, Lin Yi seized the cover of night to stealthily latch onto the truck. The area, being on the outskirts, was enveloped in profound darkness, devoid of the city's illuminating glow. When the truck halted at the warehouse, Lin Yi quietly dismounted and concealed himself behind a shelf. At this moment, over a dozen individuals, comprising security personnel and administrators, had gathered inside the warehouse. Under Su Shui's direction, they began transferring items from the truck. Lin Yi retrieved a gas mask from his alternate space and donned it, subsequently producing several spherical ether grenades and placing them beneath the truck. These were products of 2050, designed to release a substantial amount of ether upon pulling the pin, inducing unconsciousness in those within a 20-meter radius. Although they were a decade-old invention, they had swiftly become a crucial military asset upon their release and remained in use to this day. Lin Yi had acquired these grenades from the bald man during a previous arms purchase, possessing only 5 in total. Concerned that the individuals might awaken prematurely, he opted to deploy 3 grenades at once, leaving him with merely 2. Indeed, as the ether grenades took effect, the bustling individuals began to sway, and within half a minute, they collapsed to the ground. Su Shui, too, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, despite his considerable weight. The potency of 3 ether grenades was sufficient to incapacitate him. With a resounding crash, Lin Yi felt the ground tremble slightly as Su Shui finally succumbed. The dosage was ample enough to ensure they remained in slumber until noon the following day, and now, Lin Yi was poised to commence his harvest. Lin Yi raised his gaze. Although the news reports had vividly depicted this warehouse, it was only upon standing here that he truly grasped its vastness. He felt as though he were an ant standing before an elephant. Towering shelves, each over 10 meters high, flanked him, meticulously arranged with a plethora of supplies. Everything one could find in a supermarket was present here, from humble toothpicks and toothbrushes to substantial furniture like tables, chairs, sofas, and mattresses. A glimmer of green light sparked in Lin Yi's eyes. The abundance of goods far exceeded his expectations, and he realized that he could potentially assemble an army with these resources in the face of the apocalypse. There were hundreds of tons of bottled water and various beverages, alongside an array of packaged foods and frozen items like steaks and fish balls. After a quick estimation, he concluded that about half of the supplies consisted of long-lasting food items, while the remainder included various daily necessities. He had already collected 30 large boxes filled with condoms and women's lingerie. Chapter 20. The mysterious golden key. Though these items were not immediately useful to Lin Yi, he was certain he would need beautiful women in the future. This thought brought to mind the exquisite visage of Jiang Shuyan. However, in his previous life, she had not been present in the community during the onset of the apocalypse, and perhaps this time would be no different. It seemed his hopes of including her in his harem were dashed for now. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Lin Yi began to gather the supplies. Fortunately, the shelves were not anchored to the ground, allowing him to effortlessly retrieve both the goods and the shelves themselves into his alternate space with a mere thought. Even so, it took him a full 5 hours to empty the entire warehouse. As he surveyed the now vacant space, a profound sense of security welled up within him. Subsequently, Lin Yi approached Su Shuai and the others, gazing at Su Shuai's corpulent form lying quietly on the ground. He summoned a slipper from his alternate space and struck Su Shuai's face with it, berating him as he did so. "You dare to insult me? Go on. Insult me again." After delivering dozens of blows, he finally felt satisfied when Su Shuai's already plump face swelled to that of a pig's head, at which point he returned the slipper to his alternate space. Lin Yi was not a magnanimous individual. He believed in settling scores. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a golden key hanging from Su Shuai's neck. Intrigued, he removed it. The key was remarkably unique, unlike any ordinary door key, segmented into several parts that gave it a distinctly high-tech appearance. Without further contemplation, Lin Yi tossed the key into his alternate space, confiscating it without concern for its purpose. He then retrieved several ether bombs from the ground into his alternate space as well. Having completed his tasks, Lin Yi found that it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. Not daring to linger any longer, he exited through the small door of the warehouse. With swift determination, Lin Yi circled the vicinity twice before returning to his vehicle, subsequently removing his clothing and storing it in a concealed dimension. To evade detection, Lin Yi had procured his garments and shoes from a street vendor, ensuring that even if captured by surveillance, their origin would remain untraceable. He had even intentionally purchased shoes 2 sizes larger, so that any inadvertent footprints left in the warehouse would not correlate to him. Although this was merely a case of theft, the magnitude was staggering, with a staggering loss of 500 billion in goods, arguably the most significant heist in history. Lin Yi could already envision the uproar that would ensue online the following day. Navigating the winding backroads to evade the surrounding cameras, Lin Yi returned to the hotel. Arriving at 7 in the morning, to avoid detection, he had practically circumnavigated Haijing City, traversing the rural paths of nearby towns. Even if they were to eventually trace him, it would likely take considerable time, especially with Su Shuai taking the blame, further affording him precious time. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yi refreshed himself and prepared for work. Despite having gone an entire night without sleep, he remained invigorated, his spirits soaring at the thought of the vast resources within his hidden space. Meanwhile, at 8 in the morning, the shift change at the Fuyuan warehouse commenced. A dozen individuals had gathered early at the entrance, but when they pushed open the large doors, they stood frozen in shock. Their colleagues lay scattered across the floor, and beside them was a delivery truck filled to the brim with the warehouse's inventory. However, the most astonishing revelation was the complete emptiness of the warehouse. Even the iron shelves used for storage had vanished. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, grappling with the impossibility of so much inventory being moved in a single night. Even with 1,000 trucks hurrying to check on their slumbering co-workers, they stumbled upon 2 unexpected guests. Although the night shift workers were in collusion with Su Shuai, the others did not recognize him. Upon seeing outsiders present, they promptly bound Su Shuai and the truck driver, then called the warehouse manager. In less than half an hour, the warehouse manager arrived, incredulous over the phone about how such a vast quantity could vanish overnight. However, upon witnessing the stark emptiness of the warehouse, his mind went blank, and he collapsed onto the ground. This situation had surpassed his authority and required immediate escalation. When the general manager and shareholders of Fuyuan's supermarket arrived, Su Shuai and the others remained unconscious. Lin Yi had administered a potent sedative, fearing they might awaken too soon. He had tripled the dosage. That they had not succumbed to the poison was a testament to their resilience. Su Shuai's parents, being major shareholders of the company, were quickly informed and were understandably alarmed to discover that their son was also present at the scene. Unbeknownst to them, Su Shuai had secretly engaged in the illicit sale of warehouse goods, which is why they were so astonished upon learning the news. By 10 o'clock in the morning, a multitude of police cars and ambulances had arrived outside the warehouse. More than 10 individuals, who had collapsed on the ground, were handcuffed and transported to the ambulances. With such a significant loss of goods from the warehouse, all these individuals were suspects, though the most incriminating were Su Shuai and the driver. The sight of the truck laden with merchandise left little doubt as to their intentions. In a bid to shield Su Shuai from blame, Lin Yi intentionally left behind all the items they had moved into the truck. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Shuai and the others gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, Su Shuai found himself in a state of confusion, gazing at his surroundings. He vaguely recalled moving items in the warehouse. How had he suddenly ended up here? Moreover, he was handcuffed. Had his theft of warehouse goods been discovered? Yet, Su Shuai felt no anxiety. His parents were the largest shareholders of the company. What harm could come from taking a few items? After all, they belonged to his family. He could simply explain to his mother that he had acted out of financial necessity. His mother adored him, with a little charm. She would undoubtedly resolve the matter for him. The officer guarding him, noticing he had regained consciousness, promptly reported to his superior. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in police uniform approached. Without preamble, he inquired, "Are you Su Shuai?" Accustomed to a life of arrogance, Su Shuai was taken aback that someone would dare address him so directly. He retorted without hesitation, "I am." "So what? Why am I being detained? Do you know who my father is? Release me at once, or I'll have you dealt with." The middle-aged officer dismissed his outburst and continued. "Did you steal the goods from the Fuyuan warehouse?" Su Shuai, lifting his chin defiantly, replied, "So what if I did? They're my family's possessions. I can take as much as I want. What business is it of yours?" Chapter 21. The mastermind of the theft, Su Shuai, the middle-aged officer, no longer willing to engage in futile conversation, stood up and departed. He had not anticipated that the case would unravel so effortlessly. The suspect had confessed immediately upon awakening. All that remained was to ascertain which other individuals were involved and where the stolen goods were hidden. After the officer left, Su Shuai's loud protests continued. "Let me go? I need to contact my mother. Hurry and return my phone." Su Shuai, brimming with misplaced confidence, believed that having merely taken a few items was inconsequential. With his parents' influence, he thought that a few words would suffice to extricate him from this predicament. It was only when he was taken from the hospital to the police station that he began to sense something amiss. From the officer's inquiries, he learned that the entire inventory of the warehouse had been stolen, and upon receiving this revelation, Su Shuai was left utterly bewildered. He merely pilfered some supplies for monetary exchange, amounting to less than $1 million in total. Yet now, an entire warehouse worth $500 billion in assets has mysteriously vanished. And it seems I have become the primary suspect according to their insinuations. The other staff members at the warehouse were quick to implicate Su Shuai, claiming they acted under his instructions. Given the staggering value of the lost goods, they dared not conceal the truth any longer and confessed to their previous actions, including the directive from Su Shuai to disable the surveillance and power systems. With the absence of surveillance, the whereabouts of the missing goods remain an enigma. The police have thoroughly examined all nearby surveillance footage, yet found no evidence of numerous trucks traversing the area. To transport all these goods would require not just 100 large trucks, but several trips as well. Lin Yi glanced at the online reports regarding the theft at the Fuyuan warehouse and smiled faintly. It seems these assets may never be recovered unless I voluntarily surrender, otherwise, this will remain an unsolved case. Su Shuai is likely to bear the brunt of this blame. Even with his parents being major shareholders of Fuyuan supermarket, they cannot save their son. Under pressure from the other shareholders, they can only attempt to soothe the situation, hoping to lessen their son's suffering while incarcerated. When Su Shuai's parents visited him at the detention center, the moment they met, Su Guangliang struck his son across the face. Su Shuai's mother hastily intervened, while the prison guards rushed forward to separate them. Su Guangliang berated Su Shuai, "You wretch. Playing with women is one thing, but stealing from your own family? Is my monthly allowance not sufficient? Speak. Where have you hidden those goods? If you don't tell me, I swear I will beat you to death." Su Shuai, holding his reddened cheek, looked at his father in disbelief. Having had Su Shuai later in life, Su Guangliang had always indulged him. He had never raised his voice, let alone struck him. He never anticipated his father would hit him today, and to his dismay, Even his doting mother remained silent. This led Su Shuai to feel that his parents no longer loved him. He then turned his face away and sat in silence, unresponsive to his father's words, as if he had not heard them. Seeing his son in such a state, Su Guangliang felt a pang of despair. The loss of over 500 billion worth of goods weighed heavily on him. Although he possessed some wealth, compensating for the losses would lead him to declare bankruptcy, incurring significant debt in the process. As visiting hours concluded, Su Guangliang and his wife sighed deeply and left the detention center, looking back multiple times. The gravity of Su Shuai's predicament was immense, and they felt utterly powerless, not out of cruelty, but simply due to their limitations. In the past, Su Shuai had often found himself in trouble. He was raised in an environment of indulgence, leading to an extremely volatile temperament, frequently resorting to violence and vandalism, with Su Guangliang ultimately footing the bill to resolve the aftermath. Just a few months prior, Su Shuai had committed a heinous act against a mother and her 12-year-old daughter. To extricate himself from the situation, Su Guangliang had spent a considerable amount of money to bribe high-ranking officials, fabricate evidence, and hire a legion of online trolls to spread falsehoods, claiming that the mother and daughter were attempting to extort Su Shuai. However, this time, he would have to rely solely on himself. On the third day following Su Shuai's arrest, Wang Xue and her two companions indeed returned to the Sichuan community. They had previously been residing comfortably in Su Shuai's villa, but found themselves unable to contact him. Zhang Qian fortuitously came across a news article online, revealing that Su Shuai was implicated in the theft of 50 billion worth of goods from the Fuyuan warehouse and had been taken into police custody. The three women deliberated and resolved to sever ties with Su Shuai immediately. Although they were reluctant to let go of the lucrative catch they had painstakingly reeled in, the risk of being labeled as accomplices by the authorities was too great. They knew they could not afford to lose much for the sake of something small. Decisive action was imperative. While Su Shuai was subjected to rigorous police interrogation, Lin Yi became increasingly preoccupied. Each evening after work, he would visit his rented warehouse to oversee the influx of supplies, in addition to a variety of meats, vegetables, and firewood. Lin Yi had also established connections with suppliers of mineral water and grains, signing procurement agreements. He ordered a total of 10,000 tons of potable mineral water, with several thousand tons of rice, flour, and condiments. Trucks lined up daily to transport goods in and out of Lin Yi's warehouse. Faced with overwhelming demand, he hired 5 or 6 forklift operators and over 10 loading workers, all under the management of Su Mo. On the third day, a lavish banquet from a 5-star hotel was delivered. That evening, while Su Mo and the others were absent, Lin Yi stealthily stored 1,000 banquet tables in his alternate space. Although Su Mo had grown curious about the sudden disappearance of the goods delivered during the day, he wisely refrained from questioning it. As long as Lin Yi was willing to provide him with money to cover his mother's medical expenses, Lin Yi was his benefactor, and everything else became secondary. Time swiftly passed, and June 1st, Children's Day, arrived. It had been a month since Lin Yi's rebirth, and through his meticulous preparations, the resources in his alternate space were now abundant. Not only did he possess the stolen goods valued at 50 billion from Fuyuan supermarket, but he also had several hundred million worth of food he had procured. These acquisitions had only required a deposit, with the remaining balance to be settled in 2 months. However, it appeared they might not reach that point. Following Lin Yi's extensive purchasing spree, the prices within Haijing City began to rise, and the Fuyuan supermarket suffered significant repercussions from the theft, forcing several large supermarkets in Haijing City to cease operations. Lin Yi could not help but wonder if his return to life had triggered a butterfly effect. In Haijing City, the prices have astonishingly surged nearly twofold compared to before. Many attribute this phenomenon to the theft at Fuyuan supermarket, believing that with the passage of time, prices will inevitably revert to their normal levels. This situation has led many who are inclined to hoard food to refrain from excessive purchasing. Consequently, when the apocalypse arrives, their endurance will likely be significantly shorter than that of Lin Yi in his previous life. Chapter 22. The revelation of spatial abilities. Lin Yi reclined upon the grand bed in the hotel, contemplating his supplies, feeling that he was now fully prepared. He possessed a substantial stockpile of food, drink, clothing, and necessities. Just as Lin Yi believed he had left no stone unturned, a sudden realization struck him. He smacked his forehead in disbelief. He had forgotten to procure some medications. After the onset of the apocalypse, many would not only perish from freezing or starvation, but more would succumb to severe illnesses brought on by the sudden drop in temperature, ultimately dying due to a lack of treatment. While medications could be acquired from pharmacies, the required quantity far exceeded what a single store could provide, compelling him to consider alternative solutions. Rising from the bed, he donned his clothes. While Li Rou remained asleep beside him, Lin Yi had arranged to trade for fuel that day. The initial delivery was scheduled for a week later. but due to the substantial amount he required, he had to postpone it for several days. Observing the woman who had accompanied him for a month, Lin Yi reflected on their relationship. Since he had threatened Liu Wei, Li Rou had severed ties with him. Their connection had been merely one of convenience. She sought physical intimacy, and he desired to advance his position. Yet, after spending so much time together, it was impossible for Lin Yi to claim that no feelings had developed. He contemplated extending a helping hand to her, considering the bond they had forged over many nights. However, he needed to assess whether she could withstand the trials of his sanctuary. It was unrealistic for her to move in before the apocalypse. But if she were fortunate enough to survive, Lin Yi would consider granting her an opportunity. Although she might not ascend to the status of a primary spouse, having her as a concubine would still be advantageous. Upon leaving the hotel, Li Rou awoke and quickly dressed before heading out. Once she spotted Lin Yi entering his car, she swiftly retrieved her keys, started the engine, and followed him. Lin Yi, humming a tune as he drove, headed directly for the abandoned repair shop where their last transaction took place, oblivious to Li Rou's pursuit. The reason Li Rou was so eager to respond to Lin Yi's summons was to keep him complacent. Through their interactions, she had noticed his peculiar behavior of late, as he seemed preoccupied with unknown matters. Aware that Lin Yi held leverage over her, she resolved to take a risk and follow him discreetly. Upon arriving at the repair shop, Lin Yi began to wait, while Li Rou, witnessing him enter the dilapidated establishment, became increasingly convinced that he was harboring a secret of great significance. The vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, and a figure stealthily approached. After a half-hour of growing impatience, 2 large trucks measuring 9 meters in length arrived. As the vehicles came to a stop, 5 or 6 men disembarked. Among them the bald man from their previous encounter. "Apologies, Mr. Wang, for our tardiness," he said. Lin Yi smiled slightly and replied, "No worries. Good things come to those who wait. I have ample time." The bald man then began directing the others to unload the cargo. As the truck doors swung open, barrels of fuel filled the entire compartment. Lin Yi took a few barrels to inspect the goods, and upon confirming their quality, he felt a sense of relief. He estimated that the shipment weighed over 100 tons, double what he had originally requested. Following their previously agreed price, he retrieved the money from the trunk and handed it to the bald man. An hour later, the repair shop was brimming with fuel, and the bald man collected the payment. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Yi called him back. "Brother, please wait a moment." The bald man turned back, puzzled. As Lin Yi continued, "Are you able to procure any pharmaceuticals? I require medications for colds and fevers, as well as some emergency antibiotics." The bald man scratched his head and inquired, "Mr. Wang, what exactly do you do? Why do you need so many different items?" Lin Yi's smile faded. "What I intend to do with them is not your concern. Simply tell me if you can acquire them." With a sigh, the bald man pondered for a moment and replied, "I cannot assist with that directly. But I have a friend who specializes in pharmaceutical trade and only deals in genuine products, so you need not worry about counterfeit drugs. Since you are a valued customer, I can reach out to him on your behalf." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude and stated, "I require 10 million worth of pharmaceuticals. If you can facilitate the purchase, I assure you that you will be well compensated." Upon hearing Lin Yi's understanding of the situation, the bald man finally smiled. They were both merchants, engaged in risky business, and naturally prioritized profit. He would not take such risks without a reward. After asking Lin Yi to await his news, the bald man departed with his companions. Lin Yi then began to gather the barrels of fuel into a spatial realm. Li Rou, hidden behind a wall outside the courtyard, was initially frightened by the number of people entering and dared not approach. However, after they left without seeing Lin Yi emerge, she gathered her courage and peered over the wall to look inside the repair shop. What she saw next left her astonished. The entire shop was strewn with metal barrels filled with fuel. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi made the barrels around him vanish in an instant. Li Rou thought she must be imagining things and rubbed her eyes vigorously, only to realize she was not mistaken. She quickly retrieved her phone, opened the camera, and began recording Lin Yi. In just over a minute, Lin Yi had absorbed all the spilled fuel into a different dimension. Unbeknownst to him, Li Rou was secretly observing. Driving straight towards Haijing City, Li Rou struggled to steady her breathing, meticulously reviewing the video on her phone for a second time. Lin Yi's supernatural ability instilled a sense of fear within her. Her initial intention was merely to gather leverage against him, to free herself from his intimidation. However, upon uncovering such a significant secret, her trepidation towards Lin Yi intensified. She even entertained the notion that he might be an extraterrestrial being. Although she now possessed incriminating evidence against him, she found herself reluctant to confront him further. After leaving the repair shop, Lin Yi drove directly to his warehouse. It was noon, precisely 12 o'clock. Upon arrival, he noticed Su Mo and others were having their meal. With a larger number of personnel present, dining became a logistical challenge. Thus, Lin Yi ordered lunch for them from a nearby restaurant, scheduled for delivery at the appropriate time. Seeing his employer, Suemo hastily set aside his lunch to greet him. Lin Yi waved his hand, encouraging him to continue eating. The repair shop they had dealt with was not far, and he had merely come to check in. Chapter 23. Purchasing a vehicle. Coincidentally, Lin Yi had not yet dined, so he picked up a nearby lunchbox and sat beside Suemo to eat. The workers engaged in strenuous labor, so Lin Yi ordered meals based on a two-person portion for each individual, ensuring there was even a surplus. Though he often appeared cold and unfeeling towards others, he never neglected those who worked for him, as he could easily afford the modest expense of their meals. As he savored his lunch, he conversed with Suemo, learning that Su's hometown was in a rural area and that his mother was gravely ill, requiring a staggering 300,000 for surgery. Their family had sold everything they could, yet they had only managed to gather 170,000. Lin Yi felt a profound sense of empathy. While some were struggling to scrape together tens of thousands for medical expenses, he realized how fortunate he truly was in comparison. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi did not linger. He glanced around briefly before departing, for he had other matters to attend to. Upon leaving the warehouse, he drove straight to a Mercedes-Benz dealership in the city. He intended to purchase a vehicle capable of traversing snowy terrain. Although he was uncertain when the heavy snowfall would cease, he deemed it prudent to be prepared. With the frigid temperatures outside, should the snow stop, he would be unable to cover much ground on foot, and the cold posed a severe threat. An ordinary person could not survive long in such frigid air, potentially succumbing to the bitter chill. Prolonged exposure could even inflict irreversible damage to the respiratory system. After parking at the dealership's entrance, before he could step into the lobby, a woman clad in a sales uniform approached him. The woman stood approximately at a height of 1.70 meters, adorned in high heels, with a pair of black stockings that elegantly accentuated the contours of her legs. Lin Yi's eyes brightened at the sight. Although her beauty did not quite reach the level of Wang Xue, she was at least comparable to Li Rou, earning a solid score of 80. "Good day, sir. Are you here to look at cars?" she inquired, slightly bending at the waist in a respectful manner as she addressed Lin Yi. He nodded in response, his gaze unwavering, fixated on her stunningly clad legs. The woman perceived the intensity of his gaze. Nonetheless, she remained unfazed, accustomed as she was to the attention of affluent clients, and often finding suitors willing to purchase luxury vehicles for her sake. Through their conversation, Lin Yi learned that the woman's name was Su Ying, aged 25, and she had been engaged in automobile sales for just over a year. Despite her brief tenure, she had already achieved the status of sales champion in the entire dealership. Observing Su Ying's graceful figure, Lin Yi could surmise how she had attained such a title. Upon discovering Lin Yi's interest in acquiring an off-road vehicle, Su Ying initially recommended a G-Class, a high-end model priced at 3 to 4 million. Should Lin Yi decide to purchase it, her commission would amount to a substantial sum of 20,000 or more. However, after circling the vehicle, Lin Yi expressed his dissatisfaction. While the car's performance was commendable, he was uncertain about its capability in snowy terrains. Noticing Lin Yi's less than satisfied expression, Su Ying felt a pang of disappointment. Her experience in sales had taught her that many individuals, unable to afford more expensive vehicles yet reluctant to lose face, would scrutinize every detail, highlighting numerous flaws. She assumed Lin Yi belonged to this category, yet, bound by her role as a salesperson, she maintained a cheerful demeanor. Lin Yi sighed and remarked to Su Ying, "This car is quite good, but it does not meet my standards." Su Ying's suspicions were confirmed, yet to her surprise, Lin Yi continued, "Do you have anything pricier? Cost is not an issue, but the off-road capability must be top-notch." Su Ying was momentarily taken aback. Her response delayed by a couple of seconds before she brightened and said, "Yes, sir, please follow me." She then led Lin Yi to another vehicle. Before them stood the Unimog U8000, the latest model of the year, ranked first among off-road vehicles worldwide, and a limited edition. Only one was available in Haijing City. Lin Yi gazed at the imposing steel beast, nearly 3 meters in height, his admiration evident. With this vehicle, where could he not venture in a post-apocalyptic world? Upon inquiring about the price and learning that this fully equipped Unimog commanded a staggering 10 million, Lin Yi decisively made the purchase. The payment method, of course, is through a mortgage. He has already withdrawn all his funds from the stock market, leaving him with only over 20 million in his account. He still needs to allocate 10 million for medication, so now he can only afford to use 10 million, naturally necessitating a frugal approach. Su Ying accompanied Lin Yi to complete the necessary procedures. The mortgage required only 30% of the payment. Lin Yi directly charged 3 million to his card, while the staff at the 4S dealership would assist with the remaining paperwork. Once the vehicle is registered and insured, Lin Yi would be able to collect it. Before departing, Lin Yi added Su Ying's contact information, as he had significantly contributed to her performance, and she would undoubtedly reciprocate. He saw no reason to decline such an opportunity. As this was not an illicit transaction involving his own funds, as long as it was legal, he had nothing to fear. As Lin Yi settled into his new car, Xue escorted him until he was on his way, returning to the 4S dealership only after watching him drive off into the distance. After leaving the dealership, Lin Yi did not return to the hotel, but instead headed to the Chuangxin community. Since handing over the key to Luo Jun, he had not revisited, and it was time to inspect the progress of their work. Upon entering the community, he noticed several trucks arriving, neatly loaded with rows of steel plates. Though referred to as steel plates, their thickness exceeded 10 centimeters, and Lin Yi knew they were intended for his residence. After parking the car, Lin Yi intended to head directly home, but was soon distracted by a commotion at the entrance, accompanied by the honking of car horns. Paying no heed to his original plan, he made his way toward the community gate. It was not that he had a penchant for spectacle. Rather, the trucks had been halted by the security at the entrance, and he felt compelled to investigate. Upon his arrival, he found 3 or 4 security personnel in a standoff with the delivery drivers. Just then, Luo Jun appeared at the entrance and promptly briefed Lin Yi on the situation. Since the renovation of Lin Yi's home commenced, the frequent deliveries of materials had led to numerous interactions with the community's management. Although Lin Yi had already communicated with the property management and paid an ample renovation deposit, the staff often sought to create trouble for them. Chapter 24, Property Manager Fong Hu. After listening to Luo Jun's account, Lin Yi understood the situation. The management of Chuangxin community had always operated in such a manner. The property manager, Fong Hu, had once been a small-time thug in the area but, by a twist of fate, had ingratiated himself with the developer of the community, earning his current position. Since assuming the role of property manager, he had rarely resolved residents' difficulties but had certainly created many challenges. Whenever conflicts arose with residents, he would rally his former associates to loiter outside their homes, intimidating the families of the residents. Several families, gripped by the fear of harm befalling their loved ones, reluctantly sold their homes and departed from the area. The most indelible memory for Lin Yi was that among those who participated in his previous life's demise, there was Fong Hu. Although he did not wield the blade himself, he undeniably played a pivotal role, leading Lin Yi to suspect he might be the mastermind. However, Lin Yi had no desire to stir trouble. Even vengeance could wait for a more opportune moment. Thus, he directly called Fong Hu. The security guard's ability to halt the delivery truck was undoubtedly at Fong Hu's behest. Shortly after Lin Yi ended the call, a drunken Fong Hu emerged from the property management office of the community. He had been reveling with a few associates until the early hours of the morning, only to be roused by Lin Yi's call. Adorned with spectacles and dressed in casual attire, he appeared refined at first glance. Yet those familiar with him were acutely aware of the darkness that lay within, earning him the moniker Smiling Tiger. Upon reaching the entrance, he addressed Lin Yi, stating, "The community has regulations that prohibit outside delivery trucks from entering." Lin Yi was well aware of the community's rules, which did not include such a prohibition. Moving and renovation trucks were permitted entry with prior notification to management. Fong Hu was clearly attempting to extort Lin Yi. Nevertheless, Lin Yi chose not to engage in an argument. Constructing the shelter was of paramount importance, and all other grievances could be settled when the apocalypse arrived. Lin Yi discreetly pulled Fong Hu aside and stealthily produced 2 bundles of crisp $100 bills, placing them into Fong Hu's hands. Upon noticing the cash, Fong Hu erupted in laughter, slapping Lin Yi on the shoulder before turning to berate the guards at the entrance. "Who instructed you to stop the vehicle?" Lin Yi had already notified the management. "Did I not make that clear before? Release it immediately." Lin Yi's gaze, cold as ice, bore into Fong Hu's back. A look reminiscent of one awaiting death. Fong Hu had firmly secured a place on his list of targets. After enduring Fong Hu's tirade, the guards offered no defense and hastily raised the barrier. This was not their first collaboration with Fong Hu. He had employed similar tactics on numerous occasions, and they were well acquainted with the routine. Once the guards permitted entry, Luo Jun signaled the drivers to board their vehicles and proceed to the community's entrance. Subsequently, he organized individuals to begin transporting goods upstairs. Lin Yi followed Luo Jun into the elevator, and upon reaching the 26th floor, he beheld a transformed residence. Most of the walls had vanished, replaced by alloy panels, with only the ceiling and floor awaiting installation. The alloy panels brought in today were intended for the ceiling and flooring. Lin Yi favored floor-to-ceiling windows, thus the bulletproof glass was a single expanse, with only a few small openings made per his request, accompanied by a small door granting access from the window to the balcony. Such a large object could hardly be transported via the elevator. It had to be hoisted up using steel cables from above. Lin Yi felt a surge of curiosity. From what he knew, his neighbors were hardly accommodating. While typical renovations might be tolerable, such ostentatious remodeling as his would surely disturb the peace. Did no one come to raise a fuss? In response to this query, Luo Jun elucidated that initially, there were indeed frequent complaints, with groups of 4 or 5 people appearing daily. However, after he generously bestowed a significant number of eggs upon the elder residents of the building, the complaints dwindled considerably. He even promised that for every day he spent on renovations, they could collect 10 pounds of eggs daily. The elderly residents proved nearly impervious to the allure of free eggs. Upon hearing of this offering, they ceased their grievances, with some even hoping Luo Jun would prolong the renovations. Lin Yi immediately gave Luo Jun a thumbs up. Even though providing eggs daily incurred minimal expense, it effectively resolved a considerable nuisance, a classic case of spending little to achieve great results. Lin Yi promptly offered to cover the costs and transferred 10,000 yuan to Luo Jun, sufficient to procure several truckloads of eggs. After lingering for a while amidst the chaotic scene, he decided not to burden Luo Jun further and took his leave. As he passed by Wang Xue's residence, Lin Yi paused momentarily. Noticing the pile of takeout boxes at the entrance, he surmised that Wang Xue had likely not ventured outside recently. Since becoming involved with the wealthy Su Shuai, she and her companions had resigned from their jobs, seeking to devote themselves entirely to being kept like canaries. Unexpectedly, Su Shuai encountered a misfortune, having been arrested, and was currently under interrogation at the police station. Fearing repercussions, the women hastily vacated their shared dwelling. Yet without a source of income, they resorted to languishing at home while scouting for new prospects. Fortunately, prior to his arrest, Su Shuai had gifted them numerous designer bags and shoes, which they could sell for a considerable sum. Otherwise, they might have struggled to afford even basic sustenance. Lin Yi observed the plight of the 3 women with a hint of schadenfreude, yet he did not dwell on it too deeply. They were merely minor characters, and it was perhaps time they faced some hardship. He had far greater gifts in store for them when the reckoning arrived. As Lin Yi descended to his car, he unexpectedly received a call from Wang Xue. Intrigued by her intentions, he pressed the answer button. On the other end, Wang Xue's voice emerged, sultry and inviting. "Ego, are you in the Sichuan community? I just saw you." Lin Yi glanced up toward the 20th floor. To an ordinary person, the distance would obscure all details. Yet his enhanced vision allowed him to discern a silhouette in the window. Indeed, it was Wang Xue. "Yes, I'm checking on the renovations," he replied nonchalantly. "Do you have time tonight?" Wang Xue inquired. The previous matters were all Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang's ideas. "I would like to treat you to dinner." As an apology on their behalf, Lin Yi felt a cold smirk rise within him. What a clever maneuver by Wang Xue, shifting all the blame onto others while extricating herself unscathed. Chapter 25. Threats. Wait a moment. Could it be that they have set their sights on me as their new target? Surely, I can't be that unfortunate. Lin Yi's intuition proved correct. Ever since they returned from Su Shuai's villa, they discovered Lin Yi's house was undergoing renovations. With a slight sacrifice of their appearance, they managed to glean information from the construction workers. Lin Yi had indeed spent several tens of millions to transform his home. The revelation of Lin Yi's wealth sparked their interest anew. After a thorough discussion, the trio resolved to set their sights on Lin Yi. After all, he had once been utterly devoted to Wang Xue, bringing her breakfast every morning during their university days, almost as if he were catering to her boyfriend as well. They had plenty of schemes to rekindle Lin Yi's infatuation for Wang Xue. They attributed Lin Yi's recent changes to jealousy, believing that once Wang Xue declared her breakup with Su Shuai, Lin Yi would inevitably come crawling back. Just as they had solidified their plan, they spotted Lin Yi in the neighborhood and urged Wang Xue to call him, inviting him for dinner that evening. If Lin Yi remained obstinate, they suggested Wang Xue could drop hints or even agree to be his girlfriend, fulfilling Lin Yi's deepest desire. Surely, once Wang Xue made a move, Lin Yi would have no means of escape. "I don't have time," Lin Yi responded without a moment's hesitation. Ever since he had seen the true nature of Wang Xue and her friends in their room, he felt a wave of disgust whenever he encountered her, let alone dining together. Wang Xue was taken aback by his swift refusal. Yet, remaining mindful of her mission, she continued, "Don't be so quick to reject. After dinner, we could catch a movie together. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang go to bed early, and if it gets too late, I could stay at your place. But you mustn't do anything strange, okay?" Lin Yi smiled slightly, recognizing Wang Xue's cleverness. Her last remark had an undertone of suggestiveness, as if reminding him not to entertain any peculiar notions. No wonder Su Shuai had been so entranced by them. However, Lin Yi felt no stirrings of interest. Having discerned the true colors of Wang Xue and her cohorts, he would not be deceived again, even if they offered him a free meal. He could easily find women anywhere, not to mention the ever-available Li Rou. Even the saleswoman from when he purchased his car was queuing behind. With a tone laced with sarcasm, Lin Yi remarked, "Are you being frivolous? After so many years, do you think I don't know you? Su Shuai must have fallen from grace, and now you're seeking new prey, am I right? Sorry, but I'm not your type. After Lin Yi concluded the call, he promptly hung up and returned to the hotel. Wang Xue, left listening to the beeping tone, clenched her teeth in disbelief. She never imagined that Lin Yi, who had always shown her such care, would utter such hurtful words. Even though Lin Yi was not entirely mistaken, she had indeed considered him merely a backup for Su Shuai. Her willingness to lower herself to be Lin Yi's girlfriend deserved at least some gratitude from him. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? Wang Xue had the phone on speaker, and her companions, Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian, overheard Lin Yi's derision. Before Wang Xue could voice her thoughts, the two women erupted in indignation, hurling curses at Lin Yi. That bastard. I knew he was no good. His sudden change in attitude must be due to newfound wealth. Now that he is rich, he looks down on our Xue. What a heartless wretch, exclaimed one. Exactly. He is nothing but a fickle man, perhaps already involved with someone else, added the other. Listening to their words, Wang Xue found their suspicions plausible. Yet, she excelled in the role of the third party, and with the three of them united, she was confident they could effortlessly reclaim Lin Yi. After all, which man could resist the advances of three beautiful women? Even Su Shuai had succumbed to their relentless pursuit, let alone Lin Yi, a newly affluent man. With this in mind, the trio began devising a plan to ensnare Lin Yi. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yi called Li Rou, requesting her company. Naturally, the venue was their usual hotel. However, contrary to her typically obedient nature, Li Rou did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, she suggested meeting at a restaurant. Just as Lin Yi was about to decline, a notification chimed on his phone. Upon inspection, he discovered a video sent by Li Rou. The video, evidently recorded covertly, shocked Lin Yi with its content. He saw himself waving his hand, causing a multitude of oil barrels to vanish in an instant. He vividly recalled that moment when he had gone to purchase fuel, unaware that Li Rou had stealthily followed him and captured the event on her phone. He realized he had underestimated Li Rou. Her ability to rise to prominence through Liu Wei attested to her formidable character. A flicker of menace ignited in Lin Yi's eyes. Anything that posed a threat to him must be extinguished at its inception. He promptly agreed to meet Li Rou over the phone. After dressing, he departed the hotel. Upon arriving at the designated restaurant, Lin Yi reserved a private room and sent the room number to Li Rou, then awaited her arrival in silence. After a little over 10 minutes, Li Rou entered, clad in a trench coat. Her demeanor exuded confidence, as though she held Lin Yi firmly in her grasp. After finding a seat for herself, she crossed her legs and addressed Lin Yi. Brother Yi, have you watched the video I sent you? What are your thoughts? Lin Yi remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze at Li Rou. Sensing his indifference, Li Rou continued. No wonder you discovered my secret. It seems you possess a special ability. Since we both harbor secrets, let us consider it even. I want to disclose yours, and you shall not betray me, agreed? The term special ability struck Lin Yi as peculiar, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. Relieved by his response, Li Rou leaned in conspiratorially. Can others learn this ability of yours? If you are willing to teach me, I shall be yours entirely. I will comply with your every desire. Although Lin Yi's expression remained impassive, internally, he was cursing. Did she really wish to learn? Even if he desired to teach her, she would be incapable. How dare she threaten him? If she managed to survive until her secret was exposed, it would be quite the feat at that moment. Lin Yi felt no pity for Li Rou. She had jeopardized his safety. The allure of beauty paled in comparison to the priority of security. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation. Realizing Lin Yi's frigid demeanor, Li Rou understood that her hopes of learning were futile and promptly abandoned the thought. Chapter 26. Preparation of resources completed. With their discussion concluded, Li Rou prepared to leave. Lin Yi observed her retreating figure, forcing himself to refrain from taking immediate action against her. This was the city center, surrounded by numerous surveillance cameras, and it would be unwise to strike here. After Li Rou exited the restaurant, Lin Yi hastily followed, quietly trailing her. Previously, Li Rou had followed Lin Yi and uncovered his secret. Now, it was Lin Yi's turn to shadow Li Rou, seeking an opportunity to eliminate her and obliterate the evidence. Upon leaving the restaurant, Li Rou returned home, and seeing no chance to act, Lin Yi discontinued his pursuit and returned to the hotel. The following day, Lin Yi arrived at the company and submitted his resignation. With only a little over half a month until the apocalypse, he was unwilling to squander his time on work. His prior reluctance to resign stemmed from needing to profit from stocks, as it was more convenient while employed. However, that necessity had dissipated. The HR manager promptly informed General Manager Liu Wei of Lin Yi's resignation. Naturally, Liu Wei was elated upon hearing the news. Every time he encountered Lin Yi at the office, he felt a pang of guilt. It was for the best that Lin Yi departed, out of sight, out of mind. He immediately instructed the HR manager to process Lin Yi's paperwork and even granted him an additional half-year's salary. As Lin Yi stepped out of the company's doors, he received a phone call and subsequently drove to the repair shop where the previous transaction took place. This time, he was cautious, carefully checking for any followers. Once assured of his safety, he drove into the repair shop. What followed was the familiar routine of waiting. The bald man seems to possess little sense of time, as he invariably keeps Lin Yi waiting for an additional half hour before making his appearance for each transaction. True to form, 20 minutes later, a large truck rumbled into the repair shop. The bald man descended from the vehicle. This marked the third occasion of their dealings, and the two had grown quite familiar with one another. The routine remained consistent, inspecting goods, unloading, and settling payments. Once again, Lin Yi expended 10 million, leaving him with just 7 million in his account. The pharmaceuticals within the truck were comprehensive, encompassing everything from cold and fever medications to anti-inflammatory drugs, along with ample bandages and treatments for injuries, and even a significant supply of quick-acting heart pills and asthma medications. After several workers transferred the medicines to the ground, the bald man exchanged a brief greeting with Lin Yi before departing. Observing the bald man's retreating figure, Lin Yi felt a deep sense of gratitude. Without him, procuring such a vast array of items independently would have been a Herculean task. Silently, he offered his blessings to the man and then resumed his work. Within a minute, boxes of pharmaceuticals were seamlessly absorbed into his alternate space. His alternate space was meticulously divided into numerous sections: food, medicines, water, daily necessities, fuel, firewood, and weapons. Each category had its designated area, distinctly separated from one another. After organizing the medications, Lin Yi ventured to the warehouse he had rented. Today marked the arrival of the final batch of supplies. Once these were collected, he would no longer need to return for goods. Upon his arrival at the warehouse, Suemo was busy logging the incoming items. Lin Yi chose not to disturb him, instead finding a spot to sit and perusing his phone, simultaneously checking online reports about the disappearance of supplies from Fuyuan supermarket. Some time had elapsed since the incident. Yet aside from the apprehension of Su Shuai and several warehouse managers, there had been no substantial progress from the authorities regarding the case. The number of thieves remained uncertain. The method of transportation of the stolen goods was unclear, and the whereabouts of all the merchandise was shrouded in mystery. The investigation was characterized by a conspicuous lack of knowledge. After some time, Lin Yi stumbled upon news regarding the alarming surge in prices in Haijing City within just a month. Numerous experts began urging the public to refrain from panic buying, asserting that the inflation was merely temporary and would revert to normal levels within a month. In this regard, the experts were not entirely mistaken. Absent an apocalyptic scenario, prices might indeed decline. However, the common folk might not live to see that day. After 2 hours of engaging with his phone, the last truck had completed its loading and left the warehouse. Sumo and the unloading workers began preparing for a break. Lin Yi put away his phone and called everyone over. Upon the arrival of everyone, Lin Yi retrieved several red envelopes from his backpack and distributed them among the crowd, each containing 20,000 yuan. Although he initially offered a payment of 10,000 per person for a month's worth of work, he ultimately decided to grant them double the amount. This gesture served as a means of securing his own peace of mind, for he was not in need of the money. The workers, upon receiving their compensation, expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Lin Yi, marveling at the generosity of their employer. As they departed, they implored Lin Yi to consider them for any future jobs. Once the crowd had dispersed, only Su Mo remained in the warehouse. Lin Yi had refrained from giving him an envelope earlier, intending to present him with a separate gift. Observing Su Mo's honest demeanor, Lin Yi extracted a bundle of 100 yuan bills, totaling 20 stacks, and handed it to him. Su Mo stared at the money, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yi gently spoke. "Last time, you mentioned your mother was awaiting funds for her surgery, needing over 100,000. Here, you have 200,000. Take this to treat her." Su Mo gazed at Lin Yi, tears welling in his eyes, and then knelt before him. Lin Yi quickly assisted him back to his feet and continued, "You have been a tremendous help to me. It is thanks to you that everything went smoothly, alleviating much of my worry. This is what you rightfully deserve." Wiping his tears, Su Mo replied, "Brother Yi, I cannot accept this money. Your wealth is not easily come by, and even in my poverty, I cannot take your money without hesitation." Lin Yi smiled gently. "Do you think I am giving this to you for free? Only 20,000 is your salary. The remainder is a loan. Take it to ensure your mother receives her treatment. Her illness cannot be postponed." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Mo finally acquiesced, and after some insistence, he wrote an IOU and pressed his fingerprint upon it. Lin Yi tucked the note into his pocket, and just as Su Mo was about to leave, Lin Yi paused to advise him. "In about half a month, there may be some calamity. If possible, it would be wise to stock up on food at home. Suemo nodded, fully trusting Lin Yi's counsel. Even if nothing were to transpire, purchasing extra supplies would not be a burden. Watching Suemo depart, Lin Yi smiled softly and subsequently tore up the IOU. He ultimately relented, realizing that while he could be merciless towards those who had wronged him, he could not bear to be harsh with those who had aided him. Perhaps it was best to consider this as a good deed done before the impending doom, a means of securing his own tranquility. Chapter 27. The first kill. Once everyone had left, Lin Yi began to gather his supplies. 10 minutes later, he locked the now empty warehouse, likely never to return. After leaving the warehouse, Lin Yi drove towards the hotel. On the way, Lin Yi unexpectedly received a call from Li Rou, demanding that he prepare 10 million in cash to exchange for his video at the repair shop where he had previously conducted transactions. Lin Yi realized that the matter concerning her and Liu Wei's embezzlement of public funds and their illicit affair was about to be exposed. She was preparing to flee. Since her misdeeds had been uncovered, she no longer feared Lin Yi's threats. Lin Yi turned his car around, heading towards the repair shop. He was determined to eliminate Li Rou today, ensuring that there would be no future troubles. He understood that there was no way for her to escape. If she were captured, even without the video, she would divulge his secrets, leading to endless difficulties for him. Upon arriving at the repair shop, Li Rou had not yet arrived. Lin Yi parked the car, readied his gun, and began to wait. After an hour, Li Rou slowly drove into the repair shop. But she was not alone. A man was seated in the passenger seat. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi recognized Liu Wei. It seemed that this pair of illicit lovers had reunited in the face of calamity. After exiting their vehicle, they approached Lin Yi's car, but Liu Wei's movements were peculiar. With his right hand tucked in his pocket. Once they stood before Lin Yi, Li Rou straightforwardly inquired, "Where's the money?" Lin Yi remained unmoved, retorting, "Where's my video?" Li Rou smiled slightly. "Who said I was going to give you the video? The 10 million is merely our hush money. In the future, if Liu Wei and I find ourselves short on funds, we will still come looking for you. Given your prowess, I presume you won't mind parting with a little money." A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he turned toward the trunk of his car. Upon opening it, he revealed several travel bags. Just as Lin Yi prepared to retrieve them, Liu Wei suddenly acted, drawing a handgun from his pocket and pulling the trigger at Lin Yi's back. With a gunshot echoing, Lin Yi exhibited no reaction, merely turning to coldly regard Liu Wei. Both were momentarily startled. They had previously conferred that, based on Lin Yi's character, he would not passively acquiesce to their intimidation. Thus, they resolved to strike first. Upon seeing the money, they would eliminate Lin Yi and abscond with his cash. To this end, Liu Wei had brought a firearm he had painstakingly acquired on the black market, believing that, despite Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities, he could not withstand real weapons. Little did they expect that after Liu Wei fired, Lin Yi would remain unscathed, leaving Liu Wei to question whether he had been deceived by the arms dealer. The reason Lin Yi could evade harm was due to his experimentation, which revealed the capability to materialize a spatial eye, creating a 1-1 square spatial portal before him. Any object entering this portal would be drawn into an alternate space, including bullets. Upon noticing Liu Wei's peculiar behavior, Lin Yi formulated a plan. Since he could procure weaponry, it was logical to assume that others could as well. Thus, he harbored no trust for those deceitful individuals. From the outset, he had opened the portal to the spatial realm before him. Indeed, as Lin Yi reached for the money, Liu Wei fired upon him. The two observed that the initial shot had left Lin Yi unscathed, prompting Liu Wei to pull the trigger again, this time aiming for Lin Yi's head, unleashing an entire magazine of bullets. Yet, the outcome mirrored the previous encounter. Despite the barrage, Lin Yi remained untouched, his smile even more pronounced. Subsequently, with a mere wave of his hand, Lin Yi sent the bullets that had entered the portal hurtling back, transforming Liu Wei into a sieve. After Liu Wei succumbed, Lin Yi, in plain sight of Li Rou, absorbed his lifeless body into the alternate dimension. Li Rou, now utterly petrified by the scene before her, collapsed to the ground. Her gaze vacant and immobile, Lin Yi retrieved a handgun from the spatial realm and pressed it against Li Rou's forehead. It was only then that she regained her senses. Pleading desperately, "Ego, I implore you, do not take my life. I swear to keep your secrets. I am still of use to you. I am willing to be your woman, even your dog. Please, spare me." Witnessing her lover's demise right before her eyes, Li Rou's emotional state shattered completely. She could only hope that Lin Yi would show mercy, considering her past dedication to him. With that thought, she knelt before him, reaching to unfasten his trousers. Lin Yi forcefully kicked her away and then aimed at her forehead, pulling the trigger. The gunshot echoed, and Li Rou crumpled to the ground, her face smeared with blood. This marked Lin Yi's inaugural act of murder, and even now, his hands trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that his first victims would be Li Rou and Liu Wei. Lin Yi had indeed offered her opportunities. Had she devoted herself wholly to him, he might have considered taking her as his woman, even assisting her in evading pursuers. After all, once the fortnight had passed, her safety would have been assured. Li Rou possessed a commendable physique, and it felt somewhat regrettable to eliminate her. Yet, it was too late for such sentiments. No matter how beautiful a woman might be, if her heart did not align with his, Lin Yi would not show leniency. He meticulously cleared the scene, absorbing not only Li Rou's vehicle, but also the blood-stained bricks into the spatial realm. With no bodies left behind, the police would be unable to initiate an investigation, allowing Lin Yi to await the impending apocalypse with peace of mind. As he departed, he did not drive. After storing his vehicle within the alternate dimension, he retrieved an electric bike and navigated the village paths back to the city. The police were preoccupied with searching for Liu Wei and his associates. Even if they were missing, the authorities would merely suspect they had gone into hiding, leaving Lin Yi beyond their grasp. Even the phone card that Li Rou used to contact Lin Yi was an anonymous one purchased by Lin Yi. To trace it back to him would take at least a month. As Lin Yi rode his electric scooter along the picturesque countryside path, he received a call notifying him that his vehicle was ready for collection. All the paperwork had been completed, and he could drive it away at any moment. Consequently, Lin Yi decided against returning to the hotel and instead set off directly to the 4S dealership on his trusty electric steed. Upon entering the dealership, he was greeted by the saleswoman who had sold him the car previously. He recalled her name was Suing, and he was still owed something from her. Since he was there to retrieve his vehicle, he figured it was the perfect opportunity to collect what was due. Chapter 28. The completion of the sanctuary. Parking his scooter at the entrance of the 4S dealership, Lin Yi dismounted, and Suing approached him with a beaming smile, her right hand instinctively brushing through her long hair. Such subtle gestures were the most effective in captivating a man's heart. Today, Suing appeared to have made a deliberate effort to enhance her appearance. Her makeup was far more refined than during their last encounter. She had traded her work attire for something more personal, clad in her own apparel, while her legs remained elegantly adorned in black stockings. Lin Yi had gazed at her legs previously, and she remembered it vividly, for she had come with intentions and aimed to appeal to his tastes. Her upper body was dressed in a white blouse, with the top two buttons left undone, allowing a slight bend to reveal glimpses of her fair skin beneath. Although Lin Yi focused primarily on his beloved vehicle, his peripheral vision involuntarily flickered towards Suing. Recognizing her intentions had been met, Suing mused inwardly. Ah, men. Encountering a man of Lin Yi's caliber, handsome and affluent, was a rare stroke of fortune. Though she sold cars daily, such high-quality men were exceedingly uncommon. Given this chance, she sought to seize the moment. After all, a career in sales was not a sustainable path, and the prospect of being supported by a handsome benefactor was enticing. Little did she know that Lin Yi had just severed ties with his lover. Had she been aware, she would have certainly kept her distance. As Lin Yi beheld the magnificent steel beast before him, he could hardly contain his excitement and took a seat. Suing settled into the passenger seat, with a singular objective, to ensure Lin Yi's enjoyment. The engine roared to life, and Lin Yi felt an exhilarating push against his back as the vehicle surged onto the road. As Lin Yi navigated the streets, Suing frequently showcased her figure, her gaze towards him laden with temptation. After circling the city twice, Lin Yi headed straight back to his hotel, but Su Ying's relentless allure proved too potent for even the most steadfast of men. After parking the vehicle downstairs, Lin Yi took Su Ying's hand and ascended the building. The following morning, Lin Yi rubbed his sore back. The past few days had been exceedingly demanding. After a full day of labor, it was followed by an equally strenuous night. Beside him, Su Ying remained in slumber as Lin Yi gently draped a blanket over her. Observing the tattered stockings and scattered undergarments strewn across the floor, he stepped outside. Today marked a significant occasion. His new abode was finally completed. Just yesterday, Luo Jun had informed him of this development, urging him to conduct an inspection, yet he had found himself entranced by Su Ying's tender embrace, postponing the visit until today. Lin Yi drove his newly acquired vehicle towards the Shouchuan community. Upon reaching the entrance, several security guards, upon sighting the luxury automobile, made no inquiries and promptly granted him passage. After parking the car, he ascended to the 26th floor via the elevator. As the doors opened, he was greeted by a colossal alloy door on the left, towering nearly 3 meters high and extending to the ceiling. The door's width approached 2 meters, a stark contrast to the modest entrances of his neighbors, akin to a grandfather meeting his grandchild. Lin Yi knocked, and Luo Jun opened the grand entrance. Satisfied, Lin Yi nodded at the door's locking mechanism. The door featured 3 types of locks. The first was a fingerprint scanner, the second a traditional keyhole, and the third the most archaic, a latch lock. The door itself boasted a thickness of 20 centimeters, constructed from cutting-edge alloy, far superior to ordinary steel. Its strength surpassed that of steel by several multiples. Furthermore, at Lin Yi's request, Luo Jun had designed several shooting ports that could only be accessed from within. Equipped with 2 flamethrowers, operable with a mere filling of gasoline into a designated container. Beyond the main entrance, every room's walls were reinforced with alloy panels, freshly coated with latex paint. Even in the event of an explosion, the structural integrity of each room would remain unscathed. The living room fireplace was connected to ducts, capable of distributing warmth throughout the premises with the addition of firewood. One bedroom had been transformed into a storage space, housing a generator and water tank among other items. An air filtration system was installed as well, ensuring a continuous flow of air while effectively blocking out toxic fumes from the outside. Even if a fire were ignited at his doorstep, Lin Yi would remain oblivious to the slightest whiff of smoke within his home. Lastly, at Lin Yi's strong insistence, surveillance cameras had been installed throughout the building. A total of 200 pinhole cameras were strategically positioned to monitor each household's entrance, allowing Lin Yi to view the footage simply by turning on his television. Building 16, where Lin Yi resided, contained 3 units, with a corridor on the 6th floor leading to the other units, each housing 56 families, including Lin Yi's own residence. The total number of households amounted to 168. Now, Lin Yi could observe the entire building's activities without stepping outside. After thoroughly experiencing the premises, he signed the delivery document. Provided there were no subsequent issues, Lin Yi would transfer the final payment to the Tianli Protection Company's account in 3 months. After Luo Jun departed, Lin Yi closed the door and subsequently reset the password and fingerprint access, transforming the house into his private sanctuary. He resolved not to allow anyone else entry, and regarding the hotel, there was no longer any need for accommodation. Lin Yi turned on the television to check the surveillance footage, finally pausing the image at the entrance of Wang Xue's residence. Adjusting the video forward, he observed that the 3 of them had not ventured outside recently. Aside from receiving takeout, they had not opened the door at all. It appeared they were still apprehensive that the Su Shui case might implicate them, opting instead to lay low until the case concluded with sentencing. This suited Lin Yi perfectly, as there remained over a week until the impending doom arrived. If they failed to gather supplies soon, it was likely they would struggle to survive for even half a month before succumbing to hunger. Ultimately, they would have to seek his assistance. However, this time, Lin Yi would not show any mercy. He might allow them to see him, but food would be out of the question. Seated on the spacious sofa, Lin Yi suddenly found himself feeling a sense of ennui. Just as he contemplated watching television, he realized he had yet to procure something of paramount importance, a collection of films and television series. Who knew how long this heavy snowfall would persist? If it continued for a year or more without any form of entertainment, he would surely feel stifled. With this thought in mind, Lin Yi methodically unlocked the door, and a minute later, he pulled it open and stepped outside. Chapter 29. Purchasing seafood. Lin Yi drove to a nearby electronics market, where he located a store selling gaming consoles. He promptly purchased every brand of gaming machine available, along with over 1,000 game cartridges. Next, he visited an audiovisual shop and requested the proprietor to download all the movies, television shows, and some variety programs from their inventory. In total, Lin Yi spent over 1 million yuan to acquire these items, with the game cartridges alone costing him 200,000 to 300,000. The consoles were even more expensive, with a single unit costing several tens of thousands, which greatly expanded Lin Yi's understanding of their value. Previously, he had little interest in gaming, making this experience a revelation for him. After loading the items into his vehicle in batches, Lin Yi discreetly stored them in his alternate space. Gazing at the remaining millions in his account, he experienced the novel sensation of being wealthy yet uncertain about what to purchase. He felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of not spending it all, considering it had been hard-earned. Subsequently, Lin Yi entered a seafood market. Although he had already acquired a considerable amount of meat and vegetables, he had not adequately prepared for seafood, so he intended to spend the entirety of his remaining funds on it. Upon entering, Lin Yi was struck by the variety of seafood on display. Dozens of large tanks lined the walls, each oxygenating its aquatic inhabitants. Massive lobsters and king crabs waved their claws menacingly within. Noticing Lin Yi's entrance, the shop owner promptly inquired, "Sir, what would you like today?" Lin Yi surveyed the seafood in the store and replied, "I wish to purchase a substantial quantity of lobsters and king crabs. Can you facilitate this?" The shopkeeper, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "How much do you desire?" Lin Yi extended 5 fingers and stated, "I require 5 million worth of goods, all to be fresh." "Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. However, I must charge a modest commission for my services. How does that sound?" Lin Yi nodded and responded, "That is acceptable. I will pay you 100,000 as a commission for the 5 million worth of goods." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper, filled with excitement, promptly made a phone call. thrilled at the prospect of earning a tidy sum with minimal effort. Soon, the shopkeeper concluded the call after contacting his supplier, arranging for the delivery of 5 million worth of lobsters, abalones, and king crabs to his store the following day. However, he required Lin Yi to pay a deposit of 3 million first to safeguard against any potential deceit. Lin Yi produced his bank card and transferred the 3 million deposit before departing from the seafood shop. The next day at noon, while savoring a steak at home, Lin Yi received a call from the shopkeeper, informing him that the seafood had been packaged and was on its way, all fresh and lively. Lin Yi provided his home address for direct delivery. Although the shopkeeper was curious as to why such a large quantity of live seafood was being sent to a residence, he remained steadfast in executing Lin Yi's request, motivated by the commission. Before long, 3 refrigerated trucks entered the community, a sight the security guard had grown accustomed to. Recently, numerous trucks had been seen transporting items to Lin Yi's residence, and the property manager, Fong Hu, had already briefed them to allow Lin Yi's deliveries without hindrance. This exemplified the adage that wealth can smooth over obstacles. As long as Lin Yi was spending money, the minor inconveniences would graciously step aside. Once the vehicles were parked downstairs, 7 or 8 workers emerged to begin unloading the cargo into Lin Yi's home. They toiled for over 2 hours to transfer all the seafood into Lin Yi's bedroom. The surrounding square became crowded with curious onlookers taking their evening stroll, astonished at the sheer volume of seafood Lin Yi had procured. What could he possibly intend to do with such a vast collection? Was he converting his home into a seafood warehouse? Who knows? Perhaps he simply had excess wealth to expend, given the heat. The lobsters and abalones would perish within a day, a true waste indeed. Fong Hu also emerged from his office, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the exquisite seafood. He picked up a king crab and 2 large lobsters, intending to leave with them, believing that taking a few items would be a courtesy to Lin Yi. Knowing Lin Yi's character, he thought he might even be reproached for taking too little, prompting Lin Yi to later send him more boxes. However, the staff monitoring the vehicles downstairs were not familiar with Fong Hu and were unwilling to allow his departure with the seafood. The items have been taken, and the count is incorrect. The one to bear the loss shall be him. Thus, they promptly intercepted Fong Hu. I'm sorry, sir, but these items belong to our client, and you cannot take them. Fong Hu, gazing at the man clad in work attire, exhibited a hint of disdain. He slowly replied, "Isn't it just Lin Yi's? Just tell him it was Fong Hu took it. He wouldn't dare make things difficult for you." The man paused, uncertain of the relationship between the individual before him and their client, and thus could only place a call to Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was upstairs coordinating the movement of items. Upon receiving the call informing him that Fong Hu intended to take his belongings, he showed no mercy. Without hesitation, he activated the speakerphone and retorted, "Fong Hu, are you a bandit or a beggar? Whose items do you dare to seize, you shameless wretch? Return my belongings immediately. Those few lobsters are worth over 3,000 yuan. Be careful, or I will call the police and have you arrested, you scoundrel." Fong Hu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yi's unrelenting response. Just a few days prior, Lin Yi had been obsequious towards him, discreetly slipping him 20,000 yuan. How could his attitude change so drastically in such a short span? Moreover, the phone was on speaker, and a crowd had gathered, drawn by Lin Yi's amplified voice. The disdainful gazes and laughter from those around him left Fong Hu feeling utterly humiliated. He was about to retaliate when he realized Lin Yi had already hung up. Reluctantly, he placed the items down and left in shame, but he had mentally noted this grievance, vowing to settle the score with Lin Yi when the opportunity arose. The commotion downstairs naturally caught the attention of Wang Xue and her companions, while curious neighbors had already shared the recent events in the owners group of Building 16. Upon seeing that the incident was somehow connected to Lin Yi, they were taken aback. Lin Yi had been quite the topic of conversation lately. It seemed he was everywhere. Moreover, it was rumored that he had purchased seafood worth several million yuan in one go. Truly affluent. Although Su Shuai was also wealthy, his fortune came from his parents. To prevent him from overspending, his monthly allowance was limited to a few 100,000 yuan. Now, in comparison to Lin Yi, it felt utterly insignificant. Chapter 30, The Cambrian. The coming of doom after settling the final payment, Lin Yi hurriedly collected all the seafood in his bedroom into a spatial realm, taking advantage of the fact that the ice had yet to melt. However, after several attempts, he realized there was no response. It was likely because the seafood was alive, preventing him from using his will to transfer them into the spatial realm. Consequently, he altered his approach, opening a portal on the ground and beginning to toss the seafood in, box by box. After over 10 minutes of diligent effort, the seafood in the bedroom was finally cleared. Lin Yi projected his consciousness into the spatial realm and discovered that the life forms of those seafood had been completely stabilized. Lin Yi extracted a large lobster, only to discover that although its body still exhibited signs of life, its spirit had long since faded, resembling a living corpse. It was then that he confirmed the undeniable truth that living beings could not be stored in the alternate space. He locked the door tightly, resolving not to venture outside for the next few days. His vehicle had already been safely stowed away in the alternate space, equipped with the finest snow tires, sufficient to navigate the snowy terrain. Now, everything was in place, awaiting the impending snowfall. Lin Yi installed the gaming console he had purchased on the television, embarking on a life of seclusion. His days were consumed with eating, drinking, and gaming, occasionally engaging in physical exercise. In his alternate space, he had also retrieved some fitness equipment from the warehouse, all high-end branded products, allowing him a life of comfort. During this time, Wang Xue called him twice, persistently inviting him out, no longer merely hinting but overtly suggesting. Yet, Lin Yi rejected her invitations without hesitation, eventually ceasing to answer her calls altogether. Days slipped by, and finally, it was June 30th, 2060. Lin Yi observed the seconds tick away on his phone, feeling increasingly restless throughout the day. He was uncertain whether his rebirth would alter the course of fate, potentially preventing the apocalypse due to the butterfly effect. His emotions were a tangled mix of anticipation, panic, excitement, and concern. As midnight approached, only 1 hour remained until the predicted cataclysm. He brought a lounge chair to the floor-to-ceiling window, placing a bottle of beer and 2 plates of snacks on the adjacent coffee table. The fireplace had been kindled in advance. Lin Yi glanced at the thermometer on the wall. The indoor temperature had risen to a balmy 30 degrees Celsius. It was summer, and the evening temperatures typically hovered around 20 degrees, but the warmth from the fireplace intensified the heat within the room. A fine sheen of sweat began to form on his skin, yet he remained oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on the sky outside. With only a minute to go, anxiety began to grip him, and the hand clutching the beer turned pale from exertion. A minute later, as he stared into the still dark night, confusion enveloped him. Had his rebirth somehow averted the impending doom? Just then, a bright light streaked across the horizon, reminiscent of a shooting star. Following it was a brilliant flash that momentarily blinded him. The brilliance was fleeting, vanishing after mere seconds. Time passed, and snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Initially small, the flakes grew denser over time, transforming from the size of raindrops to that of bottle caps, drastically reducing visibility to a mere 3 meters. The indoor temperature plummeted sharply, dropping from the sweltering 30 degrees to a more temperate 20-something. Lin Yi hurriedly added a few more logs to the fireplace, intensifying the flames until the thermometer stabilized at a comfortable 25 degrees. This temperature was to Lin Yi's liking, as frost had begun to form on the corners of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Reclining in his chair, he gazed at the snow-laden landscape, a profound sense of security enveloping him. He took out his phone for a moment. As expected, the group chat was in disarray, reminiscent of his previous life. The sudden drop in temperature had awakened many, prompting a flurry of complaints about the dreadful weather. Some late-night dwellers had noticed the recent flash of light, yet they dismissed it as inconsequential. Is it really snowing this early in the year? Is there some grievance in the air? Nonsense. Have you been watching too much television? With such heavy snowfall, will we have school tomorrow? I don't know about your schooling, but I just saw a notice in our company group stating we are to report to work as usual tomorrow. Damn those capitalists. The chat was filled with an array of trivial banter, devoid of substance, and Lin Yi soon lost interest. It was only upon encountering Jiang Shuyan's message that his curiosity was piqued. In his previous life, Jiang Shuyan had not resided in the community. He was surprised to find that, due to his influence, she had chosen to stay this time. His intuition was correct. She was originally slated for deployment elsewhere. But due to a robbery at the Fuyuan supermarket warehouse, the police force of Haijing City was overworked, scouring for missing supplies. With personnel already stretched thin, they had not been able to reassign her. However, Lin Yi felt no urgency. He preferred she experience some hardship first, for otherwise, she would never truly appreciate the rarity and value of what he had provided her. Though the group chat buzzed with activity, there was a palpable lack of urgency among the participants, all believing it to be merely an ordinary cold snap. Lin Yi switched off his phone and drew the curtains. Reducing the amount of wood in the fireplace, he nestled into his velvet blanket clad in his pajamas. The following morning, Lin Yi awoke at 8 o'clock. The first thing he did was to draw open the curtains before the floor-to-ceiling window. The heavy snow continued to fall, and after a night, the first floor was already submerged halfway. Some individuals in the group, possessing a sense of urgency, had banded together to procure supplies. In his previous life, Lin Yi had shared the same concern for Wang Xue's lack of food and had accompanied them to purchase a couple of bags. He had even given one to Wang Xue, which had sustained them until a month later. This time, however, fortune did not favor them. Without Lin Yi's assistance, and lacking the habit of stockpiling provisions, they would likely find themselves in dire straits within a week. Lin Yi retrieved a pair of binoculars, observing a few individuals struggling to exit the community building. The snow had accumulated to nearly a meter in depth, with the outside temperature plummeting to -30 degrees. Although the task was arduous, if they were willing to venture out to gather food, they could still return safely. Regrettably, many have chosen to remain passive, believing that the snowfall will soon cease. They think it prudent to stay home for merely 2 days, venturing out only after the snow has stopped. Chapter 31. Wang Xue's jealousy. Currently, the most anxious among them is Wang Xue. They have been subsisting on takeout for half a month, and there is not a morsel of extra food at home. As Wang Xue lay in bed, she scrolled through her phone, only to discover that all the restaurants on the delivery app were marked as closed. Enraged, she erupted in a tirade. How could these scoundrels remain shuttered? Do they wish for me to starve? In a fit of anger, Wang Xue tossed her phone aside and, wrapping herself in her blanket, made her way to Zhang Qian's room. Upon entering, she found Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang nestled together under the covers. Wang Xue inquired, "Do you have any food?" In perfect unison, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang shook their heads, as if rehearsed. Yet, Wang Xue noticed a corner of the blanket revealing a bag of cookies. Quickening her pace, she approached and pulled back the covers, unveiling 2 large bags of snacks on the bed. "You have food, and are hiding here indulging yourselves? Do you still consider me a close friend?" Zhang Qian retorted with a smirk. "The food is ours. It has nothing to do with you. If you want some, go buy your own." Glaring at Yang Shuang, who shared a similar stance, Wang Xue huffed in frustration and exited Zhang Qian's room. Once she left, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang exchanged glances and simultaneously cursed Wang Xue. Always throwing tantrums. Does she really think herself a princess? Though the three were indeed close friends, Wang Xue's superior looks had drawn the attention of many wealthy suitors, leading Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang to often feel inferior in her presence. They had always catered to her whims. However, since Su Shuai's arrest and Lin Yi's waning interest in Wang Xue, her status among them had diminished drastically, to the point where they could no longer pretend. Upon returning to her room, Wang Xue took out her phone and initiated a video call to Lin Yi. He was at home, enjoying instant noodles for breakfast, adding a lobster and 2 abalones to enhance the dish. Just as he savored the meal, his phone rang. Noticing it was Wang Xue, he smiled and answered, placing the phone in a stand on the table to begin his eating broadcast. Wang Xue felt a surge of joy at Lin Yi's prompt response. It was a refreshing change from his usual dismissive behavior. However, her excitement waned upon seeing the scene before her. Lin Yi was holding a pair of chopsticks in one hand and a 30-centimeter lobster in the other, relishing his breakfast. Wang Xue internally cursed under her breath. Eating so lavishly in the early morning, how could one not choke? Then, she adorned her face with her signature gentle smile and addressed Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, brother, are you having breakfast? You are quite clever to have purchased so much seafood a few days ago, unlike me, who has yet to eat anything." Lin Yi hardly acknowledged her, merely grunting in response as he continued to enjoy his noodles. Observing Lin Yi's lack of courtesy reignited the anger she had just managed to suppress. How could he be so oblivious? Even with such blatant hints from a striking beauty, could he not demonstrate a modicum of chivalry and offer her some food? Did he possess no grace at all? Was he even a man? Yet, under the current circumstances, she had no choice but to relent. With her mouth watering, she implored Lin Yi, "Brother Lin Yi, you have bought so much food, could you spare some for me? Xue still hasn't eaten." Lin Yi casually tossed the remaining half of a lobster into his instant noodle bowl, discarded it into the trash, and after a belch, replied, "I don't have much food left at home either. With the snow showing no signs of stopping, if I give you some, I'll be left hungry. You should find a way yourself." Wang Xue's eyes were fixed on the instant noodles and half a lobster that had just been thrown away, her mind racing with 1,000 curses. This was what he considered not much? If his food supply was truly scarce, how could he waste it so carelessly? Suddenly, she noticed something odd. It was freezing outside, and the indoor temperature was almost lower than that of the outdoors. Yet Lin Yi was wearing nothing but a thin nightgown. Had he smuggled himself to Africa? Was his home not cold? After a moment's hesitation, she voiced her concern. Lin Yi took a sip from the chilled beer on the table and replied, "Not cold at all. Are you cold? I have a fireplace at home. It's quite warm." After saying this, he pointed the camera at his fireplace. Wang Xue gazed at the flames dancing on her phone screen, feeling their warmth even through the digital barrier. She resolved that she must stay at Lin Yi's house, at least until the snow ceased. After all, she was a sought-after fairy. How could she endure hunger and cold here? "Brother Lin Yi, may I stay at your house? It's really cold at mine. And you wouldn't want to see me suffer, would you? Don't you care for me? If you agree to let me stay, I can fulfill one of your wishes, anything at all," Wang Xue said, suppressing her shivers as she winked at the phone. She was confident that no one could refuse her blatant invitation, especially not Lin Yi, who had pursued her for years. The reason Lin Yi had declined to join her for a meal before must have been due to his obliviousness to her deeper intentions. Wang Xue was certain that Lin Yi could not resist her now. Indeed, upon hearing Wang Xue's words, Lin Yi leered and inquired, "Anything goes?" Wang Xue, sensing that Lin Yi was about to take the bait, emphatically nodded and replied, "Of course, anything is possible." It seemed as if she could already envision Lin Yi kneeling at her feet. Once she set foot in his abode, all that belonged to him would be hers. Lobsters, seafood, and a cozy room. This was the life a little fairy ought to lead. However, Lin Yi suppressed his smile and coldly told Wang Xue, "No need. I currently have no desires." With that, he abruptly ended the call. The apocalypse had only just begun, and its impact on them was still minimal. Lin Yi planned to let them endure a few days of hunger before he would join them for some leisurely activities. Wang Xue was taken aback by Lin Yi's sudden change in demeanor. Staring at the disconnected video call, she stubbornly attempted to dial him again. After several attempts went unanswered, she eventually abandoned the thought, silently cursing Lin Yi and wishing for his swift demise. Why should she suffer from hunger and cold while he resided in a warm room? Indulging in delectable food? He had merely been her loyal dog in the past. Chapter 32. Repelling Fong Hu. After setting down his phone, Lin Yi picked up the game controller on the table and resumed his battle. He had become somewhat enamored with gaming over the past few days. Constantly yearning to complete the game, Lin Yi played until noon, then massaged his sore neck and began preparing lunch. Although his storage held an abundance of ready-to-eat food, he preferred to cook for himself, as it infused life into his existence. After all, he had plenty of time on his hands. He retrieved a steak and a lobster from his otherworldly space and began crafting his meal. Although his gas supply had been cut off, he had several electric stoves from the Fu Yuan warehouse, so he need not worry about the inability to cook. While Lin Yi was busy in the kitchen, property manager Fong Hu found himself in a dilemma. Since being humiliated by Lin Yi in front of others, Fong Hu had harbored resentment. Yesterday, he had gathered several of his friends to drink at his home, planning to confront Lin Yi today. However, a sudden heavy snowfall that evening thwarted his plans. With few thick winter coats, he distributed them among his companions, still lacking two. Reluctantly, he donned several spring and autumn garments for warmth. Now, he had lost all desire to seek trouble. Even if he wished to, he would have to wait for the snow to cease. The pressing issue now was food. Fong Hu's household rarely stocked up on provisions, opting instead for fresh purchases. Fortunately, they had bought a considerable amount of food and drink the previous night. And after a meal, some remained. Otherwise, they would have woken up hungry. However, with 5 or 6 men consuming daily, their supplies had dwindled, and by noon, there was nothing left to eat. Several burly men sat in the living room, exchanging glances. They gazed out at the swirling snow, which showed no signs of abating. The group contemplated their next move, pondering where they might procure some sustenance. Ultimately, Fong Hu had a revelation. Just days prior, Lin Yi had moved in several truckloads of seafood. If anyone had a well-stocked pantry at present, it would undoubtedly be Lin Yi. Coincidentally, they also intended to confront Lin Yi, and if they could simultaneously extort some food from his home, it would be a double victory. After reaching a consensus, the group promptly donned their outerwear and ventured outside, making their way towards Lin Yi's residence. Fong Hu resided in Building 16, Unit 2, and to reach Unit 1, they had to traverse the corridor on the 6th floor. As the 6 of them walked through the corridor, they peered through the windows at the tempest outside, where the howling wind rattled the panes ominously. Visibility had dwindled to less than 2 meters, and the snow had completely inundated the ground floor. Venturing out to procure supplies was now an impossibility. Everyone found themselves trapped indoors. Situated in the southern region of Long Country, had they ever witnessed such a significant snowfall? The unprecedented scene instilled a sense of urgency in Fong Hu and his companions. They hastily navigated the corridor towards Lin Yi's abode. Upon reaching the elevator lobby, they discovered the elevator had ceased operation, the red light flashing ominously. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to -40 degrees Celsius. Although the walls provided some insulation, the stairwell was still frigid, hovering around -30 degrees. In such extreme conditions, the elevator was understandably out of service. Reluctantly, they opted to ascend the stairs on foot. By the time they reached the 26th floor, they were panting heavily, their cumbersome winter attire making movement cumbersome, and the cold exacerbating their fatigue. They paused twice to catch their breath during the 20 flights of stairs. Standing before Lin Yi's door, the group was taken aback by its impressive appearance. Although Fong Hu was aware that Lin Yi had been preoccupied with renovations, he had not anticipated such a transformation. Approaching the door, he knocked, the solid thud confirming its substantial thickness, at least 10 centimeters. However, seeing the others behind him bolstered his confidence. He then brandished his prepared weapon and began to strike the door. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Yi checked the surveillance and was surprised to see Fong Hu and his entourage at his doorstep. He had not expected visitors so soon after the onset of the apocalypse. Yet, rather than feeling anxious, he was oddly pleased. He was rather bored. And the prospect of company was welcome. Lin Yi activated the intercom and spoke into the microphone. Fong Hu, what brings you to my home? Just as Fong Hu was vigorously striking the door with his wrench, the sudden voice emanating from the door startled him. Fong Hu placed the wrench down and took a couple of steps back, shouting towards the door, Lin Yi, you previously purchased several truckloads of seafood. Now, with the heavy snow blocking the roads, everyone is left without food. Surrender the items to the property management for safekeeping, and they will distribute it among the residents of Building 16. Once the snowstorm passes, we will collectively reimburse you. Lin Yi revealed a sardonic smile from within the door. Fong Hu's scheme was rather clever. He clearly intended to hoard the provisions for himself while masquerading under the banner of all the residents of Building 16. If Lin Yi relinquished the goods, who could say whether Fong Hu would return them or not? I've consumed all that food already. Do you want what I've expelled? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Fong Hu erupted in rage, cursing at the door, while his lackeys brandished their weapons, preparing to smash the door down. At that moment, Lin Yi unapologetically pressed a button on the door. Suddenly, two small holes appeared in the center of the door, and before anyone could comprehend the situation, flames erupted forth. Fong Hu, standing at the forefront, was engulfed by the flames. Outside, a cacophony of anguished cries ensued. The group hastily retreated into the corridor, narrowly escaping the fiery onslaught. Fortunately, due to the frigid weather, they had donned multiple layers of clothing, and after Fong Hu shed the outermost 2 layers, he finally extinguished the flames. Although they managed to remove their clothes in time, Fong Hu's hair was singed, and his glasses were rendered blackened by smoke. Each of them bore varying degrees of burns. They had not anticipated that Lin Yi had installed a flamethrower on his front door, an act that was undoubtedly illegal. Did he not fear being apprehended by the authorities? Fong Hu immediately pulled out his phone to call the police, but the line remained busy. He then called for an ambulance, only to find that line also occupied. Temporarily at a loss for a solution against Lin Yi, the group retreated in disgrace. Before leaving, Fong Hu positioned himself at the corridor's corner and shouted at Lin Yi's door, Lin Yi, just you wait. As soon as the snow stops, I will promptly report you to the police. Chapter 33. A state of unease. Lin Yi paid no heed to Fong Hu's rants. His reluctance to be overly harsh was intentional. He wished to spare Fong Hu's life for now, as it would be far less entertaining if he were to perish so easily. He intended to toy with him for a while longer. After returning home, Fong Hu began to assess his injuries. His hair was nearly singed away, and several blisters had formed on his face and hands. Thanks to his shielding, others sustained significantly lesser burns, with only their clothes ignited. Fong Hu rummaged through his home for a first aid kit, yet found no burn treatment within. With severe pain coursing through his face and hands, he attempted to rinse them with water, only to discover that the pipes had frozen, yielding no water whatsoever. In frustration, Fong Hu delivered a fierce kick to the frozen pipe. Subsequently, he seized his phone and unleashed a barrage of threats against Lin Yi in the residence group of Building 16. Lin Yi, you scoundrel, daring to set fire to me, just you wait. If I don't make you pay, I shall no longer bear my name. Fong Hu sent the voice message, instantly igniting a frenzy in the group. Several residents, who typically enjoyed a cordial relationship with Fong Hu, began inquiring about the situation. Upon learning that Lin Yi had burned Fong Hu with fire, they joined the fray, assailing Lin Yi with vitriol. Fong Hu, however, refrained from disclosing that he had attempted to rob Lin Yi of his food. Instead, he claimed he had gone to Lin Yi's home solely to ensure that the residents of Building 16 would not face starvation. To his astonishment, Lin Yi not only refused to lend him food, but also callously set fire to him. He conveniently omitted any mention of his own actions of breaking down the door. Once these statements were made, an increasing number of individuals began to condemn Lin Yi in the group. Lin Yi, you have gone too far. Even if you refuse to lend, you cannot harm others indiscriminately. We live in a society governed by law. Prepare to face imprisonment. Someone remarked, I saw you purchase several truckloads of seafood last time. Now, with everyone confined at home, what harm would it do to share a little? Once the snow clears, we can return it to you. Another added, with so much food, can you possibly consume it all? Be wary of indigestion. Some individuals displayed a selfish disregard for the well-being of their neighbors, declaring that when trouble befell Lin Yi, no one should come to his aid. It said that distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Thankfully, your parents passed away early. Had they known you were such a selfish wretch, it would have surely distressed them. The residents group erupted in fervent support for Fong Hu, portraying Lin Yi as a self-centered individual, indifferent to the plight of others, while Fong Hu emerged as a concerned citizen advocating for the community. Although a few, such as Jiang Shuyan, who lived beneath Lin Yi, and Lu Dage, who frequently played chess with him, spoke in Lin Yi's defense, Their voices paled in comparison to the overwhelming majority. Growing up in the Sichuan community, many residents were familiar with Lin Yi, recognizing him as a generally kind-hearted individual who would not take offense even if occasionally bullied. In stark contrast, Fong Hu was not one to forgive easily. His tendency for revenge was evident as he sought retribution against Lin Yi. Anyone who crossed him could expect no mercy, as he would not rest until he had thoroughly disciplined them. Hence, the residents leaned towards supporting Fong Hu. Jiang Shuyan sat on her bed, wrapped in a thick quilt. Her room exuded a distinctly feminine charm, with pink sheets and blankets that matched the carpet and vanity. Outside, she was a competent police officer. But within the confines of her home, she was merely a young woman in her 20s, uncertain of how to navigate the increasingly heavy snowfall. She curled up tightly, minimizing heat loss, her delicate, fair feet tucked snugly under the covers. Observing the vehement condemnation of Lin Yi within the homeowners group, she furrowed her brow slightly. Her greatest fears had indeed come to pass. In such extreme weather, the most terrifying aspect is not the natural calamities themselves, but rather the darkness of human nature. She had just contacted her parents, who informed her that this heavy snowfall might persist for an extended period, urging her to prioritize her safety by securing her doors tightly and refraining from opening them, regardless of external occurrences. Following her parents' instructions, Jiang Shuyan had already double-locked her front door and barricaded it with furniture from her room. This was the first lesson she had learned at the police academy. One must always ensure their own safety first. If one cannot protect oneself, how can they safeguard others? Fortunately, her fondness for snacks meant that her home was well-stocked, even to the extent of designating a room as a snack haven. The cabinets were overflowing with chips, cotton candy, and cookies. If she rationed her supplies, they could last her over half a month without issue. However, if the snowfall continued for a month, she would find herself in a predicament. Yet, such a scenario seemed unlikely. If the snow persisted for another month, the lower floors would likely be submerged. Would that not signify the end of the world? Startled by her own sudden thought, Jiang Shuyan quickly dismissed such wild imaginings. Humanity had endured for thousands of years. How could an apocalypse possibly occur? Even if it were to happen, it was a matter for the future. She would undoubtedly not live to see that day. Reassured by her own reasoning, she rose and made her way to the snack room, grabbing a bag of chips and instant noodles before preparing to return to her room. After a moment's hesitation, she set the instant noodles back down. Food was becoming increasingly precious, and it was wiser to conserve it whenever possible. Meanwhile, Lin Yi reclined on the sofa, sipping chilled beer while watching the news on television. The fireplace behind him crackled warmly, as he had specifically requested that the underfloor heating be connected to it during renovations. Consequently, the room's temperature had risen to a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius, and even barefoot, the floor felt pleasantly warm. The gentle warmth of the air paired perfectly with the refreshing beer. Had he not installed alloy plates on the floor, Jiang Shuyan downstairs would have certainly felt the warmth as well. However, the excellent insulation provided by the alloy plates meant that even if Lin Yi's home were to catch fire, she would remain blissfully unaware of any heat. The news anchor spoke with fervor, urging viewers to avoid unnecessary outings, assuring them that the snowstorm would soon pass, and cautioning against price gouging. After watching for a while, Lin Yi switched off the television. Although there were still programs airing, it would not be long before all channels were reduced to static. Furthermore, the anchor's claim that the snowstorm would soon subside was utterly preposterous. In his previous life, the heavy snow showed no signs of abating until Lin Yi met his untimely demise. As for the admonition against price gouging, it elicited a wry smile from Lin Yi. The accumulation of snow outside has reached an astonishing depth of 3 to 4 meters. Who could possibly venture out to procure supplies? Chapter 34. The first victim of Building 16. Lin Yi glanced at his phone. Aside from the grievances being aired by the homeowners in the group, discussions regarding the unexpected snowstorm had also emerged in his university, high school, and middle school groups, places where silence typically reigned. In the university group, he noticed Wang Xue engaging in a conversation with a male classmate named Sun Qi, who shared classes with both Lin Yi and Wang Xue. They had once shared a brief romantic connection, but it had dissolved when Wang Xue became infatuated with a delinquent from outside the school. The implications of Wang Xue's messages suggested she was hoping for this classmate to deliver some food to her. Lin Yi was perplexed by Wang Xue's apparent lack of foresight. With such heavy snowfall, who could possibly make it outside? After exchanging a few words in the group, their conversation seemed to have shifted to private messages. Lin Yi silently mourned for this classmate. If he succumbed to Wang Xue's allure and braved the storm, the outcome would likely be dire. Setting his phone aside, Lin Yi resumed his gaming, nearing the completion of his quest after several days of battle. The homeowners continued to voice their grievances against him. Yet no matter how they tagged him, Lin Yi chose not to respond. Eventually, the chatter waned as boredom set in. With the support of others, Fong Hu's anger lessened somewhat, but the issue of food remained unresolved. Thus, Fong Hu tagged everyone in the group, urging all residents of Building 16 to surrender their food supplies for his centralized management, promising daily rations. Upon hearing this, the group fell into an eerie silence. No one dared to respond, as if they were invisible. Even those who had previously rallied behind Fong Hu now fell silent. His fury reignited. He resolved to make an example of someone. It was not just Lin Yi who harbored grievances against him in Building 16. With the roads blocked by snow, neither police nor military could intervene. Everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, rendering them indifferent to his actions. Fong Hu hastily bandaged his wounds with gauze and ventured outside with a group of companions. Upon reaching the 7th floor, he knocked forcefully on a door. After a moment, a middle-aged man's voice emerged from behind it. "Fong Hu, what brings you to my home?" The man was Zhao Jun, a manager at a nightclub in Haijing City. They had previously clashed over property fee payments, leading Zhao Jun to gather a group of more than 10 individuals to teach Fong Hu a lesson, resulting in Fong Hu being hospitalized for over a month. Having witnessed Zhao Jun's formidable nature, Fong Hu had refrained from reporting the incident to the authorities and had since been deliberately avoiding him. However, today is different. My loyal subordinates are here, while Zhao Jun's men are outside. No matter what I do today, they are powerless to intervene. Zhao Jun, weren't you quite arrogant when you attacked me before? Come out, if you dare. After finishing his words, Fong Hu kicked the door with force. The few subordinates behind him also began to strike the door with machetes and iron rods. Zhao Jun pressed firmly against the door with both hands, gripping a sharp knife. His wife had passed away 2 years ago due to illness, and he had been raising their daughter alone ever since. As soon as Fong Hu began to batter the door, he swiftly concealed his daughter in the bedroom. Zhao Jun understood Fong Hu's character all too well. If Fong Hu managed to break in, his entire family would be in peril. After a while of striking the door, Fong Hu realized that the entrance remained intact, prompting him to send one of his subordinates home to fetch tools for breaking it down. He was determined to exact his revenge today. The surrounding neighbors, hearing the commotion outside, peeked through the cracks of their doors. Upon recognizing that it was Fong Hu leading the assault, they quickly secured their doors. They cared little for others' fates, as long as the chaos did not reach their own homes. After more than 10 minutes, one of Fong Hu's subordinates slowly ascended the stairs with a large iron hammer. Fong Hu and his companions began to break down Zhao Jun's door. After taking turns for over 10 minutes, the security door began to loosen, which invigorated Fong Hu and his crew, prompting them to strike even harder. 5 minutes later, the sturdy security door crashed to the ground. Zhao Jun stood behind the door, knife in hand, his face a mask of fury as he glared at Fong Hu. At Fong Hu's command, several subordinates rushed inside. Although Zhao Jun wielded a knife, their weapons were longer. After Zhao Jun swung his knife a couple of times, he was struck on the head with a club. As his consciousness wavered, they overwhelmed him and pinned him firmly to the ground. Fong Hu sauntered in and placed his foot on Zhao Jun's face. "Aren't you formidable? Why are you lying on the ground like a dead dog? Do you think dogs are so talented that if you bark a couple of times, I will let you go?" Fong Hu said with a smile as he looked at Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun glared back, silent. He knew Fong Hu dared not go too far. After all, he was just a petty thug. Did he really have the audacity to kill? Observing Zhao Jun's obstinacy, Fong Hu waved his hand, and his subordinates began to rain punches and kicks upon Zhao Jun. Just then, the bedroom door swung open unexpectedly. A young girl rushed out and embraced Zhao Jun on the ground. The girl, around 15 or 16 years old, with a pair of ponytails and dressed like a student, appeared utterly innocent. Fong Hu's eyes were immediately drawn to her, igniting a surge of desire within him. Looking at Zhao Jun, who was firmly pinned to the ground, Fong Hu suddenly conceived a bold idea. He took 2 steps forward, grasping the young girl's hair, and amidst her anguished screams, dragged her into the bedroom. He then cast a faint smile at Zhao Jun, who lay on the floor, before shutting the bedroom door. Listening to his daughter's desperate cries, Zhao Jun fought back with all his might, seizing one of the assailants and biting down hard. Witnessing his comrade's injury, one of the thugs picked up an iron rod from the ground and struck Zhao Jun brutally on the head. It was only after this blow that Zhao Jun released his grip, slowly collapsing to the ground, motionless. A young man with dyed blonde hair, summoning his courage, checked Zhao Jun's breath and discovered that he had already perished. The group was immediately struck with fear, although they were mere delinquents accustomed to brawls. They had never contemplated murder, a crime that demanded a hefty price. They exchanged glances, speechless. Just then, Fong Hu emerged from the bedroom, trousers in hand, and froze upon seeing Zhao Jun's lifeless body and the pool of blood. Initially, he had intended to take revenge on Zhao Jun and perhaps pilfer some food, but now, it had escalated to murder. However, as the leader, he could not shift the blame entirely onto his subordinates. especially considering he had just violated a minor. Chapter 35. Robbery. If the police were to investigate later, he would not escape culpability. Fong Hu collected himself and, glancing at the raging snowstorm outside, began instructing his accomplices to dispose of the corpse downstairs. The heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating, and with dwindling food supplies, they risked starvation. What did it matter now? With Zhao Jun, his adversary, eliminated, the building would now be his domain. Fong Hu's subordinates, regaining their wits, collectively heaved Zhao Jun's body out of the window. They then commenced rummaging through Zhao Jun's home for provisions. Fong Hu glanced toward the bedroom, subtly signaling to his companions. After sharing a lascivious laugh, they formed a line at the door. Lin Yi observed the incident of Fong Hu breaking down the door, clearly on surveillance. But the subsequent events were beyond his sight. It was merely the first day, yet someone had already lost their life. Lin Yi recalled that in his previous life, it took a week for the first victim to appear. An hour later, Fong Hu and his crew emerged from Zhao Jun's residence, satisfied, each carrying 2 large bags of food. This scene was witnessed not only by Lin Yi, but also by Zhao Jun's neighbors. Fearful of Fong Hu's wrath, they dared not speak out in the owner's group, yet were anxious about drawing his attention. In desperation, they created a new group, adding all the owners from Building 16, naturally excluding Fong Hu. As the group chat was established, it buzzed with activity. The sound of Fong Hu's door smashing echoed throughout the entire building. Many remained bewildered about what had transpired. Through the accounts of several neighbors, it became evident that Zhao Jun and his family had met a tragic end at the hands of Fong Hu. Upon hearing this revelation, the group erupted in chaos. Many rushed to call the authorities, yet, without exception, their attempts were met with silence. A life had been lost within the community, and the murderer was still confined within the same building. A palpable sense of crisis enveloped nearly all residents. Initially, those who had sided with Fong Hu in disparaging Lin Yi began to shift their stance, now directing their ire towards Fong Hu. However, whenever the notion of uniting to bring Fong Hu to justice was suggested, the group was met with a flurry of excuses. We are merely ordinary citizens. Such matters should be left to the police, shouldn't they? Indeed, I have never engaged in a fight. What if I were to get injured? Lin Yi, having been added to the group, observed the exchanges with a sardonic smile. For now, Fong Hu was cautious, aware that the snowfall could cease at any moment. Yet, it would not be long before the darker facets of human nature surfaced due to the impending scarcity of food. Lin Yi estimated that at least half of the residents in Building 16 would fall victim to Fong Hu's wrath. Despite Fong Hu having only 5 or 6 accomplices, the building housed over 200 residents, yet they were attacking one another individually. As long as Fong Hu did not directly threaten them, they would remain preoccupied with their own affairs. By the time they recognized the peril, it would be too late for regrets. Among the messages, Lin Yi also spotted a remark from Wang Xue. This is a matter for you men. We women shall not partake. She added a playful tongue-out emoji. However, her comment was swiftly met with retorts from several single men. Now it's a man's business? Haven't you always advocated for gender equality? Indeed, Fong Hu might very well pay a visit to your home next, considering you have only 3 delicate women. Be cautious. This remark ignited Wang Xue's temper. Are you suggesting that we women should confront Fong Hu head-on? Are you even men? No wonder you are single. Who would want to be with someone like you? As Lin Yi watched the ensuing verbal skirmish between the genders unfold, he found himself thoroughly entertained. It must be said, possessing a god's eye view was quite delightful. After a brief period of bickering, the group fell silent, prompted by a message from Fong Hu in the previous homeowners chat. The content addressed his grievances with Zhao Jun and assured the residents that he would never intrude upon their homes without cause. Lin Yi mused that Fong Hu was indeed a formidable character, astutely predicting that his actions would galvanize the residents to unite against him. With just a single message, he had effectively dismantled their tenuous alliance. Indeed, after reading Fong Hu's words, the residents quickly began to echo their agreement in the homeowners group. I have long perceived Zhao Jun as a nefarious individual, and his daughter mirrors his disposition, adorning herself like a rebellious young woman. Previously, I heard rumors of her bullying classmates at school. Brother who has effectively rid us of a significant menace. With the current transportation difficulties and the necessity for unified management within our community, we shall heed brother whose guidance henceforth. In addition to those expressing loyalty in the group, many have betrayed a few newly formed homeowner alliances, even sharing screenshots of conversations. Brother who just moments ago, a few neighbors next to Zhao Jun have added us to a group, intending to unite against you. As Fong Hu observed the screenshots shared within the group, he quietly noted the individuals who had conspired against him, marking them as targets for his next strategic move. Although he had pilfered some provisions from Zhao Jun's residence, the number of men present rendered the supplies woefully insufficient. As for Lin Yi, he currently lacks the means to exact revenge, The door to his home is too fortified, and it is equipped with a flamethrower, making it prudent to avoid confrontation for the time being. As night fell, the sound of pounding on doors echoed through the stairwell once again. This time, Fong Hu's target was a neighbor of Zhao Jun, a solitary man in his 30s who had initiated the group chat that included everyone earlier that day. Having witnessed the slaughter of Zhao Jun's family, he was now paralyzed by fear. Before Fong Hu and his companions could breach the door, the man opened a window and leapt outside. Though his home was only 4 stories high, the thick blanket of snow below was treacherous, and he plunged directly into its depths. The biting cold enveloped him, and the ground-level entrance was entirely obstructed by snow, rendering his re-entry impossible. Thus, jumping out of the window was akin to a death wish. A few minutes later, Fong Hu and his group stormed in. Upon seeing the flurry of snowflakes and the open window, Fong Hu swiftly approached the edge to peer down. However, the snowfall was so dense that visibility was severely limited, obscuring the scene below. Spitting disdainfully outside, he shut the window. Subsequently, the group began to search the premises. But after a prolonged effort, they uncovered only a small sack of rice and some spices, with nothing else of value. Chapter 36. The trade of provisions. Although the haul was meager, it was still a modest gain. Fong Hu dared not incite the wrath of the others. Having plundered one household, he promptly returned with his men. He then sent a message in the group, proclaiming that he was merely retaliating against those who had wronged him, assuring that he would not harm those uninvolved. Since Zhao Jun's demise at the hands of Fong Hu and his associates, Fong Hu's mindset has gradually transformed. The act of killing has shifted from a singular event to a recurring occurrence. With this precedent set and the absence of legal repercussions, Fong Hu's audacity has only grown. In the following 2 days, Fong Hu and his men raided several more homes, and without exception, all those victimized were unceremoniously cast from the upper floors. As for women, they too cannot be overlooked. Although he would always provide explanations in the homeowners group after each incident, over time, the homeowners began to rise in defiance. They are not foolish. While they may be somewhat self-serving, they understand the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. If they do not take action soon, it won't be long before Fong Hu turns his blade against them. The chat group, initially established to combat Fong Hu, became active once more. Although the group leader had been slain by Fong Hu, this did not diminish their fervor for discussion. Ultimately, the consensus among the members was to collectively exert pressure on Fong Hu, forbidding him from inflicting harm upon anyone else. Otherwise, all homeowners of Building 16 would unite in resistance. They began to tag Fong Hu in the group, exchanging words with a singular message: no more robbery or murder. Observing the outcry against him, Fong Hu realized he had crossed their threshold, and in order to avoid inciting their wrath, he had no choice but to acquiesce. However, with several subordinates to feed, the daily consumption of food was immense, and without continuing their thievery, they would face starvation. He then devised a plan to divert attention from himself. Due to the recent soaring prices, many households had not stocked up on food. And with 3 days having passed since the apocalypse, every family's provisions were critically low. Some homeowners in the group were already purchasing food at exorbitant prices. The cost of a bag of instant noodles had skyrocketed to 2,000 yuan, a 1,000-fold increase. Yet even so, only a few opportunistic individuals were willing to part with their supplies, believing that the heavy snow would cease soon. Lin Yi observed the messages in the group and mused that soon those who sold their food would begin to regret their decisions, for it would not be easy to buy back what they had relinquished. Just then, Fong Hu tagged Lin Yi in the group. Lin Yi, your household has the most food. We all saw the 3 large trucks of seafood that were delivered to your home. Now that everyone is running out of food and facing starvation, as neighbors, you wouldn't want to see us all perish, would you? Please, share your provisions with us. Upon hearing this, the group members recalled the seafood in Lin Yi's possession and began to persuade him, their tone noticeably softer than before. Many offered to buy from him. Lin Yi, you have so much food that you can't possibly consume it all. Sell me some. I'll give you 5,000 yuan for just 2 king crabs and 3 large lobsters. This individual was quite astute, as even in normal times, 5,000 yuan would not suffice to purchase such seafood. The price of instant noodles has skyrocketed to 2,000 yuan, and now, with just a few words, he demands such an exorbitant amount. Lin Yi, however, paid him no mind whatsoever. There were indeed several individuals who offered inflated prices, even up to 20,000 yuan for a single lobster. Yet, Lin Yi simply responded with 2 words, not for sale. The social order seemed on the brink of collapse. What use was money if it could not procure even the simplest comforts? He soon dispatched 50 red envelopes in the group chat, each containing 5,000 yuan, resulting in an astonishing expenditure of over 200,000 yuan. This money was merely the surplus from his purchases, now reduced to nothing more than a series of digits. Within a mere second, all 50 envelopes were claimed. The crowd quickly realized that Lin Yi was not lacking in resources, and thus, no one dared to approach him about acquiring food. Fong Hu initially aimed to divert the group's attention toward Lin Yi, who, after all, possessed several truckloads of supplies. Meanwhile, they were left starving outside, while Lin Yi might very well be indulging in a feast at home. Furthermore, the last time Lin Yi had the audacity to set fire to his own possessions, Fong Hu felt compelled to avenge that slight. However, his subordinates were fiercely loyal. Any mishap could lead to significant losses. Therefore, he sought to employ others to deal with Lin Yi, hoping to drown him with verbal assaults until he surrendered his supplies. Should that not suffice, he would incite the masses to storm Lin Yi's residence, believing that even someone as formidable as Lin Yi could not withstand such a multitude. As for himself, he would remain in the background, the proverbial yellow bird. Little did he expect Lin Yi to be so affluent. Casually discarding hundreds of thousands without a second thought, those who received the money felt too embarrassed to request food from him thereafter. Wang Xue and the two other women lay on the same bed. Despite having had a falling out a couple of days prior, Wang Xue, faced with the absence of food, felt compelled to apologize to them. Upon hearing Wang Xue mention the abundance of food and the warmth of Lin Yi's fireplace, the two women readily forgave her. After all, Lin Yi had once been infatuated with Wang Xue. If he were to accept her back, the two could also benefit from his hospitality. Due to the extreme cold in their own quarters, they decided to share a space, making communication far more convenient. As the trio gazed at the balance on their phones, they marveled at the red envelopes Lin Yi had just sent. They were utterly astonished by his lavishness. Wang Xue, consumed by regret, lamented that had she known Lin Yi was so wealthy, she would have accepted his advances from the start. Had she become his girlfriend, not only would she enjoy wealth, but Lin Yi would surely have welcomed her into his home. Zhang Qian suggested, "Why not call Lin Yi again and express how much you miss him, saying you want to be his girlfriend?" Wang Xue shook her head, replying, "I already tried that before, but he showed no interest and hung up on me." Yang Shuang lowered her head in contemplation and remarked, "I surmise that the incident with Su Shuai from last time has angered him, which is why he refuses to forgive you. As long as we clarify matters with him, he will surely return to adoring you, for we have known Lin Yi's character all too well over the years." After hearing Yang Shuang's words, Zhang Qian agreed, saying, "Indeed. You need not say a word, Yang Shuang, and I will explain everything to him." In Chapter 37, a play of three women, Wang Xue nodded obediently, aware that she relied on the two women for support, and thus was inclined to follow their lead. Zhang Qian was the first to send a message to Lin Yi. "Brother Lin Yi, I apologize for the incident with Su Shuai. It was my fault for encouraging him to confront you. This matter has nothing to do with Xue. She has been trying to prevent Su Shuai from retaliating against you, as her heart is entirely devoted to you." Lin Yi glanced at Zhang Qian's message, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How did this conversation shift to Su Shuai? Before he could read further, another message from Yang Shuang arrived. "Brother Lin Yi, do you want a wife? Xue misses you terribly and cannot sleep at night. Could you come to keep her company? I know that for all these years, you have harbored feelings for her, and now the opportunity presents itself. If you express your desire, Zhang Qian and I will immediately bring Xue to you." After sending that message, Yang Shuang glanced at the two women on the bed and edited another message for Lin Yi. "Brother Yi, to be honest, I have liked you for quite some time. What I just said was insincere. Wang Xue does not truly love you. She only loves herself. Do not be deceived by her appearance. She has been with more than 10 men and has even had an abortion, which Zhang Qian and I accompanied her to the hospital for. Furthermore, it was Xue who pursued Su Shuai. As her close friend, I shouldn't disclose this. But I cannot bear to see the man I love being deceived by a woman of such low character. If you are willing, I can come to you right now. Though I may not be as beautiful as Wang Xue, I vow to love you alone in this lifetime. If you remain devoted to me, I will stand by you through thick and thin." Lin Yi chuckled at the onslaught of messages flooding his phone, particularly amused by Yang Shuang's unconventional declaration, which nearly left him breathless with laughter. He had not anticipated that these three sisters, who seemed so close, would be secretly backstabbing one another. Lin Yi took a screenshot of Yang Shuang's message and sent it directly to Wang Xue before turning off his phone. Though it was a pity not to witness the ensuing conflict among the three, he could already envision the fierce battle that would unfold. Indeed, when Wang Xue received Lin Yi's message, she mistakenly believed he had changed his mind. Excitedly opening the chat, her expression darkened upon reading the messages. Zhang Qian, curious, leaned in to glimpse the screen, and soon both women glared at Yang Shuang with ashen faces, shocked that she would dare to betray them in such a manner. Yang Shuang's secrets were all laid bare, provoking Wang Xue to hurl a vitriolic insult at her before launching an aggressive assault, fists and feet flying. However, Wang Xue's weight and strength were no match for Yang Shuang, who quickly subdued her. At that moment, Zhang Qian joined the fray. Although she typically maintained a cordial relationship with Yang Shuang, the betrayal had ignited her fury. Without hesitation, Zhang Qian seized Yang Shuang's hair and clung to her. Caught off guard by this ambush, Yang Shuang remained unfazed. She was the most formidable among the trio, always the first to engage in fights during their school days. Despite being outnumbered, she held her ground, using her strength to pull Zhang Qian closer and deliver a punch to her abdomen. The pain forced Zhang Qian to relinquish her grip on Yang Shuang's hair. Capitalizing on her advantage, Yang Shuang briefly pinned both women down. After more than 20 minutes of struggle, they finally began to tire and disentangled themselves, each occupying a corner of the bed, their former camaraderie replaced by a palpable tension. Wang Xue began messaging Lin Yi, expressing her longing for him and discreetly sending him nude photographs from her phone, pictures taken during a hotel rendezvous with her ex-boyfriend. Something she had once deemed thrilling but now found useful. She believed that once Lin Yi viewed her unclothed images, he would be consumed with desire and would immediately beckon her to alleviate his yearning. After all, she considered herself the goddess of his heart. To her dismay, half an hour passed without a single response from Lin Yi. He didn't even acknowledge her messages. Was he still a man? Having just fought with Yang Shuang, Zhang Qian had calmed down and, inspired by Yang Shuang's actions, began to entertain her own thoughts. Observing Lin Yi's reaction, it seemed he had given up on Wang Xue. Among the three women, apart from Wang Xue, she believed she was the most beautiful. If anyone had a chance to earn Lin Yi's favor, it would surely be her. Could it possibly be the overweight Yang Shuang? With this in mind, Zhang Qian decided to play the emotional card with Lin Yi. I'm sorry. It was all my fault. Those things I did were coerced by Wang Xue. Since our university days, I've seen how well you treat her, and it pains me to witness that she is unworthy of your affection. In the days to come, allow me to care for you. I swear, I have never had an abortion, I can still bear children, and I am willing to carry on your lineage. Lin Yi had set his phone to silent, oblivious to the barrage of messages. After finishing a game, he glanced at his phone, surprised to see that Zhang Qian had changed her tune so swiftly. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang are quite amusing. One speaks of a future together, while the other vows unwavering loyalty through life and death. They embody a non-mainstream essence. It was not until he opened Wang Xue's chat window that he comprehended the meaning of having no boundaries. The other two merely spoke, but Wang Xue was quite thorough, directly revealing images. Was she inviting him to interpret the visuals? As Lin Yi gazed at Wang Xue's photograph, his thoughts drifted to Jiang Shuyan downstairs. Compared to Jiang Shuyan's appearance, Wang Xue, who was deemed the most beautiful among the three, seemed rather lackluster. Furthermore, Jiang Shuyan was a police officer. He wondered if her uniform was stored at home. Lin Yi found his thoughts increasingly inappropriate and hastily cast them aside. He had spent the entire day gaming. And after a brief workout at noon, it was now 6 in the evening, and his stomach began to growl with hunger. He ventured into the kitchen, intending to prepare a meal for himself. He had grown weary of pre-made food and desired to infuse some life into his routine by cooking occasionally. Although he had prepared a substantial amount of meat and vegetables, his culinary skills were rather mediocre, managing only to cook the ingredients through, with deliciousness remaining elusive. Nevertheless, he persisted in cleaning his plate, although the dish lacked flavor. It would likely be snatched up eagerly if presented to others. Chapter 38. Preparing for attack. What are they currently consuming? A single packet of instant noodles each day is considered a luxury. Surviving on a hard bun daily constitutes a modest existence. Most people have rummaged through their homes, turning everything upside down, unearthing whatever edible items they could find, and even a bowl of water with a sprinkle of salt and soy sauce could serve as a meal. Thankfully, the power grid has yet to collapse. Even in the absence of food, they could boil water melted from the snow for drinking. Otherwise, lacking both sustenance and hydration would plunge them into true despair. Their sole source of entertainment now lies in sharing tales of their dismal circumstances. Many had reached out to relatives and friends days prior, discovering that their situations were akin to their own. Outside, heavy snowfall enveloped the city, freezing it in place. They considered themselves fortunate to be trapped in their community, while many others remained at work during the blizzard, only to find themselves unable to leave as the snow piled up. Those individuals, lacking warm clothing or provisions, succumbed to the bitter cold within 3 days. Presently, the outside temperature has plummeted to its lowest, hovering slightly above -80 degrees during the day, while at night it drops another 10 degrees, plunging to a terrifying -90 degrees. Reports from northern cities in the Dragon Kingdom indicate that nighttime temperatures have reached over -100 degrees. Many perished overnight from the cold, with numerous windows frozen and shattered. Lin Yi gazed at the news, feeling a sense of relief. If the temperature outside were to plummet to a frigid -100 degrees, he wondered if his shelter would withstand such an extreme. In such terrifying cold, an ordinary person could only survive for about an hour before succumbing to death. Fong Hu, after being forbidden to rob by the residents of Building 16, had behaved himself for a couple of days. However, after his previous attempt to incite the crowd to attack Lin Yi's home had failed, he found it hard to swallow his frustration. Most importantly, his food supplies had been depleted. If he could not plunder from others, his only option was to target Lin Yi, who possessed a considerable amount of provisions. By promising to share the food equally among everyone before the attack, he could rally all the residents to his cause. As for how to distribute the spoils afterward, that would naturally be at his discretion. Fong Hu created a group chat, including everyone except Lin Yi. Once the others joined the chat, they were puzzled about its purpose until Fong Hu mentioned Lin Yi's food supplies, at which point they suddenly understood. It turned out that Fong Hu had been fixated on Lin Yi's provisions. Upon seeing Fong Hu's message, Wang Xue was the first to speak up in the group, asserting that Lin Yi's home not only had an abundance of food sufficient for the entire building's residents, but was also warm, featuring a cozy fireplace, while Lin Yi himself lounged about in a thin nightgown. As soon as Wang Xue made her statement, the group was immediately convinced. For it was not just anyone saying this, but Wang Xue herself. Many were aware of the relationship between Lin Yi and Wang Xue. If anyone knew the ins and outs of Lin Yi's household, it was undoubtedly her. Wang Xue's rapid betrayal stemmed from Lin Yi's neglect over the past few days, as he had disregarded her messages and even the photos she sent, an affront she could not tolerate. Fong Hu was astonished to learn that Lin Yi not only had ample food but also a warm abode, intensifying his desire to seize Lin Yi's residence. However, remembering that the front door of Lin Yi's home could spew fire, he felt compelled to caution the others. His concern was not out of kindness, but rather a fear that if Lin Yi were to incinerate a few individuals, the rest would be frightened away, thus rendering his plan futile. He began organizing manpower, insisting that each household send at least one representative. Those who did not comply would forfeit their right to the spoils. After much coordination, he managed to gather over 70 individuals, predominantly men, with only a few women huddled together in a corner. Wang Xue and her two companions were among them. Motivated by the prospect of securing extra rations and apprehensive that the individual chosen to venture out might hoard the food, to ensure fairness, the three decided to act in unison. Zhang Qian and Wang Xue each armed themselves with a fruit knife for self-defense, while Yang Shuang wielded 2 kitchen knives. Her fierce expression reminiscent of the notorious black whirlwind Li Rou, a sight both comical and formidable. As Fong Hu observed that the crowd had assembled, he made his way directly to an elderly man. He addressed him, "Liu, my dear elder, shortly it will be your turn. The door of Lin Yi's house is exceedingly thick, and our hammers may falter against it. Having served as a locksmith for decades, I trust you can manage to unlock his door?" This elder was none other than Liu, an old acquaintance of Lin Yi with whom he often played chess. Lin Yi had previously advised him to stockpile provisions, a suggestion he had dismissed at the time, now regretting his negligence. Yet, with a grandson still at home, he could forego food for himself, but he could not allow his grandson to go hungry. Thus, despite their camaraderie, he found himself compelled to act against Lin Yi. Upon hearing Fong Hu's words, Liu nodded bitterly. Prior to this gathering, Fong Hu had discreetly contacted him, entrusting him with the task of opening Lin Yi's front door. Although he felt a twinge of guilt, the sight of his hungry grandson propelled him to acquiesce. After a brief preparation, the group set off with an air of boldness toward Lin Yi's residence. Wang Xue lingered at the back of the procession, contemplating her next move. Eventually, she decided to send Lin Yi a message, as she needed to be prepared for all eventualities. Should Lin Yi emerge victorious, her timely assistance would surely endear her to him, perhaps even allowing her to reside in his home. Conversely, if Fong Hu triumphed, she would suffer no loss, as she would still claim a share of the resources and food. Lin Yi's fate, therefore, was of little concern to her. Stripped of resources, he would merely be an inconsequential figure, no longer requiring her flattery. Perhaps she might even find satisfaction in delivering him a few metaphorical blows for his recent indifference, a consequence of his own actions. When Lin Yi received Wang Xue's text, he had already spotted Fong Hu's large contingent through the surveillance cameras. His monitoring system was extensive, covering the entirety of Building 16. Nothing escaped his gaze unless it was concealed within a room. However, what surprised him most was a message from Jiang Shuyan, informing him that Fong Hu was approaching with a group and advising him to exercise caution. As a police officer, her sense of justice compelled her to alert Lin Yi, even though she found herself trapped within the confines of the community. As for taking on the role of enforcer, she was wise enough to refrain. The current chaos had rendered such notions impractical. Fong Hu's audacity to commit murder openly indicated that he would hardly regard her, a mere officer, as a threat. Moreover, she was unarmed. While she was a police officer, firearms were not permitted for personal use outside of duty. Thus, her combat capability was only slightly superior to that of an average woman. incapable of overcoming even the most robust of men. Lin Yi chose to disregard Wang Xue's message, instead replying to Jiang Shuyan with a simple thank you. He then pocketed his phone, focusing on the surveillance footage displayed on the television. The group had gathered in the stairwell on the 3rd floor, as the 1st and 2nd floors had been engulfed by the heavy snowfall. The ascent from below was a staggering 20 or more flights in height. The young men, including Fong Hu, fared reasonably well. However, Wang Xue and the elderly Liu were quickly exhausted after only a short distance. Clad in heavy garments, their mobility was significantly hampered. After waiting for a while, Fong Hu, losing his patience, ordered his 2 underlings to carry Liu upstairs. Once gathered at the staircase of Lin Yi's residence, the group refrained from rushing outside. Having learned from Fong Hu that a flamethrower was mounted at the entrance, in order to avoid becoming roasted, they deemed it prudent to exercise caution. After all, this was not a game. Death was final, with no chance for resurrection. With a wave of his hand, Fong Hu signaled a few youths who emerged carrying a table draped with a blanket, which appeared to have been soaked and had formed a thick layer of ice in the frigid environment. At Fong Hu's command, the youths dashed from the corridor, positioning the ice-covered table against the flamethrower at the door. Meanwhile, Liu approached the entrance with his tools, commencing his lock-picking endeavor. Lin Yi felt a pang of distress upon seeing Liu. Despite having already endured a similar ordeal, witnessing familiar faces conspiring against him stirred a bitter ache within. Lin Yi pressed the button on the door, and 2 jets of flames erupted, only to be halted by the blanket. Observing this, Lin Yi's anxiety dissipated. This door was no ordinary barrier. Although Liu had spent a lifetime mastering locks, the fundamental challenge lay in the mortise structure of the door. As long as Lin Yi refrained from opening it, even those outside, armed with a key, could not enter. The more archaic the locking mechanism, the more secure it remained. Liu toiled at the lock for a considerable time. Despite the biting cold outside, he was drenched in sweat, with ice crystals forming in his graying hair. Fong Hu, concealed in the stairwell, shouted to Liu, "Are you capable? Why is it taking so long?" Liu continued his labor, silent and focused. The flames persisted in their assault, and as the blanket neared incineration, they were reluctantly forced to retreat to the stairwell, relying on the table as a barrier. Fong Hu seized Liu by the collar, threatening, "I promised you 3 portions of food. If you fail to unlock this door, I will take your life." Liu trembled, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. He had never encountered a door like this, which bore no resemblance to a bank vault. Yet the complexity of its locking mechanism exceeded that of any vault he had seen. This door was custom-built with high-tech alloys at great expense during Luo Jun's renovations. Valued at over 8 million, the lock mechanism itself employed the latest technology, with an extraordinarily intricate arrangement of serrations, presenting hundreds of thousands of permutations. Not even Liu, an ordinary locksmith, could hope to succeed, let alone a member of a legendary thieving crew. Soon, the crowd brought 2 blankets, soaked them, and spread them across the table before several individuals approached Lin Yi's door once more. Prior to Liu Deye's arrival, Fong Hu had already issued a final ultimatum, declaring that if the lock could not be opened this time, he would cast Liu Deye downstairs. Thus, Liu Deye was exceedingly focused, fully aware that the lives of himself and his grandson were at stake, leaving no room for carelessness. Yet, as he watched the blankets begin to char, despair enveloped him. He had no clue how to breach the formidable door. His anxiety escalated, prompting him to appeal to Lin Yi's emotions. "Lin Yi, it's me, Liu Deye. I've watched you grow up since childhood. Please, open the door. If you don't, my grandson and I will perish at Fong Hu's hands." Hiding in the stairwell, Fong Hu was momentarily stirred upon hearing of the connection between Liu Deye and Lin Yi. He shouted at Lin Yi, "Come out immediately. If you don't, I will kill this old man Liu." Startled by Fong Hu's threat, Liu Deye dropped the tool he held. Regret washed over him. He lamented his decision to wade into this treacherous situation. Initially assuming Lin Yi's home merely featured a standard security door, he thought opening it would be a trivial task, allowing him to secure ample food to take home to his grandson. However, the consequences for Lin Yi post-entrance were beyond his concern, despite their friendship. Nothing compared to the bond with his own grandson. Standing at the door, Lin Yi smiled slightly, and, with a tone laced with sarcasm, replied, "Fong Hu, what are you thinking? Do you truly believe threatening him will be effective? He intends to enter my home and kill me. And you think I would care for his life?" After speaking, Lin Yi retrieved a stool, stood upon it, and opened a small shooting aperture at the top of the door. This aperture, a mere 10 centimeters in size, revealed Lin Yi the moment it opened. Just as Fong Hu contemplated his next move, a green spherical object tumbled down from above. Although Fong Hu could not discern what it was, instinctively, he pulled the person beside him in front for protection. With a thunderous explosion, shrapnel from the hand grenade erupted, sending Liu Deye and several young men guarding the door sprawling to the ground. Without the shield of the blankets, flames erupted, igniting Li Yi and the others. Fong Hu clamped his hands tightly over his ears, the deafening blast leaving his mind in chaos and his vision blurred. The individual he had shielded now lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Though one person had absorbed some of the impact, Fong Hu still felt the sting of shrapnel in his left arm. Upon regaining his senses, he discovered his clothing was soaked in blood. No one had anticipated that Lin Yi possessed such explosive devices, catching them completely off guard. Li Yi and the young men lay motionless on the ground, engulfed in flames that billowed thick, black smoke. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Fong Hu had no choice but to retreat with his companions. The injury on his arm required immediate attention, for excessive blood loss posed a grave threat to his life. Chapter 40. Qian Fu. After the explosion of a grenade startled the crowd and sent them scattering, Lin Yi gazed at the surveillance footage of old Lu's lifeless body and let out a sigh. He had cautioned Lu prior to the apocalypse, urging him to stockpile provisions. Yet Lu had disregarded his advice, ultimately leading to his own demise. This situation served as a stark reminder of humanity's darker nature. Though Lu acted out of a desire to provide for his grandson, it did not absolve Lin Yi of resentment towards him. In the realm of moral ambiguity, no one can claim absolute clarity. From Lu's perspective, his actions were justified for the sake of his grandson. However, from Lin Yi's viewpoint, Lu was nothing more than an ungrateful scoundrel deserving of his fate. Regaining his composure, Lin Yi activated the air purification system in the room, effectively isolating the acrid smoke and the noxious aroma of meat from the outside world. He received a message from Jiang Shuyan, inquiring about the recent commotion. The explosion must have startled her as well. Lin Yi succinctly relayed that he had successfully driven them away before setting his phone aside. Jiang Shuyan, upon reading Lin Yi's understated account, felt a tumult of emotions stir within her. She was acutely aware of Fong Hu's formidable nature over the past few days. More than a dozen had perished at his hands. Moreover, Fong Hu had recently arrived with dozens of homeowners and a skilled locksmith. It was inconceivable that Lin Yi alone could repel such a multitude. The nature of the explosion also remained unexplained to her. Instead, Lin Yi expressed his gratitude for her timely warning, promising to assist her should she encounter difficulties in the future, albeit within the limits of his capabilities. If Jiang Shuyan were to request that he leave the sanctuary, he would regretfully have to decline, as it would exceed his capacity to help. Jiang Shuyan simply replied that she understood. She harbored a certain trepidation towards Fong Hu. After all, no one is impervious to fear, and she was no exception. Fong Hu had completely succumbed to darkness, with robbery and murder having become his daily routine. Yet perhaps such individuals were more suited to the current world. Once Fong Hu returned home, he immediately summoned Qian Fu, a doctor, to his abode. Qian Fu, 36 years of age, operated a clinic in Haijing City. Following his previous encounter with fire that left him injured, Fong Hu had momentarily forgotten about the doctor. However, when he began to assemble a group to confront Lin Yi, he realized that a physician resided in the adjacent unit. Soon, his underlings brought Qian Fu before him. Initially reluctant to attend to Fong Hu, Qian Fu eventually acquiesced after being promised 2 packets of instant noodles as payment. As he removed Fong Hu's clothing, the deep gash on his left arm was revealed. Still oozing blood, Qian Fu opened the medicine cabinet, disinfected his wound, and extracted the shrapnel embedded within. He then applied some ointment and bandaged the injury. Addressing Fong Hu, he remarked, "This arm must not be exerted. Change the dressing every 3 days, and it should heal in about half a month." After expressing his gratitude, Fong Hu instructed someone to bring 2 packets of instant noodles to Qian Fu. Swiftly accepting the noodles, Qian Fu made a hasty exit. One of Fong Hu's subordinates, observing Qian Fu's retreating figure, questioned Fong Hu, "Boss, why offer him food? Why not just eliminate him and save the trouble?" Fong Hu delivered a sharp rap to the subordinate's head and replied, "He is the only doctor we have here. If he dies, who will treat you when you get injured?" The chastised subordinate lowered his head in agreement, acknowledging, "What the boss says is true." Fong Hu then utilized his remaining hand to unlock his phone and sent a message in the homeowners group. Lin Yi, disregarding the safety of others, acts selfishly. Not only does he refuse to help us through this crisis, but he also deployed explosives, resulting in the deaths of countless homeowners. His numerous crimes are beyond redemption. I urge all homeowners to unite and collectively punish this demon. After dispatching the message, Fong Hu awaited the group's reaction. Soon, the families of several youths killed by Lin Yi began to unleash a torrent of vitriol against him in the chat. "Lin Yi, you monster! How dare you commit murder? You will face a dreadful end. Just wait until the snow ceases. I will report you to the authorities immediately." Lin Yi observed the messages with clarity. While the group expressed outrage over the deaths of their loved ones, none mentioned the fact that they had attempted to rob Lin Yi of his supplies. Although Lin Yi had taken fewer lives than Fong Hu, the animosity directed towards him was far greater. This was primarily because Fong Hu's approach was one of outright extermination, leaving him with fewer enemies. The atmosphere in the group had been thoroughly ignited, and Lin Yi had now supplanted Fong Hu as the new scapegoat. Upon returning home, Wang Xue and her companions were struck by a wave of trepidation. They had not anticipated that the typically unassuming Lin Yi would resort to such lethal measures. Fortunately, they had been standing at a distance, spared from the blast shockwave. Zhang Qian, observing her breathless companions, pondered aloud. Do you find it peculiar how Lin Yi seems to have transformed overnight? Moreover, he fortified his home and stockpiled provisions as if he had foreseen the impending disaster. Zhang Qian's observation prompted Wang Xue and Yang Shuang to reflect deeply, connecting Lin Yi's recent changes to a broader sense of unease. Could it be that Lin Yi truly had prior knowledge of this calamity? That scoundrel, having anticipated the snowstorm, chose not to inform us. How utterly selfish! Yang Shuang exclaimed in anger. I found it strange when he renovated his house. Who would spend so much money to turn their home into a fortress? I never imagined it was to defend against us, this despicable little man. Zhang Qian chimed in. Indeed, I heard he spent several tens of millions on the renovation. It seems unlikely that Fong Hu and his ilk could easily breach it. Wang Xue, listening to the two women, felt a sense of relief in her heart. Fortunately, she had taken precautions earlier by warning Lin Yi in advance. Even if he did not regard her, her impression in his mind would surely have softened considerably. Wang Xue sent another message to Lin Yi. Big brother Yi, you are incredible. You managed to scare away so many people. You are truly my hero. I was just worried about you. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't know what to do. It's too dangerous outside. May I stay in your house? You've always wanted me to be your girlfriend, so I'm agreeing now. Lin Yi, upon reading Wang Xue's message, felt a stir in his heart and replied. I have always been concerned about you, fearing you would encounter danger. However, Fong Hu is currently eyeing my house with malicious intent. If I let you in and they eventually break in, it would put you in harm's way. Chapter 41. Choo-choo baby, you staying outside allows me to feel somewhat at ease. Here's the plan. You help me keep an eye on Fong Hu's every move. Notify me immediately of any developments. Once I defeat him, I will let you move in. Upon receiving Lin Yi's assurance, Wang Xue was overjoyed, as though she had already settled into the warmth of Lin Yi's home, savoring his food. The criticisms of Lin Yi in the group continued, primarily from the families of the deceased. Soon, the seventh day arrived. Ever since Lin Yi repelled Fong Hu and his gang, no one dared to disturb him. He enjoyed a few days of peace. However, beneath the surface calm of the community, unrest brewed. Many were engaged in various transactions. Some bartered their bodies for food, while others resorted to coercion and seduction. Fong Hu had once again led his men to rob 2 households. Yet, with so few residents possessing food, despite his rampant thievery, he only managed to seize a small bag of rice and 3 packs of instant noodles over 2 days, barely enough to sustain them for a single day. Left with no choice, Fong Hu and his men began to live frugally. Lin Yi received several friend requests, nearly all from women, with their intentions quite transparent. They were aware of the abundance of food in Lin Yi's household and sought to exchange companionship for sustenance. Naturally, Lin Yi had no interest in these faded blooms. Each one was more unattractive than the last. He believed that if they were to share a bed, they should be the ones offering him food. Among them were even 2 plump women weighing over 200 pounds. After glancing at the photos they sent, Lin Yi nearly dropped his phone in shock. Fortunately, the men who had applied to be friends were merely inquiring whether Lin Yi required a subordinate. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to retch in disgust. After rejecting all friend requests, Lin Yi received a new one. The profile picture showcased a beautiful young woman named Choo-choo Baby. Judging by her photograph, she would undoubtedly score at least 90 points, albeit slightly lower than Jiang Xuyan's impressive 98. Nevertheless, she was an exceptional beauty, fully deserving of a place in Lin Yi's sanctuary. Reflecting on it, Lin Yi could not recall anyone by that name residing in Building 16. The stunning women in their community were limited in number, with Jiang Xuyan reigning supreme at a lofty score of 98. Following her were Luo Ziki from Building 23 and Li Ming'er from Building 2, whom Lin Yi rated at 93 and 91, respectively. Wang Xue could only secure a 4th place with a score of 80. As for her 2 close friends, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, they barely registered in Lin Yi's mind, earning no score at all. However, the unexpected emergence of another beauty with a score of 90, living in the same building, piqued Lin Yi's curiosity immensely. After accepting her friend request, a conversation ensued. It turned out that the alluring Choo-choo Baby was a live-streaming host who earned her living through viewer donations. Due to heavy snowfall blocking the roads, her food supplies had dwindled, prompting her to seek a trade of her body for sustenance. Lin Yi, unperturbed, merely assumed that their differing schedules had prevented their paths from crossing. The young woman in the photo stirred his interest. She appeared to be around 25. Donned in athletic attire and stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, her long, fair thighs exposed, with delicate and well-defined features. Lin Yi felt a slow-burning desire kindling within him. After some negotiation, he agreed to provide 10 packets of instant noodles and 10 sausages in exchange for her visiting him. Initially, she suggested that Lin Yi come to her place, but he flatly refused. Venturing outside was out of the question. Even if Zhang Shuyan were to await him at home in a state of undress, he would still decline. Lin Yi was acutely aware of the dangers that accompanied temptation. Risking everything for mere beauty was not worthwhile. Once he had prepared the food, Lin Yi settled in to await her arrival. After half an hour, a knock at the door echoed through his home. Eagerly, he activated the door monitor, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. To his astonishment, the figure outside was someone he recognized, Zhang Chuchu, known for her rather unkempt appearance, rivaling that of Wang Xue and her companions. Could this Zhang Chuchu truly be Chuchu Baby? As he scrutinized the woman on the monitor, he noted her modest height of around 1.55 meters, her face adorned with freckles. While not outright unattractive, she could hardly be described as beautiful. Lin Yi was instantly engulfed by a sensation akin to a disastrous encounter following an online romance. He couldn't help but wonder what her admirers would feel upon discovering that their cherished fairy had manifested in such a manner in reality. The persistent knocking at the door left him momentarily at a loss for action. Just days prior, when confronted by Fong Hu and his army of homeowners, he had not displayed such a sense of helplessness. A dark thought flickered in his mind. The notion of unleashing the flamethrower mounted on his door crossed his mind, believing it might resolve all issues. However, after careful consideration, he refrained from acting on this impulse, for aside from deceiving him with misleading photographs, she had inflicted no real harm upon him. Standing atop a chair, Lin Yi tossed 3 packets of instant noodles and 3 sausages through the upper opening of the door. Since she had made the effort to come, it seemed only fair not to let her leave empty-handed. He considered these items as a form of travel reimbursement. Zhang Chuchu picked up the noodles from the ground and shot a fierce glare at Lin Yi's door before turning to leave. Though she had slightly altered her photo, it was still her, and Lin Yi's demeanor made her feel rejected. With hundreds of thousands of fans online who idolized her as a goddess, it was disheartening to find herself dismissed by Lin Yi, sent away with nothing more than 3 packets of noodles. As she berated him for his lack of appreciation, she departed from his home. With Zhang Chuchu gone, Lin Yi finally exhaled in relief. The unsettling tension within him dissipated the moment he laid eyes on her. He resolved to trust only in tangible reality moving forward, vowing never to engage in online romance again. As Zhang Chuchu descended the stairs, Lin Yi noticed through the surveillance that Fong Hu was approaching his home once more, appearing significantly recovered from his previous injuries. It would not be long before they crossed paths. Indeed, a minute later, as Zhang Chuchu rounded a corner, she collided directly with Fong Hu. He glanced at the fallen Zhang Chuchu and the noodles she clutched, immediately ordering his men to detain her, confiscating her meager provisions in the process. Chapter 42. The beauty pageant. Zhang Chuchu, witnessing the food she had so laboriously procured through her own sacrifice being seized by Fong Hu, struggled desperately against her captors, hurling insults at him. Having gone 3 days without sustenance, she had momentarily forgotten that Fong Hu was a remorseless killer. In the blink of an eye, Fong Hu commanded his men to deliver a beating to Zhang Chuchu. Had she possessed a more appealing appearance, he might have taken an interest. However, given her current state, he found it difficult to muster any sympathy. Fong Hu placed his foot upon her, demanding to know the origin of her food. After receiving a beating, Zhang Chuchu's senses sharpened. She was well aware of Fong Hu's murderous reputation from the homeowners group chat. Faced with this notorious criminal, she dared not conceal the truth, revealing how she had seduced Lin Yi and the arrangement they had made regarding her compensation. However, perhaps out of a sense of pride, she did not disclose the fact that Lin Yi had rejected her. Fong Hu gazed at the grotesquely swollen face before him, struggling to fathom the extent of Lin Yi's restraint that could lead him to inflict such harm. Yet, an idea to breach Lin Yi's defenses quickly sprang to mind. Given Lin Yi's apparent desperation, he could easily entice him with 2 beautiful women. Once the door was opened, he would seize the opportunity to storm in, thereby claiming both sustenance and shelter for himself. He had contemplated demolishing the walls of Lin Yi's residence, but he hesitated, for it had become a sanctuary in his heart. If he were to dismantle the walls, where would he reside? Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Fong Hu would refrain from any wanton destruction. Fong Hu looked at Zhang Chuchu, who lay on the ground wailing, and ordered that she be unceremoniously discarded into the snow below. After all, she had already been intimate with Lin Yi. If he let her go, she might very well alert him. Initially, Fong Hu had intended to search for vulnerabilities at Lin Yi's home. But with a plan now in place, there was no need for that. He returned to his own abode, for his strategy required further contemplation, and the corridor was simply too frigid to linger in. Upon arriving home, Fong Hu replenished the fire pit with some wood. During this time, they had exhausted all the wooden furnishings in their home. Even the furniture he had pilfered from others had been repurposed as firewood and brought back. This resourcefulness had enabled them to survive the biting cold, and even the wounds on Fong Hu's arms had not succumbed to frostbite. The immediate priority was to find a beautiful woman. There was no rush today, as Lin Yi had recently been released and would likely be impervious to temptation. Fong Hu resolved to find a lovely lady to knock on his door the following day, while they concealed themselves in the stairwell. As soon as Lin Yi opened the door, they would rush in and reduce him to mere pulp. But where to find such a woman? Fong Hu once again posted a request in the group, seeking one beautiful woman, aged between 20 and 30 years, with a bust size of C or above, a height of at least 165 centimeters, and a weight not exceeding 60 kilograms. He pondered momentarily before adding a note about compensation. Upon successful completion, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 1 bag of rice, and a case of drinking water. Once he posted this message, the group was instantly abuzz with excitement. Although the purpose of Fong Hu's search was unclear, the promise of abundant food was undeniably enticing. 2 boxes of instant noodles and a bag of rice could sustain a family of 3 for a month. Perhaps by then, the snow would have ceased. Almost every eligible woman in the building expressed interest, despite some trepidation about Fong Hu's reliability. Nevertheless, they chose to take a chance. With their pantry utterly bare and their bellies constantly hungry, they faced the grim reality that if this continued, they might truly perish. A dozen women submitted their most alluring photographs for Fong Hu's consideration, transforming the owners group into an impromptu beauty contest. Ultimately, Fong Hu chose the most beautiful woman. She was a 26-year-old named Li Na, who had been married for 3 years and had a son with her husband, Han Bin. In terms of appearance, Lin Yi deemed her to possess a score of 70, making her one of the more attractive women in the neighborhood. It must be said that Fong Hu had a discerning eye. Initially, he intended for Wang Xue to seduce Lin Yi, but after sending several messages to her without receiving a reply, he was left with no choice but to abandon that plan, especially given the urgency of the situation. After all, Lin Yi was desperate enough to lower his standards, and Li Na was more than sufficient to captivate him. Fong Hu confided his entire scheme to Li Na, and upon learning that she was to entice Lin Yi, she hesitated. Previously, when Fong Hu had organized a group to attack Lin Yi's residence, her husband Han Bin had participated and returned with tales of Lin Yi's terrifying nature. Given that Lin Yi had displayed grenades, it was likely that he possessed other weapons within his home, and venturing there could pose significant danger. Contrasting Li Na's indecision, her husband Han Bin was quite supportive, primarily because their household had run out of food. The 3 of them had not eaten for 2 days, and if they did not procure sustenance soon, they would face starvation. Gazing at her son, still lost in slumber, and at her husband, who looked at her with hopeful anticipation, Li Na finally made up her mind. She promptly agreed to Fong Hu via her mobile. While Fong Hu and Li Na discussed strategies for seducing Lin Yi, Wang Xue had already reported Fong Hu's every move to Lin Yi. Based on Fong Hu's previous actions regarding Zhang Chuchu, Lin Yi surmised that Fong Hu sought a beautiful woman to lure him. However, he paid little heed to it. Fong Hu was unaware that Lin Yi had installed surveillance throughout the entire building, believing they could elude detection while hiding in the stairwell. As long as Lin Yi did not open his door, they would have no means to reach him. The following day marked 8 days since the apocalypse had begun, and the heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating. The 3rd floor of the community had already been submerged, under the force of gravity. The snow on the lowest level had compacted, allowing a person to walk atop it without sinking. However, the frigid temperatures and exceedingly low visibility posed a significant hurdle to stepping outside. The view was dismal. Even during the day, the sky remained overcast, devoid of sunlight, rendering outdoor navigation akin to walking with closed eyes. It would not be long before one lost their sense of direction, ultimately succumbing to the cold in the icy wilderness. Each day, individuals chose to venture out in search of fortune, for their food supplies had been depleted, and remaining indoors merely meant awaiting their demise. Yet, after so many days, none had returned safely. They either lost their way and froze to death or became trapped in snowdrifts, unable to extricate themselves. Lin Yi surveyed the thick blanket of snow covering the square before his door, pondering how many lives lay buried beneath its surface. Chapter 43. The Art of Seduction. After Lin Yi consumed a serving of braised pork rice from his takeout box, he casually discarded the disposable utensils into a void. While he occasionally prepared his own meals, his culinary skills left much to be desired. In comparison, the food he previously purchased was far more delectable. Just as Lin Yi wiped his mouth, a knock echoed from outside the door once more. Peering at the surveillance monitor, he confirmed it was Li Na. Standing at the stairway of the 26th floor, with Fong Hu, his left arm wrapped in bandages, and several of his cohorts, armed with machetes and axes, lying in wait. The moment Lin Yi opened the door, they would charge out directly. Fong Hu could almost envision the moment he would have Lin Yi beneath his foot, each night. He fantasized about severing Lin Yi's limbs. He was also intent on silencing Lin Yi's foul mouth. He would ensure that his tongue was cut out and fed to the dogs. As Fong Hu reveled in his dark imaginings, Lin Yi's voice emerged from within. What do you need? Li Na gritted her teeth against the chill outside, striving to keep her voice steady. To entice Lin Yi, she had removed her coat after knocking, revealing only a seductive lingerie set beneath, delicate black lace paired with alluring fishnet stockings, presenting an enticing sight. Li Na was confident that this vigorous young man would be utterly captivated by her allure. Despite the cold, she was willing to go to great lengths to ensure she and her family could eat. Even Fong Hu and his companions, lurking in the shadows, swallowed hard at the sight of her. To her surprise, Lin Yi's response was remarkably calm, even somewhat frigid. Li Na, suppressing her voice to a sultry tone, said, Lin Yi, I'm so hungry. I was hoping to trade for some food. What do you think of my figure? Would you like to have a look? Lin Yi's voice echoed back. Elated by his lack of hesitation in observing her physique, Li Na felt a surge of confidence, having devoted years to maintaining her figure. She stood outside, twirling for him. Just as she was about to inquire about his thoughts, Lin Yi's voice rang out. You can go. You do not meet my aesthetic standards. Stunned, Li Na froze in place, and Fong Hu, hiding nearby, nearly dropped his jaw. If Lin Yi could find someone like Zhang Chuchu appealing, then why was he uninterested in Li Na? Did he possess some peculiar preference for unattractive women? Unwilling to give up, Li Na sought another chance. But suddenly, flames erupted from the flamethrower mounted on the door, shooting only 20 centimeters. She was taken aback, realizing this was Lin Yi's warning. Should she persist in her advances, the consequences would be dire. The charred corpses lying at the entrance served as a grim reminder of her potential fate. Hastily, she gathered her discarded clothing and donned it. Though less than a minute had passed, her body had already grown numb from the cold. Li Na, with her head lowered and a heart heavy with despair, made her way back to the stairwell. Having failed to entice Lin Yi into opening the door, her agreement with Fong Hu was rendered null and void. Just as she contemplated departing, Fong Hu unexpectedly seized her. Since Lin Yi held no affection for Li Na, Fong Hu decided to take advantage of the situation. His original plan had been to seize Lin Yi's residence and provisions once the door was opened. As for Li Na, she was not to be let go so easily. He coveted resources, shelter, and beauty, all of which he intended to possess. An ominous feeling surged within Li Na as she recognized the shift in Fong Hu's demeanor. Indeed, once Fong Hu initiated his assault, his henchmen rushed in to restrain her. As Li Na attempted to cry out for help, Fong Hu covered her mouth and stuffed a rag into it. Under Fong Hu's orders, they bound Li Na securely and hoisted her away towards their lair. Despite her desperate struggles, how could a frail woman possibly resist several robust men? In no time, Fong Hu had brought Li Na back to his home. After tossing her into the bedroom, he dismissed his lackeys and closed the door behind him. Lin Yi, watching the scene of Li Na's abduction unfold on the surveillance feed, felt a stirring in his heart. He promptly downloaded the footage and shared it in the homeowners group. The members, upon witnessing Li Na's plight, reveled in schadenfreude. Particularly the previously rejected women who felt a sense of relief that they had not caught Fong Hu's eye. Otherwise, they might now be the ones in captivity. Yet, one person remained fixated on his phone screen, consumed with anxiety. Li Na's husband, Han Bin. Upon seeing his wife being taken by Fong Hu, he felt as if a vast expanse of green grass had suddenly appeared above him. Adding to his distress were the malicious whispers circulating in the group, some even tagging him directly. Unable to contain himself any longer, Han Bin locked his young son inside the house and stormed into the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife and a paring knife. Filled with rage, he headed straight for Fong Hu's residence. Just as Fong Hu prepared to enact his intentions upon Li Na, a sudden knock resounded at the door. His henchmen, lounging in the living room, were startled into alertness by the sound. This was the first time someone had knocked on their door since they had been snowbound. One of the lackeys peered through the peephole and, upon seeing only one person outside, relaxed his guard. Although they were Fong Hu's subordinates, they were not familiar with the area or Han Bin, and thus remained unaware of the connection between him and Li Na. They simply assumed he was yet another individual seeking to ally with them. Since Fong Hu's rise in Building 16, many had sought to join his ranks. But all had been turned away, primarily because he could not afford to support such numbers and harbored distrust towards the homeowners. Under the influence of preconceived notions, a few subordinates perceived Han Bin as a potential ally. After they opened the security door, before they could utter a word. Hanbin abruptly brandished the kitchen knife hidden behind him and struck one of them. The young man, in his 20s, named Fong Xue, was a distant cousin of Fong Hu. Caught off guard, Fong Xue was swiftly slashed across the face by Hanbin. Blood gushed forth, splattering across Hanbin's visage, rendering him a figure of sheer terror. The scene paralyzed the others with shock, although they had taken many lives in recent times. This was the first instance of someone daring to retaliate against them. It was only after Fong Xue fell to the ground that they regained their senses and armed themselves to counterattack Hanbin. Fong Hu was in the bedroom engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Lin Yi when he suddenly heard Fong Xue's anguished cry. He hastily halted his conversation, donned a nearby padded jacket, and exited the bedroom. Chapter 44. Lin Yi's descent into darkness upon stepping into the living room. Fong Hu was met with a gruesome sight. Blood was splattered everywhere, and his brother Fong Xue lay motionless in a pool of blood. His subordinates were still attacking Hanbin. The horrifying scene startled Fong Hu, prompting him to rush over to assess Fong Xue's condition. He discovered not only a gash on his brother's face, but also a deep wound on his neck, from which blood continued to flow profusely, indicating that survival was no longer an option. Having grown up alongside Fong Xue, their bond was strong, and Fong Hu had always looked after him. Upon witnessing his brother's demise, rage consumed Fong Hu, and he seized one of his subordinates to inquire about the events that transpired. Learning that Hanbin was responsible for Fong Xue's death, Fong Hu, consumed with fury, grabbed a sharp knife and plunged it into Hanbin's body. Hanbin, already gravely injured and nearing his end, collapsed to the ground, motionless after Fong Hu's attack. This brutal scene was witnessed by Lin Yi, who lay in bed. As she beheld her husband's lifeless body, her heart swelled with hatred. However, she quickly regained her composure, since Hanbin had found his way here. Her son was likely still at home. With her husband gone, if she were to perish as well, their son would be left to starve alone. Thoughts of her child quelled her fury, preventing her from recklessly confronting Fong Hu. Fong Hu, still unsatisfied after stabbing Hanbin, picked up the kitchen knife that had been discarded on the floor and mercilessly hacked at Hanbin's corpse until it was severed into multiple pieces. Panting heavily as he finally cast the knife aside, his subordinates assisted him to his feet and inquired about how to dispose of Fong Xue's body. After venting his anger, Fong Hu regained some composure. Although his brother had been slain, human life had become the least valuable commodity. He pondered that he too could meet a similar fate one day. Casting a glance outside, he commanded that the bodies of Fong Xue and Hanbin be discarded into the snowy ground outside. After a flurry of activity, several individuals finally tidied the living room, disposing of Hanbin's entrails out of the window. However, the blood on the floor proved impossible to clean. After a while, it had frozen solid. Fong Hu wiped the blood from his hands and turned his gaze toward Lin Yi in the bedroom. At that moment, Lin Yi exhibited an unusual demeanor. Perhaps out of fear, the defiance that once characterized her had vanished, replaced by an expression of spring-like warmth directed at Fong Hu. Observing this, Fong Hu entered the bedroom and closed the door, resuming his unfinished business. An hour later, Fong Hu emerged from the bedroom, with Lin Yi nestled submissively at his side. She had exhausted all her efforts to please him, hoping to secure her own survival. Seeing her compliance, Fong Hu entertained new thoughts. Such a beautiful woman would be a shame to eliminate outright. He then addressed the others in the living room, declaring, "From now on, Lin Yi is my wife. Your sister-in-law. Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts." Upon hearing this, although disappointment flickered in their hearts, the others dared not express any dissatisfaction. They had initially hoped to partake in Lin Yi's charms once Fong Hu was finished, for she was the most stunning woman they had encountered in recent days. To their surprise, Fong Hu had chosen to keep her all to himself, relegating her to the role of their sister-in-law. Under Fong Hu's established dominance, they quickly suppressed their thoughts and greeted Lin Yi as sister-in-law. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, yet her mind was already concocting plans to undermine Fong Hu. Though Fong Hu currently held the most power in Building 16, his strength relied heavily on his few subordinates. His ruthless nature deterred other residents from uniting against him. If Lin Yi could seduce all of his underlings, not only could she avenge her husband, but she could also ascend to become the most formidable figure in Building 16. At that point, not only would she have access to resources, but she might even find herself residing within Lin Yi's sanctuary with her son. Fong Hu plopped down onto the sofa, frustrated that not only had he failed to draw Lin Yi out, but also that his brother had been killed. The thought ignited a surge of anger within him. Lin Yi, ever the obedient companion, nestled closer, wrapping her arms around his. She spoke earnestly. "Our immediate priority is to unify all the residents of Building 16. You've already visited Lin Yi's home. With just the few of us, we cannot penetrate his defenses. We must rally everyone to launch a collective assault on his sanctuary. Even if his house is fortified, It cannot withstand an onslaught from so many angles. After all, it is merely a house, not a fortress. If we cannot enter through the front door, we shall break through the walls or simply access his balcony. I refuse to believe his windows can spew fire. Fong Hu found Li Na's analysis to be quite insightful. He had not anticipated that a woman he casually took in could possess such strategic acumen. He promptly began rallying everyone in the group to launch an assault on Lin Yi's residence. Initially, the others were rather indifferent. But once Fong Hu divulged the substantial supplies stocked in Lin Yi's home, the group finally became animated. According to Fong Hu's depiction, Lin Yi's household was replete with several hundred pounds of meat and seafood, along with a significant quantity of rice and flour. He promised that should they agree to attack together, he would only take half, leaving the remainder to be shared among them. The homeowners in the group raised no objections. Despite Fong Hu's small entourage, he audaciously claimed half of the provisions. After all, who could resist Fong Hu's ferocity? Naturally, Fong Hu's portrayal of Lin Yi's stockpile was a fabrication. Had he known that the actual reserves were exponentially more abundant than he claimed, he would have been driven to madness. The homeowners agreed to launch a stealthy raid on Lin Yi's home the following morning and soon began their preparations. This time was markedly different. 80% of the residents of Building 16 had signed up. If they could breach Lin Yi's front door, the food would be sufficient to sustain them for several days. That night, Li Na naturally shared Fong Hu's bed. However, once he fell into a deep slumber, she stealthily slipped out of bed and made her way out of the bedroom. After consenting to be Fong Hu's woman, she had devised her own plan. By seducing a few of Fong Hu's subordinates with her allure and subtlety, she believed they would find themselves ensnared in her charm. Once they succumbed to her temptations, their allegiance would inevitably shift to her, for if Fong Hu discovered their liaison, he would surely not spare them. Even for the sake of self-preservation, they would have no choice but to board her proverbial ship of thieves. Chapter 45. The stealth attack. Li Na stood at the threshold of the bedroom, gently shedding her garments before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Meanwhile, Lu Mei, residing across from Lin Yi, was growing restless. She was well aware of the messages circulating in the group. To her astonishment, she learned of the vast quantities of food hoarded in Lin Yi's home, and that Fong Hu would be leading a raid the very next morning. A pang of regret struck Lu Mei. Had she known this would unfold, she would never have resorted to slaughtering her beloved dog for sustenance. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, driven by hunger, she had been forced to make the painful decision to kill her dog, though it had been her companion for many years and had brought her joy. Its life paled in comparison to her own survival. It was only through consuming the flesh of her dog that she had managed to endure until now. Dressing herself in her warmest clothing, Lu Mei concealed a boning knife within her attire, gripping a hammer in her right hand as she opened the balcony door. She held a significant advantage over those plotting to attack Lin Yi's sanctuary. The balcony of her home was in close proximity to Lin Yi's, separated by a mere gap of less than a meter. Despite the presence of a railing above, with a bit of caution, she could easily leap onto Lin Yi's balcony. Once she successfully reached his domain, armed with a hammer, not even the sturdiest glass could withstand her assault. The thought of swiftly seizing Lin Yi's food filled her with exhilaration. As for Fong Hu and those foolish neighbors, they could be left to their own devices. As Lu Mei opened the window, a gust of frigid wind swept in, causing her to shiver. It was the dead of night, the coldest time of day, with temperatures plummeting to over -9 degrees outside. Just taking a breath sent a sharp pain through her lungs. Aware that she could not endure such conditions for long, she wasted no time and hurriedly exited her room to the balcony. The balcony was already blanketed in a thick layer of snow, and Lu Mei struggled to climb over it. Steadying herself against the wall, she shakily positioned herself atop the metal railing. The surrounding air was filled with biting winds and swirling snow, and below her lay an abyss of darkness, inducing an inexplicable sense of dread within her. However, retreat was not an option. If she failed to subdue Lin Yi tonight, hunger would claim her life at home. With determination, Lu Mei propelled herself off the railing, soaring toward Lin Yi's balcony. The soft snow cushioned her fall, and she found herself buried in the snowdrift. Initially, she did not rise from the heap but instead listened intently for a minute. Once she confirmed that there was no unusual activity in Lin Yi's room, she slowly emerged from the snow. Next, she retrieved her hammer from her pocket and, summoning all her strength, struck the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. Contrary to her expectations, the seemingly fragile glass appeared completely unscathed. Aside from her hand becoming numb from the impact, not a single scratch marred the surface. Undeterred, Lu Mei continued her relentless assault on the glass, regardless of whether Lin Yi might hear her. After 2 minutes of fervent hammering, her hands were bloodied, and she was gasping for breath from the exertion. Just then, she noticed the lights in Lin Yi's home flicker on. He appeared at the window, clad in pajamas, his eyes half closed, a bemused expression on his face. To Lu Mei's astonishment, Lin Yi seemed unfazed by the cold, dressed lightly as he was. It was only when she spotted the fireplace in his living room that the realization dawned upon her. Lin Yi had been well prepared, having installed a fireplace in advance, and had fortified his home to an impressive degree. No wonder he remained unperturbed in the face of Fong Hu's threats. Liu Mei glanced at the hammer in her hand. Then, undeterred, continued to strike the glass with fervor. Lin Yi pulled over a chair and retrieved a bowl of mixed sauce noodles and 2 cloves of garlic from another dimension, sitting down to eat while observing Liu Mei's performance. Eating noodles without garlic diminishes the flavor. Watching Lin Yi's bowl of noodles, Liu Mei, who had been drained of energy, suddenly felt a surge of strength. If she could shatter the glass, everything within would belong to her. I too desire noodles, I yearn for meat, and I wish to reside in a warm house. Why does Lin Yi get to have it all? Why him? After witnessing Lin Yi's life, the jealousy in Liu Mei's heart reached its zenith. If everyone were to live in hunger, she might go mad, but at least she wouldn't be so hysterical. Yet, the stark contrast left her soul in turmoil, especially since the individual in question was someone she had once looked down upon. Now, all she wanted was to smash the glass before her and then rend Lin Yi to pieces, claiming all that he possessed. Liu Mei gripped the hammer tightly, relentlessly smashing the glass. With a crack, the wooden hammer in her hand splintered into 2 pieces. Liu Mei stood frozen, staring blankly at the fragment of wood in her hand, the hammer having flown off to who knows where. She discarded the broken piece, then leaned against the glass, pleading with Lin Yi. Brother Lin, I beg you, grant me some food. I am truly on the brink of starvation. As she spoke, she knocked her head against the glass, as if bowing before him. Lin Yi remained unmoved, until blood began to seep from her forehead, prompting him to rise. He addressed Liu Mei. I shall offer you an opportunity. Tomorrow, Fong Hu will come to find me. I want you to take him by surprise and kill him. If you succeed, I will reward you with a bowl of noodles. Upon hearing this, Liu Mei paused, then nodded vigorously. Rest assured, master. I will kill Fong Hu tomorrow and bring his corpse to you. At that moment, Liu Mei was driven nearly to madness by hunger. She would not hesitate to kill her own parents if it meant satisfying her cravings. After making her vow, she wiped the blood off the glass with her sleeve and crawled back to her room along the path she had come. Lin Yi stored the remaining noodles in the other dimension. Food was too precious to waste. He felt no hunger himself. The noodles had merely been a temptation for Liu Mei. With Liu Mei as his hidden pawn, it remained uncertain whether Fong Hu would evade her treachery the next day. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Yi faced no loss and was quite entertained by the unfolding drama. Chapter 46. Fong Hu's demise, Li Na's ascendancy early on. Wang Xue and Jiang Shuyan had informed him of Fong Hu's plan to unite all the residents of Building 16 against Lin Yi. Wang Xue's intention was undoubtedly to expedite the demise of Fong Hu, thereby securing her place within Lin Yi's abode. As for Jiang Shuyan, Lin Yi remained oblivious to her true motives. She might be extending an olive branch or simply embodying the qualities of a benevolent soul. Should it be the latter, Lin Yi would need to deliberate carefully on whether to admit her into the sanctuary. He had always maintained a respectful distance from those with altruistic hearts, viewing them as potential adversaries rather than allies, fearing that he might inadvertently become a victim of betrayal. After tidying up his surroundings, Lin Yi drew the curtains and returned to his slumber. For tomorrow he intended to witness the unfolding drama. Rising early was imperative lest he miss the spectacle altogether. At the break of dawn the following day, having just finished breakfast, Lin Yi received a message from Jiang Shuyan. Fong Hu and his crew are on their way. Exercise caution. Shortly thereafter, a message from Wang Xue arrived, echoing the same warning about Fong Hu's impending arrival. Observing the surveillance footage, Lin Yi noted the formidable throng of over 100 individuals advancing towards his floor, armed with an array of weapons, predominantly kitchen knives. Given the domestic setting, the most potent weapon at their disposal was indeed the kitchen knife. Soon, the cacophony of hammering echoed from outside, indicating that they were aware of Lin Yi's possession of grenades, hence their reluctance to approach the front door. Fong Hu, flanked by a few underlings, assumed the role of overseer at the rear, while Li Na stood beside him, demurely leaning against him. After some time of futile efforts, the group, weary and panting, found themselves lacking in strength, having not eaten for several days. Their tools were ill-suited for demolishing walls, resulting in negligible damage despite their exertions. Fong Hu then issued a command to one of his younger subordinates, who stepped forward wielding a hefty sledgehammer. He commenced his assault on the wall of Lin Yi's residence. 2 minutes later, the dull thud of the hammer transformed into the sharp clang of metal striking metal. Fong Hu immediately instructed the youth to cease, parting the crowd to inspect the wall behind the stones. A smooth metallic surface gleamed with a silvery luster. This was a material he recognized from Lin Yi's renovations, an alloy approximately 10 centimeters thick. At that time, he had extorted 20,000 yuan from Lin Yi to secure passage for the materials. Little did he know, Lin Yi would now utilize this very substance as a barrier against him. Realizing this, Fong Hu could not help but strike his own face in frustration. Had he not been so avaricious and allowed Lin Yi to pass, they could have already breached his home. Regret proved futile now, despite the alloy reinforcements. Fong Hu was convinced there must be some weakness to exploit. He then directed his men to circle Lin Yi's residence, particularly targeting the corners where the alloy joints were most likely to yield vulnerabilities. After more than an hour of fervent activity, the group collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. They had dismantled an entire wall, but found no breach. Fong Hu recalled Li Na's suggestion to climb directly from the balcony to Lin Yi's residence. Surely, his glass was not made of alloy. Subsequently, Fong Hu, accompanied by a few of his subordinates, knocked on Liu Mei's door, requesting to borrow passage to Lin Yi's balcony. He assured Liu Mei that once he breached Lin Yi's sanctuary, he would reward her with 5 packets of instant noodles. With Fong Hu's assurance, Liu Mei opened the door, allowing them entry. Upon discovering that Liu Mei was alone, their demeanor shifted to one of unrestrained audacity. Fong Hu ordered his men to search the various rooms for food. Yet Liu Mei showed no intention of obstructing them. With nothing left in her home but a dog bone, she had no fear of their search. After a while, the subordinates returned empty-handed. Fong Hu, somewhat disheartened, glanced at them but remained undeterred. Once Lin Yi's stronghold was conquered, sustenance would surely be found. Fong Hu approached the balcony, peering through the glass. The traces of Liu Mei's earlier ascent had been blanketed by fresh snow, raising no suspicion in Fong Hu. He instructed his 2 most trusted subordinates to don thick clothing and scale the balcony. His choice was deliberate, as he worried that should they enter Lin Yi's refuge, they might seize his supplies for themselves, leaving him to toil for others' gain. He still held faith in these 2 men. After handing them a hammer, they leaped over the railing into Lin Yi's balcony. At that moment, Liu Mei quietly approached Fong Hu, suddenly drawing a dagger from her sleeve and plunging it fiercely into his chest. Taken by surprise, Fong Hu was about to retaliate when his right hand was seized from behind. Turning in shock, he found Li Na, her previous demeanor of gentleness replaced by an expression of murderous intent. With his left hand still bandaged and the injury unhealed, Fong Hu had no time to dwell on his wounds. He pressed down on the dagger embedded in his chest with his left hand while using his right to pin Li Na to the ground. As Fong Hu struggled to subdue both women, a sudden, forceful blow struck the back of his head, sending him crashing to the ground. Upon recognizing his attacker, disbelief washed over his face. Cradling his head with one hand and pointing accusingly at Wang Xue with the other, he exclaimed, "Wang Xue, how dare you betray me?" Blood poured from the dagger still lodged in his chest, rapidly soaking through his clothing. Wang Xue helped the fallen Li Na to her feet, positioning himself beside her. At this moment, Fong Hu finally comprehended that the true culprit was this woman. He could only blame himself for his momentary softness, which, coupled with Li Na's sweet words, had prevented him from eliminating her. Now, his subordinates had betrayed him for her sake. A wave of regret washed over Fong Hu's heart. However, it was too late for redemption. The dagger had already pierced his innards, and no struggle could alter his fate of death. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals he had dispatched to shatter windows sensed the unusual disturbance behind them. Neglecting their orders, they swiftly retraced their steps. Upon witnessing Fong Hu lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, they stared in shock at Li Na and her companions. Li Na, stepping on Fong Hu's body, declared, "He is already dead. What he could offer you, I can provide. What he could not, I shall also give." Chapter 47. Arson. The 2 men observed the threatening demeanor of Li Na and her group, who seemed poised to act violently should they disagree. With Fong Hu deceased, they had no choice but to resign themselves to their fate and join Li Na's illicit venture. As Li Na noticed the allegiance of her new followers, a satisfied smile graced her lips. She then turned her gaze to Liu Mei, who, despite having unexpectedly aided in her ambush on Fong Hu, remained an enigma regarding her true intentions. Yet, there was no time to ponder this. She instructed the others to keep watch over Liu Mei and swiftly departed from her room, ignoring the chaos outside as others continued their demolition efforts, and rushed home. Her husband, Han Bin, had been slain by Fong Hu, but she hoped her son was still within their residence. With a heart racing with urgency, Li Na unlocked the door and began searching for her child. Ultimately, she discovered a lifeless, frozen body on the bed in the bedroom. The sight of her son's corpse unleashed a torrent of grief, and she wept uncontrollably. In a single day, she had lost all her family, and the successive blows had profoundly altered her psyche. After an outburst of tears, Li Na regained her composure and wrapped her son's body in a bedsheet. Placing it in the cupboard, the frigid temperature of the room rendered it a natural freezer. Even if left there, the body would not decay. Regaining her emotional steadiness and drying her tears, Li Na stepped out of her home. Meanwhile, the neighbors had thoroughly demolished the entire wall of Lin Yi's house. the exertion leaving them exhausted and collapsing onto the ground. Upon returning to Liu Mei's residence, Lin Yi discovered Liu Mei in a pitiful state, her clothing torn to shreds. Aware that Wang Xue and his accomplices were responsible, she felt no concern. Her husband and son were already dead, and her singular desire was to survive. As long as she could endure, she was willing to sacrifice everything. Lin Yi delivered Liu Mei directly to Wang Xue and his associates. Fully cognizant of the grim fate that awaited her, Wang Xue, displaying no restraint, seized the opportunity. Although Liu Mei lacked the beauty of Lin Yi, he believed that one should not forego a favorable circumstance. With Fong Hu now deceased, he anticipated that he could now be the first to pursue any future women. An hour later, amidst Liu Mei's frantic struggles, they unceremoniously cast her out of the window. Lin Yi commanded the two who were poised to shatter the glass to continue their task, while she and the others went outside to divert Lin Yi's attention. Watching the two ascend to Lin Yi's balcony with hammers in hand, Lin Yi promptly arrived at the entrance of Lin Yi's residence. She was aware that Lin Yi possessed grenades, a formidable weapon. Although the source of his arsenal was unknown to her, she exercised utmost caution, refraining from revealing her presence. Standing in the stairwell, Lin Yi shouted towards Lin Yi's door, "Lin Yi, let us strike a bargain. If you surrender half of your provisions, we shall depart immediately, keeping our affairs separate henceforth." After repeating her offer twice, Lin Yi's voice finally echoed from within, "What are you dreaming about? If you have the guts, come inside." Instead of responding with anger, Lin Yi remained focused on her objective of distracting Lin Yi. Once his subordinates shattered the glass, she would swiftly lead her group inside to dismantle Lin Yi. Her animosity towards him was profound. Had Lin Yi recognized her beauty earlier and opened the door, she might have returned home with the food, and her husband and son would still be alive. All of this was Lin Yi's fault, and he must bear the consequences. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Mei had attempted the same strategy the previous night, discovering that the glass in Lin Yi's home was even sturdier than his alloy walls. Not only would a hammer fail to breach it, but even armor-piercing rounds would inflict no damage. Meanwhile, Lin Yi reclined on his sofa, conversing with Lin Yi while observing the two individuals laboring outside his window. He rose, approached the window, and positioned a stool beneath him, from which he retrieved a Molotov cocktail from his otherworldly storage. After igniting it with a lighter, he opened a small aperture at the top of the window and unceremoniously hurled the burning bottle out. The two, alternating in their attempts to smash the glass, were startled to see Lin Yi ignite the Molotov cocktail, their instinct prompting an immediate retreat. However, the thick snow on the balcony, combined with their cumbersome attire, hindered their escape, causing them to tumble into the snowdrifts. Upon being cast out, the Molotov cocktail shattered against the balcony railing. To amplify its destructive potential, Lin Yi had filled it not with ordinary liquor, but with high-concentration alcohol. As the bottle shattered, the alcohol ignited instantly, causing the snow on the two men to melt away rapidly, and they were soon engulfed in black smoke. Observing their struggle amidst the flames, Lin Yi felt a pang of pity. Without hesitation, he produced two more Molotov cocktails and flung them out the window. The balcony transformed into a sea of fire. As the two individuals summoned their last remnants of consciousness to forcefully leap over the fence and return to the neighboring area, they charged towards Lin Yi and the others amidst their astonished gazes. Just as Wang Xue and the others prepared to intercept, the two fiery figures collapsed onto the ground. Lin Yi was taken aback by Lin Yi's ruthless nature, having directly incinerated two living souls. After extinguishing the flames with a blanket, Wang Xue checked for signs of life and discovered their breaths had ceased. Despite the flames being doused, the tantalizing aroma of roasted flesh emanating from their bodies caused the onlookers to swallow hard. Lin Yi, unwilling to concede defeat, refused to believe that Lin Yi possessed not a single vulnerability. With the surroundings fortified by alloy panels, she resolved to infiltrate through the ceiling of his residence. Unless Lin Yi had constructed an airtight coffin from the alloy, she was determined to find a way in. She left most of the homeowners behind to guard Lin Yi's entrance, preventing his escape, while she and her companions ascended to the upper levels of his abode. The upper floor was inhabited by an elderly couple in their 50s. Without hesitation, Lin Yi ordered her people to smash down the front door, and they surged in like a tide. The elderly couple, faced with such an aggressive crowd, dared not impede their advance and retreated to their bedroom, barricading the door with their bed and wardrobe. Lin Yi, uninterested in causing them trouble, directed her group to commence excavation on the floor. Wang Xue wielded a hammer, striking the wooden floor in the living room. After a quarter of an hour, a substantial hole emerged, only to reveal the despairing sight of alloy panels beneath. Gazing at the gaping void, Lin Yi cursed Lin Yi vehemently. That scoundrel had even outfitted the ceiling with such alloy. He was indeed meticulous. Chapter 48. Jiang Shuyan seeks rescue. Realizing that the ceiling had been reinforced with alloy, Li Na surmised that the outcome for the underground was equally grim. Nevertheless, she still yearned to test her luck. Ignoring the elderly couple hiding in their bedroom, she and her companions descended to the lower level of Lin Yi's residence. Below lived Jiang Shuyan. After her phone call with her parents, she had refrained from speaking in the group chat to diminish her presence, leading many to forget her existence. Otherwise, given Fong Hu's lecherous nature, he would have undoubtedly pursued such a beautiful woman. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Shuyan munched on biscuits, wrapped in a thick down coat, while a fire blazed in the center of the living room, consuming her wooden wardrobe. Although her home was equipped with air conditioning, it had long ceased to be effective in such frigid temperatures. The only means of warmth now was to kindle a fire. With less than a week's worth of food remaining, she had initially believed her stockpile of snacks would suffice to last her a month. However, in the end, she realized that her estimations were flawed. Despite her efforts to conserve resources daily, the frigid temperatures outside necessitated a greater caloric intake to fend off the cold. During this apocalyptic upheaval, she had already shed 3 to 4 pounds. The owners group was rather quiet at this moment, as the majority had accompanied Li Na to seek out Lin Yi. Jiang Shuyan, residing below Lin Yi, could naturally hear the intermittent sounds of hammering from above. Her well-intentioned warning to Lin Yi was not born out of altruism. She was aware of Lin Yi's renovations. She had witnessed the workers transporting thick alloy panels upstairs. Such formidable panels were certainly beyond the capacity of mere human strength to break. Given Lin Yi's peculiar behavior of late, Jiang Shuyan had reason to suspect that he was likely privy to the impending apocalypse ahead of time. If he had foreknowledge, he would undoubtedly have made comprehensive preparations. With home modifications being just one aspect, the accumulation of provisions was paramount. Jiang Shuyan was certain that, within the entire community, Lin Yi must possess the most food supplies. Hence, she proactively offered him information, hoping to curry his favor, as he might very well save her life should she encounter peril in the future. Jiang Shuyan harbored a strong sense of confidence in her appearance. Prior to attending the police academy, she had trained in dance for several years. At that time, numerous talent scouts sought to recruit her into the entertainment industry. Yet, she ultimately declined, as both her parents were police officers, and from a young age, Jiang Shuyan aspired to follow in their footsteps as a policewoman. She had exerted considerable effort to achieve her goal, maintaining a virtuous lifestyle. And despite the countless suitors around her, she had yet to engage in a romantic relationship. Jiang Shuyan sent Lin Yi a message inquiring about his current situation. He did not respond, merely advising her to remain cautious. She found this rather perplexing. They were ostensibly attacking Lin Yi's residence, so why did he caution her instead? Just then, a thunderous noise erupted from her security door. It turned out that Lin Yi, having seen Li Na and her group approach Jiang Shuyan's home via surveillance, had issued a timely warning. Shocked, she hurried to the door and peered through the peephole, witnessing Li Na and Wang Xue attempting to force entry. Fortunately, Jiang Shuyan had piled her refrigerator and cabinets against the door at the onset of the apocalypse, providing a temporary barricade against their intrusion. Without hesitation, she initiated a voice call to Lin Yi. Although she was a police officer, she was also a woman, and she understood all too well the grim fate that awaited her if those ruthless individuals managed to breach her defenses. Enduring their torment would be the least of her worries. The likelihood of a fate worse than death loomed ominously. The call was soon connected. Jiang Shuyan spoke to Lin Yi in a calm tone, pleading, "Lin Yi, can you find a way to save me? If you rescue me, I promise to reward you handsomely once the snow disaster has passed." After her words, there was a 2-second silence on the line, followed by Lin Yi's voice. "Do you not yet comprehend? The snow disaster will not cease. Humanity has entered its twilight. The reward you speak of is nothing but a pile of worthless paper." Although Jiang Shuyan had mentally prepared herself, hearing those words from Lin Yi still left her in disbelief. "My parents are high-ranking officials in the police department. If you save me, I will surely find a way to repay you." Before she could finish, Lin Yi abruptly hung up the phone. This girl seems unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. Unless she is driven to despair, she will not relinquish her pride. Listening to the beeping tone and the loud banging on the door outside, Jiang Shuyan felt a sense of panic wash over her. For some time, she had observed the events unfolding in Building 16 from a distance. Yet, she had forgotten that she was also trapped within its confines. When her status shifted from a mere observer to one of victimhood, she realized that she was powerless to act. Now, Lin Yi had become her sole lifeline. Jiang Shuyan dialed his number once more, but this time, Lin Yi did not answer. He simply hung up. If he were to acquiesce too easily, although she would be grateful, it would inevitably place her and Lin Yi on equal footing. What Lin Yi desired was not a girlfriend who would merely shout at him, but a servant who would completely obey his commands. After hanging up for the second time, Jiang Shuyan's hands trembled slightly as the banging on the door grew louder. She finally cast aside all her reservations. As long as Lin Yi was willing to save her, she would accept even the role of a slave. Lin Yi intently monitored the surveillance feed. The reason he had hung up on Jiang Shuyan was that he had a camera installed right at her doorstep. Thus, he was acutely aware of Li Na and her crew's progress in breaking down the door. Even if he delayed for a moment, it would not alter the overall outcome. The phone on the table rang again, and this time, Lin Yi did not hang up, but answered the call. Jiang Shuyan's voice was laced with tears. Gone was the negotiation, replaced by desperation. She would comply with whatever Lin Yi demanded if only he would save her. Satisfied with the answer he sought, Lin Yi felt a sense of contentment. He feared the possibility of miscalculating. Jiang Shuyan was the first individual he had considered for his harem. And should she fall victim to Li Na and her group due to his delayed rescue, he would have no choice but to find a place to weep in solitude. Upon hearing Lin Yi's agreement, Jiang Shuyan was overwhelmed with joy. Lin Yi instructed her to dress and wait on the balcony, though she was uncertain of his intentions. She had no choice but to follow his commands. Chapter 49. The Seizing of Jiang Shuyan. Lin Yi had long been prepared, eagerly awaiting Jiang Shuyan's capitulation. Once Jiang Shuyan acquiesced to his demands, Lin Yi finally opened the small door on the balcony and let the rope he held tumble down. One end of the rope was securely tied to a railing within the room. Upon seeing the rope descending, Jiang Shuyan immediately grasped Lin Yi's intent. She tugged on the rope with determination, ensuring its solidity before commencing her ascent up the rope. Fortunately, having graduated from the police academy, her physical fitness proved commendable, making such exertion manageable for her. However, just as Jiang Shuyan reached the halfway point, Li Na and the others outside finally managed to smash open the main door, only to find their passage obstructed once more by the refrigerator and furniture behind it. Peering through the gap, Li Na spotted Jiang Shuyan climbing the rope on the balcony. Realizing the situation, she called out to her companions to continue battering the door while she and two others dashed toward Lin Yi's balcony via the staircase. This was her sole opportunity. If she could reach there before Lin Yi closed the balcony door, they would be able to easily enter his sanctuary. The promise of food and warmth would soon be within their grasp. Jiang Shuyan, noticing that Wang Xue and the others were nearly upon her, quickened her ascent. However, the frigid temperature outside was unbearable, and within half a minute, her hands began to numb from the cold. Luckily, summoned by sheer willpower, she managed to pull herself up. Just as she climbed over the railing onto Lin Yi's balcony, suddenly, two figures appeared on the adjacent balcony. Li Na, accompanied by her companions, had arrived. Observing the open door to Lin Yi's balcony, they charged forward, intent on intercepting Jiang Shuyan. The foremost individual lunged at her, grasping her clothing as he vaulted over the railing. Jiang Shuyan struggled desperately, yet could not break free. Just as the two others behind him were about to join the fray, a dark muzzle of a gun unexpectedly pressed against the man's head. With a gunshot, a bloody hole appeared, and he released his grip on Jiang Shuyan, plummeting from Lin Yi's balcony, disappearing into the snowstorm below. Li Na and another man recoiled in terror. Hastily retreating, they had not anticipated Lin Yi wielding a firearm. Had they known he possessed such a weapon, they would have thought twice before seeking confrontation. After firing a shot, Lin Yi reeled in the rope and pulled the stunned Jiang Shuyan into the safety of the room. Jiang Shuyan stood, aghast, as she witnessed a man meet his demise right before her eyes, leaving her profoundly shaken. Although she was a police officer accustomed to the presence of corpses, witnessing a death in such proximity was a first for her. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, for the warmth enveloping her was undeniable. In less than a minute since entering, she began to feel the heat seep into her being. Lin Yi stood 3 meters away, his gun now aimed at her. In response, Jiang Shuyan hastily raised her hands in surrender. "Remove your clothing," Lin Yi commanded. Jiang Shuyan discarded her gloves, followed by her down jacket and sweater, pausing only when she was left with but a single piece of undergarment. Stripped completely, Lin Yi's voice echoed once more, though embarrassment flooded Jiang Shuyan's heart. She understood that Lin Yi was not jesting. Defiance could very well provoke him into violence. His insistence on her undressing, while tinged with ulterior motives, stemmed chiefly from caution. What if she concealed a weapon beneath her clothing, poised to strike when he least expected it? Soon enough, Jiang Shuyan relinquished her final remnant of modesty. Casting it aside, Lin Yi handed her a towel and gestured toward the adjacent bathroom, saying, "Go take a shower." Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed into the bathroom. A faint smile graced Lin Yi's lips. The once unattainable goddess now had no choice but to obey his commands. He gathered her discarded clothing from the floor, tossing it into an alternate space. As he picked up her undergarment, an impulsive urge compelled him to bring it to his nose, where a subtle fragrance wafted forth. Though she had not bathed in over a fortnight, one could not deny that the allure of beauty lingered. As warm water cascaded over her in the shower, Jiang Shuyan suddenly pondered how Lin Yi could possibly have hot water. While it was true that he had a fireplace for warmth, the frigid temperatures outside would have rendered the pipes frozen, unless he employed an alternative water source. Her suspicions were correct. His plumbing and wiring had been modified long ago, with both water and electricity sourced from a generator and water tank in his bedroom. As long as Lin Yi replenished them with fuel and water every few days, the shelter would have a steady supply of essentials. Jiang Shuyan luxuriated in the shower for a full hour, though the apocalypse had only just begun a week prior. For someone as fastidious as her, over 10 days without a wash had left her feeling utterly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained unfazed, casually watching television outside, assured that with her in his home, escape was not an option for her. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shuyan cracked the bathroom door open slightly, peeking out hesitantly to ask Lin Yi, "Do you have clothes?" Rising, Lin Yi handed her a set of garments he had prepared for her on the sofa. She took them and retreated back into the bathroom, where the sound of a hairdryer soon followed. When the noise ceased, Lin Yi perked up his ears, deducing she was likely dressing. Moments later, the bathroom door swung open, and out stepped Jiang Shuyan, adorned in high heels and fishnet stockings. This ensemble had been meticulously selected by Lin Yi, who possessed a considerable collection of such attire in his alternate space. Jiang Shuyan's figure and appearance are nothing short of perfection. Coupled with her exquisite attire, even the most virtuous of individuals would find it difficult to resist her allure. Even Lin Yi was momentarily spellbound. Upon seeing the outfit Lin Yi had chosen for her, Jiang Shuyan understood his intentions, yet she found herself at a crossroads. Whether it was for survival or to secure a stable refuge, she felt compelled to submit to Lin Yi. Compared to others, he not only provided a safe haven and ample resources, but he also possessed a decent appearance. While he might not be conventionally handsome, he was certainly not displeasing to her. Thus, when she donned that outfit, she had already made her decision. Lin Yi rose from the sofa, taking Jiang Shuyan's hand and leading her into the bedroom. 2 hours later, Lin Yi emerged from the bedroom first. Since the apocalypse began, he had been holding back, and today marked a moment of complete relaxation. Chapter 50. The 3 rules. Jiang Shuyan followed Lin Yi with unsteady steps, having changed into another outfit. The stockings had been torn to shreds by him, rendering them unwearable. Moreover, wearing high heels at home was impractical, so Lin Yi selected a sultry nightgown for her. Once they were seated at the dining table, Lin Yi waved his right hand, and several meal boxes materialized before them. As he opened them, an array of dishes was revealed: lobster, abalone, and sea cucumber, accompanied by 6 dishes and a soup. This was Jiang Shuyan's first meal since arriving here, and given the recent events, it was only fitting that she be treated well. Jiang Shuyan was taken aback as Lin Yi seemingly conjured such a feast out of thin air. She was certain he could not have hidden them anywhere prior. Moreover, the dishes were still steaming, indicating they had been freshly prepared, yet Lin Yi had been with her the entire time and had no opportunity to arrange such a spread. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Lin Yi explained that he possessed an alternate space, allowing him to store items within a 10-meter radius. He revealed this secret to ensure she understood that, despite their current comfort, should anything happen to him, their sanctuary would soon resemble any ordinary house, devoid of fuel and food, leaving its occupants susceptible to the harsh elements. While Jiang Shuyan found it hard to believe, Lin Yi had just demonstrated his spatial abilities, leaving little room for skepticism. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she inquired, "Did you steal the supplies from the rich source warehouse?" Lin Yi was surprised at how quickly Jiang Shuyan connected the dots. However, he saw no reason to hide the truth any longer and simply nodded. Upon receiving his affirmation, realization dawned on Jiang Shuyan. Due to the exorbitant sum involved in the theft, the city established a dedicated investigation team, of which she was a member. Upon conducting their inquiries, they discovered that the stolen goods had mysteriously vanished within a mere few hours. Although Su Shuai was initially a prime suspect, they swiftly exonerated him, for his capabilities were insufficient to execute such an operation undetected. It would have been impossible to discreetly transport such a substantial quantity of goods without attracting attention, as even the surveillance cameras had failed to capture any large trucks passing by. In the entirety of Longhua, only one entity possessed the means to accomplish such a feat: the authorities. However, it was inconceivable that the officials would engage in theft, leading to a prolonged investigation that ultimately resulted in the case being classified as unsolved. Yet, upon realizing Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities, Jiang Shuyan immediately connected the dots to the missing goods. With such an exceptional skill set, he undoubtedly had the capability to empty an entire warehouse. The staggering sum of 5 billion worth of goods had been pilfered by Lin Yi, and she began to feel fortunate for aligning herself with the right person. By firmly grasping Lin Yi's metaphorical leg, she not only ensured her safety, but also secured a life of comfort amidst the impending apocalypse. Having come to this realization, Jiang Shuyan's gaze towards Lin Yi softened significantly. They soon commenced their meal, as Lin Yi, having exerted himself for 2 hours, was ravenous. Before long, the table was stripped bare of food. However, Lin Yi had consumed less than half, while the remainder was devoured by Jiang Shuyan, who surprised him with her voracious appetite. Feeling his gaze fixated upon her, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. She was simply too hungry. Although she had a few snacks at home, she rationed them meticulously, often dividing even a single biscuit in half to prolong her sustenance. After indulging in snacks for so long, her palate had grown weary. The sight of the delectable dishes before her proved irresistible, prompting her to cast aside all notions of decorum. The opportunity to savor good food was paramount. Once the food was consumed, without waiting for Lin Yi's command, Jiang Shuyan took the initiative to clear the table. When she had sought refuge with Lin Yi, they had already established an understanding. Her status was that of a mere slave and servant. As a slave, she understood the expectations that accompanied such a role, and Lin Yi's invitation to dine with him was a mark of his leniency. After tidying up the dining area, she settled beside Lin Yi, resting her long leg against him. She had resolved that aligning herself with Lin Yi was not a disadvantage, but rather a significant advantage, given his family's conditions. Women eager to serve him as slaves would line up well beyond the outskirts of Haijing City. Having so effortlessly secured this opportunity, she recognized the importance of seizing it wholeheartedly. Lin Yi gently caressed Jiang Shuyan's thigh while establishing a set of rules between them. Without guidelines, harmony cannot be achieved. Lin Yi hoped that Jiang Shuyan could recognize her role, thus ensuring their enduring companionship. Firstly, the household would be governed by Lin Yi's decisions. Regardless of the significance of the matter, any command he issued must be executed by Jiang Shuyan without room for negotiation. Secondly, the relationship between Jiang Shuyan and Lin Yi was not one of romantic partners, but rather that of a master and a servant. Jiang Shuyan needed to adopt a proper attitude, understanding that Lin Yi might have other women in the future. Should she become jealous and troublesome, she was free to depart at any moment. Thirdly, Jiang Shuyan was responsible for maintaining the household, including cleaning, laundry, and cooking. Lin Yi could not support someone who contributed nothing. To reside here, she must demonstrate her worth. Although Lin Yi's 3 stipulations sounded somewhat harsh, Jiang Shuyan comprehended the rationale behind them. They were merely neighbors, devoid of emotional ties. It was prudent to establish these terms in advance to avoid inadvertently stepping on Lin Yi's sensitive areas. Despite his recent tenderness in bed, many were known to become unrecognizable once their pants were on. Having felt the comfort of this environment, she was resolutely unwilling to return to her cold home. Upon seeing Jiang Shuyan unhesitatingly agree to his conditions, Lin Yi's expression softened. Although he referred to her as his slave, he would remain accommodating as long as she did not overstep her bounds. After all, she was his woman, having given herself to him for the first time, and her beauty made him reluctant to see her suffer. Chapter 51. Is Lin Yi the protagonist? After Jiang Shuyan acquiesced to Lin Yi's demands, she posed a question to him. Did you already know about the impending snow disaster? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at her inquiry, refraining from a direct answer and instead asking, why do you ask? Jiang Shuyan, observing Lin Yi's expression, surmised the answer and continued, even with your spatial abilities, no one would take the initiative to convert their home into a safe haven without prior knowledge of a snow disaster. Moreover, you not only pilfered materials worth 500 billion from the Fuyuan warehouse, but also hoarded considerable provisions and firewood. You need not wonder how I discovered this. After the theft at the Fuyuan warehouse, we conducted an investigation of all warehouses in Haijing City to locate those materials, including the one you rented in the suburbs. We also found that a substantial amount of supplies was delivered there daily, yet all sources of those supplies were legitimate, thus eliminating your suspicion. Lin Yi smiled slightly at her astuteness. It appeared Jiang Shuyan was far more perceptive than he had anticipated. This was advantageous. Had she been merely a naive and sweet girl, he would likely have had to worry about many more matters. Since she had already guessed, Lin Yi chose not to conceal any longer and revealed the deepest secrets of his heart to her. Upon discovering that Lin Yi had returned to life with spatial abilities, Jiang Shuyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a configuration epitomized the archetype of a protagonist. Although she had never delved into novels with apocalyptic themes, she had certainly indulged in numerous urban revenge narratives. Reading novels was her greatest passion. The protagonists in these tales often met their demise in a previous life, only to return and exact vengeance on those who wronged them. Endowed with the halo of a hero, they invariably transformed calamities into fortunes, overcoming obstacles to ultimately attain supremacy in their realm. Despite the simplicity of the plot lines, these stories were undeniably exhilarating, and she relished every word. Learning that Lin Yi shared a similar experience only deepened her loyalty towards him. After all, the wives of protagonists who reincarnated often flourished, becoming titans of industry or celebrated stars, none of whom met with failure. Now that she had become Lin Yi's first woman, she was certain she would ascend to greatness as well. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Jiang Shuyan's thoughts were far beyond mere astonishment at his reincarnation. They were rooted in a fervent belief in the potential of their shared destiny. As both were materialists, they approached such enigmatic occurrences with skepticism. It wasn't until Jiang Shuyan recounted the novel she had read, revealing the striking parallels to Lin Yi's journey, that he experienced a moment of clarity. However, he remained indifferent to whether he was the protagonist. His sole desire was to navigate the apocalypse and savor life, ideally accompanied by several beautiful women, rendering his existence complete. As for Jiang Shuyan's talk of achieving supremacy, he held no interest or ambition in that regard. Meanwhile, while Lin Yi and Jiang Shuyan enjoyed their tender moments, Li Na had already retreated home with her companions. The neighbors, startled by the gunfire, had dispersed in chaos. This expedition had cost Li Na dearly, leaving her with only Wang Xue and another young man by her side, while the rest had perished at Lin Yi's hands. Following this confrontation, Li Na abandoned her plans to confront Lin Yi. Although she harbored resentment towards him, she recognized that their weapons posed no real threat. They could barely breach his front door, let alone contend with him armed. Fortunately, she had found some provisions at Jiang Shuyan's residence, sufficient for the three of them to last for 2 days. The neighbors, regrettably, fared poorly. Their food supplies had always been limited, and the forced labor at Lin Yi's home had only depleted their energy further. Now, they were left exhausted and empty-handed. Wong Xue soon learned of Fong Hu's demise. Upon noticing the discussions among the property owners in the group chat, she promptly left Zhang Qian's room and returned to her own, retrieving her phone to send Lin Yi a message. "Brother Yi, did you not promise that once Fong Hu is dead, I could move in? I heard in the group that he has already been killed, so I am coming to find you. Wait for me." Wang Xue happily began to gather her belongings. Though there was little to pack, her food had long been consumed, and she was currently subsisting on the snacks hoarded by Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang. After donning 2 layers of clothing, Wang Xue completed her preparations and was ready to leave. As for Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, she had no intention of concerning herself with their fates, so long as she could secure her stay. To her surprise, as soon as she opened the door, she found Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang guarding her bedroom entrance. Wang Xue's recent actions had long attracted their attention. Yang Shuang, observing Wang Xue bundled up tightly, asked mockingly, "Oh, it's so cold outside. Where do you think you're going?" Zhang Qian was more direct, pulling Wang Xue over and rummaging through her pockets until she extracted her phone. Upon viewing the messages Wang Xue had sent to Lin Yi, Zhang Qian's fury escalated, and she seized Wang Xue's hair, growling, "You actually think you can abandon us to seek pleasure alone? You wretched girl." With that, she slapped Wang Xue across the face. After enduring the blow, Wang Xue retaliated. "Brother Yi only agreed to let me move in. Do you two think you deserve to enjoy that too? Just look at your pitiful selves." Hearing Wang Xue's derision, Yang Shuang, now fully aware of the situation, joined the fray. In a one-on-one confrontation, Wang Xue was no match for Zhang Qian, and with Yang Shuang's involvement, she was soon overpowered and pinned to the ground. Slaps and punches fell upon her like a torrential downpour, and before long, Wang Xue was left battered and bruised. Subsequently, Yang Shuang found a length of rope and bound Wang Xue. At this moment, Wang Xue had become a significant bargaining chip for the two of them. Since Lin Yi had consented to allow Wang Xue to reside in his safe house, it indicated that Wang Xue held considerable esteem in his heart. By controlling Wang Xue, they could leverage her to obtain the supplies they desired, or even compel Lin Yi to relinquish his property. Though her hands and feet were bound, Wang Xue continued to hurl insults at her captors. "You two harlots, let me go. I want to enjoy life at Brother Yi's home. If he discovers you've tied me up, he will not spare you." In response, Yang Shuang picked up a rag and stuffed it into Wang Xue's mouth. Then, seizing Wang Xue's phone, she sent a message to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, Wang Xue is in our possession. If you wish to see her unharmed, you must relinquish your house and let us move in. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Chapter 52. Pure Love Warrior. Sun Qi. At the moment Lin Yi received Zhang Qian's message, he was engrossed in a game with Jiang Shuyan. Previously, he had played alone, but now he finally had someone to share the experience with. Jiang Shuyan's gaming skills were quite commendable, even surpassing Lin Yi's to some extent. It seemed she had indulged in gaming quite frequently in the past. She never anticipated that Lin Yi had even prepared a gaming console, especially when people outside were still engaged in a brutal struggle for mere sustenance. Yet here they were, comfortably ensconced in a warm abode, enjoying fruits, sipping beverages, and playing games. In stark contrast, their lives resembled that of celestial beings. Upon hearing the ringtone of his phone, Lin Yi picked it up and glanced at the screen. Alongside threats directed at him, there was a distressing photo of Wang Xue, her face battered and bruised. She was bound and tossed onto the ground, appearing utterly miserable. Lin Yi set aside the gaming controller and instructed Jiang Shuyan to prepare dinner, then reclined on the sofa to respond to Zhang Qian's messages. Do not harm her. Direct any issues towards me. Although Lin Yi was oblivious to the reasons behind the conflict among the three women, that did not deter him from relishing the situation. Immediately vacate your residence. If you allow us to take shelter there, I shall release Wang Xue at once. Otherwise, prepare to retrieve her lifeless body. Observing Zhang Qian's audacious demands, Lin Yi felt a surge of disdain. How brazen to demand his home so freely. One ought to consider whether Wang Xue was worth such a price. To be frank, even if they had captured Jiang Shuyan, Lin Yi would not yield. Women may come and go, but one's life is singular. I cannot relinquish my home. Should I do so, both Wang Xue and I would perish in the cold. Lin Yi firmly declined. After receiving his response, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang conferred briefly and subsequently moderated their demands. I want 5 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of seafood, and your firearm. Hand over everything, and I shall free Wang Xue, allowing her to reunite with you. The fact that Lin Yi possessed a firearm was common knowledge throughout Building 16. Although Lin Yi had previously thrown a grenade, they had not discerned its nature clearly. They only speculated based on the explosion's might. However, it was now confirmed that he was armed. When Lin Yi discharged his weapon, not only did Li not witness it, but several other residents present in the room also saw it. Through embellishments, the resident group had even begun to circulate tales that Lin Yi had once been a mercenary abroad, a killer of many, which explained his possession of firearms and grenades. In response to Zhang Qian's demands, Lin Yi once again declined. Forget about the supplies. I shall not provide you with anything. Release my beloved Wang Xue immediately, or I shall ensure consequences for you. Having sent that message, Lin Yi tossed his phone onto the sofa, choosing to disregard any further replies from Zhang Qian. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuyan had finished preparing the meal. The dining table was meticulously arranged with an array of dishes, 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a pot of rib soup, in which Jiang Shuyan had thoughtfully added goji berries and ginseng. After Lin Yi took a seat, Jiang Shuyan, like a devoted little wife, served him a bowl of soup, followed by a generous helping of rice. Lin Yi raised the soup bowl to his lips and savored a sip. The aroma of the tender pork ribs blended beautifully with the sweet essence of corn, tantalizing his taste buds. The flavor was undeniably superior to that found in restaurants. Crafted solely from natural ingredients, devoid of any technological embellishments. Once he set the soup bowl down, Lin Yi eagerly began to relish the dishes spread before him. He had not anticipated that Jiang Shuyan was not only beautiful, but also an exceptionally skilled cook. He felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure. With an abundance of fresh ingredients in his space, he realized he was in for a culinary delight in the future. Although he had ordered numerous dishes from restaurants before the apocalypse, he preferred the warmth of cooking for himself, which imbued a sense of home. Alas, his culinary skills left much to be desired. Even someone as unpicky as he struggled to enjoy his own creations, which spoke volumes about their palatability. Watching Lin Yi devour his meal with gusto, Jiang Shuyan felt a surge of happiness. At the very least, she had proven through her actions that she was not merely a pretty face. Lin Yi found her to be of value. After they polished off the dishes, Jiang Shuyan went to wash the dishes and tidy the kitchen, while Lin Yi returned to the sofa to check his phone for messages from Zhang Qian. During his meal, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang had bombarded him with dozens of messages, all demanding resources or threatening to dismember Wang Xue. Lin Yi glanced at the messages but quickly lost interest, placing his phone aside. Once Jiang Shuyan finished her chores, the two resumed their gaming. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang waited anxiously for Lin Yi's response, but he did not reply after a long wait. Their food was nearly gone, and without additional supplies, they would soon face hunger. Just as despair began to settle in, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang hastily dragged Wang Xue into the bedroom and locked the door. Armed with a kitchen knife, they crouched by the peephole to observe. Outside stood a shadowy figure, clad in a hat and bundled tightly, carrying a backpack. Zhang Qian cautiously called out, "Who is it?" The figure quickly responded, "Xue. Open the door, it's Sun Qi." With that, he removed his hat and scarf. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang exchanged surprised glances. The person outside was none other than Sun Qi, Wang Xue's university classmate, who was also Lin Yi's and Zhang Qian's peer and Wang Xue's ex-boyfriend. He had promised to bring food for Wang Xue, and now he had unexpectedly shown up. If Lin Yi were aware, he would surely give a thumbs up to such bravery. Sun Qi's willingness to brave the storm was made possible by the fact that he lived in an apartment directly across from the Sichuan community, though merely a street apart. This journey was fraught with peril as he narrowly escaped death. To prevent himself from plunging into a snow pit, he dismantled all the furniture in his home, fashioning makeshift flippers from chairs and tables. Lacking direction, he relied solely on his instincts to navigate the way. Remarkably, fortune smiled upon him, leading him to the base of Wang Xue's building. Within that very apartment complex lay a small supermarket, the lifeline for the residents during these dire times. At the onset of the apocalypse, the store owner had exorbitantly inflated prices, multiplying them by several times. Ultimately, the collective outrage of the tenants culminated in a violent uprising, resulting in the store owner's demise and the subsequent looting of all his goods. Sun Qi's backpack contained the provisions he had scavenged just the day prior, an assortment of biscuits, bread, and instant noodles, all capable of satiating hunger. He had promised Wang Xue that he would bring food to her today. However, he was taken aback to discover that Wang Xue had been restrained by Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang. Chapter 53. Xiao Chong of Building 13. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian opened the door, yet their vigilance remained intact, with a kitchen knife still clutched in hand. Upon entering, Sun Qi set his backpack down and, noticing only Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian present, inquired about Wang Xue's whereabouts. The two hesitated, but Zhang Qian eventually found her voice, explaining, "Wang Xue wishes to seek out Lin Yi. We were unable to stop her, thus we had no choice but to bind her." Upon hearing Lin Yi's name again, a flicker of anger ignited within Sun Qi. His disdain for this obsequious suitor of his ex-girlfriend was profound. During his relationship with Wang Xue, Lin Yi would often linger around, delivering breakfast to her at regular intervals, making Sun Qi feel as if he were being overshadowed. Following their university graduation, the news that Wang Xue had moved into a residence arranged by Lin Yi only fueled his ire further. However, given his modest means, even his own apartment was rented with his hard-earned money, leaving him powerless to provide Wang Xue with a place to stay. Thankfully, Wang Xue had never been particularly enamored with Lin Yi, treating him merely as a servant. Otherwise, Sun Qi would have confronted him long ago. As they opened the door to the bedroom where Wang Xue was confined, Sun Qi was struck by her disheveled appearance, and his earlier resentment evaporated instantly. He hurried to her side to untie her restraints. Upon seeing Sun Qi, Wang Xue embraced him as if he were a long-lost family member, weeping profusely. Sun Qi comforted her, gently patting her back. Since their breakup, he had continually thought of her, even going so far as to rent an apartment directly across from her complex to remain close. He had considered moving into the Sichuan community, but the exorbitant rent for the 3-bedroom units was beyond his financial reach. Thus he settled for a more modest alternative. As Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang encountered Wang Xue's benefactor, they hastily offered their apologies, explaining that their actions stemmed from concern for her, fearing she might be deceived by Lin Yi, which compelled them to resort to such measures. Wang Xue, feeling a twinge of guilt before Sun Qi, could only clarify that her intention was merely to retrieve some food from Lin Yi's residence, and that she never intended to stay there. Upon hearing Wang Xue's explanation, Sun Qi's expression softened somewhat. He retrieved his backpack, unzipped it, and emptied its contents onto the ground. The items within were hard-won treasures, secured through considerable effort amidst a frenzy of competition. Alongside instant noodles and snacks, there lay a bagged roast chicken, a delicacy he himself could scarcely bear to consume. He promptly handed it to Wang Xue, inquiring if she was hungry and urging her to indulge, for it had been set aside just for her. Wang Xue, overwhelmed by hunger, wasted no time in savoring the roast chicken, tearing open the packaging with fervor. Yang Shuang and Zhang Qian watched enviously, yet were aware of their place. Sun Qi then offered 2 bags of bread to them, recognizing their newfound camaraderie and the necessity to unite against external challenges. Before long, Wang Xue had devoured the entire chicken, even the parts she typically avoided, leaving not a single bone behind. Once satiated, she turned to Sun Qi, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "I'm so sorry, Qi-go. I was just too hungry and didn't save any for you. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Sun Qi shook his head, assuring her, "Not at all. That was meant for you. Seeing you enjoy it brings me joy." After their appetites were satisfied, the group began to deliberate on their next course of action. Yang Shuang recounted the recent happenings in Building 16 to Sun Qi. Upon learning of the abundance of food and the warm shelter Lin Yi possessed, Sun Qi promptly declared to the 3 women that he would seize Lin Yi's residence for them. His perception of Lin Yi was rooted in their university days, when Lin Yi was an unassuming student, never daring to confront anyone. Even if he encountered Wang Xue strolling with her boyfriend, he would discreetly steer clear, waiting for the moment she was single again to approach her. Such a character, Sun Qi deemed unworthy of concern, although Yang Shuang insisted that Lin Yi had changed. Having repelled numerous attacks and that the residence group mentioned he possessed a firearm, Sun Qi chose to dismiss these claims. After all, the notion of a mere civilian wielding a gun seemed far-fetched in Long Country. However, the challenge of acquiring Lin Yi's fortified abode, encased in alloy plating, presented a formidable obstacle that warranted careful planning. Subsequently, Sun Qi retrieved his phone and dialed a number. This is a friend of his from before the apocalypse, an owner of the Shouchuan community, residing in Building 13, named Xiaochang. Before arriving at Shouchuan community, Sun Qi had already established contact with him, and at that time, Xiaochang had invited him to seek refuge. Now, Xiaochang has taken control of Building 13, commanding over 20 subordinates, while the other owners have been confined together, relegated to mere reserves. However, due to concerns for Wang Xue's safety, Sun Qi declined his offer, stating he would come to find him after attending to his matters. It now appears that collaboration with Xiaochang has become imperative. If they unite to seize Lin Yi's residence, Wang Xue would be able to reside in his home, escaping the harshness of the outside world. The call was quickly connected, and Xiaochang was at home, indulging in food, accompanied by 7 or 8 of his trusted aides. Some of the remaining lackeys were guarding the owners, while others resided next door. In the center of the room, a fire burned brightly, with a large pot simmering above it. A closer inspection would reveal that what was being boiled was none other than human flesh. Just 2 days prior, they had consumed all the food in the entire building, and in desperation, Xiaochang had turned his sights on the owners. They feared starvation more than cannibalism. Xiaochang had herded all the owners onto the same floor and locked them up, sparing only a few relatively attractive women, while the rest had become their sustenance. With no food or water, coupled with the extremely low indoor temperatures, within just 2 days, a significant portion of those confined had perished, leaving only a handful clinging to life. Upon receiving Sun Qi's call, Xiaochang initially assumed he was coming to seek refuge, only to be surprised by Sun Qi's proposal for collaboration. Intrigued, Xiaochang recognized that while he was not currently in need, the act of consuming human flesh was not a sustainable solution. The biting cold outside made matters worse, even with a fire. The temperature inside barely reached minus 20 or 30 degrees. After all, to ignite the fire, they had to crack open a window, or else they would succumb to poisoning. Chapter 54. Seeking assistance upon hearing Sun Qi mention that there was someone named Lin Yi in Building 16, who had created a safe haven prior to the apocalypse. Replete with ample food and warmth, Xiaochang could not resist the temptation and agreed to the plan. However, the distance between Buildings 13 and 16 was considerable, and the fierce winds and snow outside posed a significant challenge. Sun Qi had stumbled upon the location by sheer luck, and Xiaochang could not guarantee he would be as fortunate. Contemplating this, their plan hit an impasse. Despite having subordinates, the method of traversing the distance became a dilemma. In the end, after much deliberation, Sun Qi finally devised a solution: tunneling. The linear distance between the two buildings is approximately 170 meters. The heavy snowfall outside has persisted for nearly half a month, burying all levels below the 5th floor beneath a thick blanket of snow. Although the lowest layer has become compacted, its hardness remains significantly inferior to that of the earth, making it relatively easy to excavate. With a dedicated workforce continuously digging, they could clear at least 50 meters in a single day. Within 3 days, a passageway could be created. Additionally, this endeavor would yield the advantage of connecting Building 13 with Buildings 14 and 15. Once they have plundered Lin Yi's residence, they could conveniently explore the other 2 buildings in search of supplies, perhaps even escorting away any attractive women they encounter. Xiaochang, having been single for over 20 years and never having held a woman's hand, now finds himself in a position where women are eagerly throwing themselves at him without prompting. His infatuation with the pleasures of power has intensified, solidifying his resolve to dominate the entire community. Without hesitation, Xiaochang, after agreeing to collaborate with Sun Qi, began organizing a team to excavate the passageway. The chosen workers were naturally those owners confined as reserves of supplies. Xiaochang assured them that if they could clear the passage in 3 days, he would offer them the opportunity to become his subordinates, promising a future filled with indulgence and luxury. With Xiaochang's assurance, the remaining group of owners found renewed motivation. They had witnessed their former neighbors perish one by one and had descended into despair, only to now be granted a chance to survive. They were determined to seize this opportunity. Xiaochang, not overly demanding, prepared a large pot of meat soup to replenish their strength before they commenced their labor. They were so weakened by hunger that they could hardly work without nourishment. Once they had regained some vigor, Xiaochang assigned supervisors, dividing the group into 3 shifts, each working for 1 hour. Given the extreme cold outside, an hour was the limit. Any longer, and they risked freezing to death. While Xiaochang was indifferent to their potential demise, delays in their progress could jeopardize his plans, leading to significant losses. Soon, the group began their labor, fashioning their own tools. Remarkably, within just 1 afternoon, They managed to excavate over 30 meters, surpassing Xiao Chang's expectations. At this pace, they would complete the passageway in less than 3 days. However, as they progressed, their speed diminished for 2 reasons. The oxygen levels within the tunnel decreased, and the direction became increasingly ambiguous. Without precise navigation, it was easy to veer off course. Meanwhile, while Xiao Chang directed the excavation, Li Na found herself in dire straits. Previously, she had organized the entire building to assault Lin Yi's residence, only to suffer considerable losses as Lin Yi retaliated and eliminated several of her people. At this moment, only Wang Xue and another young man remained by Li Na's side. Both began to harbor discontent towards her. Ever since they had allied with her, they had gained nothing, and several of their comrades had perished, all due to Li Na's actions. Upon their return to Fong Hu's residence, Wang Xue delivered a resounding slap to Li Na's face. "You wretched woman, you incited us to confront Brother Hu, and now our ranks are dwindling, our food supplies exhausted. This is all you're doing." As he berated her, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Li Na, being merely a woman, was powerless to resist Wang Xue's assault and could only curl up on the ground, clutching her head with both hands. After a while, Wang Xue grew weary and sank onto the sofa. As they gazed at the groaning Li Na, their anger intensified, prompting them to drag her into the bedroom. An hour later, Wang Xue and the other young man emerged. As they contemplated their next steps, Wang Xue's phone unexpectedly rang. He retrieved the device, realizing it was not his, but rather Fong Hu's. After slaying Fong Hu, Wang Xue had taken his phone. A shiver coursed through him as he glanced at the caller ID. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. "Do you wish to work for me?" The voice on the other end belonged to Lin Yi, who was already aware of Fong Hu's demise and noted that only 2 of his subordinates remained alive. Wang Xue pondered briefly before inquiring, "What do I stand to gain?" Lin Yi anticipated this question. Their original team of 6 had dwindled to 2, and without assistance, they would likely perish from starvation within days. "I can provide you with food. If you 2 work for me, I shall supply you with 2 bags of instant noodles, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 sausages each day." Wang Xue swallowed hard. Although they had managed to find some food over the past few days, it was hardly sufficient to satiate their hunger. As the cold weather gnawed at him, the thought of a hot meal made his mouth water. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Lin Yi smiled faintly, knowing that Wang Xue and his companion would be unable to resist such temptation. He then issued his first command, to take Li Na to the adjacent room and toss her from the balcony. Upon receiving the message, Wang Xue summoned his companion to drag the nearly lifeless Li Na from the bedroom. Ignoring her struggles, they forcibly brought her to Liu Mei's room. Wang Xue then opened the balcony door and pulled Liu Mei inside. Lin Yi had been waiting for them. From his living room, he could see Liu Mei's balcony. Wang Xue, noticing Lin Yi's gaze upon them, signaled to his companion to jointly hurl Li Na from the balcony. Subsequently, the 2 individuals climbed into Lin Yi's balcony, ingratiatingly nodding and bowing before him. Lin Yi, peering through the glass, inquired about their names. Apart from Wang Xue, the other was named Li Lei, both of whom were former subordinates of Fong Hu. Lin Yi opened a small vent on the floor-to-ceiling window and tossed out the instant noodles and bread he had promised them. Wang Xue cradled the items in his arms, bowed once more to Lin Yi, and then departed from the balcony. After sending them off, Lin Yi received several private messages, all from the residents of Building 16. The general sentiment conveyed was the desire to become his subordinates, pledging to heed his commands in the future. Following their previous failed assault, they now comprehended that entering Lin Yi's abode was beyond their capabilities. Rather than opposing him, they deemed it wiser to submit, as it ensured their survival, even if it meant following his orders. Lin Yi contemplated the situation. There were only about 40 to 50 individuals in Building 16 with any fighting capability. Sustaining them was not a significant concern, as his supply of instant noodles and bread had accumulated into several towering stacks. He had no intention of consuming these provisions, as it would be wasteful to let them go to waste. Nevertheless, Lin Yi was unwilling to support them without compensation. The conditions of the other buildings remained uncertain. Should someone unify their respective building, expansion for resource acquisition could lead to conflict. In such a scenario, using them as cannon fodder would not be a poor strategy, especially since he could not venture out himself at present. With this in mind, Lin Yi promptly created a group chat, inviting those who had messaged him. He then added the surviving members from the residents group. Upon seeing Lin Yi as the group leader, the residents hurriedly expressed their loyalty. Even those who had previously attacked Lin Yi's sanctuary refrained from mentioning their past actions. Their sole hope for survival rested upon Lin Yi. As long as he was willing to sustain them, they would endure. In the future, Yi Ge would be the leader of Building 16, and they would all obey him. Anyone daring to oppose Yi Ge would face dire consequences. They acknowledged that their inability to secure food stemmed from a lack of leadership, with Yi Guo's presence. They believed they could escape the hardships of hunger and cold. Lin Yi observed the flattery in the chat with some displeasure. Did they truly consider him a mere source of free sustenance? Would he be responsible for their provisions? Their naivete was quite remarkable. Lin Yi doused their enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. Do not expect me to support you indefinitely. If you wish to claim my resources, a price must be paid. If you fail to follow my orders when the time comes, the consequences need not be elaborated. However, the group appeared somewhat dismissive of Lin Yi's threats. Despite his formidable prowess, he seldom ventured beyond his sanctuary, even if they were to take his supplies without contributing. What could Lin Yi possibly do to them? Lin Yi discerned the insincerity among the members in the group and understood their intentions. He promptly tagged Wang Xue and Li Rou, declaring, "You two will henceforth be their leaders. I shall directly hand over the daily supplies to you, and it will be your responsibility to allocate them uniformly. Should anyone take provisions and defy orders, simply cast them down from the upper floors." Wang Xue and Li Rou, elated by this turn of events, assured Lin Yi of their unwavering loyalty and fidelity. They had not anticipated that by assisting Lin Yi in eliminating Li Na, they would be rewarded in such a manner. In Building 16, they could now navigate with impunity. Wang Xue gathered all the individuals in the group, comprising approximately 40 to 50 able-bodied adults. Given the dire living conditions, the elderly and weak had long since succumbed. After compiling the roster, he sent it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at it briefly before setting his phone aside, turning his attention to the surveillance playback. On the footage, he noticed a man entering Wang Xue's residence. Upon tracing his path, Lin Yi discovered that he was not from Building 16, but had arrived from outside. This marked the first individual to breach the confines of Building 16 from the outside, and Lin Yi could not help but admire his resilience. In such harsh conditions, he had managed to reach this place, deserving of a thumbs up from Lin Yi. However, the man's attire was excessively bulky, adorned with a hat and scarf, obscuring his features, leaving Lin Yi momentarily unable to identify him. Moreover, he pondered why this stranger had entered Wang Xue's home. Lin Yi shut off the playback and switched to real-time monitoring outside the door. After ensuring that the corridors of the nearby floors were deserted, he first sent Jiang Shuyan back to her room and locked her in. He then cautiously opened his reinforced door, taking a full minute to unlock all the mechanisms. He placed the supplies he had prepared at the entrance before promptly shutting the door once more. Subsequently, he messaged Wang Xue to arrange for someone to collect the next day's rations. The reason Lin Yi chose to lock Jiang Shuyan away in advance was due to his concern that she might attempt a surprise attack from behind when he opened the door. Although the likelihood was slim, he remained vigilant. Having experienced betrayal in a previous life, he found it difficult to trust anyone, even during the night. Lin Yi would not permit Jiang Shuyan to share the same room with him. He refused to allow anyone to remain at his side while he was in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, after their intimate moments, he would send her back to the adjacent side room and secure the door. The side room was also under surveillance, allowing him to monitor Jiang Shuyan's every move. Naturally, her phone had been confiscated early on. Lin Yi perused its contents and found that aside from communications with her parents, she had been in contact with a close friend. Li Rou. Li Rou is a distinguished surgeon, and she shares a deep bond with Jiang Shuyan, her high school classmate, with both being lauded as a remarkable duo. They were in the same class and maintained a close friendship, which continued even after Jiang Shuyan enrolled in the police academy, while Li Rou pursued her studies at medical university. Their connection remained strong, often meeting for shopping and dining together. Lin Yi specifically accessed Li Rou's profile, which showcased her photographs. It is evident that people of similar caliber tend to gravitate towards each other. Judging solely by her pictures, Li Rou's beauty rivals that of Jiang Shuyan. And in terms of physique, she may even surpass her, prompting Lin Yi to assign her a commendable score of 98. Such a stunning woman is undoubtedly comparable to a celestial being. Unfortunately, she does not reside nearby, although both live in Haijing City. Her home is quite distant from Lin Yi's residential area, with one situated in the south and the other in the west. Lin Yi reluctantly set aside his budding feelings for her, but resolved to seek her out once the snow ceased, and it was feasible to venture outside. The thought of such a beautiful woman falling into the hands of another would surely cause him distress. Lin Yi bombarded Jiang Shuyan with numerous inquiries regarding Li Rou, and Jiang Shuyan, perceptive to Lin Yi's intentions, found herself at a loss for words. After all, she was not Lin Yi's girlfriend, and she feared that if she did not handle the situation well, it might lead to Lin Yi's displeasure, even to the point of being cast aside. Chapter 56. The Pursuit of Wong Xue. Her concerns were not unfounded. After a day of interaction, Jiang Shuyan had discerned Lin Yi's temperament. When he was amiable, he treated her with the utmost care, akin to a devoted boyfriend. However, if he were to turn against someone, it would be impossible for anyone to sway him. Fortunately, Lin Yi still harbored a sense of novelty towards her, and Jiang Shuyan believed that with her own allure, even if Li Rou were to move in, Lin Yi would not hastily disregard her. Surely, the presence of a pair of sisters would captivate a man's interest more than a solitary flower. After placing the food at the doorstep, within 5 minutes, Wang Xue and Li Rou arrived at Lin Yi's door accompanied by several others. Wang Xue and Li Rou first bowed respectfully before the entrance, then instructed their companions to carry the food inside. Once the provisions were delivered to Fong Hu's residence, Wang Xue began to organize the distribution of the food, although Lin Yi's provisions were allocated per individual. The specifics of the distribution were left to Wang Xue and Li Ru's discretion. Among the residents were several young women, whose appearances were rather ordinary but were nonetheless vibrant and youthful. Lin Yi, however, would undoubtedly overlook them, thus allowing Wang Xue and Li Rou to distribute more generously to those who performed well, while those they deemed less favorable would receive a smaller portion. Nonetheless, they dared not withhold entirely, as it was Lin Yi's directive, and even in their favoritism, they needed to exercise restraint. From the outset, Lin Yi anticipated the unfolding of such circumstances, yet he exhibited no inclination to intervene. Among the homeowners, only a select few were afforded preferential treatment. Aside from Wang Xue and Li Rou, who had recruited a handful of loyal subordinates, the rest consisted solely of the women who shared their beds. The majority languished under the burden of reduced rations, effectively channeling their ire towards Wang Xue and Li Rou. The commands he issued would be relayed through the two of them, enabling Lin Yi to deflect any blame onto them should complications arise, a strategy that served him well on multiple fronts. At dawn the following day, Lin Yi first checked the surveillance in Jiang Shuyan's room. She was awake, perched on her bed, awaiting his arrival. Approaching her door, he unlocked it with his fingerprint, prompting Jiang Shuyan to hastily spring from her bed and rush to the bathroom. The absence of a lavatory in the bedroom necessitated Lin Yi's routine of allowing her to use the facilities before he confined her for the night. As for the prospect of her staying in his room overnight, that possibility was distant. Their bond remained tenuous, devoid of any genuine affection. Lin Yi's decision to keep her around was solely due to her appealing appearance, while Jiang Shuyan's motives were far clearer: survival. He provided her with a comfortable environment and ample sustenance, and in return, she offered her services. Their relationship resembled a transaction more than anything else. On this day, Lin Yi opted against having Jiang Shuyan prepare breakfast. Instead, he retrieved 2 servings from an alternate dimension, steamed buns, 2 bowls of century egg and lean pork congee, and a portion of pan-fried dumplings. After finishing his meal, he took out his phone to message Wang Xue, since the mysterious individual had entered Wang Xue's room. It had been several days since he had seen them. They had neither ventured outside nor communicated in the group chat, leading many to assume they had perished from hunger within their home. However, Lin Yi knew better. He was well acquainted with those 3 women, and if hunger became unbearable, they would certainly resort to scavenging for sustenance. There was no way they would succumb to starvation indoors. Thus, Lin Yi resolved to have Wang Xue investigate the situation. If they were alive, he instructed that they should be brought back along with the man. Upon receiving Lin Yi's message, Wang Xue swiftly rallied Li Rou and over 20 others, embarking boldly towards Wang Xue's residence, with Li Rou wielding the heavy iron hammer previously employed to break down doors. Upon arriving at the entrance, they knocked, but silence met their inquiries. Li Rou handed the hammer to a nearby burly man, and the sound of the door being smashed resonated. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained seated on the sofa, observing the unfolding events through the television surveillance. The surveillance camera was positioned directly opposite Wang Xue's front door, allowing Lin Yi to observe everything that transpired with clarity. The door had been battered for over 10 minutes, during which 3 individuals had taken turns, finally managing to loosen it. Wang Xue seized the hammer and, alongside Li Rou, had hardly experienced hunger since the apocalypse, thus maintaining their strength better than anyone else. Wang Xue raised the hammer high and struck the security door with great force. A thunderous crash echoed as the already loosened door was propelled 2 meters away by the sheer power of the blow. The crowd surged in with haste. Upon entering the living room, they found it deserted, littered only with debris and extinguished fire pits. Their attention then shifted to the bedrooms. After forcefully pushing open 2 bedroom doors, they discovered them empty as well. However, the 3rd door resisted their efforts, clearly obstructed by something on the other side. Wang Xue called upon his companions once more to break down the door. This door yielded more easily than the security door, and within a few minutes, a significant hole had been smashed into its wooden frame. Yet behind the door lay a barricade of furniture, wardrobes, a refrigerator, and a bed. All the large items in the room had been piled against the door. Nevertheless, such obstacles could not withstand a hammer. 5 minutes later, they finally broke through. Wang Xue signaled for his team to rush inside. There, they encountered 1 man and 3 women, all armed with knives and warily observing them. The three women were familiar to them as residents of the community, but the man was a stranger, someone they had never seen before. However, they could not afford to concern themselves with such details. Lin Yi's orders were to bring these individuals back, and nothing else was within their purview. Yet, the presence of knives and the confined space of the room made it difficult for Wang Xue and his group to leverage their numerical advantage. A tense standoff ensued, with neither side willing to make the first move, despite Wang Xue and Li Rou shouting at the top of their lungs. After all, they were merely trying to survive, not genuinely risking their lives for Lin Yi. Those who could remain in the background were reluctant to take the lead. What if they were to be injured? With the temperature so low, without Lin Yi's assistance, they could only await the grim fate of infection from their wounds. After more than 10 minutes of stalemate, a spark of inspiration struck Wang Xue, and he promptly called for a retreat. The few who had rushed into the bedroom slowly backed out. Sun Qi and Wang Xue, however, did not dare to let their guard down. Although they were unaware of the intruders' motives, it was clear that their intent was likely to steal food. Today marked the third day since Sun Qi had made arrangements with Xiao Chong from Building 13. If she could hold on a little longer, Xiao Chong and his group would soon arrive. Chapter 57. Arrival from Building 13. Once Wang Xue ensured that his team had all retreated, he began organizing them to gather combustible materials, piling them up at the entrance of the bedroom. Most of the items within comprised summer garments and a quilt, all hastily sourced from other rooms. Wang Xue ignited the clothing with a lighter, causing flames to burgeon and a thick cloud of black smoke to rise. Subsequently, the group cast the burning garments into the bedroom belonging to Wang Xue and the others. Soon, the room was engulfed in dense smoke. The group huddled in a corner, covering their mouths and noses with their clothing, yet they were still overwhelmed, coughing incessantly as tears streamed down their faces. After several minutes of enduring the suffocating smoke, Wang Xue was the first to rise. Without waiting for Sun Qi to react, she dashed out of the bedroom. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang promptly followed suit, leaving Sun Qi behind to silently endure the ordeal. Wang Qi, stationed at the door, seized the opportunity as they emerged, forcefully bringing them to the ground before binding them with rope. 2 minutes later, Sun Qi could no longer withstand the smoke and fled the room. As she burst forth, she was struck on the head with a blunt object and swiftly subdued. Wang Qi's gaze fell upon the captured individuals, quickly drawn to Wang Xue. Despite the bruises marring her face, her beauty remained undeniable. Yet, Wang Qi hesitated, uncertain of Lin Yi's connection to them. If Lin Yi also favored her, and he learned of Wang Qi's preemptive actions, it would surely incite his displeasure. Li Rou, however, was less contemplative. Enamored by Wang Xue's beauty, he sought to act immediately. Wang Qi, noticing this, promptly restrained him, reminding him that they were individuals Lin Yi had specifically requested and thus should not be touched. On the ground, Wang Xue, hearing Lin Yi's name mentioned, clung to the prospect of salvation. She urgently declared, "I am Lin Yi's girlfriend. Release me, or my brother Lin Yi will not spare you." Upon hearing her words, Li Rou hesitated, recognizing the potential consequences of an impulsive decision. It was wiser to turn them over to Lin Yi, as he had explicitly instructed them to bring Wang Xue and her companions, indicating a significant connection. They risked incurring Lin Yi's wrath if they acted recklessly. Just as they prepared to escort the captives away, a commotion erupted from outside. A young man rushed in, breathless, and reported to Wang Qi, "Boss, trouble. Dozens of people have appeared from nowhere and are clashing with our crew." Sun Qi, overhearing, laughed heartily, "My reinforcements have arrived. Release us at once, or you shall face dire consequences." Li Rou retaliated with a sharp kick to Sun Qi's abdomen, then disregarded her curled form, assigning a few individuals to guard them before following Wang Qi out into the corridor. There, two factions stood at an impasse, each brandishing weapons, kitchen knives and clubs among their arsenal. Wang Qi stepped to the forefront of the group and called out to the 20-odd individuals before him, "Who among you is the leader?" The crowd parted, revealing Xiao Chong, who leisurely emerged wielding a machete. Since his prior agreement with Sun Qi, he had orchestrated a relentless excavation effort day and night, finally managing to create a passageway just in time to receive Sun Qi's distress call. Upon learning that Sun Qi was trapped, he hastily gathered his men and rushed to the scene. However, they had ascended from the first floor, while Wang Xue resided on the 20th. The elevator had long ceased to function, and climbing the stairs would consume considerable time. Thus, by the time he arrived, Sun Qi had already been captured by Wang Qi. "Surely, you do not belong to Building 16? Wang Qi inquired first, as they had already secured complete control over the entire structure, making it implausible for so many able-bodied individuals to remain. Despite being outnumbered almost 2-to-1, Xiao Chong remained unfazed. His subordinates were seasoned warriors, having survived numerous battles. The situation in Building 13 was far more dire than that of Building 16, where Lin Yi resided. Merely a week into the apocalypse, several small factions had already emerged within. In the struggle for limited resources, countless confrontations ensued, allowing Xiaochang to maintain his forces through warfare, gradually absorbing the remnants of rival factions, ultimately building the formidable group he commanded today. It could be said that each of his underlings bore the weight of at least 3 or 4 lives lost. In contrast, Wang Xue's crew, though larger in number, was largely untested in combat, with many having never witnessed bloodshed. While they might project an air of bravado, when it came time for a life-or-death struggle, it was likely they would be the first to cry for surrender. Xiaochang, with an air of defiance, addressed Wang Xue. I am the leader of Building 13. Xiaochang, I have come seeking someone named Lin Yi. Li Rou approached Wang Xue's side and spoke to Xiaochang. Lin Yi is our leader. You may convey your concerns to me. Both Li Rou and Wang Xue were well aware of Lin Yi's formidable prowess, knowing he was armed with a pistol and grenades. Thus, even in the face of Xiaochang's intimidating presence, they remained undeterred. No matter how ruthless you may be, do you not fear death? Once Lin Yi reveals his weapon, I doubt anyone will dare charge forward unafraid. Meanwhile, within the safe house, Lin Yi was monitoring the surveillance feeds, while Jiang Shuyan, clad in alluring attire, fed him fruit. Although the audio from the monitors was inaudible, Lin Yi could glean a fair understanding from their lip movements and expressions. Prior to Xiaochang's arrival, he had assumed Lin Yi was a solitary figure, unaware of the numerous subordinates he commanded, a detail Sun Qi had neglected to mention. However, there was no time for contemplation. His underlings were watching, and should he falter as their leader, how could he ever hope to establish his authority in their eyes? I have heard that Lin Yi has gathered a substantial amount of supplies. Since we all reside in the same community, it is only natural that we assist one another. If he agrees to share half of the provisions with us, we will depart immediately. Wang Xue, having come to understand Lin Yi's temperament, was well aware that such an agreement was unlikely. Glancing back at the group behind him, he felt an increase in his confidence. Supplies were out of the question. They would never be given to them. Now they faced 2 choices, either leave at once or remain here indefinitely. With that, Wang Xue drew his machete, prompting Li Rou and others to brandish their weapons, ready for a confrontation at the slightest provocation. However, a discerning observer might notice that although many appeared fierce, their hands trembled slightly as they gripped their weapons. Just days prior, they were mere common folk, not gangsters. This was their first experience wielding blades in conflict. Chapter 58, a one-sided battle. Seeing the situation unfold, Xiaochang ceased his idle chatter and signaled forward with a wave of his hand. His subordinates charged ahead with fervor, while he himself remained stationary, allowing his men to lead the charge. In the face of Xiaochang's assault, Wang Xue maintained his composure and rallied his companions to counterattack. However, he was taken aback when the 2 sides clashed. His forces quickly began to crumble. The first few individuals at the forefront fell to the ground, slain. Witnessing this, the others lost their will to fight. Aside from a few who surrendered by discarding their weapons, most turned tail and fled. Even though Wang Xue and Li Rou managed to cut down a few of the fleeing individuals, it was of little consequence. They could not halt the mass retreat. Reluctantly, they too joined the fray, racing up the stairs. Lin Yi, observing this scene through the surveillance, cursed under his breath. While he had suspected that Wang Xue and his group might not stand against Xiaochang, he had not anticipated such a swift defeat. It was evident that, from the very onset of battle, some had already fled. Was this the distinction between a disciplined force and a rabble? What kind of individuals had he assembled? Truly useless. Yet, Lin Yi did not succumb to despair. A loss was merely a loss. After all, they could not breach his sanctuary. Wang Xue and his companions paid no heed to Sun Qi, hastening their escape to the upper floors. Xiaochang, however, did not pursue them further. One could never know what ambush lay ahead, and it was wise to exercise caution. This was not his territory, and one life was all he had. Prudence was paramount. Upon entering Wang Xue's residence, Xiaochang found that the thick smoke had dissipated. The few individuals left behind by Wang Xue to guard Sun Qi had discarded their weapons and were now crouched on the ground, hands clasped over their heads. Sun Qi's face lit up with joy upon seeing Xiaochang. They had grown up together, childhood friends with a bond that had always remained strong. However, Xiaochang's gaze was fixated on Wang Xue, his eyes brimming with an overwhelming possessiveness. The women in Building 13 were rather unremarkable in beauty, and he had long grown weary of them. His agreement to accompany Sun Qi to this place was partly motivated by the presence of women. Although Wang Xue's beauty was merely mediocre within the community, ranking a meager 4th, in Xiaochang's eyes, she was akin to a celestial being. Moreover, the most beautiful woman, Jiang Shuyan, was rumored to reside in this very building. Capturing her would be worth any cost, even death. as Sun Qi observed Xiao Chang's unwavering attention on Wang Xue. Neglecting to spare her a glance, a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Had she unwittingly invited a wolf into her home? Indeed. Xiao Chang personally untied the ropes binding Wang Xue and turned to Sun Qi, saying, "Brother, we share both fortune and adversity. May I borrow your girlfriend for a moment?" As a childhood friend of Sun Qi, Xiao Chang was well aware of his long-standing infatuation with Wang Xue. Initially, he had scoffed at Sun Qi, considering him to be a mere sycophant. However, upon encountering Wang Xue, he began to comprehend the depth of Sun Qi's admiration. Even with Wang Xue's facial injuries and lack of makeup, she surpassed by several folds the women he had entertained in recent days. Witnessing Xiao Chang's lewd advances upon Wang Xue, Sun Qi's fury ignited. Yet, bound and unable to free himself, he could only lie on the floor and hurl invectives at Xiao Chang. Indifferent to Sun Qi's plight, Xiao Chang understood his friend's frustration and allowed him to vent his anger verbally. Xiao Chang scooped Wang Xue into his arms and entered a nearby bedroom, slamming the door shut behind them. No amount of Sun Qi's curses could penetrate the thick barrier of the door. As Wang Xue's cries for help gradually morphed into moans, Sun Qi's heart shattered, his initial vitriol transforming into pleas. It was not until more than 10 minutes had passed that Xiao Chang emerged, satisfaction etched on his face. He approached Sun Qi and said, "Brother, let me impart a lesson today. Do not let women become your stumbling block. Our journey ahead is still long. The world has changed. We have the potential for greatness. In the future, what kind of women won't we be able to attract? Why cling to a single flower? You have been with her for so long, yet she never allowed you to touch her, while I have effortlessly claimed her. Now, I offer you an opportunity. She belongs to you now. Go on, enjoy." With that, Xiao Chang ordered the ropes binding Sun Qi to be untied. Rising silently, Sun Qi hesitated for a moment before walking into the room. Inside, Wang Xue lay disheveled on the bed, having overheard Xiao Chang's words. Upon seeing Sun Qi enter, she could no longer contain her tears. Though she had been with many men for money, this was her first experience of being forced. Sun Qi gazed at Wang Xue, who lay upon the bed, a sinister expression creeping across his face. Why was it that others could win her affection with such ease, while he, who had admired her for so long, had not even received a mere kiss from her? What justified this disparity? Contemplating this, Sun Qi gradually closed the bedroom door. Xiao Chang observed the transformation of Sun Qi, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had no desire to associate with a sycophant. One could never tell when Wang Xue might whisper sweet nothings, leading him to turn the knife upon himself. Gazing at Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, still sprawled on the ground, Xiao Chang felt no compunction. Though they were not as alluring as Wang Xue, they were still desirable, especially in a time when beauty was scarce. For his subordinates, they represented a rare reward. He promptly handed them over to his men as spoils of victory. Several men entered with lewd grins, lifting the two women away. Their fate was all too predictable. They would become mere playthings for Xiao Chang's subordinates, subjected to torment until their demise. After nearly an hour of waiting, Xiao Chang's patience began to wane when Sun Qi finally opened the door and emerged from the bedroom, followed closely by a tear-streaked Wang Xue. The ropes binding her had been undone by Sun Qi. Approaching Xiao Chang, Sun Qi declared, "Brother Chang, I have spoken with Xue. Let this matter rest. She shall be my wife, and thus your sister-in-law. You can no longer bully her." Xiao Chang remained silent for a few seconds before erupting in laughter. "How could I ever bully my sister-in-law? Since you two have come to an agreement, I can only extend my blessings." He then produced a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Wang Xue. "I have known Sun Qi since childhood and have always regarded him as a younger brother. Henceforth, you are my sister-in-law. Consider this a token of our first meeting." Trembling, Wang Xue accepted the chocolate and murmured her thanks before retreating behind Sun Qi. Sun Qi then inquired of Xiao Chang, "Brother Chang, what are your plans next? Will you eliminate all those individuals?" Xiao Chang pondered for a moment before responding, "There is no need for haste. My men have only just completed the excavation of the passage and have engaged in a fierce battle. We shall rest today, and tomorrow I will lead a group to confront Lin Yi." Meanwhile, Wang Qi and Li Lei had returned upstairs, confirming that no one was in pursuit. They recounted their numbers, discovering that their originally 50-strong group had dwindled to just over 30. Among them, only 6 or 7 had perished at the hands of the enemy, while the remainder had surrendered. Wang Qi stationed a few individuals at the stairwell and, together with Li Lei, made their way to Lin Yi's doorstep. They knocked before relaying the recent events to him. Upon hearing his response, Lin Yi stood behind the door, having listened to the events unfold, which aligned closely with his own conjectures. Upon their entrance to the community, he had already spotted them on the surveillance. However, he was taken aback to discover that Xiao Chang and his associates were located in Building 13 and had excavated an extensive tunnel. After hearing the report, Lin Yi did not rebuke Wang Xue and Li Rou. They had exerted their utmost efforts. Now, with Xiao Chong possessing over a dozen captives, their numbers equaled those of Wang Xue and his group. Should a confrontation arise, they might find themselves without an escape route. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi retrieved a handgun from his alternate space. It was the very weapon used by Liu Wei, Li Rou's former lover, during his ambush. He loaded the magazine fully, disengaged the safety, and subsequently tossed it to Wang Xue through the shooting aperture in the door. It was an ordinary 92-style police pistol, capable of holding 15 rounds in a single magazine. Wang Xue, receiving the pistol, gazed at the grand door in astonishment. He had not anticipated Lin Yi's unwavering trust in him, willing to entrust the firearm. With this gun, he no longer needed to fear Xiao Chong and his crew. No matter how fierce they were, once he brandished the weapon, they would surely comply and submit. Lin Yi's voice resonated. There are only 15 bullets in it. Return the gun to me once the task is accomplished. Wang Xue promptly replied, rest assured, Brother Yi, I will not let you down this time. He solemnly stowed the gun into his pocket and then departed with Li Rou. Lin Yi's intention in providing the firearm was to incite mutual annihilation among them. If Xiao Chong could annex Building 16 without shedding blood, Lin Yi feared he would not enjoy a moment's peace. The prospect of daily disturbances at his door was unwelcome. Despite his lack of fear, being constantly surrounded by such nuisances would be tiresome. It was preferable to watch the unfolding drama, as he found his own time rather dull. Though accompanied by a stunning beauty, his desires were not insatiable. One could not dwell on such matters ceaselessly. After Wang Xue and Li Rou left, he gathered all his personnel on the 25th floor, as buildings below the 20th had already fallen under Xiao Chong's dominion. Wang Xue dispatched several teams to stand guard on the 22nd floor, ensuring that any unusual activity below would be promptly reported to him. He planned to rest well today and prepare for a decisive battle against Xiao Chong the following day. He vowed that none of those who had defected would be spared. Such opportunists deserved their fate. With arrangements in place, the group began to prepare their meal. Lin Yi had already distributed provisions for the day, sufficient for 50 individuals. Now, with over 20 less, each person would receive a more generous portion. Several fires were kindled, upon which large pots were placed, filled with snow collected from the balcony. At this point, cleanliness was of little concern. As the snow gradually melted away, the group began to prepare noodles. Bags of instant noodles were placed into the pot. And with the addition of seasoning packets, a rich and enticing aroma filled the entire room. The food was scarce. Each person received merely 2 packets of noodles. Yet, for them, this warm sustenance was more precious than a Michelin-starred feast. Tomorrow, they were to face off against Xiao Chong and his crew. Wang Xue, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, refrained from withholding their supplies. He even contributed a few packets of noodles he had saved for himself to the communal pot. Victory tomorrow meant a brighter future lay ahead. A loss, however, could render this meal the last of his life. Despite wielding a firearm, touted as an equalizer among all, he possessed only 15 bullets against at least 30 adversaries. Moreover, he doubted his ability to eliminate an opponent with a single shot. Should he fail to take Xiao Chong down in their first encounter, the latter would undoubtedly be on high alert. Once his ammunition was exhausted, the tides of battle could swiftly turn against him. Thus, to ensure a decisive strike, he conferred with Li Rou, agreeing to keep the existence of the gun a secret from everyone to prevent any leaks that might alert Xiao Chong. Though Wang Xue had never handled a real firearm, he had gleaned some basic knowledge from television. After finishing the broth from his bowl, he felt a wave of warmth envelop him, and, clutching the gun tightly in his pocket, he reclined on the sofa and succumbed to slumber. At the break of dawn, Wang Xue was roused by the cacophony of commotion. A subordinate stationed downstairs rushed up in a flurry, breathlessly informing him that armed men had stormed in the previous day. Panic ensued among the group. Yet Wang Xue and Li Rou remained composed. Wang Xue commanded everyone to take their positions, stepping forward to lead the charge. His right hand still tucked firmly in his pocket. Xiao Chong ascended the stairs, flanked by Sun Qi and Wang Xue. Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang had suffered at their hands the day prior. Even those who had recently surrendered had been forced to partake in the debauchery. They lamented their misfortune, recalling how Wang Xue and Li Rou had hoarded all the advantages for themselves without a thought for others. Upon reaching the 25th floor, the group of over 30 was met with Wang Qi's unwavering presence. Xiao Chong erupted in laughter, mocking him. You, a defeated foe, dare to show your face? Yesterday's escape was merely luck, but today, there will be no escape for you. Wang Xue, observing the throng before him, recognized at least a dozen familiar faces. Ignoring Xiao Chong's taunts, he bellowed, I offer you one last chance. Those willing to return may do so without consequence. However, should you persist in your folly, do not blame me for the absence of mercy. Chapter 60. The downfall of Xiao Chong and his companions were instantly amused by Wang Xue's words, bursting into hearty laughter. They had witnessed the battle clearly the previous day. Despite having twice the numbers of their opponents, they had been chased like frightened dogs, fleeing faster than rabbits. Now, with their remaining numbers still fewer than those of the enemy, they had the audacity to boast. Wang Xue, undeterred by their laughter, maintained a serious demeanor as he focused on the small group huddled in the corner. After a prolonged silence, with no one daring to speak, Wang Xue finally relinquished his attempts at persuasion and shifted his gaze back to Xiao, with the prospect of battle looming once more. The individuals behind Wang Xue began to fidget nervously. However, Wang Xue had already made it clear during dinner the night before that any cowardice shown at the last moment would result in execution. Thus, despite their overwhelming fear and trembling hands, they forced themselves to stand firm. Observing the scene, Xiao refrained from further conversation, casually waving his hand to signal his most skilled subordinates, who charged forward. Each time a conflict erupted, Xiao would place his strongest fighters at the forefront. He understood that if the initial wave of attack could eliminate a few opponents, the remaining adversaries would be struck with fear and lose their resolve to fight. This strategy had enabled him to vanquish several factions in Building 13, ultimately trampling all within. In the instant that the enemy surged forward, Wang Xue withdrew his right hand from his pocket, revealing a sleek, black pistol. With a few gunshots, the foremost attackers fell to the ground. Upon seeing the gun, their instinct was to retreat. Though uncertain of the weapon's authenticity, they chose to err on the side of caution. After all, one's life is precious. However, inertia did not afford them the luxury of retreat. 6 bullets found their marks, striking 4 of them with precision, the closest adversary barely 5 or 6 meters away. Even without prior experience, Wang Xue managed to land each shot accurately. The sound of gunfire sent Xiao followers into disarray. If the confrontation relied solely on melee combat, they would have felt confident. Each had fought countless battles and survived by emerging from the heaps of the fallen. But the sudden appearance of a handgun felt like an insurmountable threat. Xiao, paralyzed with fear at the sight, instinctively grabbed Sun Qi and pulled him in front of himself just as the gun was aimed at him. 2 shots rang out, striking Sun Qi in the forehead and chest, leaving him lifeless on the ground without uttering a word. Realizing Wang Qi's intended target was himself, Xiao hastily pulled Wong Xue in front of him as a shield. Wang Xue hesitated for a moment. Earlier, Wong Xue had claimed to be Lin Yi's girlfriend, and Lin Yi had not explicitly clarified his relationship with her. In a moment of uncertainty, Wang Xue found himself hesitant. He feared that if he inadvertently harmed Wong Xue, Lin Yi might vent his anger upon him. Consequently, paralyzed by apprehension, he refrained from firing his weapon. Observing this, Xiao swiftly pushed Wang Xue towards Wang Xue and darted towards the staircase. Wang Xue managed to fire a hasty shot in Xiao direction, only to witness him vanish into the stairwell. Those who had accompanied Xiao seized the opportunity to flee. Yet the majority had discarded their weapons and crouched on the ground. A sense of frustration welled within Wang Xue, having allowed Xiao to escape. He recognized that a grudge had now been established, complicating any future attempts to locate him. The individuals behind Wang Xue had initially resolved to confront their adversaries, reasoning that death was inevitable, and perhaps a fight might offer a glimmer of survival. To their astonishment, however, Wang Xue, wielding a mere firearm, instilled such fear that none dared to move. Even Wang Xue himself underestimated the intimidation a firearm could evoke in ordinary individuals. The mere sight of it quelled any thoughts of resistance, as they understood that the sound of a gunshot would seal their fate. Together, they swiftly subdued everyone, binding them securely. With Wang Xue's weapon serving as a deterrent, not a single person dared to oppose them. Ultimately, they captured nearly 20 individuals. Aside from a few who had been injured by his gunfire, most were those who had surrendered the previous day. 2 former confidants of Wang Xue, now desperate, sought to appease him, hoping for clemency. Yet, Wang Xue showed no mercy, delivering a fatal blow to each. From the outset, he had already sentenced them to death. Their betrayal was far more reprehensible than that of those who had fled in the face of danger. After confining all the captives in a single room and assigning guards, Wang Xue and Li Rou ascended to the upper floor. This battle could be deemed a resounding victory. Only Xiao and fewer than 10 others had managed to escape, while the rest were captured, and their side had suffered no casualties. This underscored the pivotal role a firearm plays in combat. Lin Yi, having observed the events unfold through surveillance, subsequently opened the shooting aperture of the door, instructing Wang Xue to return the gun. Wang Xue hesitated. Having consistently followed Lin Yi's commands, he felt a deep-seated resentment. Why should Lin Yi enjoy the comforts of a warm room, accompanied by a beauty like Jiang Shuyan? while they endured life and death struggles, confined to a frigid storage room with the finest meal being a simple bowl of instant noodles. Wang Xue had always been ambitious. Otherwise, he would not have so readily betrayed Fong Hu, for he aspired to ascend to leadership himself. Yet, he recognized that now was not the time to oppose Lin Yi. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately relinquished the weapon. Lin Yi stood behind the door, wary of him. He had already covered the shooting aperture with his spatial gate. Should Wang Xue attempt to fire through it, the bullets would merely be absorbed into the alternate dimension, posing no threat to him. Upon witnessing Wang Xue return the firearm, Lin Yi felt a sigh of relief escape him. He recognized Wang Xue's utility and thus had no immediate desire to eliminate him. After all, this individual possessed considerable capabilities. Furthermore, finding a competent and obedient subordinate was no easy feat. Although Wang Xue's loyalty was questionable, Lin Yi had come to accept it. In these times, unwavering fidelity had become a rare luxury. Many would readily betray their leader for a mere meal or a woman, plunging a knife into the heart of their own. As long as they followed his commands, that sufficed for Lin Yi. He retrieved provisions from the alternate realm and tossed them out. In addition to the daily necessities, there were 2 steaming servings of braised pork rice and 2 bottles of ergo too. The preparation was commendable. Those 2 meals and drinks were rewards for their service. If they diligently assisted him, sustenance would never be lacking. Chapter 61. The war god gang Wang Xue and Li Rou clutched the items to their chests, as if fearing theft. They expressed boundless gratitude to Lin Yi, pledging their loyalty with fervent oaths before summoning others to pack away the supplies from the ground. Once back in their quarters, and after dismissing everyone else, they unveiled the rewards bestowed upon them by Lin Yi. They had concealed the food with their garments, so the dishes still emitted warmth. Li Rou took a piece of meat and savored it. The tender texture, coupled with the rich aroma of the meat, flooded his mouth. A sip of white liquor followed, banishing the chill that had settled in his bones. Li Rou let out a satisfied moan and turned to Wang Xue, declaring that aligning themselves with Brother Yi was undoubtedly the wisest choice. He vowed that anyone wishing to confront Lin Yi would have to contend with him first. Wang Xue took a sip of his drink, but refrained from responding. He observed how completely Li Rou had been won over by Lin Yi, now serving as his sycophant. However, he was resolute not to be swayed by these trifling favors. His ambition was to become the supreme leader of Haijing City, viewing Lin Yi merely as an obstacle on his path to success. To surpass this hurdle, he needed to subdue Lin Yi. Subsequently, all that Lin Yi possessed would become his own: food, shelter, women, and weapons. With these resources, he could effortlessly establish his own faction. Would he then need to bow to others? Xiao Chong limped away from the stairwell of the 25th floor, not pausing for a moment before returning to Building 13. He ordered his men to temporarily seal the snow cave they had excavated. He realized he had encountered an iron wall this time, never expecting that Wang Xue and his companions would be armed. Following this battle, several of his most capable subordinates had been injured by Wang Xue, and without treatment in the frigid weather, they would likely not survive the day. He had managed to escape with only 8 or 9 individuals, leaving the rest behind. Since establishing his own power, Xiao Chong had never faced such a significant setback. It almost thrust him back to square one. Xiao Chong removed his trousers, having just been grazed on the left leg by a bullet fired by Wang Xue. Fortunately, the shot did not strike bone. It merely tore away a substantial portion of flesh. Blood continued to flow from the wound, and it was only now, amidst the chaos of escape, that he began to feel the pain. He urged the remaining members of his group to quickly procure some anti-inflammatory medication for him. Thankfully, every household kept a supply of medicine, and although iodine and medical alcohol had frozen and were rendered unusable, some tablets remained viable. One of his subordinates sprinkled some powder on Xiao Chong's leg and applied a rudimentary bandage, subsequently offering him some anti-inflammatory pills. At last, Xiao Chong felt a measure of relief. Observing the despondent expressions of those in the room, he reassured them, "Do not lose heart. Their strength lies solely in that firearm. Were it not for this gun, we would surely prevail. I vow to avenge this gunshot." While Xiao Chong contemplated his revenge, a fierce battle erupted in the adjacent Building 14. One faction, led by Xue, comprised over 40 individuals, while the opposing group, though fewer in number at under 30, bore fierce expressions and wielded not mere kitchen knives or wooden clubs, but shovels and crowbars. Their leader, Li Rou, had been a contractor before the apocalypse, managing dozens of migrant workers. His construction site was located beside the Sichuan community, with a 6-month project timeline. For convenience, Li Rou had rented several rooms in the vicinity, each accommodating more than 10 individuals who slept on the floor. After the apocalypse, he naturally became the leader of the workers. However, instead of resorting to pillaging, they often cooked their own meals, leading Li Rou to stockpile considerable amounts of rice and flour in their quarters. Although lacking vegetables, They managed to sustain themselves with the help of some seasonings. Soon enough, conflict arose between them and Xue Gui, once a fitness instructor and amateur boxer. Xue Gui possessed formidable combat prowess. After the cataclysm, he quickly formed a group, aptly named the War God Gang, leveraging his extraordinary fighting abilities. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. With everyone trapped in this dire situation, a leader had to be chosen. Xue Gui, while dismissive of the workers, recognized their superior combat capability over the average office worker, thanks to their years of physical labor. Yet, he had a trump card. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, while he ventured out in search of food, he fortuitously encountered a man collecting snow. As many windows had frozen shut, residents had to venture outside to gather snow for drinking water. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Gui struck the man unconscious and subsequently searched him, discovering a handgun and a police badge. Upon discovering that the man was a police officer, Xue Gui was momentarily taken aback. However, he swiftly regained his composure. The snow outside had accumulated to an unknown depth, and whether there would be any official intervention in the future remained uncertain. Perhaps it was indeed the end of the world. What could happen if he assaulted a police officer? Who would come to apprehend him? With this thought in mind, Xue Gui decisively threw the man's body out of the window. Armed with a firearm, he felt increasingly audacious, his strength at an unprecedented peak. In a one-on-one confrontation, none could rival him. With a weapon in hand, he was invincible. Soon, the entire Building 14 was under his control, save for the workers led by Li Rou, who refused to yield. After a period of negotiation, they resolved to settle their differences in a decisive battle. The victor would claim authority over Building 14. At Xue Gui's command, his subordinates surged forward, while Li Rou armed himself and joined the fray. Xue Gui's gaze fixated on Li Rou. His objective was clear: capture the leader before the rest. Once Li Rou was eliminated, the remaining individuals would disperse like a scattered flock, incapable of forming any resistance. With a machete in his left hand and his right stealthily retrieving a firearm from his clothing, he disengaged the safety and aimed at Li Rou, pulling the trigger. The sound of 2 gunshots echoed, and 2 bullet wounds appeared on Li Rou's body, blood soaking his garments. As Li Rou fell, the scales of victory swiftly tipped in Xue Gui's favor, and within half an hour, all 30 workers led by Li Rou lay slain. Yet, his ammunition was now depleted. Fortunately, he had discovered a set of keys on the man's body, leading him to the latter's residence, where he found an additional magazine. Chapter 62, The Freestyle Fighter. Luo Ziki. His spare magazine contained 10 bullets, his last line of defense. Now that he had established dominion over Building 14, he remained vigilant. He had previously heard gunfire, 2 shots fired by Lin Yi in an attempt to rescue Jiang Shuyan. Despite the howling winds and snow obscuring the sounds, he was certain of the gunfire's proximity. This realization heightened his caution. He recognized that he was not the sole individual armed within the community. Yet it also intensified his desire for expansion. With so few bullets in his possession, acquiring that gun would significantly enhance his ability to protect himself. His immediate goal was to solidify his control over the entire community. If the snowstorm ceased, he would use the community as a springboard for further territorial expansion. Xue Gui took out his phone and dialed a number. On the other end of the line was her girlfriend, Dong Yu, whom she had just started dating before the apocalypse. Dong Yu also resided in the Sichuan community, but not in Building 14. Rather, she lived in Building 23. Unlike other buildings, this one had transformed into a dominion for women. The current matriarch was a woman named Luo Ziki, renowned as the second most beautiful in the community. According to Lin Yi, with a physique and beauty rated at 93, she was only surpassed by Jiang Shuyan. Shortly after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the men in Building 23 resorted to robbery and assault, going door to door. However, when they attempted to invade Luo Ziki's home, 2 armed men were swiftly dispatched by her. Luo Ziki, a free-fighting athlete, effortlessly defeated 3 or 4 men on her own, and her striking beauty made her a standout in the realm of combat sports, earning her the title of the most beautiful woman in free fighting. Under her leadership, all the assailants were expelled, and she united the women of the entire building to form her own female militia. Dong Yu, who had been her assistant prior to the apocalypse, naturally became her right-hand woman. Upon learning through the phone that her boyfriend was safe and had taken control of Building 14, she felt immense joy. However, the distance between their buildings posed a significant barrier, preventing her from visiting him directly. Xue Gui, on the other hand, was frustrated. His interest lay not in Dong Yu, but in Luo Ziki's militia. He had met Luo Ziki by chance after one of her matches, captivated by her fierce attacks and striking appearance. Yet, despite his numerous advances, she consistently rebuffed him, leading Xue Gui to shift his attention to Dong Yu, who had recently graduated from university and was still naive to the world, making her easier to manipulate. Indeed, under Xue Gui's relentless pursuit, Dong Yu soon became his girlfriend. Just as Xue Gui sought to leverage his relationship with Dong Yu to get closer to Luo Ziki, the apocalypse erupted. Now, upon hearing from Dong Yu that Luo Ziki had become the leader of Building 23, his desire for her intensified. Together, they could easily conquer the entire community, leaving them with whatever they desired. 20 days had passed since the outbreak, yet the relentless snowfall showed no signs of abating, with temperatures continuing to plummet. Luo Ziki sat on the sofa in the living room, flanked by Dong Yu and a middle-aged woman, both of whom served as her deputies in managing the female militia. She had a strict policy against accepting men into her ranks, harboring a deep-seated disdain for them since childhood, when her father abandoned her and her mother. Her mother remarried when she was 8, but that man proved to be a rogue as well. Every day, intoxication and domestic violence ensued, culminating in the tragic demise of her mother at the hands of her stepfather, right before Luo Ziki's eyes. After her stepfather was incarcerated, Luo Ziki found herself in an orphanage, where she endured relentless bullying. This harsh upbringing instilled in her a fierce determination to fight, often taking on boys much larger than herself, who were no match for her tenacity. Upon leaving the orphanage, she dedicated herself to practicing mixed martial arts, amassing numerous championship trophies and becoming a well-known figure within the community. Her life experiences taught her that men were inherently unreliable and that one must rely on oneself. After establishing a women's brigade, Luo Ziki did not resort to complete annihilation. She spared those men who had committed no crimes, instead banishing them to other units, forbidding their return. Following her contact with Dong Yu, Xue Gui expressed his desire to ally with her, only to be met with Luo Ziki's vehement rebuke. Having encountered Xue Gui previously, she perceived him as insincere and manipulative, someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, which led her to maintain a distant demeanor towards him. Unexpectedly, Xue Gui ended up with Dong Yu, despite Luo Ziki's warnings that he might not be suitable for her. Yet, as merely Dong Yu's employer, she felt it was not her place to interfere in their personal affairs, ultimately resigning herself to the situation. After Dong Yu conveyed Luo Ziki's response verbatim to Xue Gui, he erupted in anger, slamming his fist on the table. This insolent woman truly lacked self-awareness. Believing that assembling a cadre of women could rival him, he vowed to obliterate her women's brigade and demonstrate his superiority. Although Xue Gui seethed with frustration, the heavy snowfall rendered any escape impossible, leaving him to stew in impotent rage, awaiting the day the blizzard would relent. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong and his associates remained in their stronghold, having just heard gunfire alarmingly close to their location. Initially suspecting that Wang Xue was attacking, they soon realized that the shots originated from the neighboring Building 14. The gunfire continued for several rounds, accompanied by distant cries of anguish. Xiao Chong felt exasperated. It seemed that gun-toting individuals were becoming increasingly prevalent. As long as the adversary wielded the truth, no number of men could muster the courage to advance. A single handgun could decisively sway the balance of power. After all, life is singular, and everyone prefers to hide behind others and seize opportunities. An idea struck Xiao Chong. Facing the imminent threat of an assault by Wang Xue, why not seek collaboration? Wang Xue's henchmen were nothing more than a disorganized mob. Their only advantage was that firearm. If he could also find a partner who possessed a gun during the ensuing chaos, he could seize a weapon for his own defense and subsequently command respect within the community. Chapter 63. An alliance now. Wang Xue is uncertain when he might come knocking, and his forces number fewer than 10. Even without firearms, they would not stand a chance. Without hesitation, Xiao Chong seized his weapon and led his team downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the snow tunnel, he ordered them to clear the way. The tunnel they had previously excavated connected Building 13 to Building 16, passing through Buildings 14 and 15. Thus, he only needed to dig a few more meters within the tunnel to reach Building 14. Under Xiao Chong's command, the group began their work. In less than half an hour, the snow tunnel was successfully breached. Xiao Chong, armed and resolute, was the first to emerge. As Xiao Chong and his team ascended to the 7th floor, they finally caught sight of several figures. The opposing party immediately noticed their presence, and an alarm blared forth. A few individuals struck the handrails of the staircase with iron rods, their resounding clatter echoing throughout the entire residential building. Observing this, Xiao Chong chose not to intervene, instead waiting quietly in place. Soon, a large group descended from above. Upon reaching Xiao Chong and his companions, the crowd parted, revealing Xue Gui, who stepped forward. After appraising them with a discerning gaze, Xue Gui addressed Xiao Chong. "You do not belong to this building, do you? What brings you here?" With a sense of necessity, Xiao Chong adopted a more deferential demeanor. "You must be their leader. I am Xiao Chong from the neighboring Building 13, here to discuss a potential collaboration." "Collaboration?" Xue Gui replied with a slight smile. What do we have to collaborate on? Xiao Chong recounted Lin Yi's situation and mentioned Wang Xue's possession of firearms. However, he refrained from disclosing the extent of his own losses, only hinting that he had but a few remaining followers. Upon hearing of Lin Yi's surprisingly favorable living conditions, Xue Gui was initially skeptical, but he recalled the extensive renovations Lin Yi had undertaken, which were well known throughout the community. After some contemplation, he concluded that Lin Yi indeed could possess such resources. In response to Xiao Chong's proposal for an alliance, Xue Gui readily acquiesced. His willingness was not solely motivated by the need for shelter and sustenance. There were two additional reasons. The first was Jiang Shuyan, the renowned beauty of the community, whose fame he was well aware of. Upon learning that Lin Yi had taken possession of her, his first impulse was to seize her for himself. The second reason pertained to the firearms in Lin Yi's possession. Aware of Lin Yi's armament, Xue Gui understood that Lin Yi might not know of his own weaponry. With a surprise attack, he could deprive Lin Yi of the opportunity to retaliate, thus replenishing his ammunition. Although he agreed to collaborate with Xiao Chong, he had no intention of being treated as cannon fodder. Xiao Chong's people would also be required to participate in subsequent offensives. Furthermore, Xue Gui insisted on claiming 80% of Lin Yi's resources, leaving only 20% for Xiao Chong, with the shelter undoubtedly belonging entirely to Xue Gui. Xiao Chong acquiesced to all these conditions. There was no alternative. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Now, devoid of allies and strength, he had no choice but to temporarily align himself with Xue Gui. If it meant avenging himself, he would accept a lesser share of the spoils. When the time for confrontation arrived, who could predict the outcome? Perhaps amidst the chaos, he might secure a weapon for himself. After Xue Gui agreed to Xiao Chong's proposal, he refrained from launching a direct assault. Exercising caution, he instructed his subordinates to contact the individuals in Building 16 via mobile phones. It was prudent to ascertain the situation before taking action. Moreover, the hour was late, and the community was cloaked in darkness, devoid of illumination. In such obscurity, friendly fire was a distinct possibility. The power had long since been cut, with electricity only available for a brief period each day from noon to 2 o'clock, a time when residents charged their phones. Fortunately, the internet remained functional. Although the signal occasionally faltered, the nearby base stations were operational, facilitating normal communication among them. Having secured what he sought, Xiao Chong departed with his entourage. Before leaving, he and Xue Gui agreed to convene at 10 o'clock the following morning to launch their assault on Building 16. He also explicitly requested that Xue Gui bring his firearm. Wang Xue and Li Rou had been enjoying a comfortable existence in recent days, ever since they successfully repelled Xiao Chong. Wang Xue assumed Lin Yi would dispatch him to retrieve Xiao Chong from his territory. However, Lin Yi seemed to have forgotten all about Xiao Chong, not even mentioning him. Instead, he tasked Wang Xue with dividing everyone into several teams for continuous patrols, day and night, to ensure any future attacks would be promptly detected. Furthermore, Lin Yi instituted a reward system. If attackers were to strike again, the top 5 individuals who eliminated the most enemies would receive rewards. The 4th and 5th places would earn a bowl of beef noodles, while the 2nd and 3rd places would receive a serving of braised rice. The 1st place reward was the most enticing, 10 pounds of charcoal grilled lamb chops accompanied by a bottle of liquor. This incentive also included Wang Xue and Li Rou, meaning they could participate directly. Lin Yi was able to monitor the number of enemies each person eliminated through surveillance. Since their previous retreat, Lin Yi had altered their rations as a form of punishment. Instant noodles had been replaced with biscuits. While both were staples in the frigid climate, a warm meal held paramount importance. To stoke their motivation, Lin Yi had made this substitution. After all, these individuals could not expect to indulge without contributing. Did they really consider themselves to be untouchable deities? Each day, apart from placing the uneaten food at his door, Lin Yi engaged in gaming or exercised at home. By day, he worked out in the living room, and by night, he naturally found himself exercising with Jiang Shuyan in the bedroom. After all, physical health was the foundation of revolution. Although Jiang Shuyan had moved in for a week, Lin Yi remained guarded, locking her away after each encounter. With the arrival of Jiang Shuyan, the essence of home has become increasingly profound. Lin Yi had not directly taken out the ingredients for quite some time. It was almost entirely Jiang Shuyan who personally prepared the meals. Nevertheless, before each meal, Lin Yi would still insist that Jiang Shuyan taste the food first, despite her initial state of undress upon entering. After all, the combination of various ingredients could indeed yield toxins, and Lin Yi felt the need to exercise caution. As for Wong Xue, she had been confined, though not within his sanctuary, but rather outside. Lin Yi had yet to determine how to deal with her. Releasing her was out of the question, yet killing her seemed rather regrettable. Thus, he decided to have Wang Xue keep her imprisoned for the time being. After all, her sustenance was inconsequential, as her rations were on par with those of the others. Wang Xue, confined, felt a sense of indignation. She was undeniably Lin Yi's girlfriend. Yet these individuals dared to treat her in such a manner. She was convinced that once Lin Yi became aware of her predicament, he would come to her rescue. The captors would undoubtedly pay for their transgressions 1,000-fold. Chapter 64. Wang Qi's defiance. The following morning, Lin Yi awoke to the sight of heavy snow outside his window. It was the 23rd, and less than a week remained until the anniversary of his demise in his previous life. During this period, he had been tirelessly occupied with the struggle for survival, but now he could finally relish life. However, he was not one to rest on his laurels. Should the snow cease, he intended to venture out and ascertain the state of affairs beyond his abode. Given the tumult that had unfolded within his own building, it was reasonable to surmise that other residential complexes, or even entire neighborhoods, were similarly unsettled. After breakfast, Lin Yi commenced his daily exercise routine, retrieving the treadmill from his otherworldly space. Jiang Shuyan had become accustomed to such occurrences, as Lin Yi often conjured various peculiar items, akin to the pocket of a certain blue cat. While Lin Yi was engaged in his run, Jiang Shuyan began her yoga practice, a testament to her well-maintained physique, attributable to her regular exercise. As they busied themselves, an unexpected series of knocks echoed from outside. Lin Yi halted the treadmill and approached the door. It was none other than Li Lei. "Brother Yi, Xiao Chong has returned with a substantial number of people this time," he reported. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi activated the surveillance. Chaos reigned outside. On the 6th floor, a throng of 40 to 50 individuals marched resolutely upwards. At the forefront stood a young man wielding a machete, and beside him, unmistakably, was the very Xiao Chong who had previously fled from here. Lin Yi felt a twinge of curiosity. Xiao Chong would not dare return without a means of countering their firearms, especially after having witnessed their capabilities. Thus, his reappearance indicated that they must possess something to contend with handguns. What can withstand a handgun is likely another firearm. Lin Yi felt somewhat disheartened. Was it not the case that firearms were prohibited in Long Nation? How could they so easily acquire a gun? Lin Yi filled the previously obtained handgun with bullets and subsequently tossed it to Li Lei through the shooting aperture in the door. Now, it was time to watch the drama unfold. Lin Yi relished this sensation, relishing the fact that he could avoid peril while others fought on his behalf merely by uttering a few words. On the 20th floor, the two factions once again confronted each other. With Xue Gui as his support and a force twice the size of Wang Qi's, Xiao Chong brimmed with confidence. He swore to exact revenge this time and intended to capture Lin Yi, the puppet master behind the scenes, and tear him to shreds. Upon seeing Li Lei return and giving him a reassuring glance, Wang Xue felt a sense of relief wash over him. As long as they possessed this truth, they feared no adversaries, regardless of their numbers. "Xiao Chong, last time I allowed you to escape, I never thought you would dare return. Are you not afraid of death?" Wang Xue was the first to speak. Xiao Chong's face twisted with rage. He had nearly perished at Wang Qi's hands before, so his gaze was fixated on Wang Xue this time. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he had already cautioned Xue Gui to be prepared to fire at any moment and not to let the enemy seize the initiative. Thus, Xue Gui kept his hand concealed within his sleeve, firmly gripping his firearm. "Last time I was careless. This time, I am here for vengeance. If you are wise, have Lin Yi surrender immediately. Otherwise, when we burst in, it will be far from mere surrender," Xiao Chong declared, diverting the attention of Wang Xue and his companions. At the very moment he finished speaking, Xue Gui revealed his gun. With the crack of a gunshot, a spray of blood appeared on Wang Qi's left arm. Due to the distance and Xue Gui's lack of specialized shooting training, the shot went awry, merely injuring Wang Xue rather than incapacitating him. Cursing quietly, Xue Gui prepared to fire again when Li Lei intervened, unleashing a barrage of 5 shots at Xue Gui. 2 bullets struck his nearby accomplice, while the remaining 3 found their mark in Xue Gui's chest. Xiao Chong was taken aback. Previously, Wang Xue had wounded him with a gunshot, leading him to mistakenly assume the weapon was still in Wang Qi's possession. Thus, he had ordered Xue Gui to be the first to ambush Wang Xue, believing that if Wang Xue fell, the rest would be easily managed. As Xue Gui collapsed to the ground, his firearm slipped from his grasp. Xiao Chong hurriedly retrieved the gun. Just as he aimed, he felt a bullet pierce his abdomen. With no time to retaliate, Xiao Chong fled, cursing under his breath. That Xue Gui is utterly useless. Despite having a weapon, he was ambushed in a situation where the enemy had the advantage. I wonder how he even became a leader. Behind him, Li Lei and Wang Xue relentlessly pursued. Now that Xue Gui was dead, the individuals he brought began to scatter in panic. Xiao Chong crawled back through the snow tunnel to Building 13, randomly finding a room to hide. His consciousness was fading, the wound had frozen over, and blood had congealed into a large mass. It required urgent attention. Following the blood trail, Li Rou and Wang Xue arrived at Building 13 and commenced their search separately. Soon, Wang Xue discovered a pool of fresh blood at the doorway of a room. However, he chose not to inform Li Rou and silently climbed through the window. Cautiously pushing open the bedroom door, Wang Xue found Xiao Chang's lifeless body on the floor, his hand tightly gripping a pistol. Wang Xue pried open Xiao Chang's fingers, took the gun, and checked the bullets inside. After testing Xiao Chang's pulse, he realized that he was not dead yet. He had merely fainted from excessive blood loss, though his breathing was faint, indicating that death was imminent. Wang Xue tucked the gun into his pocket, opened the window, and discarded Xiao Chang's body outside. Subsequently, he contacted Li Rou, claiming he had seen Xiao Chang jump from the building. The two returned to Building 16 to report to Lin Yi. However, Wang Xue omitted any mention of the pistol, sensing that it could be a pivotal opportunity for his future ascent. During the chaos, several of Wang Xue's men were killed, while the remaining ones fled, including many who had surrendered. Lin Yi had previously stated that each enemy killed would yield rewards. Nonetheless, they suffered significant casualties. Their numbers were already less than half of the enemies. Although Wang Xue's death and Xiao Chang's escape had demoralized them, they still managed to kill numerous residents of Building 16 during their resistance. Now, only about a dozen residents remained in Building 16, including Wang Xue and Li Rou. Lin Yi showed no concern for such losses. The deaths of these expendable pawns meant nothing to him. Even if everyone in the building perished, it would not affect him in the slightest. Chapter 65. The snow has stopped since the last attack led by Wang Xue and Xiao Chang. Lin Yi finally experienced a few days of tranquility. Wang Xue was also released by Lin Yi and joined the others in their routine patrol duties. This left her in disbelief. How could Lin Yi, whom she considered her idol, treat her this way? She confronted him directly. Lin Yi sent her a photograph of himself and Jiang Shuyan in bed together. Wang Xue gazed at the image on her phone, depicting Jiang Shuyan with light makeup. Her features exquisitely defined, her long black hair cascading casually, and her slender, fair legs resting on Lin Yi. The scene portrayed her nestled in Lin Yi's embrace, radiating happiness. In contrast, Wang Xue looked at her own reflection. Days of hunger and mistreatment had rendered her emaciated, her skin a sickly yellow, and her visage gaunt. Much like the undead in the cinematic portrayal of The Walking Dead, she bore no resemblance to the goddess she once was. Merely gazing at the photographs of Jiang Shuyan instilled within her a profound sense of inferiority. Regret surged within her heart. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have embraced Lin Yi's affections from the start. Had she not indulged in the pursuit of other men, she might have long since been wed to Lin Yi. Perhaps even with children of their own by now. Would he have treated her as he does now? Certainly not. The blame lay squarely on the shoulders of Zhang Qian and Yang Shuang, those wretched harpies who whispered ill of Lin Yi in her ear, claiming he was unworthy of her, that she deserved a better man. Thus, she had strung Lin Yi along, relishing his devotion while simultaneously deeming him beneath her. Thankfully, those two had met their demise. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. 2 days later, on August 3rd, Lin Yi awoke to a day that felt markedly different from the usual. Compared to prior days, the snowfall had diminished significantly. Visibility improving from 1 or 2 meters to over 10, even reaching 20 at times. Could it be that the snow was finally abating? Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the winter landscape. The city's structures were nearly engulfed by the snow, with streets and elevated bridges vanished from sight. Had it not been for the occasional buildings still visible, one might never guess that this was once a thriving metropolis. The relentless snowfall had already submerged the 7th floor. Though the accumulation should have been greater, the weight of the snow had compacted the layers, resulting in a gradual decrease in thickness as one descended. After breakfast, Lin Yi sat beside Jiang Shuyan at the window, both of them observing the scene outside. By noon, the snowfall had lessened considerably, and when a ray of sunlight pierced through, the continuous snowfall that had persisted for over a month finally ceased. While Lin Yi remained indoors, he could still hear the jubilant cheers of other residents outside. Though excitement stirred within him, he did not share the same optimism as the others. The snow had stopped, yet the temperature outside showed no signs of rising. In fact, it continued to plummet. By day, the temperature had reached a staggering -80 degrees Celsius, and at night, it plunged further to -90. Without heating equipment for transportation, the average person could endure no more than half an hour in such frigid conditions. Those with weaker constitutions would succumb to frostbite within 10 minutes, their respiratory systems compromised by the frigid air. Lin Yi yearned to venture outside, yet prudence held him back. What if the snow resumed the moment he stepped out? As the following morning dawned, the weather remained overcast, yet there were no signs of impending snowfall. He noticed movement in the vicinity below. The neighborhood consisted of 24 buildings, with Lin Yi's residence situated in the very heart of the complex, Building 16. Trapped in the grips of relentless snowfall for a month, the inhabitants had long since depleted their provisions, with many driven by desperation to the brink of cannibalism. Now, as the opportunity to venture outside finally presented itself, they yearned to seek sustenance. Yet, scarcely had they stepped beyond their thresholds when the biting cold compelled them to retreat. The reason was starkly evident. The outside air was unbearably frigid. Within the confines of their homes, they could stoke fires and seal windows and doors, managing to maintain a temperature around -40 degrees. Outside, however, the mercury plummeted to a staggering -80 degrees, rendering it impossible for anyone to endure for long. Observing this dire situation, Lin Yi resolved to venture out. He had been cooped up for over a month, and despite the company of a beautiful companion, he felt himself growing weary and rusted. However, he harbored concerns about leaving Wang Xue alone at home. What if she locked the door behind him? After some contemplation, he decided to secure her in the bedroom, providing her with a day's worth of food. Before departing, he stoked the fireplace with ample firewood and coal, knowing that coal burns longer than wood, thus ensuring warmth would linger until his return. Once prepared, Lin Yi retrieved a set of cold-resistant gear from his otherworldly storage. These were professional-grade winter garments he had previously procured from a warehouse, complete with batteries that could be activated to generate heat, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -60 or 70 degrees. He donned a bulletproof vest beneath the protective attire and topped it off with a bulletproof helmet. Fully equipped, he felt an immediate surge of warmth, and beads of sweat began to form. At last, he stood before the door, which had remained shut for over a month, and slowly opened it. A rush of icy air swept in as he stepped outside. Having confirmed through surveillance that the corridor was devoid of life, he descended the stairs directly to the 7th floor, where he broke a window to exit. Though the snow was deep, it only reached a foot or so, allowing for easy traversal. Finding a secluded spot, he released his unimog from its confines. As the vehicle settled onto the snow, the surrounding drifts sank beneath its weight. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Yi's face as he surveyed the solitary steel beast before him. All other vehicles lay buried beneath the snow, leaving his as the only one visible in the community. He climbed into the cab, started the engine, and cranked the heater to maximum. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, its roar echoing throughout the neighborhood. The remaining residents peered from their windows, watching the spectacle below. After a brief circuit around the community, Lin Yi noted the silhouettes behind the glass and mused to himself on the surprising number of survivors. He then set his course to leave the neighborhood, intent on exploring other areas and gaining insight into the outside world. Regarding safety concerns, he need not worry. The exterior and glass of the vehicle have been replaced with bulletproof materials. Unless faced with armor-piercing rounds, he is assuredly safe within. Chapter 66. Another Esper. The journey was smooth and unimpeded, as the roads outside were remarkably spacious. After discerning the direction, Lin Yi steered towards the nearest shopping mall to the residential area. This mall boasts 5 stories, yet due to its elevated ceilings, its height is equivalent to that of an 8- or 9-story building, ensuring it remains above ground level. After wandering for quite some time, Lin Yi finally located a snowdrift. He surveyed the surrounding landmarks and confirmed that this snowbank was indeed the rooftop of the mall, with only one floor of the 5-story structure visible above the snow. Lin Yi exited his vehicle, stowed it away in a spatial pocket, and retrieved a shovel to commence digging. After an arduous half-hour of labor, he finally excavated a passageway. Upon breaking the glass, Lin Yi entered the premises with his shovel in hand. Inside, the temperature was somewhat warmer than he had anticipated, hovering around -50 to 60 degrees. Dressed in winter gear, Lin Yi found it suitable. Although still chilly, it was bearable for an extended duration. Adorning a headlamp, he ventured deeper into the mall. At that moment, a pair of eyes from a nearby building was fixated intently upon him. Strangely, despite the frigid conditions, the individual was clad in only a thin coat, and the swirling snow and wind seemed to part as they approached him. Lin Yi drew his handgun, cautiously advancing within. The choice of a handgun over a more powerful AK was deliberate. The latter was less convenient in close combat. Moreover, with a mere thought, he could effortlessly switch to another weapon. He entered through the rooftop restaurant, finding himself in the kitchen. The arrangement of items suggested it had been ages since anyone had visited. Knives and spatulas were frozen to the countertops. The refrigerator contained some meat. Yet Lin Yi refrained from taking any, as his spatial storage was already well stocked with provisions he deemed superior. Pushing open the door, he stepped into the main hall. Upon drawing back the roll-up door, he entered the mall. The interior was engulfed in darkness. Although it was daytime, all the windows were blanketed in snow, allowing not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate. Lin Yi wandered aimlessly for a while, encountering several luxury boutiques. Without hesitation, he shattered the doors and looted the establishments. seizing high-end handbags and various designer garments, regardless of their fit. He intended to use them to please Jiang Shuyan in the future. These luxury items, once valued at tens of thousands, now held no worth whatsoever. Numerous renowned cosmetic brands remained, though many had succumbed to the freezing temperatures, leaving Lin Yi uncertain of their usability. He decided to bring them back for Jiang Shuyan to choose from. Amidst his industrious efforts, an unexpected sense of crisis surged within him. With no time to assess the situation, he swiftly rolled to the side, concealing himself behind a wall. Upon peering cautiously, he discovered 3 icicles had manifested precisely where he had just stood, embedded in the cabinet and shimmering with a chilling luminescence. Lin Yi was taken aback. The nature of the recent assault indicated that his assailant was no ordinary individual. Could it be that other beings with extraordinary abilities existed in this world? Was this individual wielding powers of ice? Promptly, Lin Yi extinguished the spotlight above him and closed his eyes, straining to listen intently to the sounds outside. After a few minutes, footsteps echoed in the vicinity. Quite vigilant, aren't you? No wonder you dare to wander alone. Come out. You cannot escape. A man's voice resonated. Youthful yet ominous. Lin Yi stowed his handgun and readied his AK, his senses heightened to their utmost. This was his inaugural encounter with another wielder of extraordinary powers, and it would be disingenuous to claim he felt unperturbed. While he was aware of his opponent's abilities, the adversary remained oblivious to Lin Yi's own prowess. This was Lin Yi's advantage. Although his spatial abilities were ill-suited for direct confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain in a surprise attack. The youth stationed at the entrance stood 30 meters away, his eyes shimmering with a blue glow. Despite the enveloping darkness, his unique powers allowed him to sense the ambient temperature, akin to possessing thermal imaging, thus aiding his vision in the shadows. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, the young man waved his right hand, conjuring several more icicles from the air, which hurtled towards Lin Yi's direction. The cosmetic store was instantly ravaged by the barrage of ice, glass shards littering the ground. Pressing his back against the wall, Lin Yi realized that remaining passive was not a viable strategy. He retrieved a high-powered flashlight from his spatial realm, covering it with his hand before activating it. Simultaneously, he hurled the flashlight outward. As it flew, Lin Yi propelled himself forward. Illuminated by the beam, he caught a glimpse of the young man's face, a youthful visage, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, yet the fierce glint in his eyes belied his age. Lin Yi pressed the trigger. The power within his right eye surged into the weapon. A volley of bullets surged toward the youth's head, yet he heard no cries of anguish. Upon landing, Lin Yi discovered that his projectiles had been halted by an ice wall, merely leaving a few small dents without penetrating through. The youth, witnessing Lin Yi finally emerge, readied himself for the ensuing confrontation. Applause erupted as he exclaimed, "Remarkable marksmanship. At such a distance, all 3 shots struck my forehead. Were you once a master of arms?" Noticing Lin Yi's continued silence, the youth spoke again. "Surely you have perceived my extraordinary abilities gained in the aftermath of the apocalypse, rendering me a singular presence in this world. I now extend to you the privilege of following me as my subordinate. Such an opportunity is rare. You must learn to cherish it, lest I be compelled to send you to the depths of hell." Lin Yi remained unresponsive, his only reply being the bullets he unleashed anew. This action finally ignited the youth's ire. After erecting an ice wall to deflect the bullets, he conjured dozens of ice spikes, sealing all of Lin Yi's escape routes with the intent of a lethal strike. As the ice spikes advanced, Lin Yi ceased his evasion, standing immobile as if resigned to his fate. The youth's smile widened, recalling how this very maneuver had felled dozens before him, including those of considerable skill, all reduced to mere targets. Yet, in the next moment, astonishment widened his eyes. The ice spikes aimed at Lin Yi vanished just a meter from him, as if they had never existed at all. Chapter 67. The Ice Elemental Ability User. Shun Rang. The youth rubbed his eyes, realizing the spikes had genuinely disappeared. Not merely a figment of his imagination. He once again gathered dozens of ice spikes and launched them toward Lin Yi. Unfazed, Lin Yi stood motionless, observing the spikes approach. Yet again, as they neared him by a meter, they vanished without a trace. Lin Yi's combat experience was lacking. After the initial ambush, he relied solely on instinct, nearly forgetting his access to the spatial gate. Once he activated the spatial gate, he found himself in an invulnerable position. Any attack would be absorbed into his alternate space. Opening the spatial gate before him, he grasped his AK and unleashed a barrage upon the youth. Dozens of bullets flew forth, shattering the ice wall that stood before the youth. In desperation, he conjured another ice wall, but the effort drained his powers significantly. With all his might, he could only manifest 3. Should Lin Yi still possess bullets at that point, surrender would be his only option. The youth defended against Lin Yi's onslaught, conjuring ice spikes to retaliate whenever Lin Yi reloaded. Yet, his ice spikes met a similar fate, disappearing as soon as they approached Lin Yi, much to his frustration. Since awakening his ice abilities, he had eliminated all his enemies within 2 days. He had anticipated being the protagonist of this world, but now, after the snow ceased, even a casual encounter with someone like Lin Yi proved overwhelming, leaving him powerless to retaliate. The second ice wall of the young man was shattered by Lin Yi's AK, prompting him to hastily unleash all his powers, conjuring a final barrier of ice. Are you also an ability user? The youth's voice echoed from behind the ice wall. Lin Yi's remarkable prowess was clearly beyond that of an ordinary individual, leading to one inevitable conclusion. He too was an ability user. Though the nature of Lin Yi's powers remained a mystery to him, could it be an ability that nullified attacks? At that moment, he could no longer afford to speculate on Lin Yi's powers. His sole desire was to buy some time. If Lin Yi continued unabated, he would surely perish here today. He had no wish to die, for he regarded himself as the chosen one, having awakened ice powers in this frigid apocalypse. Not only could he command the winds and snow, but he was also impervious to the bitter cold. The icy expanse beyond was his realm, however, constrained by the environment. The mall lacked snow, leaving him with only icicles as his means of attack. The boy regretted his earlier bravado. Had he known his opponent was also an ability user, he would not have dared to enter the mall. Yet, it was too late for such reflections. Regardless of what he said, Lin Yi's assaults were relentless, embodying a determination to see him dead. After Lin Yi had expended 5 magazines, the ice wall before the boy finally succumbed, shattering into a cascade of hardened ice. However, Lin Yi did not end his life immediately. Instead, he shot him in each limb, rendering him utterly defenseless. At last, Lin Yi spoke. Who are you? How did you acquire your powers? Facing the ominous barrel of Lin Yi's gun, the young man replied slowly, My name is Shun Rang, a student at Haijing University of Science and Technology. My powers manifested suddenly half a month ago, and I have no idea how they came to be. It seems I just knew how to use them. Haijing University of Science and Technology? Lin Yi was well acquainted with this institution, having graduated from there alongside Wang Xue. It was, in a sense, his alma mater. The university was not renowned for its academic prowess or educational standards, but rather for its female students. A beauty like Wong Xue barely ranked among them, and her popularity stemmed from her open and sociable nature. Lin Yi recalled that their campus belle, Liu Feier, had been in the same class as he. After graduation, she remained at the university to pursue her master's degree and eventually became a teacher there. Her beauty was unparalleled, even surpassing that of Jiang Shuyan. Standing at 175 meters tall, with a figure that perfectly embodied the golden ratio, she had once graced the trending topics. Hailed as Haijing's most beautiful teacher, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Liu Feier was the most exquisite woman Lin Yi had ever encountered in reality. Many young men had fought over her affections, and even some affluent second-generation heirs had considered courting her, but upon learning of her family background, they had quickly abandoned the notion. Some wealthy descendants who once spoke ill of Liu Feier were soundly chastised by their parents, who ultimately came to her door to apologize personally. Liu Feier hails from a political family. Her grandfather held a high-ranking position in the military, and both her parents are government officials. Those affluent youths were simply no match for her. With such precedents, no one at school dared to harbor any ill intentions toward her thereafter. Lin Yi inquired of Shun Rang whether he was familiar with a teacher named Liu Feier. Upon hearing her name, Shun Rang's eyes lit up, as if he were reminded of the woman who haunted his thoughts. Lin Yi perceived his expression and couldn't help but reflect on it. Liu Feier truly was a femme fatale, captivating everyone from teachers and principals to students and friends. Noticing that Shun Rang remained in a daze, Lin Yi gave him a sharp kick. Snapped back to reality, Shun Rang replied, I know her. Liu Feier is a teacher at our school, and also our school beauty, though she doesn't teach me. School beauty? Isn't she a teacher? How can she also be the school beauty? Lin Yi's confusion was evident. Sensing his question, Shun Rang explained. Though she is a teacher and does not participate in the school beauty pageant, during voting, at least half of the boys in the school choose her. Thus, for several consecutive years, Liu Feier has been crowned the school beauty. Lin Yi was once again struck by the allure of his old classmate. He then asked Shun Rang, how is she now? Is she still at the school? The teachers at Haijing University of Science and Technology are provided with faculty housing, and many reside there for convenience. Shun Rang nodded and said, she is still at the school. Noticing the change in Shun Rang's demeanor, Lin Yi pressed him with a firm kick, demanding, what is going on with her? Have you done something to her? Shun Rang yelped in surprise and hurriedly replied, no, I haven't done anything. I want her to willingly be mine, so I didn't resort to force. I simply had her confined. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi finally eased his foot. One last question. Have you encountered any other abilities users? Chapter 68. Absorbing abilities other abilities users? None. Shen Rang's response was curt and devoid of deceit. Due to my abilities attributes, I am not afraid of the cold. After the snow stopped yesterday, I ventured out of school. Over the past few days, I have traveled to many places and met numerous people, yet I have not encountered a single abilities user. Had I not met you, I would have thought I was the only one in existence. This revelation somewhat reassured Lin Yi. It seemed that the number of abilities users was limited, and meeting Shen Rang was merely a stroke of luck. This was a relief, as it meant his own advantages remained intact. Watching Lin Yi lost in thought, Shen Rang observed him silently. Shen Rang discreetly summoned his extraordinary abilities, conjuring a robust ice spear behind Lin Yi. His candidness stemmed from a desire to buy time for the restoration of his powers. Observing Lin Yi lost in contemplation, he recognized that the moment had arrived. With a mere thought, the ice spear surged towards Lin Yi's back. Yet, just a meter away from its target, the spear vanished into thin air. Lin Yi turned and offered Shen Rang a subtle smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. His attention had remained steadfastly on Shen Rang. How could he afford to be distracted in the presence of a potentially dangerous individual wielding such powers? Shen Rang, true to form, did not disappoint. Having barely regained some of his abilities, he could not resist attempting a sneak attack. Despair clouded Shen Rang's gaze. This was his last gambit, and he had not anticipated that Lin Yi would perceive it. Rising to his feet, Lin Yi extended his right hand, and an invisible portal opened before him. The ice spear that he had just absorbed from the alternate space shot forth in an instant. Shen Rang, having exhausted his powers, could only watch helplessly as his own ice spear pierced his chest. In his final moments, he grasped the fate of his attack. It had been absorbed by Lin Yi. After eliminating Shen Rang, Lin Yi was about to depart when he noticed a sudden burst of blue light emanating from Shen Rang's body. The light gradually condensed into a small orb, no larger than a thumb. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yi reached out to touch the orb, and in the next moment, a surge of energy flooded into his being. This energy was immense, transforming Lin Yi's body while simultaneously enhancing the strength of his vision. Time seemed to stretch, and Lin Yi felt as though he had lingered in that moment for an eternity. However, when he awoke, he discovered that only a few seconds had elapsed. At that instant, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming power coursing through his veins, boundless and invigorating. A casual swing of his fist produced a series of slicing winds. Moreover, his resilience to cold had notably improved, likely a consequence of Shen Rang's abilities. His spatial portal had also undergone some alteration, its dimensions expanding from 1 meter to a width of 1 meters. Though the increase was modest, it provided Lin Yi with a sense of direction. If he could continue to absorb the powers of others, he would undoubtedly grow increasingly formidable. Lastly, he turned his attention to his right eye, which had also fortified. Its energy enhanced and purity improved. Drawing his handgun, Lin Yi aimed at a distant wall and fired a shot. The energy consumption remained at 1,000th, unchanged. Yet the power had multiplied several times over, rivaling that of a sniper rifle. A wave of elation washed over Lin Yi. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Just as he began to worry about other extraordinary beings, Shen Rang had gifted him with such a boon. Though he was not yet the strongest, he was now sufficiently equipped for self-preservation. Lin Yi foresaw that his future life would undoubtedly be tumultuous. It seemed likely that more individuals with extraordinary abilities would emerge, and the mutual hunting and absorption of powers would become the norm. After conducting another experiment with his abilities in the mall, he crouched beside Shen Rang's lifeless body, curious to see if any energy spheres would manifest. Although he could have effortlessly transported Shen Rang's corpse into his spatial realm, the time within that space was static, rendering any potential energy spheres non-existent due to the temporal stasis. He waited patiently for over an hour, having thoroughly searched the entire mall, yet Shen Rang's body remained undisturbed. Showing no signs of change, Lin Yi tossed 2 Molotov cocktails onto the corpse, and once it was reduced to charred remains, he smashed it into several pieces with a hammer, but still, no energy appeared. With a sigh, he collected Shen Rang's remains into his spatial realm. Deciding it was prudent to retain the body of an ability wielder, it might prove useful in the future. Lin Yi adhered to the principle of eradicating threats entirely. Unlike those villains who, through negligence, ultimately nurture future peril. If a kill was to be made, it had to be thorough. He climbed out through the window from where he had entered and retrieved his vehicle. Initially, he intended to meander about, hoping to locate a few gas stations. His fuel reserves were limited, and preparation was essential. However, after wandering for a while without encountering a single station, it became evident that they had likely been buried beneath the heavy snow. To gather fuel, he would need to excavate through at least 20 meters of snow, a daunting task that he decided to abandon. After all, he still had some reserves in his spatial realm, and he could postpone this endeavor for a while. With the search for fuel off his agenda, Lin Yi contemplated visiting Haijing City University of Science and Technology. He could also catch up with an old classmate of his, who had been imprisoned by Shen Rang. A heroic rescue could make for an intriguing narrative, and perhaps lead to a romantic outcome. He was quite certain that Liu Feier was still a novice in matters of love. During their university days, she had always been a solitary figure, exuding an air of coldness. Few dared to pursue her, given her family background. Though some scoundrels may have coveted her physical allure, they could only admire her from afar, never daring to engage further. Driving his SUV towards his alma mater, Lin Yi felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. The city now resembled a ghost town, devoid of the usual din of vehicles and electronic devices, making the sound of his engine conspicuously prominent, audible from a distance. After 20 minutes of driving, he finally arrived at Haijing City University of Science and Technology. The school comprises 6 teaching buildings, 3 cafeterias, a library, and a gymnasium. However, the cafeterias and the gymnasium are situated on lower levels, now likely buried beneath a thick blanket of snow. Yet, upon Lin Yi's arrival, he discovered a significant breach in one of the cafeterias, revealing shadows of people moving within. It appeared that a considerable number of individuals were gathered inside. Chapter 69. Liu Feier. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi discerned the truth. This breach must have been excavated by Shen Rang utilizing his extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could such a multitude have sustained themselves? They would have perished from hunger long ago. Furthermore, the number of individuals present in the cafeteria was evidently disproportionate. The school should normally accommodate 5,000 to 6,000 students, yet only 200 to 300 remained. It was likely that the others had succumbed to the freezing temperatures or starvation. Those who remained were probably those who had submitted to Shen Rang, effectively becoming his subordinates. Lin Yi had not anticipated the extent of Shen Rang's powers. Had he known, he might have spared his life, enlisting his aid in clearing the snow from the gas stations. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that his own ability to easily defeat Shen Rang stemmed from several factors. Firstly, he had underestimated him, believing Shen Rang to be merely an ordinary individual, which is why he had followed him into the shopping mall, where the absence of snow and wind significantly diminished Shen Rang's combat effectiveness. Secondly, Lin Yi possessed a firearm. While the efficacy of conventional weapons might not have been sufficient to subdue Shen Rang, combined with his unparalleled spatial abilities, he ultimately drained Shen Rang's powers. Without his abilities, Shen Rang became as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block, easily manipulable. Lin Yi stowed away his vehicle and strode confidently into the cafeteria. Inside, more than 200 individuals were assembled, predominantly male, with only 3 or 4 dozen females present. Judging by their ages, they appeared to be students of the school. Despite the scarcity of girls, their appearances were striking. None scored below 60, with the highest achieving scores approaching 80, akin to Wang Xue, thereby qualifying them as beauties. In one corner, a heavily made-up woman was vehemently berating Liu Feier, who was bound and helpless. "You wretched creature, posing as a teacher while daring to seduce my boyfriend?" The woman, named Li Rou, was Shen Rang's girlfriend and one of the beauties with an 80-point score. Before the apocalypse, she and Shen Rang had been in a romantic relationship. However, Shen Rang came from a modest background, while Li Rou hailed from a privileged family, receiving a more substantial allowance. As a result, she often dominated their relationship and exhibited little patience towards Shen Rang, frequently losing her temper. To appease her, Shen Rang had to endure her whims. Yet, with the onset of the apocalypse, Shen Rang suddenly awakened extraordinary powers, which elevated his status dramatically. He no longer showered Li Rou with the same affection and care he once had, despite the fact that she remained, in name, his girlfriend. However, it is evident to all that Shen Rang can now select any woman at his whim. Naturally, the first choice was Liu Feier, the dream girl of the entire school community, whom many fantasized about before drifting into slumber. In light of Shen Rang's actions, Li Rou exhibited none of her former temper. Her attitude towards him diminished progressively, ultimately morphing into a form of appeasement. During this period, Shen Rang had eliminated numerous individuals, including many classmates with whom he had previously clashed. Yet, the other students dared not voice any dissent regarding his methods. Shen Rang, endowed with extraordinary powers, had ascended to the status of a tyrant within the school. Ever since his unsuccessful attempt to coerce Liu Feier and subsequently imprison her, Li Rou had harbored disdain for her, and now, seizing the opportunity in Shen Rang's absence, she sought to teach Liu Feier a lesson. The cafeteria patrons were well aware that Li Rou was Shen Rang's girlfriend, thus they complied with her every word, fearful of retribution should Shen Rang return. Li Rou summoned her brother, Li Jun, who was a year her senior and in his 4th year of university. "Brother, go and violate her," she commanded. Li Jun was taken aback by her words. "What did you say? Violate? No way. That's illegal." Li Hui was infuriated by her brother's response. What era are we in? Where's the law now? How many people has Shen Rang killed? Have the police come to apprehend him? Li Jun remained hesitant. But if I do this, my brother-in-law might not be pleased when he returns. Li Hui smiled subtly. I want him to be displeased. If you violate her, she will no longer be the school beauty or goddess. She will merely become a tarnished reputation. Would Shen Rang still cherish her then? Li Jun nodded in understanding. I see. You intend to eliminate the competition. Li Hui revealed a hint of a smile. You are quite perceptive. As Li Jun gazed at Lu Feier in the corner, his heart raced uncontrollably. Lu Feier, the object of admiration for all students and faculty, was now about to be his first conquest. How could he not feel exhilarated? Listening to the conversation between the sibling duo, Lu Feier was engulfed by a wave of despair, but her mouth was obstructed, rendering her unable to even bite her tongue to escape. As Li Jun approached her, she found herself devoid of options, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted from the cafeteria's entrance, and a figure strode in. Judging by the physique, it appeared to be a man, clad in a white winter outfit and wearing a bulletproof helmet, most strikingly armed with an AK assault rifle. For these ordinary individuals, Lin Yi felt no need to engage in any subterfuge. He could simply charge in. However, he did not anticipate that there would be those who lacked foresight. A group of young men wielding machetes intercepted him, showing no fear of the firearm in his possession. Lin Yi found it curious. Were the youth of today so audacious? Unafraid, even of a gun. Kid, which class are you from? Who allowed you to barge in here? Are you seeking death? A slight smirk graced Lin Yi's lips beneath his helmet. Did he appear that youthful? It had been nearly a decade since his graduation, yet here he was, being questioned about his class. I am not courting death. I am seeking her. Lin Yi subtly raised his hand, pointing towards Lu Feier, who was bound in a crab-like position in the corner. Upon entering, he had immediately noticed her, a stark contrast to her usual ethereal demeanor. Now, witnessing her in such a disheveled state stirred an unexpected sensation within Lin Yi. Kid, you really are asking for trouble. Lu Feier is our boss's woman. Now that our boss is absent, you best vacate quickly. Don't brandish that fake gun to frighten us, or you'll regret it soon enough. Understanding dawned on Lin Yi. No wonder they were unperturbed. They believed his firearm to be a mere replica. It made sense. Firearms were prohibited in Dragon Country. And if he encountered someone brandishing such a weapon, he too would suspect it was a fake. Lin Yi raised the muzzle of his gun, aiming it at the young man who had just spoken, and then squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the young man's head exploded. Blood and brain matter splattering the ground. Lin Yi had not anticipated the tremendous force of the shot. Augmented by his abilities, its power rivaled that of a Barrett. A thought flickered through his mind. What if he were to acquire a Barrett? How potent would its firepower be when enhanced by his abilities? Surely, it wouldn't resemble artillery, would it? But where could he find such a weapon? Such firearms were likely only found in military camps. He resolved to investigate nearby military installations to scavenge for more weapons. After all, his spatial gateway was not adept at offense, but his spatial eye could enhance weaponry, making greater firepower all the more desirable. The gruesome scene shocked the onlookers, several female students retching at the sight. The young men who had confronted Lin Yi were so terrified that they fell to the ground. Lin Yi approached Lu Feier, while Li Hui and Li Jun crouched nearby. He untied the ropes binding Lu Feier and removed the tape from her mouth, then took off his helmet. Old classmate, do you remember me? He asked. Lu Feier exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yi, is that you? Lin Yi was astonished that, after all this time, she still recognized him. I encountered someone named Shen Rang who informed me of your peril, prompting me to come to your rescue. Lu Feier gasped in shock at his words. Have you encountered Shen Rang? We should leave quickly while he is still away, said Lu Feier, grasping Lin Yi's hand with urgency. Feeling the smoothness of her hand, Lin Yi smiled gently and reassured her, there is no need to fear. I am here, and all will be well. However, Lu Feier's anxiety only intensified at his expression. You do not understand Shen Rang's prowess. He possesses extraordinary abilities, unperturbed by the cold and capable of manipulating ice and snow. At that moment, Li Hui interjected. Now you're frightened, aren't you? If you have the courage, do not flee. When my husband returns, he will surely tear you to shreds. Lin Yi smirked derisively and replied. Your husband? Surely you do not mean him. With a swift gesture, a charred corpse materialized in the air, gruesomely severed into several pieces. Li Hui gasped at the sudden appearance of the shadowy figure, but steeled herself to take a glance. With just one look, she recognized the identity of the lifeless body. It was indeed Shen Rang. Due to the frigid weather, though Lin Yi had thrown 2 Molotov cocktails at him, the corpse remained only partially charred, allowing the features to be discerned. The realization that her greatest ally had been slain left Li Hui at a loss. Meanwhile, Li Jun sat quietly on the ground, not having uttered a single word. Liu Feier's mouth fell open in astonishment. She had witnessed Shen Rang's capabilities firsthand. He was like a deity. Yet, Lin Yi had managed to kill him. Coupled with his sudden display of power, could it be that he too possessed extraordinary abilities? Without explaining himself, Lin Yi inquired about her plans. Given the icy conditions outside, it was evident they could not remain there. Where could she possibly go? Looking at Lin Yi, Liu Feier asked, "May I accompany you? After all, you just saved my life, and I consider you my savior. I have come to know your character, and you are certainly far superior to these others. At the very least, you would not harm me." This was precisely what Lin Yi wished to hear, though he feigned hesitation as he replied, "It is not impossible for you to join me. But we are a lone man and woman, and with your beauty, I fear I may lose control." Liu Feier's cheeks flushed, yet she summoned the courage to respond. "I am not afraid. Why should a strong man like you be?" Having endured over a month of apocalyptic life, she had come to comprehend the malice that dwells in human hearts. Among those present were many of her students, yet now they seemed eager to bring her down. Liu Feier held a firm confidence in her beauty. No man could resist it, and this was her sole leverage. If she could not use her allure to secure a safe haven, her most favorable outcome would be to become someone else's plaything. Lin Yi nodded and said, "Very well. You may accompany me. However, let me make this clear. If you choose to follow, you must unconditionally obey my commands. Otherwise, do not blame me for casting you aside." Liu Feier nodded vigorously, readily agreeing to his terms. Lin Yi retrieved a set of cold weather attire from the other dimension and, taking Liu Feier's hand, led her into an adjacent room. Witnessing Lin Yi conjure items from thin air once more, Liu Feier became convinced that he possessed extraordinary abilities, especially since he had the capacity to eliminate Shen Rang, indicating that he was likely more formidable than Shen Rang himself. Once inside the room, Lin Yi closed the door and handed the cold weather attire to Liu Feier. "Put this on," he instructed. Liu Feier accepted the clothing, casting a glance at the composed Lin Yi, and retorted, "You should step outside." Lin Yi, with an air of righteousness, explained, "I must stay here to protect you. It is quite dark, and what if a rogue appears?" Liu Feier gritted her teeth, having resolved to follow him. She realized her purity was now beyond preservation. It was merely a matter of time. If he wished to look, so be it. With that thought, she dispensed with her reservations, elegantly removing her outer garment until she was clad only in her undergarments, and then donned the attire Lin Yi had provided. Lin Yi stood by, his gaze fixed intently upon Liu Feier, unblinking. It must be said that witnessing a beauty change her clothes was indeed a pleasure. After a brief moment, Lin Yi felt a stirring within him, yet he knew this was not the appropriate time. Cursing himself for being a beast, he turned away, taking several deep breaths to quell the tumult in his heart. Once Liu Feier had finished changing, Lin Yi took her hand and exited the room. The other students outside remained in their previous states. They were all aware that Shen Rang had met his end at Lin Yi's hands, and thus dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. They could only silently pray that Lin Yi would not impose any difficulties upon them, and that they might leave swiftly. Lin Yi, disinterested in wasting time on these minor characters, led Liu Feier directly out of the cafeteria. There were still some provisions available. If they were frugal, they could likely sustain themselves for a month. As for what lay ahead after that month, it was not for Lin Yi to concern himself with. He had shown enough humanity by sparing those he deemed innocent, instead of exterminating them all as accomplices of Shen Rang. Chapter 71. The encounter of two women emerging from the school cafeteria. Liu Feier tightened her clothing and, gazing at the vast expanse of white snow, inquired of Lin Yi, "Where shall we go now?" Without lifting his head, Lin Yi replied, "I will take you to a warm place." Liu Feier remained non-committal to his words, pondering where warmth might be found in such frigid conditions. As they crawled out of the snow-filled cafeteria, Liu Feier finally beheld the full visage of the city in its current state. Before her lay an endless sea of white, resembling a desert, with streets and buildings buried beneath the thick blanket of snow. Though unaware of the warm place Lin Yi referred to, Liu Feier understood that she might not be able to reach it. The nearest building was several kilometers away, and relying solely on her two legs in such frigid temperatures posed a considerable challenge. However, Liu Feier soon discerned how Lin Yi had traversed the distance. He stood still, waving his hand forward, and in an instant, a black SUV appeared before them. Liu Feier was startled by the sudden emergence of the vehicle. It was only after Lin Yi beckoned her to get in that she regained her composure, opening the door and taking a seat. Lin Yi activated the heating, and the interior of the car quickly filled with warmth. Seated in the passenger seat, Liu Feier was once again awed by Lin Yi's extraordinary capabilities. As she basked in the long-lost warmth of the car, she silently resolved to cling tightly to Lin Yi's leg, as long as she followed him. Her life would at least be secured. As Lin Yi shifted into gear, he pressed the accelerator firmly, The more than 300 horsepower Unimog surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving 2 deep tracks in the snow. Lin Yi sped through the city, the speedometer climbing to 120 miles per hour, without a hint of concern for speeding. In less than 20 minutes, he returned to Sichuan community. The sensation of being watched enveloped him once more as he drove directly into the building, crashing through the floor-to-ceiling window on the 7th floor and coming to a halt in the living room. After disembarking, Lin Yi and Liu Feier stored the vehicle in a different dimension. Before they could ascend the stairs, several individuals rushed down, with Wang Xue and Li Lei leading the charge. The moment they laid eyes on Lin Yi, both were taken aback. They hadn't noticed his departure, so discovering that he had driven back into the community astonished them, especially since he had brought a strikingly beautiful woman along. The group stared at Liu Feier, momentarily dumbfounded. Wang Xue was the first to regain his composure, respectfully addressing Lin Yi. "Brother Yi, was that you driving back just now?" Lin Yi nodded in affirmation, remaining silent as he guided Liu Feier up the stairs, circumventing the others. Wang Xue watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, his right hand clenching tightly around the gun concealed in his pocket. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately refrained from taking action. The two ascended to the 26th floor, and Liu Feier, exhausted and breathless, collapsed onto the floor. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, only slightly winded, felt invigorated after absorbing Shun Rank's abilities, sensing his strength had significantly increased, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. He retrieved his keys, unlocked the door, and stepped inside first, with Liu Feier following him into his home. As they entered, Liu Feier was immediately greeted by a wave of warmth enveloping her. The chill enveloping him swiftly dissipated as he surveyed the decor of the living room, which bore no trace of a post-apocalyptic ambience. Instead, it exuded a sense of warmth. After Lin Yi closed the door and secured the lock, he checked the fire in the hearth and added a few logs before beginning to disrobe. He maintained the room's temperature at a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius, the optimal warmth for the human body. Standing before Liu Feier, he shed his garments and donned his sleepwear. Subsequently, he opened the bedroom door, allowing Jiang Shuyan to step out. Jiang Shuyan had been aware of the commotion outside early in the morning, knowing Lin Yi had returned. She had spent the entire day worrying at home, fearful of any mishap befalling him, and her heart soared with joy at his arrival. Thus, as soon as the door swung open, she leaped into Lin Yi's embrace. Liu Feier, witnessing another woman in Lin Yi's abode, felt a jolt of surprise. She had assumed Lin Yi lived alone, and in such a scenario, the presence of a solitary man and woman could lead to inevitable complications. However, observing their affectionate exchange, it was evident that this enchanting beauty was Lin Yi's primary partner. Did this mean she had unwittingly become the other woman? Upon jumping into Lin Yi's arms, Jiang Shuyan noticed Liu Feier standing behind him. Despite her own confidence in her appearance, Liu Feier captivated Jiang Shuyan with her beauty. Truly, she was a stunning woman. Although both were women, Jiang Shuyan found herself understanding Lin Yi's allure. It was a challenge for any man to resist such beauty, especially a man like Lin Yi. Known for his indulgent tastes, Liu Feier stood awkwardly, watching the affectionate display between Lin Yi and Jiang Shuyan, creating a rather uncomfortable atmosphere. Lin Yi lifted Jiang Shuyan effortlessly and seated her on the sofa, addressing Liu Feier. "This is my woman, Jiang Shuyan." He then turned to Jiang Shuyan, saying, "This is my former university classmate, Liu Feier. From now on, we are all family, so please, introduce yourselves." Liu Feier felt somewhat reserved, aware of her status as an outsider and the precariousness of her position. In contrast, Jiang Shuyan exuded confidence. Rising from the sofa, she extended her hand to Liu Feier. "Hello, I am Jiang Shuyan. Since we are all Lin Yi's women, we can be good sisters from now on, so please, no need to be formal." Though Lin Yi referred to Liu Feier as a classmate, Jiang Shuyan was astutely aware of Lin Yi's intentions. If he harbored no feelings for Liu Feier, why would he have brought her home? Liu Feier, feeling pressured, reluctantly shook Jiang Shuyan's hand. Subsequently, Jiang Shuyan offered Liu Feier a new set of sleepwear. "It's warm in here. You should take a shower first, then change into these." Lin Yi sat on the sofa, observing the interaction between the two women without intervening. He was quite pleased with Jiang Shuyan's demeanor. She displayed no jealousy and possessed a broad-mindedness that hinted at her potential to take on a leadership role among his women as their numbers grew. It may also be related to her profession. After all, she was once a police officer, exuding a certain competence. After thanking Jiang Shuyan, Liu Feier took her nightgown and entered the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard. Jiang Shuyan, being dutiful, busied herself with preparing dinner. Liu Feier was taking quite a long bath. It was unimaginable for someone as fastidious about cleanliness as she to have gone a month without a wash. Chapter 72. Departing for the police station. When Liu Feier emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed and clad in her nightgown, Jiang Shuyan had already prepared the meal. The table was adorned with 4 dishes and a soup, a delightful mix of meat and vegetables. To celebrate Liu Feier's arrival, Lin Yi had even brought out 2 bottles of vintage red wine, each worth over 20,000 yuan in the past. As Liu Feier gazed at the spread, she swallowed hard. It had been a month since she had savored a proper meal. However, with Lin Yi and Jiang Shuyan watching her, she did not wish to appear unrefined, so she suppressed her hunger, waiting for Lin Yi to speak. Lin Yi, aware of Liu Feier's eagerness, refrained from lengthy remarks and simply welcomed her before clinking glasses with her and announcing that dinner had commenced. Liu Feier picked up a piece of braised beef and savored its rich flavor as it melted in her mouth, eliciting a blissful murmur from her lips. Jiang Shuyan smiled at the sight of Liu Feier enjoying her meal, reminiscing about her own arrival, when she too had been as eager, nearly licking the plate clean. Jiang Shuyan poured some wine for Lin Yi and soon joined in the meal. The 3 of them dined joyfully, finishing both bottles of wine. After a few glasses, the 2 women, slightly tipsy, flushed with color, appeared utterly charming. By the time they finished their meal, it was already 8 in the evening. Jiang Shuyan, sensing the moment, ushered Liu Feier into Lin Yi's room and gently pushed Lin Yi inside. Lin Yi, not wanting her to think he was fickle, intended to invite her to join them. But Jiang Shuyan declined, stating, "Today is Feier's first time. I will accompany you tomorrow night." Seeing Jiang Shuyan's obedient demeanor only endeared her more to Lin Yi. After planting a firm kiss on her cheek, he entered the bedroom. Soon, soft moans from Liu Feier filled the room. The following morning, Lin Yi rose early. Jiang Shuyan had prepared breakfast, while Liu Feier continued to sleep soundly, having not enjoyed such restful slumber in a month. Nestled in the warmth of her blankets, she was free from worries of cold and hunger. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Yi departed once more, this time not confining Jiang Shuyan, but instructing her to take good care of Liu Feier and watch over the house, assuring her that he would return before nightfall. Having witnessed the events of the previous day, Lin Yi had come to trust Jiang Shuyan, confident that as long as he was present, both she and Liu Feier could lead a better life. If Lin Yi were to encounter misfortune and lose his supplies, this place would soon resemble an ordinary house. Jiang Shuyan assisted Lin Yi in donning his bulletproof vest, subsequently bringing over his protective suit and fastening the buttons with her own hands. Deep down, she wished for Lin Yi to remain indoors. They were safe here, with ample food and drink. Why venture out into peril? However, Lin Yi understood that their current safety was merely ephemeral. The skirmish with Shun Rang the previous day illuminated the reality that he was not the only individual endowed with abilities, and that such individuals could strengthen themselves by absorbing each other's powers. A revered figure from Longwo once proclaimed that those who fall behind shall be subjected to blows. One could only speculate how many other ability users lurked outside. His sanctuary could fend off ordinary people, yet to other ability users, it was merely a sturdy house. He must seize the moment to enhance his strength, yet the scarcity of ability users meant he could only rely on fortune to locate them. Thus, his purpose today was to gather weapons. Jiang Shuyan, a former police officer, was well aware of which precincts harbored armaments. After marking 2 locations on the map for Lin Yi, he set out with her drawn map in hand. After scanning the surveillance outside and confirming there was no danger, Lin Yi stepped out. He made his way downstairs without any hindrance and retrieved his vehicle, starting the engine and exiting the community. Upon hearing the roar of the car from below, Wang Xue hastily leaned out the window to gaze downward. After Lin Yi had taken Liu Feier upstairs the previous day, he had scoured the entire building, yet he had not discovered the vehicle Lin Yi drove. He remained oblivious to where Lin Yi had concealed it. If only he could obtain that car, he could escape this cursed place. With the gun in his possession, gathering supplies would be a trivial matter. Wang Xue took out his phone and sent a message to a number. As he watched Lin Yi disappear from view, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. "You leave me no choice," he murmured. Following Jiang Shuyan's map, Lin Yi sought the police station's whereabouts. The closest precinct was 15 kilometers away, and in less than half an hour, he arrived in the vicinity. However, it was buried beneath a thick layer of snow. Although he had a rough idea of its location, he was unable to pinpoint its exact position. After considerable effort, he utilized the surrounding buildings to ascertain his location. This should be the rooftop of the police station. The station was quite expansive, spanning 5 stories. Digging down 5 or 6 meters would likely lead him to the rooftop. Without hesitation, Lin Yi stored his vehicle in a spatial pocket and retrieved his tools to begin excavating the snow. After nearly 2 hours of labor, he finally unearthed a 5-meter-deep pit. Glancing at the concrete floor beneath him, Lin Yi switched tools and continued his excavation. Fortunately, he had absorbed Shen Rang's extraordinary ability the previous day, significantly enhancing his strength and stamina, while also improving his cold resistance. Otherwise, in such a frigid environment, he would have long since succumbed. After hammering away for over 10 minutes, a black hole appeared beneath Lin Yi's feet. He affixed a searchlight to his head and leaped directly into the abyss. Upon landing, he surveyed his surroundings, discovering an office adorned with a desk, some folders, and a computer. Lacking interest in these items, he promptly pushed open the office door and stepped outside. Before him lay a lengthy corridor, flanked by numerous offices, each marked with a sign. The office he had exited belonged to the director, with adjacent rooms designated for the captain and a documentation room. As Lin Yi ambled past, he cast a glance into each room, some of which were locked, but he effortlessly kicked open each door. After thoroughly searching the 5th floor, he found nothing, not even a single corpse. He then proceeded downwards. The 4th and 3rd floors housed large offices, likely serving as workspaces for ordinary officers, alongside a few holding cells. It was within one of these cells that Lin Yi finally encountered several bodies. They appeared to have succumbed to the cold, curled into tight balls, their forms obscured beneath a layer of frost. Chapter 73. Ambushed. Continuing his descent, Lin Yi finally located the armory on the 2nd floor, but the door was locked. Taking out a hammer, he struck the door with force, yet it remained unyielding. Faced with the formidable barrier, Lin Yi experienced a sense of helplessness reminiscent of the moments when Fong Hu and others confronted his own sanctuary. He retrieved a generator and a cutting machine from his spatial realm, connecting them before commencing his assault on the door. After 20 minutes of diligent work, he had carved a sizable opening in the door. Stowing the generator away, he squeezed through the aperture. Inside was a room of over 50 square meters, filled with numerous cabinets. Lin Yi approached the nearest one and opened it, revealing several police handguns. His heart leaped with joy as he picked one up, examining it briefly before stowing it in his spatial realm. However, his true objective was a sniper rifle. His gaze shifted to the tallest cabinet in the room. Upon opening its door, a sniper rifle came into view. It was a CN 500 police sniper rifle, equipped with 7.62mm ammunition, a 10-round magazine, and a 4x scope. Lin Yi held the weapon with great affection. While its power might not be considered top tier among sniper rifles, when combined with his extraordinary abilities, it promised to unleash tremendous force. After loading the magazine to capacity, he tucked the rifle away in his spatial realm and continued to explore the cabinets, experiencing a thrill akin to unboxing a surprise package. In the end, Lin Yi managed to acquire 4 sniper rifles, 15 handguns, and 2 submachine guns. In the final cabinet, he also discovered 3 shotguns. He found several thousand rounds of assorted ammunition, along with a dozen bulletproof vests and helmets. Armed with these weapons, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. He could easily dispatch the remaining residents of his community, and even if the entire neighborhood converged upon him, he would treat them as mere targets. After fully loading all the weapons and filling the spare magazines, he departed from the armory. On the 1st floor of the police station, Lin Yi stumbled upon several corpses clad in police uniforms, likely the night shift personnel who had been trapped by the heavy snowfall and perished from the cold. A sense of melancholy washed over him, reflecting on the insignificance of human strength in the face of nature's might. After a busy morning, hunger began to gnaw at him, prompting him to have a simple meal right there. Once satiated, Lin Yi resumed his journey, driving towards the 2nd police station. Upon arriving at the location indicated on the map, he discovered signs of prior visitors. A deep pit, approximately 5 to 6 meters in depth, gaped before him, its depths cloaked in darkness. The chaotic footprints scattered across the ground suggested that more than one person had been there, at least 5 or 6 individuals. However, there were no tire tracks nearby, indicating that these gun thieves were likely local residents familiar with the area, easily locating the police station. Deciding to investigate further, Lin Yi parked his vehicle and donned his headlamp before jumping into the pit. After half an hour of searching, he emerged empty-handed. Despite the footprints leading to potential hideouts, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue them further. His own gains were considerable, and he preferred not to squander any more time. Retrieving his vehicle, he drove directly towards the Sichuan community. As he entered the community, Lin Yi sensed an unusual atmosphere. Numerous residents, predominantly men, were emerging from various buildings in unison. When he parked beneath Building 16, his vehicle suddenly plunged into a large pit. Although only a meter deep, it was sufficient to trap his car. After shutting off the engine, Lin Yi opened the door and stepped outside, only to be quickly surrounded by dozens of armed individuals. Wang Xue and Li Rou, accompanied by their group, rushed down from the building, ready to confront him. Addressing the throng, Lin Yi called out, "Who is in charge here? Step forward and speak." Soon, a robust man emerged from the crowd. After circling the vehicle, he remarked, "Brother, your car is quite impressive. Let us borrow it for a few days. We promise to share our spoils once we gather enough supplies." Lin Yi coldly replied, "Not a chance. Upon hearing those words, the man ceased his laughter. I advise you not to invite trouble upon yourself. Do not mistake your firearm for a license to flaunt your power. We are numerous here. And how many can you truly take down with your single gun? Before Lin Yi could respond, the sudden crack of gunfire erupted from behind him. Wang Xue had produced a handgun from his pocket and aimed directly at Lin Yi, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Lin Yi's attention was entirely focused on the burly man before him, leaving him completely unprepared for Wang Xue's attack. The bullets shot forth from the gun, striking Lin Yi directly. At that very moment, the surrounding crowd surged toward him as well. However, to Wang Xue's astonishment, it appeared as though Lin Yi had sustained no injuries from the two shots. Instead, he executed a forward roll, and two submachine guns materialized in his hands. He began to unleash a hail of bullets upon the advancing throng. Wang Xue was not spared. His gun was knocked from his grasp, and two bullets struck his legs, severing his thighs under the enhancement of his abilities. A wave of despair washed over Wang Xue as he struggled to comprehend how Lin Yi, who had seemingly been shot, bore no sign of injury. Beside him lay Li Rou, his eyes wide in shock, with his chest gruesomely torn apart, blood gushing forth in torrents. Lin Yi was unaware of who might have plotted the ambush against him. Thus, even if innocent lives were caught in the crossfire, he preferred to err on the side of vengeance. The burly man, who had previously threatened Lin Yi, was dispatched during Lin Yi's initial barrage. Following his relentless assault, only Wang Xue remained alive in the blood-soaked scene, the crimson liquid staining the snow beneath. Lin Yi placed his hand on the vehicle, and with a mere thought, the off-road car vanished from sight. Wang Xue gaped in astonishment at this spectacle. No wonder he had been unable to locate Lin Yi's vehicle after scouring the entire building. It had been with him all along. Lin Yi crouched beside Wang Xue and, with a mocking expression, remarked, "Do you understand why your bullets had no effect on me?" Wang Xue, weakened by blood loss, felt his consciousness slipping. Without waiting for a response, Lin Yi unzipped his cold-weather attire, revealing a bulletproof vest beneath. So that was it. Noting that Wang Xue had closed his eyes, Lin Yi lost interest and decided to leave him to his fate. Chapter 74, Borrowing a Vehicle. In such frigid temperatures, it would not take long for him to succumb to the cold. Lin Yi retrieved the gun Wang Xue had dropped and ascended the stairs. During the recent confrontation, he had not seen Wang Xue, nor did he know if the woman was dead or had fled. Yet, these thoughts no longer concerned him. All he desired was to return home. Having climbed to the 26th floor, Lin Yi opened the door to find Jiang Shuyan and Liu Fei anxiously awaiting him in the living room. The recent skirmish downstairs had not gone unnoticed by them. Though the distance rendered the details obscured, all they could discern was the rapid succession of gunfire. While they were well aware of Lin Yi's formidable prowess, the stakes concerning their lives and well-being inevitably stirred a sense of anxiety within them. However, upon witnessing Lin Yi's return, their apprehensions were finally alleviated. Not long after Lin Yi departed that morning, Liu Fei awakened. After having breakfast, the household comprised just herself and Jiang Shuyan. Initially, the atmosphere was marked by a hint of awkwardness due to their unfamiliarity. Eventually, Jiang Shuyan graciously offered Liu Fei a tour of the sanctuary, recounting her journey to Liu Fei. Upon learning that Lin Yi had amassed an astonishing stockpile of resources amounting to hundreds of billions, Liu Fei was utterly astonished, her heart gradually aligning with Jiang Shuyan's commendations of Lin Yi as the protagonist. After all, the phenomenon of rebirth is not a feat achievable by just anyone. Without the aura of a true protagonist, one would have long since been lost to despair. As their conversation deepened, the two women found common ground and soon forged a bond akin to that of close sisters. Jiang Shuyan was a year older than both Lin Yi and Liu Fei, and given her nurturing demeanor towards Liu Fei, the latter willingly accepted her as an elder sister. Upon returning home, Lin Yi was pleased to observe the harmonious rapport between the two women, which eased his concerns. Before his return, he had worried that they might engage in the kind of scheming typical of palace dramas, leaving him to adjudicate their disputes, a prospect that would surely wear him thin. Their amicable interactions were indeed a relief, allowing him to breathe easier. On this particular day, Lin Yi returned home relatively early, with daylight still bright, and he resolved to indulge in some gaming with the two women. He had acquired an abundance of gaming consoles and casually selected one suitable for 3 players. He positioned himself in the center, with Jiang Shuyan and Liu Fei flanking him on either side. The coffee table was adorned with 2 freshly cut fruit platters and beverages. Liu Fei marveled at her circumstances, reflecting that compared to those outside who struggled for sustenance, her current life felt nothing short of celestial. As the trio engaged in their game, Lin Yi's phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. Upon opening it, he discovered a friend request, the avatar indicating it was from a woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that. He accessed her profile and realized that the sender was Luo Ziki from Building 23. renowned as the second most beautiful woman in their community, only surpassed by Jiang Shuyan. Rumor had it that she was a free-fighting athlete with exceptional skills, having secured numerous championship medals. While Lin Yi perused Luo Ziqi's profile photographs, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier leaned in curiously. Who is she? She's stunning. Feier, you just moved in yesterday, and you're already scouting new targets? How ungrateful. Jiang Shuyan's tone bore a tinge of jealousy. Lu Feier chimed in with a teasing remark. Sister Shuyan, spare me. I'm merely an old acquaintance now. Once these men attain their desires, they swiftly lose appreciation. Listening to the discourse of the two women, Lin Yi felt overwhelmed, realizing that he had been unnecessarily concerned about their compatibility. Observing their seamless cooperation, he pondered whether it was he who should be apprehensive. The woman from Building 23, Luo Ziqi, had unexpectedly reached out to him. After a brief explanation, he acquiesced to her request. The two women did not linger on the matter, occasionally offering gentle reminders to Lin Yi, but they were mindful not to overstep, lest they provoke his annoyance. In this household, Lin Yi was the true master. Regardless of the affection he bestowed upon them, they needed to recognize who held the reins. Upon accepting Luo Ziqi's friend request, he was soon greeted by her voice chat. Placing his phone on the table and switching to speaker mode, he glanced at the two women beside him, who wore expressions of eager anticipation. A clear, melodious voice emanated from the device. Hello, Lin Yi. I am Luo Ziqi, a resident of Building 23 at Shouchuan Community. She introduced herself directly. What brings you to me? Lin Yi inquired. I am aware that you possess an off-road vehicle and that you are unlikely to sell it. Thus, I would like to rent it for a day. You may name your price, whether it be goods or companionship. I am willing to offer anything I have. Luo Ziqi's tone was sincere and forthright. Yet Lin Yi found himself unimpressed by her proposal. May I ask, what do you intend to do with the vehicle? He probed. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Ziqi replied. My sister is ill. She has exhausted her medication, and I must go to the hospital to procure more. Your sister? Lin Yi was taken aback. Luo Ziqi was somewhat of a notable figure in the community, being a champion in mixed martial arts and possessing striking beauty. Yet, he had never heard mention of a sister. My sister's name is Luo Zishan. I met her at the orphanage, hence she shares my surname. We grew up together. But when she turned 18, she was diagnosed with leukemia. It has been 5 years, and she requires daily medication to manage her condition. I have been fighting fiercely to earn more money for her treatment. However, her medication ran out yesterday, and without it, her condition will deteriorate. Lin Yi rubbed his ear, acknowledging the tragic circumstances of their lives, yet he felt no obligation to lend her his vehicle. After all, who wasn't deserving of sympathy these days? He wasn't a saint, and countless lives were lost daily. He couldn't afford to be burdened by every misfortune that crossed his path. Seeing Lin Yi remain unmoved, Luo Ziqi pressed. What would it take for you to lend me the vehicle? No matter the circumstances, I cannot lend you the vehicle, he replied, leaving her feeling desolate. However, if you are willing to become my woman, I can assist you in acquiring the medication. Upon hearing Lin Yi's proposition, a flicker of hope reignited within Luo Ziqi. Yet the condition he stipulated, becoming his woman, felt utterly unattainable, akin to a toad aspiring to court a swan. Once, numerous men would flatter her with sweet words, only to end up with bruised faces after encountering her wrath. Growing up in an orphanage, Luo Ziqi is undoubtedly a rose with thorns. She initially intended to refuse, but upon contemplating her ailing sister, her tone softened. Could we perhaps negotiate different terms? No, Lin Yi replied with unwavering firmness. This was a matter of mutual consent. Should she desire, she could simply hang up the phone. Yet, did Luo Ziqi truly have a choice? Chapter 75, Seeking Medicine. After much hesitation, Luo Ziqi ultimately acquiesced. Her sister's health was paramount. Even if she agreed to become his woman, it did not necessarily imply she must engage in any intimate acts. First, she would procure the medicine, and for her sister's life, she resolved to betray her principles just this once. Lin Yi was taken aback by her unexpected compliance. After disconnecting the call, the two women beside him regarded him with disdain. Ego, how shameless you are. Lu Feier was the first to voice her critique. Jiang Shuyan chimed in. Taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable position is utterly despicable. However, Jiang Shuyan swiftly shifted her perspective. Yet, upon reflection, this could be beneficial for Luo Ziqi. If she becomes Yi's woman, she and her sister could move in, ensuring they would be well-fed and sheltered, alleviating her sister's illness. Lu Feier considered this and remarked, that is true. Most importantly, when Ego is out on errands, we can enjoy playing mahjong together at home. Subsequently, Lu Feier encouraged Lin Yi, Ego, give it your all and bring them home soon. Lin Yi found himself momentarily bewildered by the rapid shift in their sentiments. Moments ago, they had scorned him, and now they were rallying for his success. Luo Ziki sent Lin Yi images of the medication. Prior to the apocalypse, Lin Yi had stockpiled various medical supplies, primarily emergency treatments and remedies for colds and fevers, but he lacked any medication for leukemia. After all, such medicines were exorbitantly priced, and he had no personal need for them. After saving the images to his phone, he resumed his gaming, realizing it was already quite late. He planned to visit a nearby hospital the following day. If he found the necessary medication, he would bring it back. If not, he would be at a loss. As he played, another concern crossed his mind. If the Luo sisters moved in, his shelter would reach full capacity, though it could still accommodate them. The comfort level would undoubtedly diminish with so many inhabitants. He recalled a Doomsday fortress he had seen online before renovating his shelter. The fortress was situated on a hill in the outskirts of Haijing City, unlikely to be buried under heavy snow. It boasted 5 stories, including 2 basements designed to withstand missile attacks, embodying Lin Yi's vision of the ideal sanctuary. The fortress was constructed collaboratively by Tianli Protection Company and several other firms. A fact Lin Yi had previously noted on Tianli's official website, including its location. The entire structure cost billions. A lavish birthday gift from a wealthy tycoon in Haijing City to his son. The interior was expansive, featuring even a climate-controlled swimming pool. In comparison, Lin Yi's own shelter paled in terms of both comfort and security. Lin Yi resolved to visit the fortress later, should he manage to acquire it. He would no longer need to worry about space constraints. Moreover, he envisioned swimming in the pool alongside his companions, which filled him with excitement. That evening, Lin Yi did not ask Jiang Shuyan to prepare dinner. Instead, he retrieved ready-made meals from his alternate space. After dining, the 3 of them took showers and returned to the room. The bed in Lin Yi's quarters was sufficiently spacious to accommodate all 3 without concern for crowding. Having spent the day together, they had grown more familiar, and there was little reason for shyness among them. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Yi donned his bulletproof vest once more, preparing to depart. Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier watched him leave like dutiful wives. Jiang Shuyan wished to accompany him. Given her background as a police officer, her skills in both hand-to-hand combat and marksmanship were commendable. However, Lin Yi declined her offer, asserting that it would be more convenient for him to go alone, as her presence could become a liability should they encounter any supernatural beings. Before departing, Lin Yi handed Jiang Shuyan a firearm, confident in her ability to defend the shelter should anyone attempt to invade while he was away. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found the bodies of Wang Xue and his companions frozen solid. After retrieving his vehicle, Lin Yi drove toward the People's Hospital in Haijing City, located 15 kilometers from his neighborhood. Thanks to the absence of detours and traffic lights, the journey that usually took over an hour was completed in a mere 40 minutes. This hospital was the largest in Haijing City, boasting 18 floors and an expansive footprint. After turning off the engine, Lin Yi stored his vehicle in his alternate space and glanced upward. The interior appeared ominously dark, devoid of signs of life. Utilizing a hammer, he shattered the glass of a window and climbed inside. He found himself in a ward, illuminated by the beams of his flashlight, revealing dried bloodstains on the floor. In a corner, he discovered 2 frozen corpses, suggesting that this place had not been peaceful. These individuals had likely been killed in a struggle for sustenance. Typically, pharmacies and hospitals are located on the ground floor, prompting Lin Yi to descend. Below the 6th floor, darkness enveloped him once more, compelling him to don his headlamp. He navigated the stairwell without pause, encountering several more corpses along the way, all victims of violence, one with a head brutally smashed. The hospital exuded a distinctly eerie atmosphere, resembling a haunted house. Upon entering the lobby on the 1st floor, Lin Yi followed the directional signs down the corridor until he located the pharmacy. With a swift kick, he forced the large door open and stepped inside. To his surprise, the pharmacy was considerably more spacious than he had anticipated, spanning at least 200 square meters. Lined with dozens of large medicine cabinets, it appeared that the supplies had not been pillaged. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yi understood the reason. It was still the early days of the apocalypse, and what people needed most was food. No matter how expensive the medications might be, they could not serve as sustenance. However, as time progressed, the value of these medicines would undoubtedly increase. With the frigid temperatures outside, ordinary individuals were susceptible to colds and fevers, and without medicine, such ailments could prove fatal. After locating the medications required by Luo Ziki, Lin Yi set them aside, amassing 2 large boxes sufficient for Luo Ziki to use for several years. Subsequently, he began to employ his spatial abilities, emptying the entire pharmacy. He even collected some medical equipment from the adjacent room into his alternate dimension. Although he was uncertain of their utility, possessing them was better than having none. After all, his spatial realm was boundless and could accommodate an abundance of items. Once he had thoroughly looted the area, he exited and retraced his steps. As he ascended to the third floor, he suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps above. Despite the subtlety of the noise, Lin Yi's physical capabilities now surpassed those of an ordinary person. His vision extended further, and his hearing was notably sharper than that of the average individual. Chapter 76. Lu Dalo. Lin Yi slowed his pace, extinguished his headlamp, and produced a handgun, concealing himself behind an iron door on the third floor. After a few minutes, a figure gradually descended the stairs. It was a young man in his 20s, approximately 1.6 meters tall but weighing over 200 pounds, resembling a round ball. The youth clutched a surgical knife, unsteadily making his way down. As he passed the landing on the third floor, Lin Yi suddenly leaped from behind the door, illuminating the area with his headlamp while pressing the gun to the man's head. Startled by Lin Yi's sudden appearance, the young man dropped the knife. Squatting down and pleading, "Don't kill me, I'm a good person." Lin Yi regarded the seemingly harmless chubby fellow before him and inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The young man, trembling in fear, stammered, "My name is Zhou Xiaofu, but everyone calls me Zhou Xiaoping. My mother is ill, and I was taking care of her in the hospital when a heavy snowfall trapped us here." Zhou Xiaofu. The name sounded reminiscent of a brand. Lin Yi pressed on. "What about those corpses outside?" Zhou Xiaofu remarked. "The heavy snow has fallen persistently for quite some time, and everyone is left without food, resulting in chaos and violence among them, with many lives lost. How did you manage to survive?" Lin Yi inquired, observing Zhou Xiaofu's plump physique. It was evident that he must have been considerably heavier before, given his ability to maintain such weight amidst a scarcity of sustenance. Zhou Xiaofu replied, "I have a fondness for food, so I bought a substantial amount and stored it in my hospital room. When the snow began to fall, others were busy taking photos to post online, while I was concerned about the possibility of running out of food. Hence, I purchased even more provisions. When the violence erupted, I sealed my room's door, and by the time I emerged, everyone else was gone." Lin Yi regarded Zhou Xiaofu's explanation with skepticism, although it lacked glaring inconsistencies. Certain aspects felt rather implausible. "What about your mother?" Lin Yi asked. Zhou Xiaofu glanced upwards toward the upper floor. "My mother is still in the hospital room." "Take me to see her," Lin Yi commanded. Zhou Xiaofu, feeling unable to refuse, slowly rose to his feet and made his way upstairs, with Lin Yi following closely behind. Gun in hand, the two ascended the staircase to the 10th floor where the hospital room was located. Zhou Xiaofu opened the door and said to Lin Yi, "That woman on the bed is my mother." Lin Yi stood at the threshold, observing a middle-aged woman lying on the bed. The slight rise and fall of the blanket suggested she was still alive. Just as Lin Yi was about to step into the room, Zhou Xiaofu's demeanor abruptly shifted to one of malice. He suddenly drew a scalpel from behind him and lunged toward Lin Yi's unprotected neck. At the moment the blade was about to pierce Lin Yi's carotid artery, Zhou Xiaofu felt his body lift off the ground, propelled several meters away until he crashed against the wall of the corridor. Lin Yi had delivered a swift kick just as Zhou Xiaofu made his move. While not using his full strength, Lin Yi's current physical prowess was enough to fracture several of Zhou Xiaofu's ribs. Zhou Xiaofu lay on the ground, howling in pain. Yet he pleaded for mercy. "I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I have my mother to care for. Please, I beg you." Lin Yi coldly regarded him, retorting, "She is not your mother, is she? Your true name is not Zhou Xiaofu, but Lu Dalo. 2 months ago, a heinous individual committed the brutal assault and murder of a young girl in Haijing City, and that perpetrator is you, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Dalo ceased his pleas, sitting on the ground and asking Lin Yi, "How do you know this?" Lin Yi's knowledge stemmed from the recent theft he had committed at the Fuyuan supermarket warehouse, which led him to closely follow the news in Haijing City. At that time, the two most notorious cases in the city were the theft at Fuyuan supermarket and the horrific crime involving Lu Dalo. Lu Dalo is a social drifter without a formal occupation. 2 months ago, in a fit of madness fueled by his inability to repay a colossal gambling debt, he heinously murdered 3 underage girls. The following day, Lu Dalo was apprehended by the police. Lin Yi, having seen his photograph, was struck by the man's physique and his naive appearance. At first glance, the honest and unassuming Lu Dalo hardly resembled a perpetrator of such atrocious crimes. Lin Yi had paid special attention to this case, never anticipating that the suspects from 2 major incidents would converge here. Upon realizing that Lin Yi had uncovered his identity, Lu Dalo abandoned his pretense. "So what if it's me? Is there any law to govern me? Who hasn't committed murder at this point? Can you be here without blood on your hands?" Lin Yi lowered his weapon and replied, "I have taken lives, but my reasons differ from yours. I killed to survive, while you indulged in your perverse lust. Executing you would be a waste of a bullet." With that, Lin Yi effortlessly lifted Lu Dalo, despite his weight exceeding 200 pounds, thanks to Lin Yi's extraordinary strength. At that moment, Lu Dalo finally drew the handgun he had concealed. Yet, before he could aim it at Lin Yi seized the barrel, executing a shoulder throw that sent Liu flying. Lin Yi examined the police firearm in his grasp, noting that it still contained 2 rounds. Liu's presence here stemmed from a sudden illness while in custody, prompting the police to rush him to the hospital. However, shortly after his arrival, chaos ensued. Taking advantage of the turmoil, Liu snatched a guard's sidearm and killed him. With the weapon, he swiftly seized control of the entire hospital. Initially, he intended to wait for the snow to cease before escaping, but as time passed, the snow only intensified. Gradually, he came to the realization that the world had irrevocably changed. With a gun in hand, he could attain anything he desired. Liu hoarded all the food for himself, while the patients and doctors succumbed to hunger, ultimately turning against one another. Soon, he found himself the sole survivor in the hospital. The figure lying on the hospital bed was not his mother, but an ordinary doctor, the last remaining survivor. After lying on the ground for an extended period, Liu finally stood up, having endured several broken ribs from Lin Yi's earlier kick. Compounded by the severity of the fall, he felt as though his very organs were dislocated. Chapter 77. The mutiny. Lin Yi offered no further chance. Opening the window in the hospital corridor, a gust of frigid wind rushed in. He dragged Liu to the window, disregarding his pleas for mercy, and unceremoniously hurled him out. As Lin Yi gazed down at the deep pit in the snow below, he closed the window. Upon entering the hospital room, Lin Yi cautiously checked the woman's pulse and discovered it to be alarmingly faint, suggesting she might succumb at any moment. Unfortunately, there was little he could do, and bringing her back to the sanctuary was out of the question. He placed some food by her bedside, hoping that if she were to awaken, it would be a stroke of fate for her. After arranging the provisions, he exited the room and retraced his steps out of the hospital. Once in his vehicle, Lin Yi ignited the engine and sped towards the Chuanxin community. His mission was accomplished, and he had successfully scavenged an ample supply of medical supplies from the hospital for his own use. Meanwhile, while Lin Yi was preoccupied with gathering supplies, Liu Ziki sat on the living room sofa beside a young woman in her 20s, clad in a thick military coat and wearing a mask. Observing her younger sister, Liu Ziki reassured her, "Shanshan, do not fret. I have enlisted the help of a friend to procure medicine. Soon, you shall have what you need." Liu Ziki's sister, Liu Zishan, leaned her head against her elder sister, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, sister, it is my burden that weighs you down." Liu Ziki embraced her sister tightly, replying, "Do not speak such foolishness. We have grown up together. You are my beloved sister, and it is only right that I assist you." At that moment, a sudden knocking echoed from the door. Liu Ziki ushered her sister into the bedroom before opening the door. Standing outside were 2 women. One was Dong Xue's former girlfriend, and the other was Wang Xue, who had mysteriously reappeared. It turned out that after being released, Wang Xue learned of Lin Yi's new romantic involvement and, consumed by resentment, had ventured out alone into the night from Building 16. However, she could not bear the cold for long and sought warmth, inadvertently arriving at Liu Ziki's domain. Liu Ziki, moved by her plight, momentarily softened her heart and took her in. Once inside, Wang Xue lingered at the back, leaving the door slightly ajar. Dong Yu boldly settled onto the sofa and confronted Liu Ziki. "Sister Qi, have you struck a deal with Lin Yi?" Liu Ziki, observing Dong Yu's unusual demeanor, felt a wave of foreboding wash over her. Before the apocalypse, Dong Yu had merely been her assistant. When had she dared to speak to her in such a manner? Moreover, after seizing control of Building 23, it was her trust in Dong Yu that led her to delegate all affairs, including resource allocation, into her hands. Dong Yu had grown increasingly respectful towards her. Liu Ziki coldly replied, "Focus on your own responsibilities. This matter does not require your concern." However, Dong Yu raised her voice again, "Not my concern?" Xue met his demise at Lin Yi's hands. "He is my enemy. How could you engage in dealings with my foe? Do you care for anyone other than your sister?" "Silence!" Liu Ziki shouted. Xue's demise was a consequence of his own folly. Had he not coveted the resources in Lin Yi's possession, he would not have met his end at Lin Yi's hands. He brought this upon himself. Presently, only Lin Yi possesses a vehicle, and with Shanshan's illness worsening, I have no choice but to collaborate with him. Wang Xue interjected, "We could seize the opportunity to take him down when we go for the medicine. Then the vehicle, supplies, and warm shelter would all belong to us." Liu Ziki glared fiercely at Wang Xue. "Had I known you were of this nature, I would never have taken you in." Wang Xue, startled by Liu Ziki's gaze, instinctively retreated behind Dong Yu. Dong Yu met Liu Ziki's stare head-on. "I will ask you just once. Do you agree to take action against Lin Yi?" Liu Ziki reached into her pocket, gripping the spring knife she always carried. She replied to Dong Yu, enunciating each word, "I do not agree." "Do you believe you still have the authority to make decisions?" Dong Yu retorted, clapping her hands. Suddenly, a dozen members of the women's brigade burst in from outside. Luo Ziki regarded these women, whom she had once saved. Had it not been for her, they would have perished from starvation long ago. To her astonishment, they were now aiding Dong Yu in opposing her. Li Xiao Lu Ting, if I hadn't rescued you from those men, you would have been devoured by them. Now, you stand with Dong Yu against me. Are you even human? Li Xiao, named by Luo Ziki, lowered her head in guilt. Lu Ting, however, spoke with righteous indignation. That man named Lin Yi has abundant supplies and a warm shelter. These are what we need. Why do you refuse to take him down? Are you infatuated with that pretty boy? If you desire a man, just tell me. With your looks, you could attract many. Luo Ziki, infuriated by Lu Ting's words, could no longer contain herself. She drew her spring knife and lunged towards Lu Ting and the others. The sudden attack threw everyone into disarray. They had witnessed Luo Ziki's prowess. Even in bare-handed combat, 3 or 4 men were no match for her, and now armed with a knife, they dared not confront her. Luo Ziki seemed to target only Lu Ting, disregarding everyone else. As Luo Ziki charged at her, Lu Ting ceased her retreat and swung the kitchen knife at Luo Ziki. Luo Ziki, unfazed, sidestepped Lu Ting's strike, grasped her weapon-bearing hand, and executed a shoulder throw, sending Lu Ting sprawling while disarming her. As Lu Ting attempted to rise, Luo Ziki delivered a fatal blow to her throat with the kitchen knife. Blood gushed forth. Lu Ting, armed yet unable to withstand even a single exchange, fell to Luo Ziki's lethal assault. Enraged by the betrayal of those she had once saved, Luo Ziki unleashed a merciless onslaught. The onlookers had never witnessed such a scene, rendering them momentarily paralyzed with fear. Luo Ziki intended to subdue Dong Yu directly, but was suddenly taken aback when she saw Wang Xue emerging with Luo Zishan. With a slight pressure of the blade in her hand, a crimson line was drawn across Luo Zishan's neck. Upon witnessing her sister in Wang Xue's grasp, Luo Ziki found herself at a loss, torn between action and restraint. At that moment, she yearned to devour the crowd before her alive. Dong Yu smiled faintly and said, Luo Ziki, as your former assistant, I am well aware of your prowess. Even if we band together, we stand no chance against you. However, your sister is now in my custody. If you do not cease your resistance, I shall slay her immediately. Chapter 78, The Wager. Luo Zishan, undeterred by the knife at her throat, cried out through her tears, Sister, don't worry about me, just run. Luo Ziki clenched the knife tightly, gritted her teeth, and ultimately discarded her weapon onto the ground. Dong Yu had anticipated this choice and promptly ordered her men to bind Luo Ziki. Approaching Luo Ziki, Dong Yu spoke. If you wish for your sister to live, you must cooperate fully with me. When you go to retrieve the medicine tomorrow, I need you to subdue Lin Yi. I will provide you with assistance. Although he wields a gun, given your strength, a close-range ambush is within your capability. As long as you deliver Lin Yi to me, I shall return your sister to you, and you may take the necessary medicine for her. Lin Yi drove back to the community, and upon hearing the sound of his car, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier rushed to the door to greet him. Once inside, the 2 women helped him remove his cold weather gear and bulletproof vest, then assisted him in changing into his pajamas. Lin Yi, nestled comfortably between them, reveled in their companionship. Sitting on the sofa, he sent a message to Luo Ziki, informing her that he had procured the medicine and would deliver it to her first thing in the morning. He then tossed his phone aside, washed his hands, and prepared for dinner. The meal was a delightful creation by Jiang Shuyan, while Lu Feier, though not skilled in cooking, provided assistance. The 3 of them enjoyed a cheerful dinner together. That evening, they naturally shared the same bed, with Lu Feier tidying up the adjacent bedroom. As Luo Ziki and her sister were set to move in the next day, although Luo Ziki had agreed to be Lin Yi's partner, her sister would certainly be living with them as well, and this room would be designated for her. As Lin Yi observed the 2 women tidying the room, he found his thoughts drifting to the Doomsday fortress on the hillside. With the number of inhabitants increasing, it was becoming clear that space would soon be a constraint. Thus, the matter of relocating must be prioritized. Once he welcomed Luo Ziki and her sister, he intended to search for that fortress, hoping it would not be buried under the heavy snowfall. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Lin Yi confirmed the time with Luo Ziki, and with the assistance of the 2 women, donned his attire before stepping through the alloy door. Lin Yi walked to the foot of building 23 and leaped through the window. He had arranged to meet Luo Ziki on the 10th floor, and upon reaching the corridor, he found her already waiting. Lin Yi had encountered Luo Ziki a few times before. Unlike others, she exuded a beauty that was accompanied by an air of vigor. Perhaps it was related to her profession as a mixed martial artist, as Luo Ziki engaged in extensive training daily, where injuries and bloodshed were commonplace during competitions. However, today, she appeared somewhat different, her demeanor lacking vitality. Lin Yi tossed the medication from his pocket to her, and after inspecting it and finding no issues, she cautiously placed it into her own pocket. This was a weak supply. I haven't brought any more, but tonight you can move in with your sister, and I'll provide you with all the medication. My home is warm, which will benefit your sister's condition. The distance between them was minimal, merely around 2 meters. And to her eyes, Lin Yi bore no concealed weapons. Yet, the thought that he had procured life-saving medicine for her, while she was poised to repay his kindness with treachery, left Luo Ziki feeling distressed. She stared intently at Lin Yi, a flicker of hesitation crossing her gaze, but she quickly resolved herself. With her sister still in Dong Yu's clutches and the adjacent room manned by Dong Yu's operatives, she feared that inaction would endanger her sister. Resolute, Luo Ziki acted. She swiftly approached Lin Yi, leaping as her knee collided with him while her right fist struck toward his head. Lin Yi remained unperturbed by Luo Ziki's sudden assault. He had already perceived the struggle in her eyes, which served as an early warning. He quickly retreated, evading her strike, and with his right hand, he grasped her swinging fist and pulled her toward him, the force causing her to lose her balance. In one fluid motion, he flipped her over, pinning her beneath him. Luo Ziki was taken aback by Lin Yi's strength. His grip on her arm felt like that of a vice, rendering her unable to escape despite her utmost efforts. At that moment, a dozen armed women burst forth from the adjacent room, charging toward him. Among them, Lin Yi spotted the missing Wang Xue. As the onslaught of the female brigade approached, Lin Yi restrained Luo Ziki with one hand while producing an AK-47 with the other. As he squeezed the trigger, a barrage of bullets erupted from the weapon, toppling several of the assailants in an instant. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Yi was momentarily distracted, Luo Ziki finally broke free from his grip, kicked the gun from his hand, and lunged at him with a spring knife. In a surprising twist, Lin Yi was taken down by Luo Ziki, yet she refrained from delivering a lethal blow, halting the knife mere inches from his neck. The two individuals entwined themselves in an exceedingly ambiguous posture. As their gazes met, Luo Ziki felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. Her previous competitors had always been women, and any physical contact had been inconsequential. However, this was her first experience of entanglement with a man. At that moment, Dong Yu appeared at the end of the corridor, holding Luo Zishan firmly. Luo Ziki, eliminate him at once, or your sister will meet her demise. Upon hearing Dong Yu's words, Lin Yi began to comprehend the unfolding situation. He quietly whispered to Luo Ziki, "Trust me, I can save your sister." Gazing into Lin Yi's clear eyes, Luo Ziki found herself torn between conflicting emotions, yet ultimately she released him. As Lin Yi freed himself from Luo Ziki's grasp, he rose to his feet, a handgun materializing in his hand, aimed squarely at Dong Yu at the corridor's end. Seeing this, Dong Yu hastily concealed herself behind Luo Zishan. "Luo Ziki, did you not hear my command? Kill Lin Yi immediately, or I shall swiftly end your sister's life." Lin Yi smiled faintly and remarked, "Shall we compare? To see whether your knife is swifter or my gun?" Dong Yu's voice echoed from behind Luo Zishan. "Naturally, your gun is faster, but can you hit me?" Lin Yi smirked and addressed Luo Ziki. "I know you agreed to be my woman merely to secure medicine for your sister. Shall we wager? If my shot strikes true and saves your sister, you will willingly become my woman, devoted to serving me without fail. If I miss, my life will be yours to exchange for your sister's, leaving both parties unscathed." Chapter 79. Sisterly Bond. Luo Ziki scrutinized the nonchalant Lin Yi, finding it difficult to perceive him as a trustworthy individual. Nevertheless, with no other options available, she reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, I, Luo Ziki, swear to the heavens that if you save my sister, I shall willingly become your woman, devoted to serving you eternally, without ever wavering." Upon hearing her vow, Lin Yi's smile remained unwavering. He casually fired a shot forward. After the gunfire, Luo Zishan collapsed to the ground, while Dong Yu cried out in agony, clutching her injured right hand. Lin Yi's shot had shattered her knife-wielding hand entirely, augmented by his extraordinary abilities, amplifying its potency several-fold. Luo Ziki rushed to her sister's side, cradling her in her arms. After inspecting her body, she discovered that Luo Zishan had only been frightened, with no injuries, which brought her a sense of relief. Lin Yi picked up the submachine gun from the ground and stored it in his alternate space before advancing toward Dong Yu. At this point, Dong Yu was utterly petrified, reduced to kneeling on the ground in a plea for mercy, hoping that Luo Ziki would spare her life due to their prior acquaintance. Lin Yi raised his hand and shot her without hesitation. Even if Luo Ziki chose to forgive her, Lin Yi would not allow her to escape. For those who sought their own demise, Lin Yi would show no mercy. "Wang Xue, emerge. There is no longer a need for pretense." Lin Yi retrieved a chair from the otherworldly space and settled into it, addressing the corpse before him. "If you do not reveal yourself soon, I shall set fire to these bodies." As his words echoed, the lifeless form ahead stirred, and a bloodied Wang Xue crawled out. Lin Yi, having employed his unique abilities while firing, was acutely aware of the precise location of each shot he had fired. During the chaotic rush of others, Wang Xue had concealed herself behind them, thus escaping his aim. When they fell, Wang Xue had feigned death among the crowd, but Lin Yi had still discerned her presence. Kneeling on the ground, she slowly crawled to Lin Yi's feet, pleading, "Brother Lin Yi, it's me, Xue Er. It was all that Val Dongyu's doing. I knew they intended to harm you, and I wanted to inform you." Before she could finish, Luo Ziki stood up, yanked Wang Xue's hair, and plunged a spring knife into her body. Wang Xue's ungratefulness had long ignited Luo Ziki's wrath, had it not been for her instigating. Even if Dong Yu held a grudge against Lin Yi, she would not have resorted to directly kidnapping Luo Zihan to threaten him. Thus, Luo Ziki's deepest animosity was directed not at Dong Yu, but at Wang Xue. Observing Luo Ziki's assault on Wang Xue, Lin Yi did not intervene. As time passed, his resentment towards Wang Xue gradually faded. She was merely a minor character, unworthy of his enduring anger. After being stabbed by Luo Ziki, Wang Xue's consciousness began to wane. Lin Yi leaned down, whispering in her ear, "In our previous life, you caused my demise. In this life, I have returned the favor. Let us part ways. If you traverse back after your death, remember not to seek revenge upon me." Without waiting to see if Wang Xue comprehended, he moved to stand beside Luo Ziki. A smile gracing his face as he inquired, "How does it feel to gamble? Will you honor your word?" With unwavering resolve, Luo Ziki responded, "Once spoken, a word cannot be retracted. From now on, I shall be your woman, devoted to serving you wholeheartedly, never to waver." Lin Yi laughed heartily. "Come, let me introduce you to a few sisters." Together, Lin Yi and Luo Ziki assisted Luo Zihan towards Building 16. Upon seeing Lin Yi appear on the surveillance, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier hurriedly opened the door to welcome them inside. Luo Ziki, upon entering and observing the two women, was momentarily awestruck. She recognized Jiang Shuyan, the renowned police flower of the city, as they resided in the same neighborhood, making it impossible not to notice her. However, the beauty of the other woman rivaled that of Jiang Shuyan, perhaps even surpassing it. Luo Ziki could only liken her appearance to that of a masterpiece. In comparison to their stunning visages, her own once proud beauty felt somewhat inadequate. Before arriving, she believed that being with Lin Yi was more than sufficient for her. But now it seems she has benefited from the situation. As soon as they entered, the sisters, Luo Ziki and her sibling, were astonished by the warmth of the room. Although they had heard from Wang Xue that Lin Yi's sanctuary was incredibly cozy, they had not anticipated such an extraordinary level of warmth. Their attire alone revealed the temperature within, in the frigid outdoors, where it was -7 or 8 degrees. Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier were clad in nothing but camisole nightgowns, completely unfazed by the cold. With the door closing, the chill from outside was effectively barred. Luo Ziki felt a sudden surge of heat enveloping her. The temperature was excessively high, and they were overdressed. Within moments, they had begun to perspire. Lin Yi presented them with 2 sets of fresh clothing and gestured towards the bathroom, suggesting they take a shower with the hot water before changing. Luo Ziki accepted the garments and led her sister into the bathroom, where the sound of flowing water soon echoed. After donning his nightwear, Lin Yi settled onto the sofa to watch television. Lu Feier, sitting beside him, whispered, "Igu, do you plan to indulge Luo Ziki tonight? Should I distract her sister?" Lin Yi stared wide-eyed at Lu Feier, who had previously come across as a distant goddess. He was surprised to discover this playful side of her. Yet, it must be said, her warmth and thoughtfulness were endearing, and Lin Yi appreciated it. After planting a kiss on Lu Feier's cheek, he replied, "I leave it in your capable hands." Lu Feier responded with an okay gesture. As midday approached, Lin Yi decided against venturing out again, postponing the search for the Doomsday fortress until tomorrow. Jiang Shuyan, sensing the time was right, headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal, with Lu Feier following to lend a hand. Shortly after, Luo Ziki emerged from the bathroom with her sister. Fresh from their showers, Luo Ziki appeared more radiant. Her short hair exuded a sense of vitality, and she seemed invigorated and spirited. However, it was Luo Ziki's sister, Luo Zishan, who truly captivated Lin Yi. Standing at 1.75 meters tall, she had a statuesque presence, surpassing her sister in height, with a curvaceous figure. The mask that had concealed her face was now removed, revealing an adorable doll-like visage. If not for the fear of Luo Ziki's ire, Lin Yi would have been tempted to pinch her cheeks. Silently, he graded Luo Zishan in his mind, 94, a point higher than her sister. He had not anticipated that in his pursuit of Luo Ziki, he would end up with a delightful bonus, a pair of enchanting sisters. Chapter 80, 1 Dragon and 4 Phoenixes. Luo Zishan, being young and sheltered by her sister during her illness, remained innocent and unworldly. Lin Yi connected the television to the game console and subsequently handed her the controller, intending to engage her in gameplay to enhance their rapport. Luo Zishan was elated to discover that Lin Yi owned a gaming console. Once she grasped the controller, her demeanor transformed entirely, and she swiftly took the lead in the game, soaring ahead with Lin Yi. Luo Ziki, seated on the sofa, explained to the astonished Lin Yi. Ever since Shanshan's illness was diagnosed, she has remained cooped up at home. I needed to train and compete, leaving me little time to accompany her. To alleviate her boredom, I purchased numerous gaming consoles for her. In that moment, Lin Yi comprehended the situation. It appeared she was a gaming virtuoso, and he need not worry about failing any levels in the future. Watching her sister play games with Lin Yi, Luo Ziki was suddenly enveloped by a sense of familial warmth. She and her sister had grown up in an orphanage, enduring much adversity. Although she later earned some money through competitions, she had always been preoccupied, rarely able to spend time with her sister as she was now. Noticing Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier bustling in the kitchen, Luo Ziki inquired curiously of Lin Yi, "What are they doing?" Without lifting his gaze from the game, Lin Yi replied, "They're cooking. What else could they do in the kitchen?" Cooking? Luo Ziki pondered, somewhat perplexed. Given the current scarcity of resources, even having a bowl of instant noodles felt like a celebration. What could there possibly be to cook? Though intrigued, she chose not to press further. However, it wasn't long before she was enveloped by a tantalizing aroma of food, a scent that was both familiar and foreign. Familiar, for she had encountered it over 2 decades ago, yet foreign, as it had been more than a month since she had last savored such a fragrance. She pinched her nose, questioning whether her sense of smell had failed her or if the prolonged fasting had induced hallucinations. Meanwhile, Luo Zishan was lost in the moment, exclaiming amidst the game, "Sister, do you smell that? It's so fragrant, like roasted meat." Panic struck Luo Ziki. Even her sister seemed to be succumbing to hunger-induced delusions. Just as her mind wandered, Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier emerged from the kitchen, carrying several dishes. Since the sisters had just joined that day, Jiang Shuyan had prepared an array of additional dishes and had even simmered a pot of chicken soup, enriched with a ginseng root to bolster their health. This ginseng was a valuable find from the warehouse of a local supermarket, worth thousands, but Lin Yi felt no remorse, as he had plenty more in his otherworldly space. With a sumptuous spread of 4 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a pot of chicken soup, Lu Feier had even air-fried some chicken wings. Once the meal was ready, Jiang Shuyan beckoned Lin Yi to dine. The aroma had already captivated the Luo sisters, and as they settled at the table, Lin Yi arrived fashionably late, naturally taking the seat of honor. After savoring a piece of chicken wing, the others finally began to eat. It was midday, and thus Lin Yi abstained from alcohol, instead retrieving some beverages from the refrigerator to share with everyone. Luo Ziki and her sister, while enjoying the meal laid before them, were nearly brought to tears. Although they had managed to sustain themselves during this period, it was merely enough to stave off starvation. The sudden delight of such delectable food filled them with overwhelming happiness. Luo Ziki began to feel grateful for her choices. Had she compromised with Dongyu, how could she and her sister possibly be living such a life? Although the cost had been her virtue, she recognized that she would eventually need to find a partner, and men of Lin Yi's caliber were rare. Despite his numerous romantic entanglements, Luo Ziki understood that the future of Blue Star would likely trend toward polygamy, with capable men surrounded by throngs of women. If she did not seize the moment to secure Lin Yi's affection, she might find herself relegated to the background, currently positioned as his third choice. She feared that in time, she could fall to being one among many, a thought that made her uncomfortable. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Luo Ziki's mind was racing with such thoughts. After the meal, Jiang Shuyan began to tidy the table, with the sisters quickly offering their assistance. Now that they had become part of the household, it was only natural for them to contribute in any way they could. They could not always wait for others to attend to them. Once the kitchen was in order, Lin Yi retrieved an array of designer handbags, cosmetics, high heels, and stockings from his otherworldly space, items he had previously scavenged from the mall. Although the handbags were impractical for them to carry, their mere presence filled the sisters with joy. The cosmetics, on the other hand, became the object of a fervent scramble among the women. With Lin Yi surrounded by such stunning companions, an unspoken pressure weighed upon them. If they did not adorn themselves beautifully each day, they risked being overshadowed. Lin Yi, however, treated them all equally, distributing each item fairly, even ensuring that Luo Zishan, who had been observing from the sidelines, received her share. His collection was ample, having cleared out an entire mall, with a multitude of high-end cosmetic shops among his acquisitions. Each woman received a sizable box of treasures, while the remainder would be stored away for future use, ensuring that they could be shared with new sisters who might join them later as gifts. After distributing the items, Lin Yi produced a mahjong table. Recalling that Lu Feier had mentioned playing mahjong together once Luo Ziki and her sister moved in. With several mahjong tables available in his space and a lack of other engagements, he decided to gather them for a game. As for the stakes, They would naturally be the cosmetics Lin Yi had just shared with them. As Luo Ziki observed Lin Yi conjuring an array of objects seemingly from thin air, both Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier appeared unperturbed by the spectacle. Unable to contain her curiosity, she finally inquired of Jiang Shuyan. After an exaggerated explanation from Jiang, Luo Ziki came to accept the reality that Lin Yi was indeed the protagonist. The thought of being the woman of the male lead dispelled the last remnants of her reservations. Knowing she was linked to the hero, she felt reassured that, even if she could not be the heroine, she would surely achieve great things in the future and would not fall victim to being merely a supporting character. While Lin Yi tinkered with the mahjong machine according to the instruction manual, he listened to Jiang Shuyan recount her heroic exploits. By the end, he nearly found himself convinced of her embellished narratives. How was it that after her embellishments, he appeared to embody the side of justice, when he knew he was not without his own malevolence? Through her tales, those he had vanquished became deserving of their fates, and he was portrayed as a savior ridding the world of evildoers. Eventually, Lin Yi completed the setup of the mahjong machine, with Luo Zishan off playing games alone. Only Jiang Shuyan, Lu Feier, Luo Ziki, and Lin Yi remained, for individuals perfectly matched for the evening. They played late into the night. Lin Yi and Lu Feier neither won nor lost significantly, while Jiang Shuyan suffered the most, losing the handbag and cosmetics Lin Yi had gifted her, leaving only a few pairs of high heels and designer stockings. The reason she had not wagered these items was that Lin Yi favored her in high heels, prompting her to retain them, even after losing all her makeup. As the hour grew late, they tidied away the mahjong machine, and after dining, Lin Yi retired to his room first. Lu Feier and Jiang Shuyan kindly took Luo Zishan to the adjacent room. Subsequently, Lu Feier discreetly slipped Luo Ziki a lacy sleepwear ensemble and a pair of high heels, whispering in her ear, "Eagle likes us in these." Luo Ziki, blushing as she held the garments and heels, felt an unfamiliar nervousness wash over her. After hastily changing in the bathroom, she stood outside Lin Yi's bedroom door for what seemed an eternity, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. The anxiety she felt now was far greater than during her first competitive match. Taking a deep breath, she finally pushed the door open. Lin Yi, on the verge of slumber in bed, was startled awake to see Luo Ziki enter in her high heels. His eyes lit up instantly. The fitted lace sleepwear accentuated Luo Ziki's figure beautifully. Years of training had rendered her skin taut and resilient, providing Lin Yi with an entirely different impression. The following day, Lin Yi slept in late. Although Luo Ziki had recently lost her innocence, she displayed no signs of discomfort, unlike Lu Feier, who had languished in bed all day. Lin Yi could only remark, a strong constitution makes a considerable difference. He intended to venture into the outskirts today in search of that Doomsday fortress. With the increasing number of people at home, space had become rather cramped. Moreover, the absence of an elevator meant that every return home involved a laborious climb up the stairs, which was indeed quite taxing. After dining, Lin Yi prepared to set out, only to be halted by Luo Ziki. "I want to accompany you." Lin Yi furrowed his brows, not out of distrust towards Luo Ziki, but rather from concern for her safety should they encounter any supernatural beings. Jiang Shuyan, standing nearby, interjected, "Ego, let Ziki join you. Her skills are commendable and she won't be a hindrance." Lu Feier shared their sentiment, indicating that the girls had evidently conspired beforehand. "Indeed, Ego. We share this home too. We cannot allow you to face dangers alone. With Ziki by your side, we can rest easier." Luo Zishan tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve, playfully pleading, "Good brother-in-law, please take my sister with you. I beg you." Lin Yi was nearly taken aback by her use of brother-in-law, wondering who had taught her such endearing behavior. Observing the resolute expressions of the girls, he ultimately relented. "Fine, I'm merely going to familiarize myself with the route. It should pose little danger, so I shall take you along." Just as the girls were about to cheer, Lin Yi quickly intervened. "However, let it be clear, once we step outside, you must follow my lead. No reckless actions without my command." Luo Ziki nodded eagerly, assuring him, "Rest assured, Ego. I will heed your orders. If you instruct me to go east, I will not stray west." Lin Yi retrieved a pristine bulletproof vest and helmet, along with a set of cold weather gear, handing them to Luo Ziki. These items were acquired from the previous police station. Once she was properly equipped, he presented her with a handgun and 2 magazines. Jiang Shuyan had a gun that Lin Yi had previously entrusted to her, while he provided Lu Feier with another firearm and 2 grenades. After their departure, only Jiang Shuyan and the 2 girls remained at home. Lin Yi held little hope for Luo Zishan. As long as she didn't cause trouble, that would suffice. Leaving the responsibility of guarding the home to Jiang Shuyan and Lu Feier. Armed to the teeth, Lin Yi and Luo Ziki left the house. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Yi revealed his vehicle. Although Luo Ziki was aware of Lin Yi's expansive space, witnessing him manifest such a large vehicle was still a source of fascination for her. After inviting her into the car, he activated the heating system and, with a press of the accelerator, drove towards the suburbs. This marked Luo Ziki's first departure from the community since the apocalypse, thus everything appeared refreshingly novel to her. The entire Haijing city had transformed beyond recognition. The once bustling streets had vanished, leaving no trace of human presence, as if the city itself were a desolate ghost town. Lin Yi had no intention of meandering. He drove straight towards their destination. The Doomsday fortress is perched upon a small hill, situated to the south of Haijing City. Lin Yi accelerated, driving for a full hour before nearing his destination. Fortunately, with Luo Ziki by his side, the journey was far from dull. Beyond exchanging sweet nothings, they engaged in extensive conversation, with Luo Ziki sharing her life experiences with Lin Yi. He felt a profound sympathy for this unfortunate girl and silently vowed to treat her well in the future. Upon arriving, Lin Yi parked the car and consulted the map for directions. To his astonishment, the internet was still functional. He couldn't help but admire the robustness of Long Xue's network infrastructure. The map indicated numerous estates and villas in the vicinity, though they were now blanketed by heavy snow. Lin Yi silently rejoiced at his foresight in not purchasing a villa as a refuge. Otherwise, he would surely have been buried beneath the snow. Guided by the map, he eventually located the small hill housing the Doomsday fortress. The hill featured a winding road, now obscured by snow, prompting Lin Yi to drive directly towards the summit. The trees were buried beneath the snow, alleviating any concerns about collisions. After circling the mountain for over 10 minutes, he finally reached the top. Though modest in size, the summit spanned more than 100,000 square meters, crowned by a large snow mound that appeared to rise 2 stories high. According to the map, this snow mound was indeed the Doomsday fortress Lin Yi sought. Fortunately, the strong winds had blown away much of the freshly fallen snow, leaving the upper 2 stories of the fortress visible. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any signs of life, suggesting the fortress was uninhabited. He parked his vehicle beside the villa, and Luo Ziki eagerly leapt out. Chapter 82. The Origin of the Golden Key. Lin Yi circumnavigated the villa, noting its expansive footprint, at least 5,000 square meters on the ground floor, stretching 100 meters in length and approximately 50 meters in width, rivaling that of a manor, which explained the substantial financial investment. He knocked firmly on the wall. The fortress's construction materials mirrored those of his own shelter, employing alloy panels, albeit with a greater thickness. While his shelter utilized 10-centimeter alloy panels, this fortress's panels were at least 20 centimeters thick. The windows were also made of bulletproof glass, rendering any attempts to break in from the outside futile. Determined, Lin Yi oriented himself towards the main entrance, retrieving 2 shovels, one for himself and one for Luo Ziki, and they commenced their excavation. With the aid of his spatial abilities, the shards of snow and ice they unearthed were swiftly absorbed into the spatial realm, significantly accelerating their progress. After toiling for over 20 minutes, the grand entrance of the villa finally came into view. It was a formidable alloy door, at least 30 centimeters thick, adorned solely with a golden keyhole. Luo Ziki struck the door firmly with a spade, and then crouched down to scrutinize the keyhole. She turned to Lin Yi and remarked, "We may have come in vain. Unless we possess the key, this door remains impervious to us. I have encountered this type of keyhole in a magazine. It is known as a 4-ring lock. Its internal mechanism is exceedingly intricate, with each ring corresponding to a segment of the key. Each attempt to unlock it results in a distinct variation. Thus, this keyhole can only be matched with a singular key. Without it, even the most skilled locksmith in the world would be unable to open this door." Lin Yi, upon hearing her words, also crouched to inspect the keyhole, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead, and a pure gold key materialized in his hand. This key had been taken from Su Shuai's neck during his previous heist at the Fuyuan supermarket warehouse. At the time, he had merely thought it looked unique and was crafted from gold, so he casually stowed it away in his alternate space. Now, upon closer inspection, he felt an undeniable connection between the key and the grand entrance. Luo Ziki, startled by Lin Yi's sudden production of the key, thought to herself, could it really be such a coincidence? Lin Yi gently inserted the key into the keyhole, pushing it in effortlessly until it reached the innermost point. As he began to turn the key, a series of clicks resonated from within the lock. After completing a full turn, the door trembled slightly, and then gradually creaked open. Luo Ziki's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a light bulb, her curiosity compelling her to inquire about the origin of the key. Lin Yi recounted the story of his theft from the Fuyuan warehouse. Upon hearing this, Luo Ziki was convinced that Lin Yi was indeed the protagonist of this tale. How else could it be that the only key in existence happened to be in his possession? Lin Yi felt a surge of joy, realizing that a seemingly trivial act had bestowed upon him such a remarkable gift. The mysterious tycoon, who had invested billions to create an apocalyptic fortress as a coming-of-age present for his son, was none other than Su Shuai's father. In the end, it had inadvertently benefited Lin Yi, prompting him to mentally express his gratitude. Thank you, for your existence has warmed the seasons. As Lin Yi pushed the door open, he stepped inside. Although there was some light, the interior remained dim, with a layer of snow covering the glass, diminishing the illumination. The temperature inside was quite frigid, hovering around -30 degrees Celsius. Upon entering, they found themselves in a hall of at least 500 square meters, decorated in a modern, clean, and tidy style. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki explored the hall, and at the back, they discovered an indoor temperature-controlled swimming pool, which unfortunately was devoid of water. The two first ascended to the second floor, which housed over a dozen rooms, predominantly bedrooms, along with a few gaming rooms and a recreational area. Lin Yi also discovered a private cinema, equipped with 20 seats, capable of accommodating an audience of 20 simultaneously. Eventually, Lin Yi and Luo Ziki stumbled upon a rather risque room, adorned with an array of apparatuses, and featuring an electrically adjustable bed. Upon catching a glimpse, Luo Ziki's cheeks flushed crimson, as she had only just engaged in a candid discussion with Lin Yi the previous day and still felt somewhat inhibited. Lin Yi chose not to tease her further, and they continued their exploration upstairs. The third floor revealed a sports arena, complete with a basketball court, a badminton court, and an assortment of treadmills and fitness equipment. To Lin Yi's astonishment, he discovered yet another level above. Ascending the staircase, he found himself in a quaint attic, measuring less than 100 square meters, surrounded entirely by one-way bulletproof glass. From this vantage point, he could survey the surroundings of the villa for several kilometers, while remaining unseen from the outside. Each window was outfitted with small shooting apertures, allowing Lin Yi to engage targets from all angles. Coupled with the extraordinary abilities of his right eye, he could eliminate adversaries from several kilometers away. Having completed their tour of the upper floors, the duo prepared to investigate the basement. The first underground level was replete with numerous small rooms, including a surveillance room, a water storage chamber, a mechanical room, and a storage area. The surveillance room boasted dozens of screens, though currently devoid of power, leaving the locations of the cameras unknown. The water storage tank resembled that of a swimming pool, yet remained empty, likely due to the absence of occupants. The mechanical room housed numerous large generators, flanked by dozens of sealed barrels of fuel. Upon witnessing these generators, Lin Yi comprehended the vast scale of energy consumption that defined this establishment. In stark contrast, his own household generators were but mere children by comparison. Although the villa was impressive, the sight of these generators made it clear to Lin Yi that the daily energy expenditure was astonishingly exorbitant. No wonder Su Shuai had chosen not to reside here. He might struggle to afford even the electricity bills. The electrical and plumbing systems were entirely independent, indicating that all energy relied solely on these generators. The limited fuel supply in the mechanical room would scarcely last a few days, at most a fortnight, but fortunately, Lin Yi's own spatial storage contained a substantial reserve of fuel sufficient for the time being. However, in the long run, the energy consumption would undoubtedly be staggering. Having resolved to make this place his home, he recognized the necessity of preparing in advance. Regrettably, his stockpile of firewood would go to waste, as the heating system depended entirely on electricity, lacking any fireplaces, rendering his stored firewood and coal temporarily useless. After exploring the first underground level, Lin Yi proceeded to the second underground level, which appeared to be a shooting range, with several targets positioned in the distance. However, there were no firearms present. Instead, a myriad of compound bows adorned the walls, and the ground was strewn with arrows. Lin Yi seized a compound bow, effortlessly drawing it to a full moon, and aimed at a silicone figure in the distance. As he released his grip, the arrow shot forth with remarkable precision, striking the figure 50 meters away. The arrow pierced through and embedded itself in the concrete wall behind, leaving only half of it protruding. Simultaneously, Lin Yi felt a slight depletion of energy within him. It appeared that regardless of the type of projectile, he could imbue his abilities upon it, thus enhancing its accuracy, extending its range, and augmenting its power. Lo Ziki clapped her hands in admiration. Brother Yi, that was incredible. You shot so accurately. Lin Yi stored the compound bow and several arrows into his spatial dimension, then turned to Lo Ziki and remarked, "Are you still uncertain of my aim?" Lo Ziki blushed, as if recalling something, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Lin Yi noted how easily she became shy, a stark contrast to her usual composed and spirited demeanor. Only in his presence did she exhibit such youthful charm. Taking her hand, Lin Yi led her forward. They ventured into the machinery room, which had been frozen for quite some time, uncertain of the condition of its functions. He poured fuel into the generator and subsequently flipped the switch. As the generator roared to life, the lights illuminated the room, and the heating system began to operate. In less than half an hour, the temperature rose to a comfortable level above freezing. Next, he poured water from his spatial dimension into the water tank, filling it to the brim. Lin Yi then proceeded to the hall on the first floor, where the functionality appeared to be intact. Yet there remained much work to be done. The snow blanketing the windows alone would keep them occupied for quite some time. He intended to clear the snow from the windows, but opted to leave the accumulation elsewhere undisturbed for the sake of concealment. Additionally, the snow at the entrance required some attention. The villa's front door lay 3 meters beneath the snow, necessitating the creation of a cleared area of 5 to 6 meters. Lin Yi had no intention of removing all the snow surrounding the villa. The volume of work was a secondary concern, with safety being the primary issue. The first floor, enveloped in a layer of snow, would provide excellent protection and aid in their concealment. The screens in the monitoring room flickered to life. Lin Yi glanced at the display, noting that the surveillance extended to a kilometer around the villa, complete with motion detection capabilities that would sound an alarm upon the detection of any moving object. Aside from energy consumption, Lin Yi was quite satisfied with the villa's condition, and Lo Ziki was positively elated. Although she was an athlete and had earned some money, she realized that even if she boxed her entire life, she could never afford such a splendid residence. Many of the amenities within the villa captivated her, and from the moment she entered, her excitement knew no bounds. Lin Yi adjusted the indoor temperature, setting it to a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. He made his way to the swimming pool on the first floor and released the water from his own space. The water he had collected was potable, yet he poured it directly into the pool. Beside the pool was a temperature regulator, allowing control over the water's warmth. Lin Yi planned to stay here for the night, intending to tidy the place up before returning to fetch a few women the next day. However, the dilemma of dealing with his own residence arose, as he had lived there for quite some time and felt a twinge of reluctance to leave. Yet, he soon reconciled with the thought. One must let go of the old to welcome the new. In contrast to Lin Yi's sentimentality, Luo Ziki showed no signs of melancholy. Seizing the opportunity before the others arrived, she hurried to select her room. The second floor boasted numerous rooms, with the largest being Lin Yi's, featuring a bed spacious enough for 5 or 6 individuals. Luo Ziki chose a room adjacent to Lin Yi's, as being closer to him could only be advantageous. Lin Yi sent a message to Jiang Shuyan, informing her that he would not be returning today and advising her to exercise caution, assuring her that he would come to pick them up the following day. The two then began their tasks. Lin Yi donned his attire and ventured outside to clear the accumulated snow from the windows. Luo Ziki also suited up in her winter gear, preparing to tidy the snow at the entrance. While they were busy, 2 men lurked suspiciously beneath Building 16 in the neighborhood. One of the portly men remarked, "Are you certain that this Lin Yi resides here?" "Indeed, I've been observing for several days now. This building is now occupied solely by his family, and remarkably, they have electricity and lights on at night." Upon hearing his companion's words, the stout man replied, "Let us not raise any alarms. Come with me to report to the boss. If the information proves accurate, there will be rewards for you." With that, the two stealthily departed the community. This was an apartment complex adjacent to the Sichuan community, formerly the residence of Sun Qi. The man conversing with the slightly overweight individual was named Yuzhe, also an owner of Building 16 in the Sichuan community. However, at the onset of the apocalypse, he was not at home, but rather at the apartment drinking with friends. After the outbreak, he managed to survive by relying on supplies from his friends' homes and raiding the supermarket within the apartment. Although he was absent from the community, he remained vigilant about the messages in the owner's group and was well aware of the vast resources in Lin Yi's household. Currently, the apartment was under the control of a man named Chun Dao, a foreman from a nearby quarry, who had arranged for many workers to reside in the building. His rise to prominence as the leader of the apartment complex was not merely due to the workers under his command, rather, it was his possession of a considerable quantity of explosives that set him apart. These explosives, intended for demolishing rock, possessed enough power to obliterate the entire building. Although Chun Dao had ascended to the role of the apartment's chief, he was exceedingly cautious, imposing strict criteria for those he allowed into his circle. Only his own workers were admitted, for he feared the treachery of outsiders. One of his workers, a slightly portly man, became a conduit for Yuzhe, who was eager to join Chun Dao's organization. After a brief discussion downstairs, the portly man led Yuzhe back into the apartment. Yuzhe was confident that, with the intelligence he provided, Chun Dao would surely welcome him into the fold, especially given the precarious situation they faced. Their food supplies were dwindling, and within mere days, they would face starvation. Chapter 84. Under surveillance upon returning to the apartment. The portly man and Yu Zhe were intercepted by several individuals at the entrance. After the portly man claimed that Yu Zhe had vital information to share with the leader, they were permitted entry. Ascending to the 10th floor, they were interrogated twice, but ultimately, with Chun Dao's approval, they reached his stronghold. This space was the largest in the apartment, comprising 3 rooms and a living area. Within the living room, 5 or 6 individuals were indulging in smoke. All trusted confidants of Chun Dao. He reclined in the bedroom, embraced by 2 young women, students from a nearby school whom he had coerced into serving him. Their intrusion disrupted his leisure, inciting his ire. However, upon learning that someone had news of supplies, he swiftly sat up. Many of his workers remained oblivious to their dire circumstances, but as the leader, he was acutely aware. Their food reserves were critically low. Although he had recently raided a few dwellings, the supermarkets and food vendors had been buried beneath heavy snow, rendering their supplies inaccessible. Without sustenance, would his followers continue to heed his command? They had recognized him as their leader because he could provide for them. Dressing quickly, Chun Dao made his way to the living room. The individuals who had been smoking promptly rose, offering him their seat. Shortly thereafter, the portly man entered with Yu Zhe in tow. Bowing slightly, he gestured towards Yu Zhe and respectfully addressed Chun Dao. "Boss, this is Yu Zhe. He wishes to join us and claims to know where we can find a substantial supply of provisions, enough to last us at least a month." Once the portly man finished, Yu Zhe eagerly added, "Greetings, boss. My name is Yu Zhe." Chun Dao regarded Yu Zhe with a slight smile, then stood and pulled him onto the sofa beside him. With a warm demeanor, he reassured Yu Zhe, "There's no need for formality. From now on, you are one of us. As long as I have food to share, you shall not go hungry." Upon hearing Chun Dao's words, Yu Zhe felt a sense of relief. He had harbored some anxiety prior to their meeting. Given Chun Dao's notorious reputation, after all, dozens had met their demise at his hands in recent times. Before Yu Zhe could profess his loyalty, Chun Dao swiftly changed the subject to the matter of supplies. "You claim to know where resources can be found. Is your information credible?" In response, Yu Zhe thumped his chest with assurance, "Absolutely reliable. The resources at the location I mentioned are more than adequate. They even have a fireplace, making it quite warm inside. Moreover, there is a stunning beauty residing there, a policewoman from Haijing City, resembling a celestial being." Chun Dao, intrigued by Yu Zhe's guarantee, found his interest piqued not only by the supplies, but also by the prospect of the residence itself. Although his current dwelling was warmer than that of many ordinary households, it still hovered around -20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Each time he engaged with the 2 female students, he found himself uncomfortably cold, hindering his performance. With an arm draped around Yu Zhe's shoulders, Chun Dao reassured him, "Rest assured, once I procure all the supplies, not only will I credit you for your role, but I shall also share a portion with you." Yu Zhe's spirits soared at this promise. His intention was merely to align himself with Chun Dao, seeking a reliable ally in this treacherous world. If he could also acquire some supplies from Lin Yi, that would be a tremendous boon. Yet, he did not harbor the delusion that Chun Dao would bestow the beautiful policewoman upon him. Still, the thought of merely being in proximity to the enchanting Jiang Shuyan excited him immensely. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Boss, the house in question is not easily breached. All the walls are reinforced with alloy panels, and many residents from our community have attempted to assault it, only to meet their end at his hands." In response to Yu Zhe's concerns, Chun Dao waved dismissively. "Am I comparable to those inept fools? They merely wield hammers and axes to break down doors. But I possess explosives. Do not underestimate me. Demolishing a front door is child's play, and I could easily level the entire building." Upon hearing Chun Dao's words, Yu Zhe felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He realized he had indeed chosen the right ally. It seemed there was a genuine possibility of sampling the allure of the policewoman. Yu Zhe handed his phone to Chun Dao, who meticulously perused the conversations within the homeowners group. He confirmed that Lin Yi's residence indeed held a considerable stockpile of supplies. Additionally, Chun Dao discovered Lin Yi's profile, where he found posts detailing his activities since the outbreak. The images depicted rooms brimming with food, an array of high-end ingredients. Lin Yi's regular posts showcased a minimum of 4 dishes at every meal, causing Chun Dao to salivate. It was only upon encountering a photograph of Jiang Shuyan that he finally paused. Although Yu Zhe had previously mentioned the presence of a beautiful policewoman, Chun Dao had dismissed it, questioning how beautiful one could truly be. However, upon seeing Jiang Shuyan's photograph, he realized his error. She was not merely beautiful, she was a divine being. In comparison to Jiang Shuyan, the 2 female university students in the room, whom he regarded as treasures, barely ranked above commoners. Chun Dao felt a surge of excitement. With a decisive gesture, he bestowed the 2 students upon his subordinates. Yu Zhe and the slightly plump man, having earned their place through valuable intelligence, were first in line. After catching sight of Jiang Shuyan's photograph, Chen Dao became rather selective, viewing the two girls in the room with disdain. Yu Zhe and the slightly plump man rejoiced at this news and promptly entered the room. Although Chen Dao had dominion over the entire apartment, the pool of young women was indeed limited, with only these two being somewhat presentable. Yet, they were exclusively reserved for Chen Dao, leaving others too intimidated to venture forth. Consequently, over the past month, they had been pent up with desire. Even if they harbored such needs, they could only wield their fantasies in silence. Finally, the opportunity to indulge had arrived. As the evening wore on and the hour grew late, the temperature outside dipped lower than during the day. Chen Dao abandoned his plan for a direct assault on Lin Yi's sanctuary, reasoning that one night would not make a significant difference. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki had spent the entire afternoon cleaning up the villa, finally finishing as night fell. The snow on the windows had been cleared away, and a space had been made at the entrance. Once darkness enveloped the surroundings, Lin Yi illuminated the villa, bathing it in light. It was a rare occasion for Lin Yi to spend the night away from home, and Luo Ziki cherished the time they could share in solitude. Knowing that once the elder sisters arrived the following day, her exclusive moments with Lin Yi would come to an end. That evening, they enjoyed a candlelit dinner together. Afterwards, Luo Ziki donned a seductive nightgown, and after a tender interlude, they embraced and fell asleep together. Chapter 85. The house was bombed the following morning. Lin Yi and Luo Ziki dressed and prepared to set off, intending to bring several women from home along with them. Originally, Lin Yi planned to go alone, but Luo Ziki insisted on accompanying him. Unable to refuse her, he relented, considering his vehicle could easily accommodate 5. As Lin Yi prepared to return home, a substantial crowd had gathered at the entrance of the Chuangxin community. They wielded an array of weapons, and a few individuals bore backpacks. Leading the group were Chen Dao and Yu Zhe. Their objective was clear as they bypassed all residential buildings and made a beeline for Building 16. Upon entering Building 16, Jiang Shuyan and her companions spotted them on the surveillance feed. They promptly sent Lin Yi a message, alerting him to the approaching group. The women then armed themselves with the weapons Lin Yi had entrusted to them before his departure, even Luo Zishan brandishing a kitchen knife, bracing for confrontation. However, upon reaching the 25th floor, the intruders halted and entered the apartment previously occupied by Jiang Shuyan, not proceeding further up the building. Once they entered, the women could no longer see them on the surveillance. After a brief interlude of several minutes, they emerged, this time in a hurried manner. As the woman stood there, perplexed, a sudden deafening crash reverberated through the air, followed by a palpable tremor that shook the very foundations of the house, causing it to plummet instantaneously. Jiang Shuyan swiftly grasped the arm of Luo Zishan, while Lu Feier clung desperately to the door, securing herself against it. The sensation of weightlessness came abruptly and dissipated just as quickly. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. However, the room lay in utter disarray, with items from the table scattered haphazardly across the floor. The entire structure had tilted precariously. Fortunately, the quick-witted women emerged unscathed, save for Jiang Shuyan, who incurred a minor abrasion on her arm while shielding Luo Zishan. Lu Feier, encountering such chaos for the first time, was understandably flustered and hurriedly dialed Lin Yi, relaying the dire circumstances. Upon learning of the attack on his home, Lin Yi was consumed by anxiety, pressing the accelerator to the limit as he sped towards Sichuan community. Meanwhile, Chen Dao and his accomplices, stationed below, were startled by flames erupting from the rooftop and hastily ascended. They had just installed explosives beneath Lin Yi's residence, wary of triggering the door directly due to warnings in the homeowners group about fire-breathing devices and firing ports on the entrance. Thus, they planned to create a gaping hole in the structure, surging in to eliminate Lin Yi and seize his supplies. Yet, upon reaching the upper floor, they were met with a shocking sight. It appeared they had overused the explosives, resulting in the entire house collapsing. Chen Dao surveyed the locations where the explosives had been placed. Aside from some residual gunpowder, the alloy remained untouched, inciting his fury. He immediately commanded his men to return to the apartment for more explosives, determined not to relent until the formidable alloy door was breached. He instructed them to retrieve all remaining explosives, aiming for a decisive strike. Half an hour later, his subordinates returned with the explosives. Chen Dao personally installed them at the previous detonation points, equipping them with remote triggers. Once completed, the group descended, and upon reaching the plaza below, one of the men produced the detonator. Just as he was about to press the ignition button, a bullet struck him squarely in the head. In an instant, his cranium exploded like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain matter spraying forth. The detonator slipped from his grasp in the final moments. The remaining group was momentarily paralyzed by the horrifying sight, unsure of how to react. It wasn't until the second watermelon burst that they sprang into action, scattering in search of cover. In the distance, from another residential building, the unfolding drama continued. Lin Yi had already set up his sniper rifle here, while Luo Ziki stood vigilant with a pistol, scanning the surroundings. This was Lin Yi's inaugural experience with a sniper rifle, whose power and range surpassed that of a submachine gun by a considerable margin. Initially, he intended to eliminate their leader directly. However, with the group clustered together, he found it difficult to discern who among them was in charge. Thus, he resolved to first neutralize those armed with detonators. Lin Yi's eyes, enhanced by his abilities, were now several times sharper than an ordinary person's. Coupled with the assistance of the scope, he could distinctly identify each face, even from a distance of a full kilometer. To take them down was, therefore, a trivial task. He continuously pulled the bolt and fired, each shot claiming a life. Although they had taken cover, the obstacles they chose were mere illusions to Lin Yi. A standard wall crumbled with a single shot, and most were hiding in snowdrifts, requiring no precision. He merely aimed and fired into the piles. After changing magazines twice, only 7 or 8 individuals remained. In addition to Chen Dao, even Yu Zhe had fallen to Lin Yi's fire. Chen Dao had surmised the identity of the shooter and lay motionless on the ground. Retrieving Yu Zhe's phone from his pocket, it contained Lin Yi's contact details, and he yearned to negotiate for his life. This was his last lifeline. In the frigid cold, he could not endure long on the snow without succumbing to hypothermia. Chen Dao directly tagged Lin Yi in the group chat, pleading for mercy, offering to surrender all his supplies in exchange for his life. Lin Yi, still holding the sniper rifle, glanced at the phone and smirked disdainfully. Only now did he seek to negotiate. What was he thinking when he attempted to blow up my home with explosives? Lin Yi succinctly replied with 2 words, no way. Furious, Chen Dao hurled the phone to the ground and turned to his remaining subordinates. He addressed them, stating, Lin Yi possesses only 1 sniper rifle. Soon, we will rush into the hallway together. Even he cannot take us all down at once. The subordinates, finding this logic sound, agreed. Remaining in hiding was not a viable option, as they would soon freeze to death, rendering any escape impossible. Seeing their consensus, Chen Dao began counting down, agreeing that they would charge on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 3, Chen Dao made a motion to rise, but abruptly halted, while the others had already begun their dash toward the hallway. Chapter 86. Long-distance sniping. As the gunfire erupted, Chen Dao sprang to his feet, sprinting wildly. Lin Yi, forsaking the search for their leader, commenced firing his sniper rifle, randomly targeting the emerging figures. In total, 7 individuals rushed out, and Lin Yi dispatched 4 of them. Upon witnessing their swift entry into the corridor, Lin Yi finally stowed away his sniper rifle. He then beckoned Luo Ziki to descend the stairs, driving towards Building 16. After parking the vehicle, Lin Yi and Luo Ziki exited the car, which he subsequently concealed within an alternate space. He retrieved the detonator from the ground, and the two ascended the stairs, firearms in hand. Fear of ambush did not plague them, bolstered by their formidable equipment. The weaponry wielded by Chun Daoshou was utterly incapable of breaching their defenses. Standing at the base of the building, Lin Yi contacted Jiang Shuyan via his mobile device, inquiring about the recent intruders' whereabouts. The corridor was laden with surveillance cameras, and Chun Daoshou and his accomplices mistakenly believed they were safe within the multitude of rooms, unaware that Lin Yi alone could not possibly locate them. After reviewing the footage, Jiang Shuyan informed Lin Yi, stating that 3 individuals had entered. One was on the 16th floor, while the other 2 were concealed on the 14th. With this information, Lin Yi set off towards the upper floors, Luo Ziki closely trailing behind him. Upon reaching the 14th floor, Lin Yi sought further specifics regarding their location and learned that both individuals were hiding in the same room. Without hesitation, he kicked open the door. He instructed Luo Ziki to guard the entrance while he ventured inside alone. The living room was eerily silent. After a cursory glance, he proceeded into the master bedroom, thoroughly searching every nook, even beneath the bed, yet found no one. Emerging from the master suite, he entered another bedroom. As he swung open the wardrobe door, a man lunged out unexpectedly, seizing him in a tight embrace. With a swift exertion of strength, Lin Yi broke free and retaliated with a kick that sent the man crashing back into the wardrobe. As the man struggled, Lin Yi fired a shot, striking him squarely in the forehead. At that moment, another individual burst from the bathroom, but instead of assisting, he fled the scene. Unbeknownst to him, another awaited outside, and with a gunshot, he too met his demise at the hands of Luo Ziki. Exiting the room, Lin Yi gave Luo Ziki an approving thumbs up, and together they ascended further. Upon reaching the room where Chun Daoshou was hiding, Lin Yi again instructed Luo Ziki to remain outside while he ventured in alone. However, after searching for over 10 minutes and meticulously inspecting every corner, he was bewildered to find no one. Doubts crept into his mind regarding the accuracy of Jiang Xian's intel. After consulting his phone once more, Jiang Shuyan assured him that he was indeed in the correct location. Lin Yi resumed his search, this time opting to close the door and investigate alongside Luo Ziki. Despite their thorough exploration of the premises, they uncovered nothing. Defeated, Lin Yi sank onto the sofa in the living room, pondering how adeptly this elusive individual played hide and seek. Could it be that he possessed the ability to become invisible? Lin Yi, somewhat skeptical of fate, had always adhered to the principle of eliminating threats entirely. Having forged an enmity today, he resolved not to let his adversary escape. Capturing and eliminating him was the only path to his peace of mind. As Lin Yi paced the living room, Luo Ziki continued her search around the space. After a while, Luo Ziki suddenly glanced at the window, signaling Lin Yi with a subtle gesture. Upon noticing her gaze, Lin Yi immediately understood and approached the window, yanking it open. There, he beheld a man curled up on the air conditioning unit outside, shivering from the cold. Lin Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "My friend, you truly excel at hiding. Isn't it chilly out there? One might mistake you for a clandestine lover." Chen Dao, trembling, looked up at Lin Yi and pleaded, "Brother, spare me this once. I swear I won't do it again." Lin Yi cast a glance downstairs before replying, "Very well, I shall not take your life." Chen Dao's eyes lit up. He had expected no mercy, and yet here was Lin Yi, surprisingly lenient. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude, though his mind harbored thoughts of vengeance for the future. Vowing to return and exact a brutal retribution, Lin Yi continued, "I can spare you, but you must not enter this room until we leave." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Dao agreed to Lin Yi's terms. A wise man does not suffer in the present. As long as Lin Yi did not kill him, he was willing to comply. Even if the cold outside was becoming unbearable, Lin Yi smiled faintly, closed the window, and secured it with a lock. He then retrieved a bucket of water from an alternate dimension and poured it over the window. The water instantly froze upon contact, and after several applications, the window transformed into a solid mass of ice. Pleased with his handiwork, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction before departing with Luo Ziki. Outside, Chen Dao heard the door close and realized Lin Yi had left. He reached out to pull open the window, cursing Lin Yi as he did so. However, after several futile attempts, the window remained immovable. Chen Dao surmised that Lin Yi had indeed locked it. Undeterred, he removed his belt and began to strike the window with the metal buckle. After several minutes of relentless pounding, cracks finally appeared in the glass. Buoyed by this glimmer of hope, he exerted himself further. Moments later, the outer layer of glass shattered, but the inner layer remained firmly frozen in place. Exhausted, Chen Dao had been outside for half an hour. His limbs had long since gone numb. Upon seeing the thick sheet of ice sealing the window, despair washed over him. His mind began to cloud, yet the instinct for survival compelled him to continue striking the glass, blow by blow. After Lin Yi departed from the room, he escorted Luo Ziki to the 26th floor. However, he was taken aback to find that the original sanctuary had vanished, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. He hurried downstairs and knocked firmly on the alloy door. Soon, Jiang Shuyan opened the door and welcomed Lin Yi and the others inside. The temperature in the room was rather low, hovering around 10 degrees above zero. The fire in the fireplace had long since extinguished, and the floor had tilted at a precarious angle of 45 degrees. The sofa and chairs were heaped in a corner. Lin Yi felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had already found a new refuge. Otherwise, they would have been in dire straits. Chapter 87. Relocation. Previously, Lin Yi had only considered the sturdiness of the house and the risk of being buried under heavy snow, neglecting the possibility of it being demolished by explosives. Yet, who could have anticipated that someone would directly blow up his house? He instructed the women to dress warmly in preparation for their move, while they packed their belongings. Lin Yi stepped outside to retrieve several packages of explosives that had been placed at the demolition site, tossing them into his spatial realm. He also held onto the detonator. Should anyone attempt to assault his villa in the future, this device could serve as a weapon, buried in the ground for a surprise attack. The group quickly finished packing, amassing a total of over a dozen large bags filled with the luxury items Lin Yi had previously gifted them, along with some personal clothing. Once Lin Yi had stored everything in his spatial realm, he was the first to step outside, followed closely by the others. Jiang Shuyan sighed as she glanced back at the sanctuary. She felt a pang of reluctance, having lived in this house longer than the other women. As long as she resided here, a profound sense of security enveloped her. Lin Yi discerned the reluctance in Jiang Shuyan's eyes. He too felt a twinge of sadness at leaving, for he had poured considerable thought into every design of this place. It truly seemed a pity to abandon it. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to give it a try. He placed his hands upon the door and summoned the spatial power from his left eye, gradually enveloping the entire house. With a mere thought, the sanctuary vanished, appearing within his spatial realm. Success. A smile graced Lin Yi's lips as he beheld the sanctuary within his spatial domain, eliminating any lingering doubts. It might even prove useful in the future. The women were equally astonished to witness Lin Yi encapsulate the entire house within his spatial realm. Although they were aware of Lin Yi's extraordinary spatial abilities, they had not anticipated that he could contain something of such magnitude. It was indeed a stroke of luck that Chun Dao had blown the house apart. Without that, even with all his might, Lin Yi would have been unable to budge it. As they descended the stairs, the thought of Chun Dao lingered in Lin Yi's mind. He wondered if the fellow had managed to shatter the ice and crawl out. Would that not be inviting trouble? Lin Yi entered the room where Chun Dao was hiding. The ice on the window remained intact, showing no signs of being shattered. Without hesitation, Lin Yi shattered the ice with his gun. Outside, Chun Dao had already been frozen into an ice statue. After confirming that she was thoroughly dead, Lin Yi left the place contentedly with his several wives. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Yi summoned his vehicle. As he always stored his car in a different dimension after use, there was no need to warm it up in such frigid weather. A man and 4 women climbed into the car, and Lin Yi started the engine, driving towards the exit of the community. In the rearview mirror, Lin Yi cast a lingering glance at the Sichuan community. Much had transpired there, and after today, he might never return. The women, embarking on their first journey away from home, felt a sense of trepidation regarding their future residence, uncertain of what awaited them. Despite having lived in a cold, damp environment, the stark contrast of comfort could be overwhelming. Aware of the circumstances, Lin Yi and Luo Ziki chose not to disclose the details of their new sanctuary, wishing to surprise them. After an hour's drive, they finally reached the villa. The fortress was blanketed in snow, making it difficult to spot from a distance. Once they exited the vehicle, Lin Yi pointed at the villa before them, announcing, "This will be our new home." He unlocked the front door, and the women rushed inside in a flurry. The exterior alone spoke of the villa's opulence, and their excitement was palpable. As soon as Lin Yi stepped through the threshold, he was met with a chorus of shrieks. "Wow, a temperature-controlled swimming pool. I can finally swim. My swimsuit will have its purpose," exclaimed Lu Feier, whose favorite pastime was swimming, as it allowed her to stay fit and maintain her figure. "My goodness, this villa is far more luxurious than our previous home. How much must it have cost?" marveled Jiang Shuyan. "Sister, look. It's so spacious here. The table is enormous, the lights are massive, and the doors are huge too," exclaimed Luo Zishan, her descriptions delightfully straightforward and blunt. Lin Yi guided them on a tour of the entire villa. When they saw the home theater on the second floor, another round of screams erupted, and the esports room sent Luo Zishan into a frenzy. The abundance of gaming consoles and a television screen that stretched across an entire wall left Lin Yi anticipating her inevitable remark about the size of the screen. All of his previous gaming consoles and cartridges were also stored here, as he had no need for Luo Zishan to work. If she wished to play, she was free to do so. Upon discovering a room labeled Loving Room, Lu Feier's curiosity piqued. She quickly opened the door for a glance before shutting it with haste, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She then pulled Jiang Shuyan and Luo Ziki aside to share whispers. After circling the second floor twice, they began to select their rooms. The room to the left of Lin Yi was pre-booked by Luo Ziki, so Jiang Shuyan opted for the room to Lin Yi's right. Lu Feier, feeling helpless, did not wish to contest with her elder sister and thus settled for the room next to Jiang Shuyan. Luo Zishan, however, did not choose a room. She directly moved her belongings into the esports room, which already contained a large bed, designating it as her space henceforth. After touring the second floor, they proceeded to the third, which featured a sports area where they could exercise or play badminton. With their daily indulgence in food and drink, they were bound to gain weight. The competition among them was fierce, especially for Lu Feier. Luo Ziki, being skilled, could accompany Lin Yi on errands. And with her sister's support, Luo Zishan faced no scrutiny for her idleness. Jiang Shuyan, as Lin Yi's first woman, held significant status in his heart, being their eldest sister. She had cared for each of them upon their arrival, and even if she did nothing, her position remained unchallenged. Moreover, she prepared their meals daily. In contrast, Lu Feier felt inadequate. Apart from assisting Jiang Shuyan, she was left to be merely a beautiful vase. While this was her advantage, even the most stunning woman could become monotonous for Lin Yi over time, prompting Lu Feier to continuously devise new ways to please him and stave off his aesthetic fatigue. Lin Yi did not take them to view the attic upstairs, as it would serve as his sanctuary against external threats. After completing their tour of the upper floors, they returned downstairs. Lin Yi instructed them on how to monitor surveillance and refuel the generator, ensuring they could survive independently should he ever be absent. It was unreasonable for them to be unable to cope for even a day without him. They also visited the shooting range on the final floor, where Lin Yi planned to take them for practice once their ammunition was sufficiently stocked, enhancing their self-defense skills. The world ahead would be unlike the past. They would not only contend with ordinary individuals, but also face numerous superhumans, necessitating constant vigilance. That evening, they gathered for dinner to celebrate their housewarming. Jiang Shuyan prepared an array of dishes, while Lin Yi provided an assortment of beverages, heralding a night destined for revelry. Lin Yi did not rise until the sun was high in the sky, having indulged in excess the previous night with karaoke until the early hours, followed by a night of vigorous activity. Despite Lin Yi's remarkable constitution, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. The women were still asleep in bed as he arose, making his way to the hall on the first floor, where he planned to have breakfast. Just then, he spotted Luo Zishan emerging from the kitchen, a large drumstick in hand, savoring it as she walked. Lin Yi yawned and said to her, "Shanshan, why are you up so early?" Luo Zishan took a hearty bite of her chicken leg, and then complained to Lin Yi, "What do you mean, early? I haven't slept a wink all night. You all were so loud yesterday. Couldn't you be a bit more considerate of me? I was so disturbed by your noise that I had to play games all night long." Lin Yi chuckled at her words, acknowledging that they had indeed been a bit too wild the previous night. The girls had just moved in and were quite exhilarated, especially under the influence of alcohol. If anyone had been living next door, they would surely have complained about the disturbance. Luo Zishan tossed the bone into the trash can and then staggered upstairs. Lin Yi watched her retreating figure, swallowing hard. It was the morning, a time when a man's hormones were at their peak. He scolded himself, "What are you thinking? This is your sister-in-law." Truly, he felt like a beast. Yet, the image of Luo Zishan lingered in his mind. Was this the restlessness of something unattainable? Lin Yi splashed cold water on his face to invigorate himself, casting aside those chaotic thoughts. He grabbed some food from another dimension and began to eat. After having his meal, Lin Yi prepared to head out. There was no choice. Now that he had upgraded to a larger home, the energy consumption was quite significant. He needed to find more fuel, or else they would soon be left in darkness. He donned a bulletproof vest underneath his cold weather gear. Just as Luo Ziki descended from upstairs, upon seeing Lin Yi preparing to leave, she hurried to change her clothes. Although he had intended to bring her along, he understood her concern for his safety. Thus, he acquiesced. Having a beautiful companion could alleviate his boredom during the journey. In less than 5 minutes, Luo Ziki was ready. Freshly groomed and dressed, Lin Yi opened the door and stepped outside, bringing his vehicle into view. He drove straight to the largest gas station nearby. Larger gas stations tended to have more substantial fuel reserves, while smaller ones often couldn't compete. Consequently, he dismissed the smaller stations from his mind. Since Lin Yi was in the suburbs, the gas stations were quite distant. After a 20-minute drive, he finally spotted a relatively large gas station. He circled the area. Noting that the vicinity was devoid of any foot traffic, it seemed no one frequented this place. Currently, everyone was focused on mere survival, and thus, no one was inclined to think about fuel. However, as time passed and they managed to stabilize, forming larger factions or survivor camps, this fuel would undoubtedly become a vital resource. Lin Yi found himself positioned at least 20 meters above the ground, where the snow atop was relatively easy to clear. However, the snow below had compacted nearly into ice, heavy and hard, making it impossible to dig without appropriate tools. For a moment, he felt quite at a loss. Luo Ziki stood beside him, gazing blankly at the snowy expanse. "If only we had an excavator," she mused. Her words suddenly sparked a realization in Lin Yi. Indeed, why was he foolishly attempting to shovel the snow? He should seek out an excavator instead. In Haijing City, there were manufacturers dedicated to producing excavators. Though many locations were buried, the newly produced excavators would likely be stored in warehouses. Lin Yi quickly searched for nearby excavator manufacturers using his phone, then ushered Luo Ziki into the vehicle and drove straight to the excavation site. After half an hour, he arrived at a factory. The building was not particularly short. Despite being partially buried by the heavy snowfall, it still revealed a height of less than 2 meters. Lin Yi cleared the snow from the roof and located a window, then jumped inside, with Luo Ziki following closely behind, gun in hand. The temperature inside was significantly warmer than outside, and Lin Yi caught a whiff of food in the air, suggesting that there were people present. They had entered through the rooftop of a warehouse that stood over 20 meters tall, but was single-storied, housing a dozen excavators. In the center, there was an enormous excavator that dwarfed even Optimus Prime in size. The warehouse also contained 2 small rooms, likely the living quarters for the guards, from which smoke billowed, indicating a fire for warmth. Not wishing to alert anyone, Lin Yi instructed Luo Ziki to keep watch while he stealthily descended the adjacent staircase. Once inside the warehouse, he first stored the nearest excavator into his alternate space, then proceeded methodically to collect the remaining excavators until all had been retrieved. Finally, he approached the largest one, which stood at least 7 or 8 meters tall, approximately the height of 3 stories, undoubtedly the prized possession of the company. After securing the excavator, Lin Yi left behind 2 boxes of instant noodles and a box of sausages as a makeshift payment for the machines. While these items meant little to him, they could be a lifeline for someone in need, particularly those who might be struggling to find food. Once everything was set, Lin Yi climbed back to the warehouse roof to rejoin Luo Ziki, who regarded him with eyes filled with affection. Today, she had witnessed another facet of Lin Yi. He was not only decisive in matters of conflict, but also exhibited a compassionate side. Chapter 89. Fueling up after retracing their steps. The two drove in search of the nearest gas station. Here, traces of footprints can be observed, suggesting that someone visited not long ago. And the nearby residential buildings are relatively close. However, Lin Yi, possessing both courage and skill, is undeterred by the presence of ordinary individuals, even if they are armed. He summoned the largest excavator and promptly ushered Luo Ziki back into the vehicle. Uncertain of how long he would need to excavate, he chose not to retract the vehicle into his spatial realm, instead activating the heater to keep Luo Ziki warm inside. Although Lin Yi had never operated an excavator before, he quickly grasped the mechanics through online tutorials and the machine's straightforward design. As he maneuvered the control lever, the excavator sprang to life, and Lin Yi displayed remarkable efficiency. After a single scoop of snow, he didn't need to discard it aside, but rather utilized his spatial abilities to absorb the snow directly. This significantly enhanced his productivity. In a mere 40 minutes, he successfully cleared a path through the accumulated snow. Afterward, he retracted the excavator and entered the gas station. Pushing open the large door, he found some food and water still on the counter, yet the 2 employees in gas station uniforms lay lifeless. Upon inspection, it appeared they had succumbed to asphyxiation. Within less than a day, the snow had buried this place, and though they had provisions, the lack of oxygen sealed their fate. Lin Yi collected all the food from the counter into his spatial realm, for even the smallest morsel is valuable. He then stepped outside, retrieving several oversized metal barrels from his spatial realm, placing them in the center, and commenced the task of collecting fuel. After an hour of diligent work, he successfully gathered all the fuel reserves, filling over 10 large barrels. The total volume was approximately 50 to 60 tons, sufficient for his needs for some time. Just as Lin Yi finished storing the fuel in his spatial realm, he heard 2 gunshots from above. Alarmed for Luo Ziki's safety, he quickly climbed out of the pit. Upon reaching the surface, he discovered that Luo Ziki had exited the vehicle, firearm in hand, with 2 corpses lying a short distance away. After inquiring, he learned that these 2 individuals had stealthily approached from the side, clearly harboring ill intentions. Concerned that Lin Yi might be ambushed while he was engaged in fuel collection, an inherently perilous endeavor, as even a spark could trigger an explosion, Luo Ziki acted without hesitation. Firing her weapon and eliminating the threat, Lin Yi, filled with affection, embraced Luo Ziki and kissed her. He cherished such individuals far more than those who professed moral superiority. In the apocalypse, a degree of selfishness is sometimes warranted. Those who were aware of the presence of others yet chose to approach were undoubtedly intent on taking advantage of the situation. Thus, their demise was justified. Lin Yi gently set Luo Ziki down, and together they resumed their journey. Throughout the course of the afternoon, they excavated 3 fuel stations, yielding a total of 170 tons of fuel. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, darkness had long enveloped the surroundings. Lin Yi navigated his vehicle slowly through the snow, with no streetlights illuminating the path, and even the moon concealed behind layers of clouds, casting an oppressive darkness that demanded his utmost attention, for the treacherous snow pits were plentiful. After an hour of aimless wandering, they discovered they had taken a wrong turn. They were not at their intended refuge, but rather in a secluded villa district. This enclave, perhaps due to its proximity to the mountains, had remarkably escaped being buried under snow. Lin Yi felt a twinge of discontent. The area boasted around 50 to 60 villas, yet fewer than 10 appeared to harbor any signs of life, as the majority stood shrouded in darkness, save for a few that emitted faint glimmers of light, indicating that some souls were inside, seeking warmth by the fire. Deciding against further traversal, Lin Yi drove into the district. As the night was too dark and he was utterly fatigued from the day's labor, he resolved to spend the night here. Selecting a particularly dark villa, he parked his vehicle at the entrance, and after disembarking, he secured the car. A gentle push on the front door revealed it was locked, but Lin Yi was undeterred. With a swift kick, the door swung open, and donning his headlamp, he stepped inside. The interior bore the unmistakable signs of abandonment, the temperature inside nearly matching that of the frigid exterior. After thoroughly searching each room, Lin Yi found nothing of interest. They intended to make do with this place for the night before returning to their refuge the following day. He utilized the snow he had excavated earlier to barricade the first and second floors, amassing over 10,000 tons of snow in his storage. initially contemplating discarding it. He ultimately decided against it, reasoning that it might prove useful in the future. With the entrances sealed by snow, no one would be able to enter uninvited. On the third floor, Lin Yi discovered a room, closed the door, and connected several heaters to the generator. In no time, the space began to warm. He retrieved a table, some snacks, and chilled beer, sharing a modest meal with Luo Ziki. The experience felt oddly reminiscent of a picnic, an intriguing diversion amidst their circumstances. After dining, Lin Yi stowed the table and produced a large bed he had acquired from a supermarket, once endorsed by a celebrity, along with bedding that cost over 20,000. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, they remained clothed, eschewing any peculiar activities due to their outdoor setting. Lin Yi embraced Luo Ziki, and together they drifted into slumber, soon succumbing to the embrace of dreams. As the hour struck 2 in the morning, Lin Yi was suddenly alerted by a commotion downstairs, yet he chose to disregard it, surmising that their vehicle had attracted the attention of some individuals who might wish to claim it for themselves. However, the snow he had left on the first and second floors should bewilder them for a while. Indeed, it wasn't long before the outside fell silent, primarily due to the biting cold. At 2 in the morning, it was the coldest time of the day. The temperature outside had plummeted to a staggering -96 degrees. In such an environment, they could endure no more than 10 minutes, lest they succumb to the frigid grasp of death. Lin Yi continued to slumber, yet his vigilance remained intact. Should anyone approach, he would awaken at once. He was uncertain when he had acquired such an ability. Perhaps it was a gift of his rebirth or a consequence of absorbing Shun Rank's extraordinary powers. Lin Yi felt that his senses and intuition regarding danger had significantly heightened. The next morning, Lin Yi was once again roused from his slumber. This time, it was not by stealthy movements, but by someone knocking at the door. Luo Ziki also awakened. They exchanged a glance before rising to tidy their belongings. After returning their items to the spatial realm, Lin Yi opened the door and approached the window facing the entrance, peering down. There stood a figure clad in a green military coat, vigorously pounding on the door. Lin Yi manifested the portal before him and readied his firearm. Luo Ziki also retrieved her gun, concealing herself behind another window, her eyes fixed intently on the figure below. Should the individual exhibit any suspicious behavior, she would fire without hesitation. Is there something you need? Lin Yi's voice echoed from above. The figure below looked up upon hearing his words, and their eyes met. Lin Yi instantly recognized the person before him, astounded to find a celebrity he often saw on television in the flesh. The visitor was none other than Yang Mimi, a renowned leading lady in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yi had watched many of her dramas and found her beauty captivating. He never imagined she would be in Haijing, let alone residing in this very place. However, in the current circumstances, her star status held no weight. No one would extend her any privileges simply for being a celebrity. Hello, I am Yang Mimi. I saw that you have a vehicle yesterday. Could you take me away from here? I can pay you whatever you deem appropriate, she implored. A smile graced Lin Yi's features. You are a big star. What brings you here alone? Yang Mimi offered a faint smile in return. What does celebrity status matter now? My once celebrated identity has rendered me virtually immobilized. I own a villa in Haijing City, where I had intended to escape for some solace. As a public figure, the pressure upon me is immense. Not only must I contend with relentless paparazzi, but I also manage my own company. Every year at this time, I allocate half a month for vacation in Haijing City. However, she did not anticipate that upon her arrival at the villa, she would be ensnared by a heavy snowfall. Although the blizzard did not bury her abode, the visibility outside was exceedingly poor, and the temperature plummeted drastically. During this period, she remained trapped indoors, and her provisions quickly dwindled. In desperation, she resorted to leveraging her celebrity status to borrow some food from her neighbors. Initially, a few neighbors, charmed by her fame, graciously offered her sustenance, but as time passed and their own supplies dwindled, Yang Mi found herself compelled to continue her frugal existence. Fortunately, her commitment to maintaining her figure meant that she typically consumed very little. What an ordinary person would eat in a day could last her 3 days. Nonetheless, even with this modest consumption, she had not eaten for 3 days and was reduced to melting the snow on her balcony for water. If food did not arrive soon, it was likely she would perish from hunger. A week prior, 2 individuals had stealthily infiltrated her villa with ill intentions. However, they were met with resistance from Yang Mi, who managed to injure them before they fled. From that moment on, she realized the importance of self-reliance. If she did not seize every opportunity, she would merely become prey. Thus, when she observed a vehicle entering the villa area last night and a man disembarking from it, she resolved to ensure they would take her away, even if it meant sacrificing herself. She felt confident. After all, she was once a top-tier star, the dream of countless men in the Dragon Kingdom. Manipulating an ordinary person would be a trivial task. After listening to Yang Mi's account, Lin Yi promptly agreed to assist her. Although he had his doubts regarding the veracity of her claims, her star power was undeniably compelling. However, the terms of compensation would require thorough discussion. Lin Yi closed the window, retracting the accumulated snow from the room into a spatial realm. He then opened the door, allowing Yang Mi to enter. Upon her arrival, she noticed that in addition to Lin Yi, a striking woman was in the living room, holding a gun and staring intently at her. Yang Mi assessed her carefully. Apart from having a slightly smaller chest, the woman's beauty and poise were surprisingly comparable to her own. Yang Mi felt a pang of insecurity, and her initially assertive demeanor began to wane. "Who is this? Your girlfriend?" Yang Mi inquired with a hint of trepidation. Lin Yi embraced Luo Ziki, then addressed Yang Mi. "This is my wife, Luo Ziki." Yang Mi nodded in acknowledgement before turning her attention back to Lin Yi. "How much do you require to take me away?" Lin Yi pulled a chair over and sat down, responding to Yang Mi. "Surely you do not believe that money holds any value at this moment? What would I need it for? It would be too coarse even for wiping." Yang Mi quietly lowered her head, fully aware of the underlying truth. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered. What if Lin Yi was a man driven by greed? Perhaps she could buy his favor with wealth. "What is it that you desire?" "As long as it is within my means, the terms are yours to dictate." Lin Yi did not respond directly. Instead, posing a question, "You mentioned wanting me to take you away. Have you contemplated your destination?" The outside world is no longer as it once was. Devoid of legal constraints, murder and robbery have become commonplace. For a moment, Yang Mi was at a loss for words. Her sole desire was to escape this place. Yet she had not considered where she might go. Would she suggest returning to her home in the capital? It was evident that such a prospect was implausible, given the distance of over 1,000 kilometers and the absence of flights. While Yang Mi wrestled with her thoughts, Lin Yi continued, "If you do not mind, you could stay with me for the time being, under the condition that you serve as my maid. Your duties would involve maintaining cleanliness and attending to me and my wives. I will provide all your meals. Of course, you are free to refuse. The door is right behind you." After he spoke, Lin Yi smiled at Yang Mi, awaiting her decision. She lifted her gaze, deeply studying him before replying. "All right, I agree. But on one condition, this matter must remain confidential." It was surprising to see that she was quite conscientious about her public image. Without hesitation, Lin Yi acquiesced, assuring her that she could leave whenever she wished. His sole intention was to find a housekeeper to manage the cleaning of his spacious home. After all, living in such a large house without someone to tidy up would be uncomfortable. Employing a stunning celebrity as a housekeeper would also serve to satisfy his vanity, a win-win situation. Reassured by Lin Yi's promise, Yang Mi felt a sense of relief. Little did she know how the world would transform in the days to come. She needed to be prepared. If the snow disaster passed swiftly, she could return to her life as a star. Conversely, if the world truly faced an apocalyptic end, she had, at least, found a temporary haven.